This is what the SEBI has actually shared with the Enforcement Directorate, which is a clear indication of the fact that there have been irregular expedited approvals that have taken places.
Right, and Shravan, has there any been a statement really from the Reliance group on this issue? Because Anil Ambani in his previous questions that he has answered to the ED, he said that he doesn't really remember all the transactions and that he needs time to respond to them. So has the group issued any statement?
Well, in fact, as of now, there isn't any statement that has come in. What we can confirm is that 35 premises where these searches are being carried out, 50 companies that are basically under the scanner, over 25 persons are now being covered under today's searches that are being carried out under various sections of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So this undoubtedly is one of the biggest crackdown that we are essentially looking at linked to Anil Ambani's companies. These are multiple companies, as it clearly pointing out, 50 companies that have been searched at this stage.
All right, Shravan, thank you so much for those details there. So, Enforcement Directorate, they're grilling and raiding the residence of Anil Ambani in the Yes Bank crisis case.
It's fair. I will request it's a farewell address to retiring members. Please have patience. Please. Honorable members, 6 of our colleagues, Sri M. Muhammad Abdullah, Sri N. Chandrasekharan, Dr. Ambu Madi Ramdas, Sri M. Shanmugam, Sri Vaiko, Sri P. Wilson, representing the state of Tamil Nadu, are retiring today, the 24th of July 2025, on completion of their term of office. Sri P. Wilson has been declared re-elected, and his second term will commence tomorrow. Each one of these members has contributed meaningfully to the deliberations of the House, bringing with them diverse experiences, perspectives, and a deep sense of commitment to public service and democratic values. Sri M. Muhammad Abdullah was elected in a by-election with effect from 6 September 2021. During his tenure, the honourable member has made focused interventions on issues relating to youth, welfare and education, reflecting his engagement with the concerns of the younger generation and socio-economic development of the state. Sri N. Chandrasekharan enriched the House with his keen insights into rural and agrarian issues. His calm and sincere participation in debates added substance to our discussion, particularly on matters impacting the family community. Dr. Ambu Madi Ramdas, a former Union Minister and a public health advocate, will be completing his second term in this August House today. His earlier term was from 2004 to 2010. The honourable member brought to the House his expertise in healthcare and environmental issues. His articulate interventions often emphasize the need for long-term planning in the domains of health infrastructure and sustainable development. Sri M. Shanmugam, a veteran trade union leader, strongly voiced the rights and welfare of workers. His interventions consistently highlighted the challenges faced by the labour sector, making the House more aware of grassroots realities. Sri Vaiko, a seasoned parliamentarian, renowned for his fiery oratory and passionate advocacy, made significant contributions to the parliamentary debates on federalism, linguistic rights and social justice. His unwavering commitment to democratic values and regional aspirants earned him respect across party lines. He served 3 consecutive terms in the Rajya Sabha from 1978 to 1996 and was elected for his 4th term from 2019 to 2025. I am confident that a leader who has devoted his entire life to the service of his people will not remain idle, but will continue to work tirelessly for their upliftment. Sri P. Wilson, a distinguished lawyer and articulate speaker, brought legal acumen and constitutional clarity to our discussions. His contributions in matters related to judicial reforms, governance and civil liberties have been insightful and thought-provoking. And I'm glad we will continue to benefit from his contributions as he has also been re-elected to the August House. As these members demit office, we acknowledge with deep appreciation their valuable contributions to parliamentary discourse. Their presence and participation have enriched the democratic functioning of this House. On behalf of the entire House and on my own behalf, I place on record our heartfelt gratitude to the retiring members for their service to the nation and this august institution. We wish them good health, happiness and continued success in their future endeavors. We hope they will continue to serve the people in various capacities and inspire future generations to uphold the ideals of our democratic polity. May I now invite the retiring members to speak briefly. Sri M. Muhammad Abdullah.
Thank you, Honorable Sir. Kindly permit me to speak in my mother tongue, Tamil. மாண்புமிகு அவைத்தலைவர் அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு உறுப்பினர்களே, ஒரு மிகுந்த நன்றி பெருக்கின் உணர்ச்சியோடு இந்த இடத்தில் நின்று நான் உரையாற்ற துவங்கின்றேன். நன்றி உணர்ச்சி என்று நான் குறிப்பிடுவது எங்கள் கழகத்தின் தலைவர் மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதல்வர் மீதும் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய முதலமைச்சர் மீதுமான நன்றி உணர்ச்சி. அவர்கள்தான் என்னை இந்த அவைக்கு அனுப்பி வைத்தார்கள். இடைத்தேர்தலில் நான் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டதாக நீங்கள் பேசும்போது குறிப்பிட்டீர்கள். உண்மைதான், நான் பணியாற்றிய காலம் குறுகிய காலமாக இருந்தாலும் கூட எனக்கு கிடைத்த அனுபவங்களும் வாய்ப்புகளும் மிக மிக அதிகம். அதைவிட இங்கு அனைவரிடமும் நான் பெற்ற அன்பு மிக மிக அதிகம். ஆளும் கட்சி தரப்பிலாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, எதிர்கட்சி தரப்பிலாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, ஒவ்வொருவர்களும் என் மீது காட்டிய அந்த அன்பையும் நட்பையும் என்றென்றும் நான் மறவேன். தமிழகத்தின் ஒரு கடைக்கோட்டையில் ஒரு கிராமத்திலிருந்து வந்தவன் நான். தூரத்திலிருந்து நான் பார்த்து வியந்த தலைவர்கள் உடனெல்லாம் நெருங்கி பழகுகின்ற வாய்ப்பை இந்த அவை தந்தது. அதையும் விட இன்னும் சொல்ல போனால் அரசியலையும் சரி, அரசாங்க நடைமுறைகளையும் சரி, தேசிய அளவில் ஒரு பரந்துபட்ட பார்வையோடு எப்படி அணுகுவது என்கின்ற அந்த அனுபவத்தை இந்த அவைதான் எனக்கு அளித்தது. இப்படி எத்தனையோ ஒரு இனிமையான நினைவுகள் எனக்கு. இந்த அவையில் நான் பல்வேறு கோரிக்கைகளை வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். அதில் பல நிறைவேறவும் செய்திருக்கின்றது. என்னுடைய இந்த நிறைவு பேச்சின் போது நிறைவாக
adjourned till 2 p.m. And this as the showdown really over Bihar's SIR exercise continues in Parliament. Our colleague Riyanka is now joining us live from Vijay Chowk. Riyanka, we saw the repeat of the storm really that is happening in Parliament for the last 3 days, and again Speaker Om Birla especially taking an offense to the ruckus in the House, and he mentioning that the members are trooping into the well of the House, which is a very very unparliamentary behavior, and he has adjourned the Lok Sabha till 2 p.m. However, thankfully Rajya Sabha continuing the proceedings.
Well, yes, Rajya Sabha continues to proceed as of now very smoothly. But on the other hand, what we saw in the Lok Sabha, just as Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla walked in towards its chair, we already heard the opposition begin their sloganeering, and they started disrupting the House. In fact, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla did take offence and, called out KC Venugopal and asked him whether this is what is being taught by the Congress party, whether this is the ideology that they are.
So viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Supreme Court has stayed the Bombay High Court judgment that acquitted 12 accused people in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast case. So the Supreme Court has stayed the High Court's order in the case of acquittal of the 12 accused in the Mumbai train blast case. So remember, the High Court had recently acquitted 12 convicts in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast case. However, the case also reached the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has now stayed the High Court's judgment. So the Bombay High Court had acquitted all the 12 accused in the 2006 Mumbai serial train blast case, and it had overturned a 2015 verdict by a special Makoka court that had sentenced 5 of them to death and 7 to life imprisonment. However, the Bombay High Court had said that there is not enough proof in the case. Let's get all the updates. Rhythm, my colleague, is now joining us for more on that story. Rhythm, the Bombay High Court had acquitted all the 12 accused in the 2006 Mumbai serial train blast case, and now the Supreme Court had stayed that order. Give us more details. All right, we'll try to connect back with the Rhythm, but we do know that Maharashtra had challenged the acquittal of the Mumbai train blasts accused in the Supreme Court, and this after the High Court judgment that was delivered on Monday, and the Maharashtra government had approached the Supreme Court challenging the Bombay High Court's verdict, acquitting all the 4 people convicted in the 2006 Mumbai train blast case. All right, let's get all the updates. All right, Aditya, our colleague, is now joining us from outside the Supreme Court. Aditya, what are the details that you can give us?
Yeah, first of all, is that the Supreme Court has today stayed the judgment of Bombay High Court up to an extent that the findings of the Bombay High Court will not be applicable in the MCOCA trials pending or the matters which are sub judice. The second, the state has asked for a stay order up to an extent, but there was a certain amount of clarification required that whether the accused who has been released by the court order has clarified that the accused were released by the order of the Bombay High Court will not be arrested. This stay order is much like a limited stay order, which limits the stay.
All right, there seems to be an audio problem there, but we'll try to connect back with our reporter. But what is the big story that we are tracking right now is the Supreme Court staying the High Court's verdict as far as the 2006 Mumbai serial blast case is concerned. The High Court had ordered the acquittal of all the 12 accused in the case, and it had overturned the earlier order, the 2015 order, in which the special Makoka court had ordered for the convictions of the convict, and that had resulted in 5 death sentences and 7 life imprisonments. But the High Court had found that the prosecution had failed to prove its case, and now the Supreme Court has put a stay on that order. Remember, Maharashtra government had approached the Supreme Court over the case. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis had described the verdict as shocking, and he said that his government is going to take the matter to the apex court, following which a case was filed at the Supreme Court. And now the Supreme Court has stayed that order. Remember, the attacks, the 2006 attacks were among the deadliest in India's history, and there were 7 coordinated explosions on Mumbai suburban trains during the evening rush hours, and the blasts had caused devastation across the city's western railway line, and of course had led to a widespread national outrage as well. And the Makoka court. All right, let's get updates. Akanksha is now joining us for more on this. Akanksha, the Supreme Court staying the Bombay High Court's order. What more you can tell us? Akanksha, can you hear me? Akanksha, give us the details of the Supreme Court staying the High Court's order as far as the Mumbai blast case is concerned. All right. One of the victims' brother is now joining us on the phone line for more. Khalid is joining us. Thank you so much, Khalid, for joining us here on Republic TV. What is your reaction on the Supreme Court today staying the High Court's order? Because the High Court's order was challenged by the Maharashtra government, and the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis had also said that it is a very, very shocking verdict, and the Supreme Court order has stayed that order. How would you react?
मैडम, इससे हमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, क्योंकि जो केस एकदम फॉल्स केस था, जैसा इनको हाई कोर्ट में जजमेंट मिला है, इंशाल्लाह उससे और अच्छा जजमेंट सुप्रीम कोर्ट देंगे, क्योंकि इन्हें फंसाया गया था। और इसके बारे में और मैं क्या कहूँ? मैं
जी, जो वर्डिक्ट आया था हाई कोर्ट की तरफ से, उसमें बहुत जो चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं, महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट हैं, उन्होंने कहा था कि बहुत शॉकिंग वर्डिक्ट है, और ये भी बात कही थी कि काफ़ी साल लग गए इस वर्डिक्ट को आने में। अब क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इस वर्डिक्ट को स्टे कर दिया है, तो आप किस तरह से इस वर्डिक्ट को देखते हैं? All right, let's get updates from my colleague Akanksha. Akanksha, give us the details of what exactly has the Supreme Court said as far as staying that order of the High Court is concerned.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. Let me take you through what has happened till now. On Monday, remember, Bombay High Court had acquitted all the accused, saying that the police has utterly failed to prove the case against the accused, and that it is hard to believe that accused committed the crime. And on Monday, 12 accused, and 5 of them were on death penalty. They got acquitted in this case. And that very day, the Maharashtra government had said that they would be challenging that specific order. They moved the Supreme Court. And now what we're learning is that a hearing took place on that matter. And what we're learning so far is that the Supreme Court for now has stayed the Bombay High Court order on the 2006 Mumbai blast. Let me take you what happened during the proceeding today. Supreme Court has issued notice on Maharashtra government's plea against acquittal of 13 accused in this case. They've granted interim stay on the judgment, and they have stated that stays on the release of the accused. So accused will not be rearrested now, because remember, after this, after the Bombay High Court acquitted them, they were released from the prison. But now the Supreme Court has said that they will not be rearrested. Supreme Court noted that all the accused have been released, and there's no question of bringing them back. In fact, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta also said that he is not seeking that accused be brought back to the jail. But for now, the update is that there is a stay on the Bombay High Court order of Monday, where all these accused were acquitted. And secondly, now a notice has been given to the Maharashtra government as far as their plea is concerned.
All right. And Akanksha would like to know from you, what does this stay really All right. Stay with us, Akanksha. We would also like to know from you, what does this stay by the Supreme Court really mean for all the accused? Because, the High Court's order had overturned a previous order by the Mokoka's special court in Maharashtra. And now the Supreme Court has put a stay on the High Court's order. So what does that really mean for the case, and how does it go ahead?
See, Aishwarya, it should be noted here that this is an interim stay on the Bombay High Court order wherein the accused were acquitted. This is an interim stay to the extent of being treated as a precedent. That is why the Supreme Court has said that the accused who were acquitted and then they were released from the prison as well, they should not be rearrested in this case. Right now, what we're learning is that a notice has been issued to the Maharashtra government. They will file their reply in this case, and a hearing will continue on this. But meanwhile, there is a stay on the Bombay High Court order that there is an acquittal of these accused. They were re-released, but for now the hearing will take place and they will not be rearrested in this case. And that is something Supreme Court has mentioned, that they have been released. There's no question of bringing them back as of now. More hearings will take place on this. In fact, that is the reason why notice has also been issued to the Maharashtra government. Remember, after this judgment was given by the Bombay High Court, Maharashtra government had stated that they will be challenging this because certain observations were made by the Bombay High Court while acquitting all these accused. The Bombay High Court, let me take you through what was said by the Bombay High Court. It was mentioned by the judge that the prosecution utterly failed to prove the case against the accused, and that it is hard to believe that the accused committed the crime. And the bench also said that creating a false appearance of having solved the case by presenting the accused have been brought to justice gives a very misleading sense of resolution, and this closure undermines public trust and falsely reassures society, which in reality the true threat remains at large. So this was in fact the observation by the bench. It was a 671-page verdict that was given on Monday, in which it was mentioned that the prosecution has utterly failed to prove the case against the accused. It is hard to believe that they committed the crime, hence their conviction is quashed and set aside. After these observations, the Maharashtra government has said that they would be challenging this. They then moved the Supreme Court. Now Supreme Court has put an interim stay on the acquittal of these accused, but since they were released from the prison right after this judgment came in, they will not be rearrested now. Notice has been issued to the Maharashtra government, and a reply will be filed by them in few days, and after that another hearing will take place.
All right, Akanksha, stay on with us. Let's go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who will give us more details about this case. Shambhavi, what is it that the defense counsel argued in court, after which, this observation has come to the fore, and we're now learning that 12 of the accused have been essentially given a free run?
So originally, when in 2006 this 711 case happened, after this, a special court in Mumbai convicted 12 people, out of which 5 of them they gave life sentence, and 7 of them they actually gave life imprisonment. But later, Bombay High Court acquitted all of them, saying that the center has utterly failed in proving their point. And now, when the Maharashtra government appealed to the Supreme Court, Sushant Mehta arguing to the Maharashtra, they said that they just want Supreme Court to review and overturn the Bombay High Court judgment, and then they're not saying that all the 12 accused who have been acquitted to be now sent back into the jail. They are not seeking rearrest of the acquitted men. They're just concerned that whatever the legal findings of the Bombay High Court in the Bombay High Court are, particularly which are related to the MCOCA, they could impact the other ongoing or future MCOCA cases. So therefore, the state just wanted Supreme Court to stay those findings and prevent the judgment from being used as a precedent in other terror cases as well. Back to you.
All right, Shambhavi, stay on with me. Let's also go across to my colleague Aditya, who joins me live from outside the Supreme Court. Aditya, what can we expect next, and what more do you have on this case about why these 12 accused who have been essentially acquitted now after the Supreme Court has stayed the Bombay High Court judgment, and why is it that they cannot be rearrested in this case? If you can just explain that in layman terms to our viewers.
Well, sure. The first, that today's argument Now, the state has argued that there should be a limited stay. Now, what does a limited stay mean? It means you stay the operation of the judgment up to an extent. Now, up to what extent? In this case, the extent was not to rearrest the accused. In this matter, the Supreme Court observed that there are certain media reports which suggested that accused were released from the jail. In this case, what happened actually, the state and the bench build a consensus, agreed to the point that as the accused have been released from the jail, they should not be rearrested. But the stay on the Bombay High Court is very much important or pertinent, considering that this judgment of the Bombay High Court might affect the trial pending or might affect some matters who are sub judice in the MCOCA trial. Today's argument was from the union. The union lawyer, Tushar Mehta, he argued that this matter is actually much more than the Bombay High Court ruling. The first, as a lot of matters are pending, a lot of matters are sub judice before the court, this High Court ruling findings on the MCOCA might affect that ruling. The basic of the gist of this whole observation, argument, and the judgment is that the first, as the accused were released from the jail. Now, what exception could it have been? We have seen it 2 years ago, there was a matter, certain matters from Bombay High Court where a bail was granted. Then on a weekend, Supreme Court sat and set aside the bail order. In this matter, what could have been done in an exceptional way was that if a Supreme Court hearing is done to ensure that the order can be stayed or likely be stayed, which would have ensured that the accused are not released from the jail. Now, as the accused are released from the jail, now the issue are that the Supreme Court gave onus, gave a relaxation, gave a leverage for the fact that as they have been released from the jail, they should not be rearrested.
Aditya, stay on with me and do tell us, for all the victims who have been trying to find some sort of closure from this case for so many years, this is essentially in a way justice delayed and now justice denied. And our only question is, why is it that the 12 accused in a blast case which claimed so many lives are being given a free run by the judiciary?
Actually, the matter before the Supreme Court came after two trials, the trial from the subordinate court and the trial from the High Court. Now, in the order of the High Court observed and finds that there were not enough evidence produced before the High Court which could have resulted in a conviction. So in this case, the burden of proof is much, much on the state, on the union, challenging that order or the judgment of the High Court. Perhaps in this case, the best outcome could have been that something which could give a closure, something which could give a relaxation to all the people affected, all the people who were waiting for justice after so long years, prolonged judiciary system. Then the last which came today from the Supreme Court with the clarification that although we are staying the judgment of the Bombay High Court on a legal question, but you're not going to order on the rearresting of the accused, which is quite a setback for everyone who were expecting some closure, who were expecting that even though the judiciary might take a long time, but it should or it could, and there were a high level of a likelihood, very high chance that the justice was ensured and guaranteed in this case for everyone who were affected by the bomb blast happened a long back, but the memory is still there. And the burden to prove will lie on the state. The state, in this case, is the union to issue and to check that whether the justice has been given, whether the justice has been guaranteed, and the last and the foremost, the accused who are actually there, who did what they should not have done, who raised certain questions on the legal point to get the relief from the High Court, are actually brought to trial, actually brought to justice, and ensuring that there is an exception to the rule of law.
All right. Let's go across to my colleague Shambhavi as well. Shambhavi, what next for the prosecution? Is this essentially And are we looking at the end to this case and the trial that has been going on in court for so many years? And what is it that the prosecution can go ahead with to essentially keep the case going and make sure that justice is delivered to the victims, to the families of the victims who have been waiting for so many years?
Definitely, there will be nothing on the rearrest part yet, because that is the part where even SG has said that they're not seeking to rearrest those 12 people who've been acquitted. But of course, with the court also agreed with the SG request. The court said that, of course, they are not ruling anything on that part of the judgment. And also they agreed that the High Court's judgment will not be treated as a precedent in future cases, because that was one of the concerns which was raised by the Maharashtra government, and it stayed that part of the judgment. And they also issued notice in the main appeal, meaning that the court will now formally examine whether the High Court's acquittal order was legally sound or not. Back to you.
Right. Shambhavi, take us through Solicitor General Tushar Mehta's arguments, because we are learning that he has said that some of the observations which were essentially made by the Bombay High Court in the judgment can impact other pending trials under the MCOC. If you can explain that for our viewers in layman terms.
Definitely, they were actually seeking stay on the High Court's legal findings. So when we come to Tushar Mehta's argument, their main matter, apart from not seeking the rearrest of the acquitted men, were that they were concerned that some legal findings which were there in the Bombay High Court judgment, particularly which were those which were related to the special court, which actually ordered the convicted 12 people back in 2015. That was the concern. The legal findings in the Bombay High Court judgment, particularly those related to the MCOCA, could impact the other ongoing or future MCOCA cases. That was the point. So therefore, the state wanted the Supreme Court to stay on those findings and prevent the judgment from then being treated or used as a precedent in other terror-related cases or other similar cases.
All right. Shambhavi, let's go through this particular argument that the SG has put forward. He has in fact said that the accused are essentially not required to be in jail, and this is something that the state, that is the Maharashtra government, had put forward to the court as well. They only want the question of law to be decided. If you can explain that more.
Yes, that is what the update is about. There are two parts to it. One is the rearrest of the 12 acquitted men, which was done by the Bombay High Court. Originally, after the blast in 2015, there was a special court in Mumbai who convicted 12 people. 5 of them they sentenced to death penalty, and 7 of them they sentenced to life imprisonment. Later now, Bombay High Court acquitted all 12 of them and specially definitively cancelled, nullified the death penalty order of those 5 people, and in turn acquitted all 12 of them, which in turn Maharashtra government went their appeal to the Supreme Court. That was two-parted appeal.
आरोपी थे उनकी निर्दोष मुक्तता की थी, उनको टोटली बाइज्जत बरी किया था, तो वो जजमेंट के खिलाफ इमीडिएटली महाराष्ट्र सरकार सुप्रीम कोर्ट आई। उन्होंने अर्जेंट लिस्टिंग की मांग की। परसों जस्टिस गवई ने इसकी अर्जेंट लिस्टिंग की मांग मान्य की और आज वो मैटर जस्टिस सुंदरेश इनके सामने था। इसमें राज्य सरकार, महाराष्ट्र सरकार को सफलता मिली है। इस आदेश को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्थगित किया है। ये क्यों स्थगित किया है? महाराष्ट्र सरकार का कहना था ये आदेश दूसरे मक्कों का आरोपी और कथित आतंकवादी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि जो 11 लोग अब बाहर है जेल से, वो बाहर ही रहेंगे, उनको नोटिस इश्यू की जाएगी, उनका रिप्लाई, रिजॉइंडर वगैरह सब होगा और बाद में सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसमें एक तो बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का जो डिसीजन है वो अपहोल्ड कर सकती है या फिर उसको पलटा सकती है। लेकिन अभी की इम्पोर्टेंट खबर यही है कि महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट को स्थगिति मिली है। लार्जर पिक्चर देखते हुए ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। हालांकि वो 11 लोग बाहर रहेंगे, वो मुद्दा इतना बड़ा नहीं है, लेकिन दूसरे आरोपी इसका इस्तेमाल ना करे इस जजमेंट का, इसलिए ये स्थगिति मिलना बहुत जरूरी था। और महाराष्ट्र सरकार को बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट ने जो ट्रेन ब्लास्ट में जो डिसीजन दिया था अभी कुछ दिन पहले, उसके ऊपर स्थगिति मिली है।
मराठी में भी एक बार आप लोग हटा लीजिए,
बघा
प्लीज
2006चा जो बॉम्बे ट्रेन ब्लास्टची केस होती.
All right, that was the statement that we were getting in from Siddharth Shinde. He's a Supreme Court advocate. He was giving us the latest update as far as this case is concerned. Remember, viewers, the Supreme Court has stayed the Bombay High Court order and ordered no rearrest for the 12 accused. Let's go back to my colleague Shambhavi, who joins us live for more on the case. Shambhavi, as we were discussing, do take us through the kind of arguments that the prosecution put forward, because let's remember the Bombay High Court, while it was giving out its judgment, essentially said that the prosecution had utterly failed to prove any case against the accused, and that it was hard for the court to believe that the accused had committed any sort of crime in this case.
Yes, definitely. The Bombay High Court did say that while acquitting all those 12 people which were previously convicted by a special court in Mumbai. And when we come to the what Maharashtra government is actually asking for now, their appeal against acquittal, they just wanted Supreme Court to review the Bombay High Court judgment that let off all the 12 accused, citing prosecutorial failure. But they made it very clear that they're not currently seeking to rearrest the acquitted men. That is what Solicitor General Tushar Mehta argued. Apart from this, instead of being concerned about the rearrest of the acquitted men, they were concerned that there were certain legal findings in the Bombay High Court judgment, particularly those which were related to the Maharashtra Control of Organised Crime Act Court, that is MCOCA, which could impact the other ongoing or any of the future MCOCA cases of the similar nature or even of the same state. Therefore, the Maharashtra state wanted the Supreme Court to stay those findings, to stay review on those particular findings and prevent the judgment from being used as a precedent in other cases as well. And then the Supreme Court clearly agreed with the Maharashtra request and said,
even though those 11 people have been let scot-free, in looking at the larger picture, a stay has been achieved on this judgment, and now this judgment cannot be used by other alleged convicts and terrorists in their Makoka trials.
All right, that was a very pertinent point made by Siddharth Shinde over there, the advocate, Supreme Court advocate on the 7/11 blast case. Let's viewers stay on with us. Let's slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you more details on this very crucial judgment that has come from the top court on the Mumbai blast case. Remember, the SC has stayed the Bombay High Court order and directed no rearrest of the accused, but also noted that this order cannot be a precedent for other criminals. Meanwhile, on the other side, we'll get you more details on the ED raids that are currently underway at businessman Anil Ambani's residence in Mumbai. And also, we'll get you that statement, that very controversial statement by AIMIM Neta, who is seen abusing Kavariyas.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And here's taking a look at everything else in the next 1 minute. Thoothukudi Airport in Tamil Nadu has undergone a major upgrade with a rupees 381 crore revamp, including a new terminal, extended runway and advanced facilities. The runway has been lengthened to 3,115 meters, allowing larger aircraft to land even after dusk. With improved infrastructure, the airport is now poised to handle domestic and potential international flights, boosting regional connectivity and economic growth. India and China held the 33rd WMCC meeting in Delhi to review the LSE situation and prepare for the upcoming special representatives talks. Both sides agreed to maintain peace, improve communication and resume cross-border cooperation, including river data sharing and the Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage. Amid heavy rains and rising water levels, the BSF water wing continues to vigilantly guard the unfenced international border in Jammu, where swollen rivers have flowed towards Pakistan. This specialized unit of the Border Security Force plays a crucial role in patrolling India's riverine frontiers, preventing infiltration, smuggling and other illegal activities. And on the other side of a very quick break, the details of the ED raids that are currently underway in Anil Ambani-linked properties in Mumbai. And also the details of that controversial statement by AIMIM leader Shaukat Ali, wherein he insults Kavariyas and likens the Yatris to goons.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Right now, India's permanent representative to the United Nations, Ambassador P. Harish, recently addressed the UN Security Council's quarterly open debate on the situation in the Middle East, emphasizing the need for peace and humanitarian assistance in the region. Here's what he had to say.
Today's meeting takes place against the backdrop of a persisting humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Intermittent pauses in hostilities are not enough to address the scale of humanitarian challenges confronting the people who grapple daily with acute shortages of food and fuel, inadequate medical services and lack of access to education. The health and education situation is particularly troubling. The WHO estimates that around 95% of all hospitals in Gaza are damaged or destroyed. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights reports that more than 650,000 children have had no schooling for over 20 months. The way ahead is clear, and India has been consistent in this regard. The ongoing human suffering must not be allowed to continue. Humanitarian assistance needs to be facilitated in a safe, sustained and timely manner. There is no substitute to peace. A ceasefire must be put in place. All hostages must be released. Dialogue and diplomacy remain the only viable paths to achieving these objectives. There are no other fixes or solutions. India shares historic and strong ties with our Palestinian brothers and sisters. We have always stood by them, and our commitment towards the Palestinian cause is unwavering. We were the first non-Arab country to recognize the state of Palestine. We support the Palestinian people in various ways directly and through our support to other organizations such as UNRWA. Our endeavor is to make a tangible impact on the daily lives of the Palestinians by implementing projects in diverse sectors. India is currently implementing projects valued at more than $40 million. India reiterates that the pathway to enduring peace is rooted in a two-state solution, one that establishes a sovereign, viable and independent state of Palestine within recognized and mutually agreed borders, living side by side with Israel in peace. India takes note of the high-level international conference on the implementation of a two-state solution scheduled next week.
All right, on the other side, we'll get you more details of the India-UK landmark free trade agreement deal, which Prime Minister Modi is set to sign with his UK counterpart, Keir Starmer. And also a clip that has now gone viral in Maharashtra. It's another case of M&S hooliganism on display, where M&S workers can be seen assaulting a man for not speaking Marathi.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
I couldn't be more excited to be speaking at Republic's Pre-AI Summit on the 25th of July. At this summit, we won't just be discussing what India's AI future could be, but we'll be actually building it together. Join me, other AI leaders, thinkers, builders, as we define India's next AI leader. See you there.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Gear up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, impact, and what's next for India. Join us tomorrow, that is July 25th, for the flagship Republic pre-summit. That is right, this is Republic AI pre-summit from the Republic Media Network's headquarters. We bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers, and tech giants as they decode India's AI leap. It's a perfect build-up to the Mega Republic AI Summit, and it all begins right here. All right, getting Osama. Big updates coming in right now, viewers. Right now, Russian plane reported missing, and we are getting some initial information on the story where this aircraft has disappeared from the radars. It's gone missing in the eastern parts of the Amur region, according to the reports that we are getting for our viewers. That is right. Back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. And the governor said that according to the data, there were around 43 passengers, including 5 children and 6 crew members on board. Air traffic controllers have lost contact with this passenger plane carrying approximately 50 people. The governor says there were at least 43 passengers on board, and a search and rescue operation is underway. The plane was operating by a Siberia-based airline. It dropped off the radar screens while approaching its destination. That is right. Now, remember, this is an initial report coming in. This is a top story in terms of live and developing stories. So we are still getting more updates here, but we're learning more details as per who was on board. There were children on board as well. Akansha is joining us live right now. Akansha joining us live from Republic Newsroom. Akansha, the plane is thought to have 43 passengers on board, including some children. It lost contact just a few kilometers from the airport near the destination city. Yes. Akansha, can you hear me? All right, we'll go to Akansha in a short while from now, but this is a developing story, by the way. So we're still getting live inputs on the story. At least 2 children were on board this aircraft. Russian plane with 43 passengers has gone missing. And there's some back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers, where we are learning that the air traffic controllers have lost contact with the passenger plane carrying 43 passengers. It's gone missing. It's really off the radar now. The local emergencies ministry said the plane was being operated by a Siberia-based airline, and it went missing while it was going towards a destination city. Now, remember, the search and rescue operations are still continuing right now. Air traffic controllers have lost contact with this aircraft. And I want to go to Akansha. Akansha, now this is a developing story right now. We have just broken the story, and inputs are coming in slowly here. What do we know so far about this plane which has disappeared? Rescue operations have been launched, but no sight of the plane yet, Akansha.
Absolutely. The search and rescue operation is currently underway. All necessary forces and means have been deployed by the Russian authorities to search for this plane which is currently missing. What we're learning so far, Shivangi, is that this Russian air traffic control that they have lost contact with an AN-24 passenger plane with nearly 50 people on board, and this happened in eastern Amur region is what we're learning. As per the reports, 43 passengers including 5 children and 6 crew members were on this plane when this incident happened, and it was in fact just a few kilometers away from the destination when it lost control. So a concerning news coming in from Russia as far as this plane is concerned. As you also pointed out, the search and rescue operation is currently underway. All means have been deployed by the Russian authorities there to locate this plane, which was just few kilometers away from the destination when the air traffic controller lost connection with this. We're trying to get more details as to how many passengers were there on the plane and what their families are saying. But right now we're learning that there were as many as 50 passengers, 43 were adults and 7 children on board this plane that has gone missing. In fact, it was few kilometers away from the destination when this took place, and as per the authorities there, we're learning that AN-24 is the plane which was operated by Angara Airlines. It failed to make any contact at the designated checkpoint a few kilometers from the airport where it was supposed to land. A very concerning news there coming in from Russia. All efforts are currently underway to locate this plane by the Russian authorities, Shvangi.
That is right. So we're getting some backup updates coming in right here, Akansha. And we are coming to know that the first attempt to land this plane was not successful, and the controllers have lost contact. They have lost contact. So there's some backup updates coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV, about what exactly is happening on here. And we are being joined by Ishan, our correspondent, joining us live. Ishan, I'm coming across to you right now. And, this is a story we're tracking very, very closely. It's a story which is new, it's fresh, still waiting for more inputs to come in. What are you learning about this plane? It's a Russian plane. It has disappeared, and there's effort right now to find that plane. There were 43 passengers and even children on board.
The AN-24 plane is an old aircraft, and Russia has recently started using these older aircrafts in its civil aviation industry because of the Ukraine war, where the components and parts and spares for Boeing and Airbus aircraft were stopped being sent to Russia. So Russia had to resort to either manufacturing its own aircraft or to start using its older aircraft. The AN-24, AN-32s, which were primarily designed for military and airlifting capabilities, have been converted into civil airliners. These aircrafts have an older airframe and have structural issues, and now are being used by civilian aircraft, causing a lot of risk to the passengers that go online. The AN-24 and AN-32 aircrafts were designed primarily as medium lift carrier aircraft for troop transport and carrying of weapons and equipment. Indian Air Force also operates AN-32s. However, these are not used for civilian transport or civilian passengers by other nations. Back to the studio.
Right. Ishan, you're helping our viewers understand about this plane. But right now, what do we know about this plane completely going missing? Because it's absolutely off the radar, and that is a shocking point, that a plane which was about to land, which is very close to destination, it's a Russian plane, completely disappeared from the radar.
Completely disappearing from the radar is very uncommon for these civilian aircraft because they have two modes of communication. First is the direct radar communication, which is established within visual lines, and the second would be the transponder signal that comes from the aircraft through and is tracked.
All right, Group Captain
satellite.
Augustine Vinod is joining us right now on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Group Captain. And this is quite mysterious right now, because for a plane to absolutely disappear, a Russian plane to absolutely disappear as it's nearing its destination is raising a lot of question marks. Rescue operations are underway. There is effort on to find this aircraft. If you could just take our viewers through exactly why do you think this has happened? So AN-24 aircraft has disappeared from the radars completely.
Yeah, this particular aircraft, AN-24, a version of it is there with the Indian Air Force called AN-32. It is a propeller aeroplane which is used for short haul, anywhere between 4.5 to 5.5 tons. And passengers of about 40 to 50 people travel in this particular aeroplane. Secondly, and most importantly, the area in which it was flying was completely wooded and not very populated area. So what happens there is, like someone previously was saying, there are two modes of communication. One is radar, and second is the radio communication. Third communication that the aeroplane continuously does is something called ATC, we call it, the transponder. In the military, we call it the IFF, Identification Friend of Foe. Basically, it is a secondary radar. So that also continuously transmits its position. Fourth and very important communication which happens is a passive communication called MLAT, multilateration. Now, multilateration happens whenever you either press the PTT, that is to talk to the communicator, or the radar energy, or the IFF or ATC, which I am talking about, where an MLAT receiver triangulates your position, which is how we found the initial positions of MH370, if you remember. So it is just a matter of time we'll find the wreckage. Whenever the aeroplane goes below a certain altitude, it disappears from the radar, it disappears from the secondary surveillance radar, and also it disappears from the communication range as well. So it is just a matter of time that we'll be able to interpolate the point at which it went missing to the point where it could have impacted the ground. And maybe by evening or by tomorrow, the wreckage should be found, unless it is mountainous terrain where it might take some time, maybe a week or so. But the fact still remains, it is a twin-engine aeroplane. How can it go missing like that? And especially when you're coming into land is a very big question. It could even be, controlled flight into the terrain, because the N-24, as far as I know, does not have the ground proximity warning system, GPWS as we call it. So that is something which we need to look at. If there was no GPWS and has it gone into the ground while it is recovering or coming on finals in an wooded area with fog and stuff like that. So as time passes, we'll get more and more information. But a bad year for aviation, many crashes. In fact, yesterday there was a crash on the highway in Italy, and there was another crash when two aeroplanes took off. One was landing and one was taking off, and they went into each other. So in past 3 days, we have seen at least 3-4 crashes world over. Aviation needs, मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ नारियल तोड़ना पड़ेगा इनको, क्योंकि this year has been very, very bad. Over to you.
Right. Okay. I'm being joined. I request our guests to stay with us. I'm being joined by Group Captain GP Bajpa, aviation expert, also joining us here on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here, Group Captain. And we know that this plane is missing. We know that it is off the radar. But we're trying to really understand what is happening here, given the fact we have seen such instances in the past. Airlines all over the world, even in India, where we see technical glitches. But this looks like a very serious case of a plane completely disappearing off the radar. How rare is this, Group Captain?
Madam, good morning to you. It seems as the news is breaking, for last 1 hour or more, aircraft is not in the contact of radar, as well as on ATC control. As the news is saying that it was supposed to land and it was just few kilometers away. So I'm very sure it must be in the RT contact with the ATC tower. That contact was also lost, and the aircraft is missing from the radar also. Since with the ATC, they communicate in such a short distance with DU HF sets. And with all probability, this aircraft has got crashed. I am not fully aware of the terrain prevailing over there. It might be certain hill ranges where it got crashed. But this particular aircraft, AN-24, is in the civil aviation with the Russian and Ukrainian countries, and its modified version, AN-32, Indian Air Force, is operating for more than 40 years. So this aircraft, AN-24, is a quite old aircraft design. In fact, the airframe of AN-24 was adopted for AN-32. In AN-32, we had installed more powerful engine, which is under operation with Indian Air Force. Both these aircrafts are turboprop aircraft, and the AN-32, which we are operating, is more powerful, more advanced. It can be operated on ALGs also, more seating capacity. But AN-24 is much older design. with respect to airframe. With all probability, this aircraft has got crashed, and sooner than later, we'll come to know the further details about this aircraft.
All right. Also being joined by Meenu Wadia, aviation expert and former Air India captain, is joining us right now. And like we are being joined by Group Captain Bajpai, where he's saying that the AN version that India has is more advanced. However, the AN-24 mostly has been retired globally. They are out of date. There are safety concerns, lack of spare parts. Now, this is an AN-24 aircraft, which is gone absolutely missing. Your first reactions? Mr. Wadia?
It's old. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, even if the aircraft is old, now almost all the aircrafts are fitted with transponder switches. And the latest transponders are S-mode transponders, which give you detailed information of where and tracking the aircraft. And even if this transponder is switched off by the captain from the cockpit from the aircraft, even then the aircraft can be tracked by secondary surveillance radars from the ground in any case, which used to be the old technique of tracking aircraft. So I'm very surprised that an aircraft can go completely off the screens. Yes, as you presume, if it is gone into the hills, even then if it is gone, the radar should be able to track it. The radar should be able to know where it has gone and where it has crashed likely also. So it's a little surprising with today's technology, an aircraft can suddenly disappear. Even if the pilot puts off the transponder switch, it cannot disappear unless it has, the radar may be aware of it, where it is, and if they may be aware if it is crashed in which area, etc. So not knowing is unlikely.
Right, right. Mr. Wadia stays with us, aviation expert, also former Air India captain, and you're a former Air India captain now. Of course, we're talking about this aircraft. We're talking about, yes, it doesn't have spare parts, it's outdated, it's missing. But, there's a larger issue here, larger issue of aircrafts which have not been updated, technical glitches, lot of safety concerns have also been raised. Now, they were children, Mr. Wadia, inside this very plane. There were many children, from what we understand, inside this very plane. And this definitely is shocking, given the fact that that passengers all over the world, they trust the captain, they trust the plane when they fly.
It's unusual because if you saw that Malaysian aircraft also, but that was in an area where one can expect that the radars were not totally up to date. But in Russia, they have all their secondary radars totally up to date, and they have these transponders on the aircraft also, which track the aircraft totally. So I am a little surprised that I am sure the radar in Russia must be aware in which area it is, and they may be holding back the information. But once the information comes, I don't think they can hide it too much, that they should be able to tell you where the aircraft is and what has happened to it.
That is right. Just getting our viewers, I just suggest if you could just hold on for a second because I just want our viewers to understand what exactly is happening there. We are getting our guests to really decode what is going on. Air traffic controllers have lost contact with an AN-24 passenger plane, which is carrying approximately 43 plus people in Russia's far east. A search operation is underway. This is what the governor is saying. And from what we understand right now, according to the data coming in, there were 43 passengers, including 5 children. Minimum, many children were on board and crew members were also on board. Okay, let's go straight across to Nick Kolyotin, live from Moscow, Russia. Nick is going to give us an inside look. Nick, this is a breaking news story all over the world, and updates are coming in. You are in Moscow, Russia. This is a Russian plane. What are you learning of? Any breakthrough on where this plane is?
According to Russian media authorities, probably the plane crashed with the 43 people who are probably dead, and the place where it happened now located, and rescue forces on their way. And it was a a big story in Russia after the sanctions in 2022 that all the international companies like Boeing, Airbus, they stopped working with Russia and supply all the details to the planes and all the service that they need. And instead of that, Russia started to using more and more of its own planes, but still they are under sanctions. And also there are a lot of drone attacks from Ukraine, which puts the airspace, civilian airspace of Russia under a lot of pressure. Many of the flights are canceled, changing their routes. And maybe those are part of the reasons why this plane crashed, but still it is too soon to know exactly what happened.
All right, so you're saying the investigation is right now underway in terms of search and rescue operations and to find this plane. Okay, we're getting some breaking news coming in. Wreckage has been found. Big breaking update coming in right now on Republic TV viewers. Wreckage found near the Amur region in eastern Russia. Okay, I want to go back to Nick. Nick, we're getting some information coming in right now. The wreckage of the Russian plane has been found. Are you picking up anything on this? It looks like the wreckage has been found. Do we know where it's near the Amur region? Is that close to the destination where this aircraft was heading? Nick?
Yeah, that's right. The wreckage was found and probably no one survived. And now Russia will investigate and try to understand if it was a technical issue of the plane itself or a mistake of the pilot. As I said before, because of the sanctions started in 2022 after the war with Ukraine, the big air companies like Boeing and Airbus stopped working with Russia. They are not supplying any more details to replace old ones, and they are not providing service. And that's why now Russia more using their own planes, and they are trying to develop new ones. And also there's a lot of drone attacks from Ukraine, which is putting a lot of pressure on the civilian airspace. And maybe those are part of the reasons for this crash of this plane.
Okay, Nick, so we're getting some updates coming in right now. Nick is confirming to us. He's a reporter from Moscow, Russia. Definitely big update and confirmation coming in from Russia. Wreckage of the Russian plane has been found. And like Nick is telling us, now the investigation will continue as to what led to this wreckage, this plane disappearing and now wreckage being found of the AN-24. Taking a short break. Much for coming up, viewers. We're live and breaking on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. And I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI pre-summit happening on the 25th of July. We're going to talk all things AI, innovations, the breakthroughs, what's India going to be like in this story. So be there. It's a build-up to the mega event, the Mega AI Summit. And I look forward to seeing you there.
ग्रेजुटी का चेक है, बस इन पैसों को हम कहीं इन्वेस्ट कर दें और रेगुलर इनकम भी आती रहे।
तो फिर फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स में डाल दीजिए। फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेयरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड और मनी मार्केट में पैसा डालते हैं और सिस्टमैटिक विड्रॉल प्लान के जरिए आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी मिलती रहेगी।
म्यूचुअल फंड्स में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Major crackdown on digital arrests and online scams in Cambodia. Over 3,000 individuals involved in this online fraud have been arrested. In connection with the betting app case, ED has issued fresh notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast cases. However, no rearrests to be done. ED raids Anil Ambani linked properties in Mumbai. Case registered against Reliance Anil Ambani group companies.
ये उत्पाती लोग हैं, आतंकवादी हैं, बवाल कर रहे हैं और पूरे देश में लोगों का जीना हराम कर दिया इन्होंने सड़कों को बंद करके.
AIM leader links Kavadiyas to goons, stokes another controversy. All eyes on India and UK's landmark free trade agreement deal. Keir Starmer hails the free trade agreement with India, calls it a major win for Britain. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, our top story this afternoon remains the Antonov 24 plane of Russian Airlines, which had disappeared now and it has been found. A wreckage has been found in the eastern Amur region. This Antonov 24 aircraft had disappeared from the radars of Russia's far east region. The Re-Amur government had confirmed this, and now the plane, which had about 43 people on board, including 5 children, which had lost contact a few kilometers from the airport during a go-around attempt near the city of Tinda, has been found. A wreckage now is being found in the eastern Amur region. That's the latest update that we are tracking at the moment. This Antonov 24 plane had disappeared from the radars a few hours ago. Subsequently, now in the far east regions of Russia, in the Amur province, a wreckage linked to this aircraft has been found. I have my colleague joining us live on the broadcast, Nick. Nick, what's the latest in terms of the wreckage that has been found? What are the details that we are tracking vis-a-vis these planes' disappearance and the circumstances under which it happened?
Yeah, now helicopters with medical teams, rescue teams are on their way to the place where the wreckage was found of this plane. 43 people are believed to be dead because the plane crashed and it was all in fire. And the region is in far east of Russia. It is the place where it's hard to come. That's why helicopters are also going there. It is next to the border with China, not far away from China. And this plane, Antonov 24, this is an old Russian plane with roots back to the Soviet Union, to Kiev, and those old planes, and maybe this is one of the reasons that could be that led to this disaster, maybe some technical issue of the plane, but still it is too early to know what exactly happened. Also, sometimes the weather could be really bad in Russia and in this region. It could be a failure of pilots, as we saw before in other disasters. And also the airspace of Russia is under a lot of pressure from the Ukrainian drones, which is putting a lot of stress on the civilian aviation all across Russia. And besides that, there could be other reasons that will be investigated soon. And on the board of this plane were also children. And this is a big tragedy. And now Russian authorities will speak with the families. They will need to explain them what happened to their loved ones.
Indeed, and the details that we are tracking is that there was something perhaps that happened during the landing attempts, because it was a go-around that the aircraft was attempting when it went off the radars. As you were rightly pointing out, that this Antonov 24 aircraft of the Angara Airlines was a Soviet-era dated plane. Can that be a potential consideration, that it was an older aircraft that could have led to some technical issues perhaps?
Yeah, maybe. After the war with Ukraine started, Russia is under sanctions, and that's why the planes that they are using, usually the Airbus and also Boeing, are replaced with the Russian versions of the planes, and they're also trying to develop new ones. And maybe it could lead also to those kind of problems, because they are doing all of that in a hurry, and there is no more support from the Western companies, no more details. to the planes, and now they need to understand what to do in order for those crashes not to happen again.
Indeed, and ladies and gentlemen, those are the latest details for those of you just tuning onto the broadcast. It is an Angara Airlines Antonov 24 aircraft that went missing off the radars just a few hours ago in the eastern provinces of Russia, in the Amur province in particular. Just moments ago, we broke the news that the wreckage has finally been found. Our reporter Nick is live from Moscow on this story and is bringing us more details as we continue to track the details. More than 40 passengers were on board, including children, about 9 crew members. Nick, those are the details that we are tracking on this story, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll closely look at this. Another air crash now being reported of an Antonov 24 plane of the Angara Airlines in Russia. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, in more breaking news updates, Cambodia has now busted a global scam racket of India, which had now led to the arrest of about 3,075 people, including nationals from 20 countries as part of an operation. Cambodian law enforcement have raided 138 locations and have detained more than 3,075 individuals, including 606 women, connected to various online scams. In one of the biggest global crackdown on online fraud networks, this is Cambodian authorities' biggest anti-scam racket bust, and the Cambodian authorities have arrested more than 3,000 individuals in a sweeping 15-day operation targeting digital scams, particularly that were operating from Cambodia. 20 countries and their nationals linked to these online scams have been arrested in this massive operation by the Canadian authorities. The move has come after the request from Indian authorities, including the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, the I4C. Those are the breaking visuals coming in from Cambodia, where a massive online scam racket has been busted. These are individuals, more than 3,000 of them linked, more than 800 of them were women, and all of them have been arrested by the Cambodian authorities in a 15-day mission in which they have had a complete crackdown on these online scam rackets that were operating out of Cambodia. 105 Indians have also been arrested as part of this racket in which the Cambodian authorities have cracked down. I have my colleague Shravan joining us live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Shravan, what's the latest in terms of the arrests and the coordination that the MHA and the MEA had with the Cambodian authorities here?
Well, in fact, it is a global racket that has now been busted, and to the credit of Indian investigative agencies, it turns out that after a detailed investigation that was basically carried out following multiple complaints of digital arrest, we are given to understand that Ministry of Home Affairs as well as Ministry of External Affairs, in consultation with Cambodian authorities, had basically provided details of how this entire online scam was being perpetrated from countries like Cambodia, Vietnam, and a few other places. As far as Cambodia is concerned, we are being told that there was a swift response really coming in from the Cambodian authorities, following which multiple arrests have taken place. In fact, 105 Indians are all set to be deported in the next few days. This by far is one of the biggest crackdown. You're essentially looking at a menace of a digital arrest. And Krutat, over the last few months, what we have essentially seen across India, there have been multiple complaints received by state polices with regards to digital arrest. Now, what essentially happens during a digital arrest? It is essentially at a time when you would get a call or a message on your WhatsApp stating that there is a case that has been registered against you, and the fact of the matter is that you would have the other person wearing perhaps a state police uniform and informing that the complaint has been registered, following which there are several people who have actually ended up losing money, some who have been in captivation for quite a long period of time, and what we have essentially seen that a number of people have over a period of time lost money in these scams that have been carried out. In fact, we're given to understand that the biggest challenge that the Indian investigative agencies were essentially facing is to basically find out the source of this entire scam. It turns out that these were call centers, these were centers that were operating in countries like Cambodia, and following the searches that were carried out, in fact, fake Indian police uniforms have also been recovered. Important to point out is that this is not just limited to India, but it turns out that countries like China and various others have also been a victim of a digital arrest, following which, remember, here this is the breakout that we have, and also the first pictures of the arrests that have taken place. If you take a list, if you look at the list of those who have been detained, Chinese happen to be the maximum. 1,028 Chinese have been arrested. 693 Vietnamese have been arrested. 366 Indonesians, 105 Indians, 101 Bangladeshis, 82 Thais, 57 Koreans. Now, in terms of the countries from where they were operating, it includes Philippines, Laos and Mongolia being some of the countries from where these operations were being carried out. In fact, specific information that the Ministry of Home Affairs as well as the Ministry of External Affairs had was based on the investigation that was carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation and the other state polices.
Thank you very much, Shravan, for tracking those details. As a massive crackdown now, ladies and gentlemen, ongoing in Cambodia. 3,000 arrested in online scams. We'll track the details closely as to what happens next and the next steps in this hearing. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news is coming in from the Supreme Court of India, where a hearing is going on between the state of Karnataka on the cancellation of the bail granted to actor Darshan in an alleged murder case of his fan Renuka Swami. The bench of Justice J.B. Pardiwala and Justice R. Madhavan are now listening to the arguments of senior advocate Siddharth Luthra for the state of Karnataka, where now heated discussions are ongoing. Remember, in the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that it was not convinced by the arguments of the Karnataka government vis-a-vis the Karnataka High Court judges vis-a-vis the bail granted to Darshan, and now the government is arguing in the case for cancellation of the bail of 7 accused people in this case. The latest are that Advocate Luthra is now focusing on why the bail for 7 people needs to be cancelled, particularly including Darshan. The Supreme Court hearing is on the plea of state government of Karnataka for the cancellation of the bail granted to the actor in the alleged murder case of his fan Renuka Swami. Luthra in the case has said that it is a case of 7 people being granted bail by the High Court in a murder case. The Supreme Court's justices are inquiring whether the state wants the cancellation of bail to just 7 or all the 17 people who have been charge-sheeted by the government. The government is arguing that they are focusing only on the 7 main people in this case, including actor Darshan. That's the big breaking development, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news coming in. Sources in connection with the betting app case say that the Enforcement Directorate has issued fresh notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda to appear before the Enforcement Directorate on August 11th. Earlier, the ED had issued notices asking him to appear before the Enforcement Directorate on August 6th. Actor Rana has also already requested more time for the questioning. So big breaking development coming in. Actor Vijay Deverakonda and Rana Daggubati, both of them on the radar of the Enforcement Directorate over the alleged betting scam case. Now Vijay Deverakonda has been asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate on August 11th. Meanwhile, actor Rana Daggubati had already asked for a deferment of the notice issued to him by the Enforcement Directorate to be produced for questioning. Massive developments coming in. The Enforcement Directorate now has issued a notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda to appear before it for questioning on August 11th. This is in connection to the betting app case that was ongoing in the state. The investigation authorities are now closing in with both the actors summoned linked closely to the alleged betting scam app scam, and fresh notices have been issued to Vijay Deverakonda this time. I have my colleague Aneri joining us live on the broadcast with more details on the story. Aneri, do tell us about the proceedings of the Enforcement Directorate vis-a-vis the questioning now, a new notice issued to actor Vijay Deverakonda.
Well, that's right. Sources have said that now the Enforcement Directorate have issued a new notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda. Earlier, he was asked to appear before the ED on the 6th of August, but now the date has been changed and now he has been asked to appear on the 11th of August. And this is in connection with the betting app case, which we have been seeing that the Enforcement Directorate has summoned, has booked 29 actors in this very case, and 4 actors have been asked to appear. But yesterday it was Rana Daggubati who was asked to appear, but he has sought more time to appear, and now we see that the Enforcement Directorate has given more time to Vijay Deverakonda, and he has now been asked to appear before the ED on the 11th of August instead of 6th August for questioning.
Thank you very much, Aneri, for tracking those details. 29 actors, ladies and gentlemen, on the ED's radar, including Rana Daggubati and now Vijay Deverakonda, summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Meanwhile, a lot more is making headlines across the nation. Let me take you through all those headlines in the next 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Thoothukudi Airport in Tamil Nadu has undergone a major upgrade with rupees 381 crore revamp, including a new terminal building, extended runway and advanced facilities. The runway has been lengthened to 3,115 meters, allowing larger aircraft to land even after dusk. With improved infrastructure, the airport is now poised to handle domestic and potential international flights, boosting regional connectivity and economic growth. India and China held the 33rd WMCC meeting in Delhi to review the LAC situation and prepare for upcoming special representative talks. Both sides have agreed to maintain peace and improve communication and resume cross-border cooperation, including river data sharing and Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage. Amid heavy rains and rising water levels, the BSF water wing continues to vigilantly guard the unfenced international border in Jammu, where swollen rivers flow towards Pakistan. The specialized unit of the Border Security Force plays a crucial role in patrolling India's riverine frontiers, preventing infiltration, smuggling and other illegal activities. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has started his two-nation visit with the United Kingdom on the invitation of the British Prime Minister. This marks his fourth official visit to the UK, reaffirming the growing depth and breadth of India-UK ties, particularly in defence, innovation, healthcare, education and diaspora engagement. Here are the highlights of the initial hours of the Prime Minister's arrival in the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, a fresh controversy has erupted. AIMIM leader Shaukat Ali has stoked a controversy after he insulted Kavadiyas. He said that the Yatris are disrespecting Hinduism and are like goons. That's a big controversial statement coming in from the AIMIM leader Shaukat Ali. Let's listen into what exactly he said.
ये तो कहा जाता है कि बीजेपी की कहनी और कथनी दोनों में फर्क है। ये कहते कुछ है, करते कुछ है। ये झूठ है, भारतीय झूठ पार्टी है। ये सारे झूठे मौजूदा वक्त में बीजेपी के अंदर है। तो अब क्या कह सकते हैं आप, जब सारे झूठों का एक पूरा टोला है, वो कुछ भी बोलते हैं, हमारे देश के लोगों को गुमराह करते हैं, नौजवानों को गुमराह करते हैं। कोई नेता का बेटा कांवड़िया कंधे पे जल लेकर के नहीं जाता। कौन जा रहा है? वही गरीब मजदूर, किसान, पिछड़ा। आप किसी ब्राह्मण के बेटे को नहीं देखेंगे। आप हम तो योगी जी से कहना चाहेंगे, आपने कहा था कि मुहर्रम के जुलूस में उत्पात मचाया जाता है, आइए आप हिंदुओं से सीखिए। तो हम तो देख रहे हैं अनुशासन, आपने कहा था। अब मुझे लग रहा है कि वो जो कांवड़िए हैं ना, वो हिंदू नहीं है। हमको लगता है कि वो बनावटी हिंदू हैं और हिंदू धर्म को वो बदनाम कर रहे हैं। तो योगी जी को संज्ञान लेना चाहिए इस चीज़ को, क्योंकि उन्होंने कहा था कि भाई हमारे कांवड़ियों को बदनाम किया जा रहा है, और ये बड़े अनुशासित लोग हैं। हिंदू धर्म बड़ा अनुशासित है। यकीनन हर धर्म अनुशासित होता है, लेकिन उस धर्म को मानने वाला जो होता है ना, वो अनुशासन को तोड़ता है। तो ये जो तथाकथित कांवड़िए हैं ना, इनका इलाज बस एक ही है, इनको ले जा करके जेल के अंदर डालना चाहिए, इनके ऊपर मुकदमा करना चाहिए। ये उत्पाती लोग हैं, आतंकवादी हैं, बवाल कर रहे हैं और पूरे देश में लोगों का जीना हराम कर दिया इन्होंने सड़कों को बंद करके।
Well, that was a shocking statement of Shaukat Ali of the AIMIM. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in from the state of Bihar, where the showdown over the Bihar's special intensive revision of electoral rolls continued for a fourth consecutive day at the parliament and the Bihar Vidhan Sabha. Now, the issue is proving to be a big point of contention between the NDA government and the opposition in Bihar and the national capital, who have in united voice questioned the move. The NDA maintains that this exercise is going to go against the democratic norms. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Court yesterday, the Election Commission of India submitted the affidavit defending its stance, and nearly 97% of the entire process has been already completed. With these updates coming in, whether the politicization of the special intensive revision in Bihar will yield any results for the opposition is something that remains to be seen. But here's a detailed sequence of events of what happened at the parliament earlier today.
The fourth day of the monsoon session, and opposition continues to take up the issue of SIR in the parliament. And as we can clearly see, the opposition have gathered here at the Makar Dwar, where they have the placards in their hand, and these are the all opposition party leaders, MP, protesting at the Makar Dwar of the parliament, where they clearly say that SIR is the death of democracy. They clearly is stating that quit SIR. SIR is attack on democracy. SIR is the special intensive revision which was carried out by Election Commission of India in the state of Bihar to ensure that the number of electors in the electoral rolls are there in the list who are the citizens of Bihar. But here are the visuals, all the opposition MPs protesting as they are demanding that debate and discussion on SIR should happen. But clearly the government sources have stated that ECI is a constitutional body and ECI can't be a party to the parliament to respond in the parliament on SIR. Also, Tejasvi Yadav's controversial remark now has come to a light, where Tejasvi Yadav has stated that elections should be boycotted, to which BJP has rebuted by stating that this is a Maoist kind of statement which Tejasvi Yadav has given.
Well, that's the latest from the parliament. Now for some information coming from the stars. SpaceX and NASA have teamed up again, and this time to launch a new mission called Tracers. The mission includes a pair of satellites that will watch how the solar storms affect Earth's magnetic field. Here's a 1-minute report on what all this mission is about.
A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket lit up the California sky, launching from Vandenberg Space Force Base just after 11 a.m. On board this rocket is NASA's Tracers mission. Two identical satellites designed to track how solar storms disrupt Earth's magnetic shield. When solar wind gets strong, it can snap and reconnect Earth's magnetic field lines. This process creates beautiful auroras, but it can also damage satellites and power grids. The twin satellites will fly in tandem to capture a real-time look at these magnetic explosions near the poles. Built by NASA, the University of Iowa and private partners, Tracers could help scientists forecast space weather before it causes trouble. Tracers will orbit 367 miles above Earth for at least a year, watching space weather in action and helping keep our planet safe.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, ED raids Anil Ambani linked properties in Mumbai. Case registered against Reliance Anil Ambani Group companies. Also coming up next, Supreme Court has ordered a stay on Bombay High Court's judgment that acquitted 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast case. What's next? Coming up only on Live and Breaking. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing the India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of AI in shaping a new India.
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I'm really excited to be a part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on 25th of July, where we discuss India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, gear up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, impact, and what's next for India. Join us tomorrow, July 25th, for the flagship Republic AI pre-summit. From the Republic Media Network headquarters, we bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers, and tech giants as they decode India's AI leap. It's a perfect build-up to the mega Republic AI summit, and it all begins right over here. Russian plane AN-24 carrying 43 passengers crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region. Major crackdown on digital arrest and online scams in Cambodia. Over 3,000 individuals involved in online fraud arrested. In connection with the betting app case, ED issues fresh notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done. ED raids Anil Ambani's linked properties in Mumbai. Case registered against Reliance Anil Ambani Group companies.
ये उत्पाती लोग हैं, आतंकवादी हैं, बवाल कर रहे हैं और पूरे देश में लोगों का जीना हराम कर दिया इन्होंने सड़कों को बंद करके.
AIMIM leader insults Kavariyas, likens Yatris to goods. All eyes on India-UK landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails FTA deal with India, calls it major win for Britain. The Thai and Cambodian soldiers fired at each other in multiple contested border areas. 3 civilians injured. Getting you some bigger news coming in right now, viewers in Republic TV. We're coming to know that the inside scoop is coming in on major political rumblings. That is right. Okay, so we're coming to know, viewers, that Ramnath Thakur meets BJP President. Ramnath Thakur is JDU RSMP. Sources indicate that Nitish has pushed his name for Vice President. So there has been a lot of buzz about who would be the next Vice President of India. And remember that as per the constitutional provisions, the next Vice President has to be elected as soon as possible. So there's a lot of buzz right now. Many names are being floated. But according to the latest update that we're getting for our viewers, there's some inside scoop on who would be the next Vice President. Ramnath Thakur meets BJP President. Ramnath Thakur is JDU RS MP, and sources say that Nitish Kumar has pushed his name for Vice President. So many names are being pushed right now. There's no, of course, this is source-based information coming in. However, we're coming to know that the election of the Vice President is of topmost priority already. The Election Commission has made it very clear that the next Vice President should be elected as soon as possible. EC has already initiated the process of electing the next Vice President, and it's begun the process to elect the next Vice President of India following the resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar. On completion of the preparatory activities, the announcement of the election schedule of the office of VP of India will follow as soon as possible. And in the midst of all this, we are getting more updates as to the names which are being floated. Getting some Patna, and these protests are becoming very, very intense. So we have cut across to those live pictures of the NSUI protest. This is over the voter revision, where we see that already the NSUI activists have been clashing with the police, and this is a protest which is part of its planned agitation. They're protesting on various issues, but this particular protest is over the SIR issue. That is right, the SIR issue, which has become a bone of contention really, not just in the parliament, but also in the Bihar assembly. So this is what we see right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Earlier we saw a lot of ruckus already over the SIR issue in in the Bihar Assembly, and the opposition has been demanding debate on it in the parliament. But right now, it looks like the NSUI activists are now on the streets. They're clashing with the police there as the protests continue over the SIR. Remember, the opposition had also held rallies there once the SIR exercise was announced. We have seen similar protests in the parliament against SIR exercise in Bihar. Now, this is despite the fact that the EC has pointed out a lot of red flags in the old electoral rules. I want to go straight across to Prakash. Prakash, you know, we have seen multiple protests in the Parliament and Bihar Assembly, but now on the streets of Patna over SIR.
Well, yes, the Congress party is protesting on the streets of Patna. The protest is being held by NSI, and we have already seen violent protest in Bihar Vidhan Sabha by the opposition party members, including the RCom and the Congress party. And here, NSUI workers have marched from the headquarters of the Congress office, Sadakat Ashram in Patna, and have gathered at the Rajapur Pool, where they are protesting against SI. They say that they please that large number of electorates are being eliminated from the village. People who are migrant laborers live elsewhere in different parts of the state. They should be included and not eliminated. They fear that a certain section of the society, specifically the minorities, should not be eliminated. And they've been protesting in and outside the Vidhan Sabha. Now the Congress protesting in the wake of the Bihar Assembly elections in 2005. And large number of police personnel are also deployed here. And large scale of police personnel are deployed here to tackle the violent protest. And soon we would also witness arrested and detention made. The Congress trying to make its point here in Bihar by protesting against the SIR.
That is right. That is right. Prakash, you know, if you could also take our viewers through what exactly is happening in terms of these protests, because we have seen how the EC has made it very clear. They flagged that the old electoral rolls had the voter list was so outdated. They were deceased in the voter list. There were multiple, names belonging to different constituencies. So definitely, even after that, we see a lot of protests happening. NSUI protest over SIR in Patna. I really have to move ahead right now, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of updates that we're getting for our viewers. And a top court has now reserved the order in actor Darshan case. That is right. Big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Arguments have concluded. The order has been reserved. Supreme Court heard plea of the state of Karnataka for cancellation of bail granted to actor Darshan in an alleged murder case of a fan. Now the arguments have concluded and the bail plea has been reserved. Okay, so big update coming in right now on Republic TV, and we see that the top court reserves order in the actor Darshan case. Actor Darshan case, the arguments, all of them have now been concluded, and the order has now been reserved. This is some back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And remember, this is coming in as we see that the order would be out very, very soon in this case. Supreme Court was hearing the plea of state of Karnataka for cancellation of bail granted to actor Darshan in an alleged murder case of a fan. And there were a couple of arguments which were made in this case. Latest coming in is that the arguments have now been concluded in this case, and the order has now been reserved. So this is the story that we are tracking very closely here on Republic TV, and remember that this case has been ongoing for quite a while now. We have seen Supreme Court, which has heard the Karnataka government's plea against Darshan's bail. Supreme Court has been hearing this plea challenging the grant of bail to Kannada actor Darshan, and the hearing has been gaining a lot of significance after the Apex Court had raised objections over Karnataka High Court's decision to grant bail to the actor. But now the arguments have already been concluded. So this is the bench which is comprising of Justices J.B. Pardiwala and R. Mahadevan. They have been making arguments in the court. And earlier, the bench had expressed strong reservations about the manner in which the Karnataka High Court exercised its discretion in granting bail to the actor in connection with the fan murder case. That is right, viewers. Back to what is coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. The Karnataka government, remember, had filed a plea seeking cancellation of bail granted to Darshan and other accused in this case. And we're getting some more updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And as we keep getting you more updates, we see that the Supreme Court had frowned upon High Court granting bail to Kannada actor Darshan. And post that, the arguments were being held. Top Court has reserved the order in actor Darshan's case. This is the actor Darshan case, viewers, and very soon the order has been reserved, and soon we'll exactly come to know what that order would be, because Supreme Court has been questioning Karnataka High Court bail to Darshan in a case. And Darshan, remember, was a Kannada actor. He was, the Supreme Court has said and expressed reservation over the Karnataka High Court granting bail to Kannada actor in the murder case. And the bench of Justices J.B. Pardiwala, R. Mahadevan said it was not at all convinced by the manner in which the High Court exercised its discretion. Now let's move ahead to some other stories we're tracking right now. We're coming to know that AN-24 aircraft has disappeared from radars in Russia's Far East. And now, after that, we're coming to know that the new Amur region governor has confirmed that the plane, thought to have 43 people on board, including 5 children, lost contact just a few kilometers from the airport near the city towards the destination. Now the wreckage has been found of that plane. Still getting some more updates coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. This was a AN-24 aircraft. It had children on board, and the wreckage has now been formed. The investigation is right now continuing as to what really led to this plane disappearing. And now we're getting these pictures coming in of the plane wreckage, which now has been found. The burning fuselage has also been found, viewers. That is right. Remember that the air traffic control operators lost communication with this passenger plane, and this helicopter that you see is flying. This helicopter has located the burning fuselage of a Russian passenger plane that went missing in Amur region after air traffic control operators lost communication. Now, an AN-24 operated by Angara Airlines failed to make contact at a designated checkpoint a few kilometers from the airport where it was supposed to land. And now a helicopter, I repeat, this is the helicopter shot which is coming in. So this helicopter found the wreckage of the Russian plane. And this is the aircraft, which is operated by a Siberia-based airline, was approaching its destination, which is near the Amur region adjacent to China, when the communication ceased. And then, after some time, the wreckage has been found. These are pictures coming first on Republic TV of this aircraft, which were missing for a while, and now the wreckage has been found while the search and rescue operations were continuing. So this is a rescue helicopter. From there, this is the shot coming in from the rescue helicopter, which finally located this burning fuselage and the burning wreckage of a Russia passenger plane that went missing. Which is coming in here first on Republic TV, viewers. Remember that the governor had indicated that there were approximately 43 passengers on board, comprising of some children, and also said that all necessary forces and means have been deployed to search for this plane. The emergency ministries provided a slightly different figure, though, stating that there were around 40 individuals on that aircraft. So, but approximately 43 to 50 passengers, including crew members, were on that aircraft. The plane went off radar during a go-around attempt. The communication was completely cut off. Finally, there is a big update coming in as to where this plane exactly is. So this plane wreckage has now been found. This is an AN-24 plane, went off radar during a go-around attempt. Now, this area looks like a very, very forested area where this plane has crashed. and the wreckage has been found. Now, we don't have any information as to what is happening in the rescue operation, so we're still waiting for that information to come in. We're also trying to understand, are there any survivors? Because this is the latest update coming in. The wreckage has just been located, but that rescue helicopter, which is right now flying on over the forested areas, and has finally located the AN-24 wreckage, which has been found, viewers. Okay, viewers, some back webs coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. This is a breaking news update coming in, viewers on Republic TV, and still there's no confirmation as to how many survivors are there. But this plane was carrying approximately 50 or 45 plus passengers. They crashed in the eastern Amur region, and the Russian air traffic control lost contact with the AN-24 passenger plane with the 49 people on board. All people on board are feared dead. This is what the local news agency is saying, but this is the preliminary data which is coming in. So there still has to be confirmation on if there are any survivors of this wreckage. The plane was being operated by a Siberia-based airline. It dropped off radar screens while approaching its destination, which is a town in the Amur region bordering China. The regional governor said that according to the data, there were some children on board, including the passengers, and the crew members were on board. There was a massive hunt which was launched to find this aircraft. So a massive hunt was launched, and finally there has been a breakthrough, and the aircraft has now been found, viewers, in those forested areas, and you can see that the wreckage is absolutely burning. Smoke is coming out. Still waiting for information on survivors. This is Russia's emergency ministry said that the debris of the passenger plane was located by a rescue helicopter. This is an Mi-8 helicopter which was operated by Russia's Civil Aviation Authority, which spotted this burning fuselage. It spotted the wreckage that you see on your screens, and debris has also been found on this mountainside. This was a burning wreckage which was found on the mountainside, not too far away from the destination of that aircraft. The helicopter, so far from the visuals that we see, though we are waiting for confirmation, has not seen any sign of survivors yet. However, smoke and a burning wreckage can be seen very clearly on the screen. So you can see the helicopters. These are rescue helicopters which are flying to find the wreckage. I want to go to Nick, who's joining us. Nick is live from Moscow, a reporter. Nick, so we know the rescue helicopters were deployed. There was a massive hunt operation. One of the rescue helicopters, Nick, found the wreckage in a very forested area, and we're still waiting for confirmation. And if you could perhaps help us understand any word on the survivors. Are there any survivors?
It is almost for sure there are no survivors, unfortunately, or the 43 passengers, including about 5 children, and the 6 crew members are dead. And we can see from the footage that you are showing, the wreckage is on fire. The place is really hard to get. Even the helicopters couldn't land there because there is a forest and it is on the side of a mount, and the weather is not so good. And this plane, An-24, was built about 50 years ago in Kiev, and it could still operate until 2036, but yet those old planes were about to be changed with the new IL planes, and it is going to happen next year in many far sides of Russia, where these inner planes that are taking people from one city to another inside of Russia will be replaced with the newer versions of Russian planes, and not the old Soviet Union ones that maybe could be part of the problem. Yet, in this case, all the options are checked, and maybe it was a failure of the plane or it was a mistake of the pilots.
All right. So you're saying, Nick, what you're trying to say is that the investigation will reveal as to why this happened, why this unfortunate incident happened where a plane went missing and now a wreckage has been found. And you also said that that authorities think that there are no survivors, which is extremely, extremely unfortunate. But as we wait for more information to come in, we do know that the AN-24 aircraft is retired globally. It is an outdated aircraft. Spare parts can't be found. There are safety issues when it comes to this aircraft. The question is that why was this aircraft flying?
I think because of the sanctions on Russia in 22, as the war with Ukraine started, a lot of sanctions put on Russia, including from the aircraft manufacturers like Airbus and Boeing, and they are not servicing anymore the planes that already inside of Russia. They are not supplying new details, and it is putting a lot of pressure on Russia to develop its own new planes, but it is taking, of course, time, and also the airspace of Russia under a lot of attacks from the Ukrainian drones. And also Russia is a huge country, and in those far regions they still don't have enough budgets to change all the old planes because in those places the salaries, the budgets, there is less money, and that's why it takes for them more time to switch to newer planes.
That is right. This is a big update coming in right now, on Republic TV. And like we were telling our viewers that this was a plane, AN-24 plane, which is globally retired. So it is an older plane. And now investigation will reveal what happened. It's a technical issue, or it was the fault of the pilot, or there was any other problem, like Nick is saying, that we don't know so far yet. But Nick, I want you to help our viewers understand how was this rescue operation launched, because it took a while to find this aircraft. Is this a mountainous region which is difficult to access? Or was there weather which is involved?
Yeah, definitely. It is a really hard area to get because there are a lot of forests there, a lot of trees, and it is a mountain. It was really close to the place where the plane was supposed to land, and actually it was the second attempt of the plane to land when it crashed just 15 kilometers from the place where it's supposed to land. And the plane can make it in 1-2 minutes. It's really close. And unfortunately, this is the most critical time of any plane. The landing time also as the takeoff time. So that's why in this time, maybe the pilots have a lot of responsibility to make it safe, to land safely, but still it is too early to understand what exactly happened there.
Right, okay. Now joining us there, Nick, with all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more. Wreckage has been found on the Russian plane, viewers, and still the investigation will reveal what really happened. Let's move ahead right now, viewers, because Prime Minister Modi has started his two-nation visit with the UK at the invitation of British Prime Minister. Now, this marks his fourth official visit to the UK. It's his fourth official visit, reaffirming the growing depth and breadth of India-UK ties, particularly in defense, in innovation, healthcare, education, and the diaspora engagement. Here's a highlight of the initial hours of the Prime Minister's visit in the UK.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah reviewed major hydro and solar power projects across region. He has directed for accelerating execution timelines and resolving bottlenecks. This meeting also deliberated on the hydropower police draft, which aims to replace 2011 policy and open new avenues for private investment. Operation Langara continues in Uttar Pradesh. Another notorious miscreant named Kuldeep was injured during a police encounter in Lucknow. Injured is shifted to a hospital while a number plate on the motorcycle, 2 cartridges, 1 pistol and rupees 25,000 were cash was recovered from his possession. A big meeting of All India Imam Organization will be held today in Haryana Bhavan in Delhi. Several prominent imams across the country have been invited. Meanwhile, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat may also attend the meeting. Getting you some more updates coming in, viewers. Let's go ahead. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done. In connection with the betting app case, ED issues fresh notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live in breaking.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 1:30 p.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. The spotlight remains on the Supreme Court's order on the 2006 Mumbai blast case, where they have stayed the acquittal that was granted by the Bombay High Court. However, the accused will not be rearrested. Acquittal has been stayed, but convicts remain free. And why is that so? The big question remains that. We're tracking that and a lot more for you on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Russian plane AN-24 carrying 43 passengers crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region. Major crackdown on digital arrests and online scams in Cambodia. Over 3,000 individuals involved in the online fraud arrested. In connection with the betting app case, the Enforcement Directorate issues fresh notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused person in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done. ED raids Anil Ambani linked properties in Mumbai. Case registered against Reliance Anil Ambani group companies.
ये उत्पाती लोग हैं, आतंकवादी हैं, बवाल कर रहे हैं और पूरे देश में लोगों का जीना हराम कर दिया इन्होंने सड़कों को बंद करके.
AIMM leader insults Kavariya's links them to goons. All eyes on India-United Kingdom landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails FTA deal with India, calls it major win for Britain. Thai and Cambodian soldiers fired at each other in multiple contested border areas. 3 civilians have been injured. Starting this edition with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with Darshan's bail plea, where the top court has now wrapped the High Court over Darshan's bail plea. The Supreme Court will examine High Court's bail that has been granted to Darshan. A huge news break that Republic Canada is getting. Remember, Darshan was earlier granted bail by the High Court. As far as the Goswami murder is concerned, the Supreme Court today has questioned where they have taken into confidence the CCTV, the blood stains and the eyewitnesses account in the case. Shambhavi is joining me live on the broadcast on that note. Shambhavi, take us through the top arguments that were made inside the Supreme Court. I believe it was Siddharth Luthra who was advocating for the Karnataka High Court. I beg your pardon, the Karnataka government. Yes, Shambhavi. Shambhavi, if you can hear me, can you please take us through the top arguments that were made inside the Supreme Court as far as Darshan's bail plea is concerned?
Yes. So, of course, the Supreme Court very briefly heard the matter today related to the murder case in which the Karnataka government has challenged the bail which was granted to actor Darshan, and there were others as well by the Karnataka High Court. And then there was this bench of Justices J.B. Padewala and Mahadevan, which had early.
All right, Shambhavi, we are facing problem connecting to you with your network. However, we will get back to you on that top story. But for now, we move on to some other stories that we're tracking. And this is about the Enforcement Directorate raids on the businessman Anil Ambani's residence in Mumbai. Now, the preliminary investigation reveals illegal loan diversion of around rupees 3,000 crore from the Yes Bank. The Enforcement Directorate has found that just before the loan was granted, the Yes Bank promoters received money in their concerns. The Enforcement Directorate is now investigating the nexus of bribe and loan. This is a huge story that we are getting for you as far as the Enforcement Directorate raids on business tycoon Anil Ambani is concerned. We learned that the Reliance Communications Limited has also committed a loan fraud of rupees 14,000 crore allegedly. It is noteworthy that the Minister of State for Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary, confirmed in Parliament that the State Bank of India had classified Reliance Communications and its promoter, Anil Ambani, as fraudulent in accordance with the RBI guidelines. Now, the SBI had reported this classification to the RBI and is preparing to file a complaint with the Central Bureau of Investigation. Highly placed sources have also confirmed that undisclosed foreign bank accounts and foreign assets are also being investigated. Meenakshi is joining me live from Mumbai on that note. Meenakshi, where are you at this point in time? Where is Anil Ambani? Has his company or his organization issued any statement as far as the Enforcement Directorate raids are concerned?
Not yet. Anil Ambani didn't give any the statement or his company. Now, as you told, you got to know that the ED conducted search operation at several locations linked to industrialist Anil Ambani's companies in Mumbai, and 3 and more locations are on a radar of ED. 2 locations are in South Mumbai. One is in Port area where the Anil Ambani's Reliance Center is situated, and the another is near to ED office. It's also in South Mumbai, and it's in Balad state where the Anil Ambani's Reliance company is situated. Now, total the operation covered 35 locations and involved 50 companies and targeted over 25 individuals connected to this case. And as you told, we got to know that that a preliminary investigation reveals the illegal loan diversion of around...
Right, Meenakshi. All right, we seem to have a problem connecting with Meenakshi as well, but we will get back to that top story. For now, it's time for us to move on and focus on some international news. Thailand apparently has launched airstrikes on Cambodian military targets as Cambodia fired rockets and artillery, killing a civilian in a dramatic escalation of a long-running border row between the two neighbors. The neighbors are locked in a bitter spat over an area known as the Emerald Triangle, where the borders of both countries and Laos meet, and which is home to several ancient temples. The visuals of the clashes are on your screen. The clashes have got extremely unruly. We are getting reports of few people being injured and few being dead in the clashes as well. Remember, Thailand, this is the airstrike that Thailand has launched on the Cambodian military targets, as Cambodia had also fired rockets and artillery, killing a civilian in the dramatic escalation of a long-standing border row between the two neighbors. Joining me on the broadcast is Manish Pandey live from Bangkok. Manish, talk to us about what is it that happened today that triggered these clashes. It is a long-standing border row, as we understand, but what is it that we saw a huge escalation today?
I am living in Bangkok, in Patlam area, so we don't know what happened in the border area is going to clash there. So that's why we are seeing like this. Hello.
Yes, Manish, please go on. We can hear you.
We are seeing like this. Maybe they are going to solve very soon.
All right, Manish, and how is the situation like right now? If you talk about, we saw visuals on our screen where there were airstrikes and artillery that was being fired at the other side from Thailand specifically to Cambodia.
This is all going on happening in the border areas because I am living in the capital, Bangkok. So there is no effect in here because we are living on and we are not facing any kind of problems here.
Right. Manish, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Tuticorin Airport in Tamil Nadu has undergone a major upgrade with a Rupees 381 crore revamp, including a new terminal, extended runway and advanced facilities. The runway has been lengthened to 3,115 meters, allowing larger aircraft to land even after dusk. With improved infrastructure, the airport is now poised to handle domestic and potential international flights, boosting regional connectivity and economic growth. India and China held the 33rd WMCC meeting in Delhi to review the LAC situation and prepare for upcoming special representatives talks. Both sides agreed to maintain peace, improve communication and resume cross-border cooperation, including river data sharing and Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage. Amid heavy rains and rising water levels, the BSF Water Wing continues to vigilantly guard the unfenced international border in Jammu, where swollen rivers flow towards Pakistan. This specialized unit of the Border Security Force plays a crucial role in patrolling India's riverine frontiers. Cutting across to some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the Udaipur files row. The Jamaat has filed A petition yet again, and this is in the Supreme Court, against the centre approving Udaipur Files movie with 6 cuts. The petition says that Muslim community has been demonized in the film. So the Muslim community, the Muslim organization here, Jamaat in this case, has filed a petition in the top court, and this is after the court had allowed the centre to release the movie. However, it had given some directions saying that there should be several cuts in the movie. 6 cuts to be precise. Precise had been given to the film director, saying that once these 6 cuts have been done in the movie, only then can the film be eligible to be released. For the same, the Jamaat has now filed a petition in the Supreme Court against the centre approving Udaipur Files movie with 6 cuts. Now, the petition says that the Muslim community in the movie has been demonized. Udaipur Files controversy has been continuing for weeks now. Remember, this is a movie about the Udaipur tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was brutally murdered. The murder was recorded on a cam, and just because he was murdered because he decided to support the then BJP leader Nupur Sharma over her controversial statements. All right, staying on the story, it remains to be seen on how the top court reacts to the Jamaat that has filed a petition in the Supreme Court over the issue. Remember, it was the INB panel that had okayed the movie, and no Supreme Court not yet had been given. The INB Ministry Special Committee had on Monday, in fact, cleared the release of the film Udaipur Files, the Kanhaiya Lal Tailor murder, with a new disclaimer replacing the name. We also learned that the film would not be released in theatres as the Supreme Court bench asked the petitioners to file their objections to the committee's Monday order. The bench posted the matter for hearing on a Thursday. The Supreme Court had posted Udaipur Files Kanhaiya Lal murder movie release case for further hearing on Thursday, that is today, and said that till then the film would not be released in theatres. So a big hearing is awaited on that as well, which is going to come up at the top court in just some moments from now. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta had said the committee passed the order after watching the film and hearing objections from the Council for Petitioners. It has ordered additional cuts and changes apart from the 55 cuts that affected on orders of the Central Board for Film Certification, that is the CBFC, prior to allowing its release. The panel, remember, was headed by Additional Secretary in INB Ministry Prabhat and comprising of advisory panel members Anila Sharma, Satish Pandey and others. In its order, in fact, this committee had recommended release of the film for commercial public viewing after carrying out following changes and modifications. Now, the changes were, number 1, about replacing the existing disclaimer with a recommended one and include a voice over for the other disclaimer. Certain cuts that had been given. Shambhavi is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Shambhavi, the Jamaat has filed a fresh petition in the Supreme Court, and we also learned that the Supreme Court is to take up the matter today. Talk to us about what are the possible arguments that the Supreme Court could hear. I believe we are still not in touch with Shambhavi, but Shambhavi, if you can hear me and you can take us through about when is the crucial petition regarding the Udaipur files slated to come up in the Supreme Court today?
Well, yes, there was actually also an objection filed by Maulana Ashraf Madani, which was against the release of the Udaipur files. There were certain main objections. I'll take you through the main objections of the same. The point was the film's overall theme is vilifying the Muslim community. It is depicting them as inherently violent or deceitful. It also pointed out that how this movie is actually promoting a binary narrative, that is Muslim is bad, that non-Muslim is good. And then it also talks about various violations, legal violations of certification guidelines, like with the 55 CBST cuts, which was earlier suggested by the CBST, and then there were 6 minor cuts, which were suggested by the government, the committee, the screening committee. Now, the film still, according to the objections which was raised, the film still violates 5B of the Cinematograph Act. This section basically deals with how if a movie promotes communal disharmony, if it disrupts public order, these are the points which is banned under Section 5D. So this objection is talking that the film still violates Section 5D of the Cinematograph Act and also 1991 guidelines. The 1991 guidelines, a quick recap, is this: these guidelines also bars any kind of movie which brings which brings any kind of communal problems, communal causes, communal disharmony and all. The third point is, in the objections, they have pointed out the producer's past actions. The producer, Amit Jani, the producer of the movie Udaipur Files, they pointed out its past actions and the bias. They said that Amit Jani has a history of communal and inflammatory conduct, like hate threats and all. They also point out that in an ANI interview, he linked the Muslims with supporters of murderers. So they said that this, in turn, is exposing the film's malified communal intent. So they also pointed out about the key scenes which were cited as very problematic about, there were certain scenes shown as Muslims were calling for sacrifice of Hindu leaders, or there were repeated references to Pakistan. And they also point out that how every Muslim character in the movie is portrayed negatively while non-Muslims is shown virtuously. So these are the kind of that this person petition is they are raising and saying that the court should never let the movie see the light of the day. They've also pointed out that even after the 6 cuts which were appointed by the committee, the screening committee, who heard both the parties regarding releasing of the movie, they were just cosmetic cuts. They did not change the narrative of the movie. They did not change the actual problems of the movie. And they also said that the government committee did not consider the main points, the main problems that the petitioner had with it. So, yes, definitely we're looking forward to see what the Supreme Court is going to, what is going to be Supreme Court stands in all these matters. Back to you.
Very much for getting a detailed note on that story. And with that, moving on to some other stories that we're tracking. Now, after Jagdeep Thankar had relinquished his post of the Vice President, the question remained over who is going to be the next Vice President of India. We learned that the JDU Rajya Sabha MP Ramnath Thakur has met the BJP President JP Nadda. Sources are saying that it is Nitish Kumar that has pushed his name for the post of the Vice President. So is it going to be Nitish Kumar after Jagdeep Thankar is the big question. Remember, in a very mysterious exit, it was just 2 days back when Jagdeep Thankar had put his resignation at around 9:25 p.m. to the President of India, saying that he wants to resign on the basis of his health. However, there were speculations and speculations and speculation that grew over his mysterious exit and his sudden exit, many of them saying that it could be because he was turning into a Congress magnet, because of which he was told to resign from his post. Joining me on the broadcast is Prakash, my colleague from Patna. Prakash, what are the possibilities of Nitish Kumar becoming the Vice President of India?
Given the political situation as of now and given the situation that Nitish Kumar's fragile health is concerned, I don't see any possibility of Nitish Kumar becoming the next Vice President. Just as a matter of fact that it's not just a ceremonial post like the President of India you have to sign, but it is a post where you have to address businesses in the house, specifically the Rajya Sabha. The Rajya Sabha is an important house where a lot of businesses are concerned, and you have to take care of the house, the dealings of the house, the proceedings of the house. And given the mental framework as well as the health condition of Nitish Kumar, as of now, I don't see any possibility. There can only be possibility for the time being, like if Nitish Kumar is, if at all made the Vice President for 2-3 months and then there would be a graceful exit. I wonder what kind of ceremonial exit or graceful exit the BJP is planning for him, because day in and day out, I have covered Nitish Kumar for a long time, and I don't see the same mental framework which he was 5 years ago or maybe 20 years ago, because I've seen him as a mercurial speaker, a brilliant orator, which is lacking. Yesterday's speech also, there's no sync with what he speaks and what he feels. So I rule out that possibility. Even maybe Ramnath Thakur can be one of the candidates, because for the Bihar Vidhan Sabha elections, he's the son of Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur, who is seen as the leader of the EBC vote bank, and that is how it can pan out. But I feel that still the BJP would want its man at the helm of affair in the Rajya Sabha to conduct the business and the proceedings of the House in a smooth way, because the kind of embarrassment Jagdeep Dhankar has given them, it looks a distant possibility that someone from outside can be made the Vice President of India, because it is not just the Vice President, but also the chairman of the Rajya Sabha, and
Right,
which
Prakash.
conducts a lot of businesses and proceedings in the House.
Absolutely. Prakash, thank you very much for getting us those details, the inside scoop on whether Nitish would be the next Vice President or not. It's time for us, on that note, to slip into a very short break. But after the break, we're getting you the details of the biggest digital crackdown on online scams in Cambodia. Also coming up after the break is the details about the betting scam case, where the Enforcement Directorate has now issued fresh summons to actor Vijay Deverakonda. Don't go anywhere. Republic is live and breaking.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
All right, we begin with this breaking news that's just coming in, and this is about the Enforcement Directorate heat on Anil Ambani, where the Reliance Infrastructure has now issued a statement, and it's a detailed statement that says, and I quote, Reliance Infrastructure Limited wishes to clarify regarding the media reports by recent action by the enforcement agency. The said actions have absolutely no impact on the business operations, financial performance, shareholders, employees, or any other stakeholders of the Reliance Infrastructure. The media reports appear to pertain to allegations concerning transactions of Reliance Communications Limited, RCom, or Reliance Home Finance Limited, the RHFL, which are over 10 years old. This is the latest and the first statement that the Reliance Industries, the Reliance Power has issued. And this comes just hours after we got that breaking news where we learned that the Enforcement Directorate has raided residences and business entities of the business tycoon Anil Ambani. Pranav is joining us on the phone line on that note. Pranav, take us through the detailed statement that the Reliance Group has issued.
Well, Tanisha, actually, in fact, all the Anil Ambani Group companies, in fact, most of the Anil Ambani Group companies that have been listed on BSE, on the stock exchanges, have issued a statement, distancing themselves from the ongoing action by the Enforcement Directorate. And this actually comes after most of the stocks of these companies, that is, RCom, R Power, actually hit a lower circuit on the stock exchanges today. So the stock has taken a dip because of the ED action today, and it's only after that that the statement has been issued.
Right, Pranav, thank you for getting those details. Shravan joins me from the newsroom on that. Shravan, what is this case all about? What is it pertaining to, and how far has the probe reached?
We can just put out the breaking news now coming in. We're getting in more details of the investigation that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. So the Anil Ambani Group, multiple companies that have basically come under the scanner. We are now given to understand a 14,000 crore rupees loan has come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. There is a direct allegation that has been leveled by the Enforcement Directorate against Anil Ambani's company with regards to defrauding the Canara Bank of about 1,050 crore rupees. Now, these are two other additional information that we are getting in right now. As we speak, 35 locations where these searches are being carried out. 50 companies are already under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. This perhaps is the biggest crackdown that you're essentially looking at as far as companies of Anil Ambani is concerned. The preliminary investigation was carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The FIR was first registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The SEBI has also provided further information to the Enforcement Directorate, providing details about how one particular bank has been completely defrauded, and the fact that there was a nexus that was going on between the Anil Ambani companies and Yes Bank officials. So much so, they are making a direct allegation that Yes Bank officials were bribed by Anil Ambani's companies for procuring these loans, which we are given to understand has been siphoned off. Not just that, the Enforcement Directorate is also indicating the fact that there are multiple shell companies through which the money has also been diverted. These are exclusive details that have been obtained by Republic TV from top sources within the Enforcement Directorate about the crackdown that we are essentially looking at right now.
Right, Shravan, thank you very much for getting us those details. We're keeping a very close watch on that top story. But for now, it's time for us to quickly slip into a very short break. Coming up after the break are more details on how an acquittal of the 2006 Mumbai blast convicts have been stayed, but the convicts still remain free as there has been no rearrest that has been ordered.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching Republic TV with me, Akansha Khajuria. Get up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for the country, India. Join us tomorrow, July 25th, for the flagship Republic AI Pre-Summit from the Republic Media Network headquarters. We bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers, tech giants as they decode India's AI leap. It's perfect build-up to the Bega Republic AI Summit. And here is where we begin. In fact, let's cut live to the Lok Sabha proceedings.
Table your 377. Item number 5, Goa Rajya Sabha Nirvachan Kshetra Anusuchit Janjati Pratiniधित्व का पुनः समायोजन विधेयक 2024.
लेना नहीं बोलो, लेने दीजिए. सभापति जी, मैं आप देखिए अनुरोध करता हूं सदस्यों कि ये कल भी ये बिल आया था, एक मिनट ये द रीएडजस्टमेंट ऑफ रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब इन असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज ऑफ द स्टेट ऑफ गोवा बिल 2024 है ये. तो ये चर्चा में ऑलरेडी है. मैं चाहता हूं कि ये एसटी के हितों से संबंधित बिल है. गोवा विधानसभा में एसटी को रिप्रेजेंटेशन मिले, इसके लिए अपोजिशन साथ नहीं दे रहा है, हल्ला कर रहा है. तो इसका मतलब एसटी के हित में भी ये बात नहीं करना चाहते. अनुसूचित जनजाति के हित में इनको बात करनी चाहिए. इतना महत्वपूर्ण बिल पेंडिंग है, लगा हुआ मैं खड़ा हूं. इनको बात करनी चाहिए, चर्चा में भाग लेना चाहिए. एसटी के हितों का भी ये ध्यान नहीं रख रहे हैं. जी सर, एसटी के हितों का भी ये ध्यान नहीं रख रहे हैं. सभापति जी, मैं आपके माध्यम से ये कहना चाहता हूं, इतना महत्वपूर्ण ये विधेयक है. गोवा विधानसभा में पहली बार एसटी का रिप्रेजेंटेशन हो, इसके लिए बिल है. जी सर, आप बैठिएगा. मैं अनुरोध करता हूं कि चर्चा में भाग लें. जी सर. सदस्यों, कल भी जो है गोवा के एसटी बिल के लिए गोवा के एसटी बिल के लिए कल भी जो है अनुसूचित जाति के बारे में चर्चा करने के लिए कल भी गोवा का बिल लिया गया था. लेकिन आपने इस बिल पे चर्चा के लिए कोई आगे बढ़ने नहीं दिया. ये बहुत गलत बात है. ये देखिए, आप अभी सदन और सभा के गरिमा और मर्यादा को रखते हुए ये पंक्ति को आप हटा दीजिए. जब तक ये तख्त आएगा, जब तक आप तख्त दिखाएंगे, सभा नहीं चलेगी. सभा के विरुद्ध में है. तख्त ऐसे दिखाना सभा के विरुद्ध में है. तब तक आप ऐसे तख्त दिखाते जाएंगे, सभा नहीं चलेगी.
Now shifting our focus, there on the screen you can see those are the visuals coming in from Thailand, where actor Darshan, who's currently out on bail, can be seen enjoying. Remember, he was granted bail by the court quite recently. Karnataka High Court had granted him bail, and on his bail you can see that he's clearly enjoying his bail there in Thailand is what we are learning. Those are the photos of actor Darshan. That clearly shows him enjoying. There's a photo shoot that is happening in Thailand that we can see. In fact, as far as his hearing is concerned, it took place in Supreme Court today against a bail that has been granted to him by the Karnataka High Court, and the Supreme Court also made some scathing remarks on his bail as well. But there on the screen you can see that is actor Darshan and he's in fact shooting for a film in Thailand. They're enjoying his bail that has been granted to him by the Karnataka High Court quite recently. In fact, this is as far as the bail that was granted to actor Darshan in this murder case that he's accused of. Darshan, along with 13 others, they were charged with murder of Goswami, who was kidnapped, tortured and murdered by his accomplices after he apparently sent obscene message to Pavitra Gowda, a friend of Darshan. Her body was found in stormwater drain on June 9th. After that, he was also granted bail, and there you can see on the screen, he's completely enjoying there in Thailand and shooting. Let me go across to my colleague Deepak, who joins us from the newsroom. Deepak, we are showing the viewers the visuals of actor Darshan enjoying. On the day, the Supreme Court made some scathing remark as to why he was granted bail by the Karnataka High Court. Give us more details about this video.
That's right, Akanksha. Now, even as the legal cloud continues to hover above his case and also above his fate as far as his jail stay is concerned, Darshan here, you can see clearly chasing sunsets in Thailand. And this is clear mockery of the justice system because he was given bail on medical grounds. He said he has to get a surgery done to his back. There were problems in his spine. But here, clearly in this video that we are playing on our screens, it clearly shows that Darshan is enjoying his Thailand trip. And this is not the first time, Akanksha. Even while he was at jail, you could see how he had turned the jail premises into nothing but a resort. He was seen chilling with his inmates inside that particular jail as well. And after that particular photo surfaced, all the inmates who were seen with him were transferred to different jails across Karnataka. And now, even as he is continuing to fight his legal battle, look at what Darshan has gone out and done. 2 days back, this particular video surfaced online, and this is Darshan enjoying his ferry ride in Thailand even as his legal battle continues. So the questions that must be asked, was Darshan really seeking medical help? Was it really the legitimate grounds that he cited before the court for his bail? And also, as far as his passports are concerned, why hasn't the High Court seized his passport or in fact, instructed those concerned with the case seize his passports, because he is a murder accused. He is accused number 1 and accused number 2, Pavitra Gowda. All of them are named in the Goswami murder case with such a heinous crime, stranding him in the court even till this date. Why is he let out of the country? His passport must be seized, and that's a demand that the opposition must be asking as far as this case is concerned. But what we see on our screens is complete mockery of justice, because this is not why Darshan was granted bail in the first place.
Absolutely, Deepak, and it is very important to also mention here that his bail plea came up in the Supreme Court. In fact, he was granted bail by the Karnataka High Court, and that was challenged in the Supreme Court. And today, Supreme Court categorically mentioned that High Court made such a mistake. It also went on to say that, in fact, High Court was criticized for perverse exercise of judicial power. It was granted for the spinal surgery, as you also mentioned, Deepak, but there on the screen we can clearly see that he's enjoying the ferry ride there in Thailand.
Akanksha, now Darshan, he is implicated in the murder case. He is among the first 3 accused. Accused number 1, 2 and 3, Pavitra Gowda and Darshan are the top faces in this particular murder case. And what we really have to understand is who let Darshan leave the country in the first place? Why wasn't his passport seized? And why didn't he personally appear even as his case is going on? Because the Supreme Court, his case has reached the Supreme Court, the topmost court of our country. And look at what Darshan is doing. Darshan is partying in Thailand. He's enjoying the ferry ride, chasing sunsets, having a very gala time, even as his case is being heard. So this clearly shows how serious Darshan is about his case, and he doesn't really care about what's happening because he has a battery of lawyers to take care of it. And what really needs to be understood here is when Darshan was caught for the first time in jail partying, turning that jail premises into a resort, and despite knowing about his checkered past, why did they let him leave the country? On what grounds was he allowed to leave the country? This is something that needs to be questioned and that needs to be brought before the court.
Absolutely, and he along with 13 others are charged with the murder allegations. Deepak, for better clarity of our viewers, take us through what the case is really about, and when he applied for the bail, what clearly he had stated in that petition.
That's right. Now, Akanksha, as far as the background of the case is concerned, it all started with those messages that Renuka Swami sent to Pavitra Gowda. And after that, Darshan and his gang kidnapped Renuka Swami from Chitradurga. They brought him to Bengaluru. They tortured him in a shed that belonged to Darshan's friends. And you could also see, we had videos of the kind of brutality that Renuka Swami was also subjected to. And ever since these videos also surfaced, and after that, Renuka Swami was also found dead in a ditch. And it was only after the onlookers spotted this particular body did the case come to light. But it's really shocking to see Darshan, who's implicated in such a big murder case, such a heinous crime, partying in Thailand right now.
Absolutely. And now look at the visuals. We are showing two visuals to our viewers. First is of Darshan enjoying the ferry ride. And this one that you can see on the screen is of him enjoying with his friends at a restaurant. It seems they are laughing, smiling. And this is, in fact, also that has come in from Thailand. So, Deepak, clearly it shows that on one hand, he's enjoying. On the other, he's telling the court that he has spinal issues. He wants to undergo surgery. Clearly a lie to the court as well.
That's right, Akanksha. That is exactly what the case is here. Because Renuka Swami, who was an innocent, he was indeed an ardent fan. And the reason why he texted, Pavitra Gowda those kind of messages that we've seen on social media is because Pavitra Gowda was trying to break Darshan's family, and Renuka Swami, being an ardent fan of Darshan, sent out those messages to Pavitra Gowda, which were not permitted by the law. You can't make personal remarks against anybody, but a murder is not the solution for that, Akanksha. He could have taken the legal route. He could have done 100 different things, but what he did was he got his own fan murdered. And this is a very, very serious murder case that Darshan has been implicated in. It all started in 2024 on June 8th when Renuka Swami, who's a resident of Chitradurga, like I was mentioning, was kidnapped and tortured, allegedly beaten in a shed in Bengaluru. His corpse was found the very next day in a stormwater drain, and the autopsy revealed death due to shock, hemorrhage, severe blunt injuries, ruptured testicles and other grievous trauma as well. So Renuka Swami had reportedly sent these obscene messages, and what Darshan did later after coming across these messages was indeed brutal and shocking to say the least. And as far as the legal proceedings are concerned, October 2024, the Karnataka High Court granted bail, interim bail on medical grounds. In December 2024, the court granted regular bail to Darshan and Pavitra, lifting most restrictions, though travel was to be regulated. So this is something that the prosecutors, the public prosecutor must look into. And in July 2025, the Supreme Court has also raised concerns, stating that it is not convinced by the High Court's bail order, suggesting further judicial review likely. And they have also issued a 10-day deadline to submit their arguments in as far as granting bail for Darshan is concerned. And the big question is, why was his travel plans and was travel freedom not regulated? Because a criminal who's out on bail shouldn't be allowed to go to Thailand and have a holiday of a time. And look at him, just look at him on the left side of your screens. You can see innocent Renuka Swami there, brutally murdered, hacked to death, tortured, beaten, blunt injuries were seen, and he had suffered grievous injuries to his private parts as well. And on the other hand, you see Darshan having a gala time, partying with friends, turning jail into a resort, and his bail period into a vacation, period for himself. And clearly, this is nothing but mockery of justice. And High Court's, decision of granting bail has also been pulled up by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has questioned why wasn't his travel regulated. This is the question, Akanksha.
Absolutely. Darshan, along with 13 others, they were sent to prison. They were charged with murder of Renuka Swami. Just a while back, we were showing you visuals of the murder scene there. And she was kidnapped, tortured and murdered by the actor and, in fact, his kin as well. And these are the charges that have come to the fore as far as this case is concerned. The Supreme Court, in fact, Deepak also made some scathing remarks today, asking the High Court telling the High Court that it made a grave mistake while giving bail to him. Could you tell us and take us through what happened in this case in the Supreme Court today?
Well, Akanksha, let me take you through what happened in the Supreme Court today, because a bench of Justice J.B. Pardiwala and R. Madhavan expressed not at all convinced by the Karnataka High Court's bail order, stating it appeared the High Court was panting to release them, and the demand for justification from the defense has also been sought. The bench directed senior advocates to explain why Supreme Court should not reverse the bail, highlighting that the High Court's justification seemed inadequately reasoned. And now the focus is on witness evidence. The court also flagged concerns over reliance on two eyewitnesses and asked the defense to explain the weight of the statements recorded. And post-bail behavior, this is also under scrutiny, because the bench also questioned the state's counsel on Darshan's conduct after being granted bail, particularly on an incident where he has also allegedly shared a stage with a key prosecution witness, raising concerns about influencing the trial. And now, as far as today's judgment is concerned, it has been reserved. The Supreme Court has reserved its decision and is now weighing on two main issues: whether the state has sufficient evidence tied to the eyewitnesses' testimonies, and the second is that whether High Court misused its discretion, essentially issuing a bail order resembling an acquittal. Now, the sharp observations basically came from Justice Pardiwala, as he noted the High Court's reasoning basically handed over a judgment of acquittal, which is not acceptable during bail proceedings. And what comes next? The final hearing is pending. The defense and prosecution have presented their arguments. The bench has also given a 10 days relief for Darshan. And if the Supreme Court sets aside the bail, Darshan could be ordered back into custody immediately. If not, the bail remains. But the Supreme Court added that judicial scrutiny on the trial space, witness protection and Darshan's conduct while out on bail will continue, Akanksha.
Absolutely. Now, we are showing you three visuals there on the screen. One is from inside the jail, where he was clearly enjoying. Those are the visuals from 2024. You can see there holding a coffee mug in hand and smoking. The next is of Thailand, where he's enjoying the ferry ride. And another one from Thailand, where he's smiling, laughing around with his friends, having a gala time in Thailand. And not just that, he was also having a gala time in jail as well. And probe was ordered in that specific case as well. Let me go across to my colleague Smita, who joins us from Bengaluru. Smita, tell us about what do you know about the bail that was granted to Darshan so far, because we're learning that the Supreme Court has pulled up the Karnataka High Court as far as that bail plea is concerned. But there on the visuals, we are showing our viewers three visuals of Darshan enjoying in Thailand. Give us more details.
Darshan has taken permission from the lower court for his, shooting, which was scheduled in Thailand, the Devil movie, which was, long pending as he was in jail. So now, as he's out, under a condition bail, so he has taken previous permission from the court to move to foreign country. So with permission, along with his family, he's in Thailand right now. But we are also getting the information that after hearing what all argument have taken place in Supreme Court today, Darshan is all set to come back to Bangalore immediately. Probably tomorrow, Darshan will come back to Bangalore, though he had 3-4 days remaining. The permission which was granted for him to go to a foreign country was of total 15 days. Yet he is coming back, shortening his schedules. So now in the Supreme Court, there was a lengthy argument from the lawyers, even Darshan lawyer and Pavitra Gowda lawyer, and also the lawyer advocate from government side also. The Supreme Court have heard all of them. Basically, the Supreme Court has expressed the concern about how can High Court, we can understand that a trial court can give bail like this, but how can some High Court give a decision in such heinous crime, granting a bail to a celebrity who, though knowing that person who died was his fan, knowing that Renuka Swami was Darshan fan, how can some person assault him or that assault lead to murder is the concern expressed by Supreme Court. Not only that, the Supreme Court has also questioned, the other accused pro-lawyers to give a written submission within 1 week span, and probably within 10 days, the Supreme Court is going to pass the verdict about whether the bail will continue or Darshan and the co-accused have to come back to the jail, the Parappanagrahara or the Bellary jail. while, the Supreme Court hearing Darshan's pro-lawyer asked many questions subsequently regarding the eyewitness and also their statement and also FSL report. Even though having such prominent evidence, how can somebody get easy bail in a murder case is the straight question asked by the Supreme Court. And also now, after hearing such heated argument in the Supreme Court, obviously the 17 accused prominently Pavitra Gowda and Darshan are under tension. And as I said earlier, Darshan is about to come back to Bangalore tomorrow probably, and now within 10 days it will be declared, the verdict may be declared, that whether the bail which was granted by the High Court will continue or Darshan have to see the jail walls and the bars again.
Absolutely. Scathing remarks by the Supreme Court today as well. But what are you learning from his team as far as his return from Thailand is concerned? As you pointed out that he may return in a few days. What happens after that? What is his team saying on this?
Well, regarding the cinema shooting, yet there is a certain portions which are pending, as it was long pending. He was shooting the Devil movie before all these things happened, Renuka Swami's murder, and went to jail. But now as he is out of the bail, probably after coming back to Bangalore, he might wait for the Supreme Court to give the verdict, final verdict regarding his bail application, which is questioned in the Supreme Court by the, police pro lawyers. Or he may also continue the shooting in Bangalore. That is yet to be confirmed from the cinema team. But as of now, what we are, getting the information is that he was under pressure. Not only him, he went along with his family. Even Darshan's wife, Vijay Lakshmi, and his son are also along with him in Thailand. And all of the family members and his close friends and the crew, cinema crew, were under tense today, though they were in Thailand. Now, after hearing the Supreme Court's today's argument...
Now, remains to be seen what happens when Darshan returns from his trip to Thailand. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me on this story. Now, we have another breaking news coming in. Massive Indian Air Force war drills are underway in Barmer and Jodhpur sector of Rajasthan, close to Pakistan border. The full spectrum exercise emphasizes night sortie, drone warfare and air defense integration. Pakistan has issued a reciprocal notum indicating heightened aerial activity along the border. So this is the input that we are getting as far as the exercise that is underway on the western border, and this exercise is being carried out by the Indian Air Force. Let me go across to my colleague Ishan, who has been tracking these details. Tell us more about this exercise that is underway on the western border as far as the Indian Air Force is concerned, Ishan.
The Indian Air Force is currently undergoing a 3-day exercise for suppression of enemy air defenses, destruction of enemy air defenses, anti-drone warfare, deep penetration strike warfare, etc. These have been, this is a massive exercise after Operation Sindoor. This is the first one after Operation Sindoor. Pakistan has been feeling wary of these exercises, as it has issued a reciprocal notam today, and has also, and if you remember correctly, it had recently conducted a failed test of its Shaheen missile, which was also in the Baluch sector. However, these exercises are not aimed at specifically at Pakistan, but at capacity building of the Indian Air Force, and Indian Air Force is doing a very good professional job in maintaining exercise. They had issued warnings and they have maintained all safety standards, international and national. These exercises are currently underway and will be concluding tomorrow.
Absolutely. These are the war drills that started yesterday and will be concluding tomorrow, is what we are learning. Thanks so much, Ishan, for all the updates on the story. Keep tracking those updates closely. Well, this is as far as the war drill along the western border is concerned. These massive exercises are being carried out by the Indian Air Force. It started yesterday and it will conclude tomorrow, and this is going on in the Barmer Jodhpur sector of Rajasthan, close to the Pakistan border. And this full spectrum exercise emphasizing night sorties, drone warfare, air defense integration as well. And now let's show you the top stories of the day in under 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad slammed the opposition protest in Parliament, saying that the opposition and especially the Congress party is not allowing the House to function. The Bharatiya Janata Party MP further said that the centre is ready for in-house discussion, but the opposition is running away from discussion. After Bihar, LOP Tejasvi Yadav called for boycotting the upcoming Bihar Assembly elections due to Election Commission's Bihar survey exercise. Union Minister Rajiv Ranjan Singh took a dig at Tejasvi, saying the statement means RJD leader has already accepted the defeat. The Enforcement Directorate has issued fresh notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda in the betting app scam case. The probe agency has asked him to appear on August 11th. Earlier, remember, the ED had issued a notice to him asking him to appear on August 6th. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you details about the ED raids on Anil Ambani linked properties in Mumbai. Supreme Court has stayed the Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused in the 2006 Mumbai train blast case. No rearrest will now be done. We'll get you updates on these two stories after this very short break. Stay with us.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Russian plane AN-24 carrying 49 passengers crashed in Russia Far East Amur region, burning fuselage of the plane found. As per the sources, Nitish Kumar has pushed his name for the next Vice President of India. Major crackdown on digital arrest and online scams in Cambodia. Over 3,000 individuals involved in the online fraud arrested. Supreme Court has stayed Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done now. After ED heat on Anil Ambani, Reliance Infra issues first statement says no impact on business operations, financial performance. Supreme Court reserves order on actor Darshan in We have a breaking news coming in. Supreme Court has started hearing the Udaipur files case. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal has appeared for Jamaat-e-Ulama Hind president, and senior advocate Pinika Goswami has appeared for the accused Mohammad Javed. In fact, senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia appears for the producer Johnny Firefox. Gaurav Bhatia, senior advocate for the movie makers, has said that the order of the Delhi High Court allowing the stay on Udaipur file. He also argued that the development of the petitioners complying with the order and participated in the order. So this is as far as the Supreme Court hearing in the Udaipur file case is concerned. Remember, the movie was to be released on July 11th, but now there is a stay on the movie. In fact, Jamaat-e-Ulama Hind has also moved the Supreme Court against that stay. Let me go across to my colleague Shambi, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Shambi, give us more details about the proceedings that are underway in Supreme Court right now.
Well, now as the proceeding has started, it has started on a note that earlier the petitioners have actually said that the committee, the government screening committee, which was formed, which heard both the parties about whether to release this movie or how many cuts needed to be made. Now the petitioners are actually saying that this committee was faulty. They're saying that in this government committee, there were some CBFC members were also part of the panel. Now, why is that a problem? Because CBFC has earlier given a certificate for the Udaipur Files movie to be released. Then later the petition was filed. So that is a problem. As Kapil Sibal has reiterated time and again that there were some CBFC members who were a part of the panel, which is again a conflict of interest. A. B. There were also members who were linked to BJP, which creates bias. And there were also some undisclosed affiliations with another political parties as well. So they said that this actually created a bias, and this did not give us a chance to have a neutralized version, a neutralized approach from the government committee. And Kapil Sibal also argued that the entire point of making a government panel, a government screening committee was that both the parties are heard, both the parties are given an equal chance to put their matters across. But Kapil Sibal argued that this meant to be neutral government panel was not so neutral. They had CBFC members, they had members who were affiliated with BJP, and this was actually a CBFC extension. That is what. To which Justice Kant has responded that the appointment of the members in this government panel is not under challenge because they must have been nominated by the government. The members of the screening committee were nominated by the government, to which Sibal has retorted that that is exactly the issue. He said that these people, the members of the screening committee, shouldn't have been nominated in the first place itself. They said that this has raised serious concerns about bias, about how CBSE members are advisors. They are not neutral adjudicators. So we'll see where this goes now.
Right, Aditya, we have more details coming in as far as the arguments are concerned. Justice Kant is saying that suppose a Tamil movie comes, they will require a member who knows that language. Sybil says we have to see what is this panel, whose part in the revision. They suggested some other cuts. Our basic objections were not dealt with. Kindly see my objections. What are the basic objections that Sybil is talking about?
The basic objection is that under Section 6, they argue that there must be a stay on whole of the movie. The movie in toto should be stayed in any or all the parts in India. Now, they raise the point that under Section 6, there should not have been an order recommending just mere cut. Now, this is a difference of argument which has been raised in the petition of objection. Now, in that petition, the challenger has argued that under Section 6, the argument should have been made regarding that if there is a petition challenging a movie, that whether the movie is complying by the guideline under the Section 6, the movie should have been stayed in toto or passed in toto. There should not have been a recommendation of a cut. Now, this is what the Supreme Court will decide it under Section. The government committee is employed, or whether they have the power to recommend cuts and not to put a stay on the movie in whole or pass the movie in whole. So basically the argument is that the committee was not empowered by the law.
That's right, Aditya. Now there are intense arguments happening at the Supreme Court, and we'll have to wait and watch whether or not this movie will even see the light of the day. But thank you, Aditya and Shambhavi, for joining us on this broadcast. Now moving on, viewers, after the Enforcement Directorate's heat on Anil Ambani, Reliance Infrastructure Limited and Reliance Power issues its first statements, and the statement says no impact on Reliance Infrastructure, its business operations, financial performance, shareholders, employees or any other stakeholder. However, in the stock market, shares of Reliance Infrastructure has dropped by almost 5%. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has its lens on the illegal loan transfers. Now, the company has issued the first statement, and the company has said that this will not impact its financial operations, its financial performance, business operations, its infrastructure. But the effect of this particular case has, however, reached the stock market, because as far as the latest information is concerned, the shares of Reliance Infrastructure has dropped by almost 5%. And to give us details and help us understand what this means, we have Pranav joining us live from the digital newsroom. Pranav, this case has indeed dented its stock, share prices, because the Reliance Infrastructure share prices have dropped by almost 5%, and that's huge. 5% is not, it might be a small number on paper, but as far as the stock market is concerned, it's really huge. Tell us about the implications.
Yeah, basically, when we're talking about a 5% drop, the shares of Reliance Infra and Reliance Power today dropped and hit a 5% low circuit. What this necessarily means is that there was so much sell-off after ED's 3,000 crore allegations that the BSE and the NSE temporarily halted trading. So when it's actually hit a 5% low circuit, that necessarily means that trading was halted. So it was a massive fall in these shares, after which the company has issued statements that Mr. Ambani is not on any of the board of directors of these companies, and that financial operations of these organizations will not be hampered.
Right, Pranav, stay on with us. We also have our senior editor, Shravan Sen, joining us live from the newsroom. Shravan, help us understand ED's case against Anil Ambani.
Well, in fact, the predicate offence is based on the FIR that was registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, where, remember, Reliance, Anil Ambani's companies have been under the scanner. Based on that, the Enforcement Directorate has filed an ECIR, which is an equivalent of an FIR that has been registered. Following the ECIR that was registered, raids have been carried out at multiple locations. In fact, roughly about 50 companies are now under the scanner, 35 locations where these searches are being carried out. And these searches are not just in Mumbai, but also in the national capital. Now, as far as the charges that have been leveled against Anil Ambani and his companies, it is to do with loans that were provided by Yes Bank. You're looking at a period between 2017 and 2019 when his companies actually received about 3,000 crore rupees as loans. The Enforcement Directorate from the preliminary investigation has essentially indicated that these loans have been siphoned off. In fact, a direct allegation has been leveled that Anil Ambani's companies have siphoned it of the loan amount through various other shell companies that were basically floated. And not just that, there was also an exchange of a bribe with the Yes Bank officials. Now, it does not only limit this entire investigation to this much, but we are now given to understand that there are two other loans that have basically come under the scanner. One is with regards to about 1,050 crore rupees loan that was provided by Canara Bank, and the other is roughly about 14,000 crore rupees loan that once again it turns out that Anil Ambani's companies have actually defrauded. In fact, SEBI has also now provided its findings to the Enforcement Directorate, where there is a clear mention of the fact that there is a huge spike in the loans that were allegedly received by Anil Ambani's companies. As of now, as my colleague Pranav was also pointing out, Reliance Group, in fact, Anil Ambani's companies have now basically responded. Reliance Infrastructure and Power has already responded by saying that it will have no direct impact as far as the financials are concerned. But having said that, I'm not very sure if Pranav is still there. If he is there, then we could perhaps just get a quick check with regards to the stock market, because it seems that it's got a direct impact as far as the stocks of Reliance Infrastructure is concerned.
Right, Shravan, before I get in a word from Pranav, let me also go across to my colleague Meenakshi joining us live from the Reliance Center. Meenakshi, help us understand what time the raid started and what's the situation now.
Yes, as we know, ED conducted search operation in 35 locations, 50 companies linked to Reliance Communication and promoter director Anil D. Ambani, as day after SBI claimed that these companies and Anil Ambani as fraud. Now, over the 35 location, 2 or 3 location is in Mumbai, and I am now outside of that Reliance Center. 2 hours ago, the 3 or 4 ED officials entered this Reliance Center, which is the main office of Reliance Communication in Mumbai, and they are searching now. Search operation is going on, as we got the information that before 2 hours ago, the security in charge came here and told the security to lock the main gate of Reliance Center, and security came and locked the main gate of Reliance Center. Now we are waiting outside for officials when they will come out and give an information as to or not, because now all ED officials and the companies' workers are inside this Reliance Center, which is, as I told, situated in South Mumbai, and it's in Ballard Street, as we know, is 4th area, and is the main office of Reliance Communication. Back to studio. You can see that this is the Reliance Center, and it's a big office of Reliance, and the ED officials are inside in this Reliance Center. Back to studio.
Right, Meenakshi, thank you for getting us that quick update from Ground Zero. Pranav, coming back to you, 45 minutes for the stock markets to close today. What is happening as far as Reliance Infrastructure shares are concerned?
Well, Reliance Infrastructure and Reliance Power shares have been on a free fall. In fact, if you remember, on June 13, the State Bank of India had also said that Anil Ambani was a fraud under the RBI's fraud risk guidelines. So ever since this statement came, even a minister mentioned it in the parliament. This mention was made in the parliament also. So ever since the Anil Ambani group stocks have been falling, and today 5% low circuit, which necessarily means that trading was halted for some time, is yet another low in the recent past.
Well, these are pictures coming in live from the United Kingdom, where the Prime Minister is meeting his counterpart, Keir Starmer, in London. There you can see earlier today, the trade agreement was also discussed upon, and there were reliefs and also boosts across different sectors, be it youth, agriculture, marine sector, even some of the other sectors also saw a major boon from these talks that were held between the two nations. And UK and India together have put youth first because they've announced a lot of boost in service sector jobs. They've announced new roles in IT, finance, consulting, investment chances in the UK markets. And there's also innovation and digital trade where the youth first approach has been prioritized by Prime Minister Modi and Keir Starmer. But these are the pictures coming in from London where PM Modi is sharing some light moments with Keir Starmer. Okay, these are the pictures coming in from London where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting Keir Starmer, and this after some fruitful talks that were held across different sectors. And the Prime Minister is on a two-nation visit, and United Kingdom was his first stop. And the bilateral ties are also under focus because India and UK are also eyeing a free trade, and they've also signed a $6 billion trade deal. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi signed a free trade deal expected, and he's also expected to lead a multi-billion pound boost in exports as well. UK cars and other imports will also be very cheaper to the export, and also Indian textiles and jewelry will be cheaper to export to the United Kingdom under the agreement, which also commits to a new India-UK plan to tackle illegal migration as well. But what we need to understand is that this means that the staff from Indian companies, as far as the migration issues are concerned, the staff from Indian companies who are temporarily transferred to the UK and staff from UK firms who are temporarily working in India will only pay social security contributions in their home country rather than in both places. When the deal was agreed in May, the Indian government called it an unprecedented achievement, and further talks are expected on this front as well. We also have Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, we have pictures of Keir Starmer and PM Modi sharing some light moments in London. Help us understand this bonhomie.
Well, absolutely. So this is a one-on-one that's happening between the two leaders. Deepak, remember, it's a big day for both the sides that after 3+ years of long negotiations and hard-fought battles, so to say, between the respective negotiation teams, the trade deal has finally, the moment has arrived when the trade deal is being signed. Of course, it was finalized in the month of May when the two leaders had made the announcement jointly over a phone call or a video call. And now, about 15 minutes of a personal tie-to-tie between the two leaders, following which there would be press statements where the announcements are going to be made, essentially about the trade deal. And then there would be delegation-level talks. So it's not like that the talks have happened and then the announcement is being made, because the deal is already decided. And so the first announcement would happen after this one-on-one meeting, restricted format meeting between the two leaders, and then the trade deal. It's been in the making for a while, and it's a big signaling coming in from both the sides. Remember, for the United Kingdom, this is the biggest trade deal that they are signing after their exit from the European Union, Brexit as it was called. And despite the fact that they have recently signed a trade deal with the United States, one with India is being billed as the biggest one. And that gives you an idea of the kind of importance business trade-wise India has gained of late, with India becoming the 4th largest economy in the last 1.5 years. We have gone past both the United Kingdom and Germany in terms of our size of our economy. And that's getting reflected in the kind of rush we are seeing from all these economies to sign and get into trade arrangements with India. Remember, just about 10 or 11 years back, we are part of the Fragile Five by 2012, 2014. And now in a situation where India has signed about 15, this is the 15th trade deal that India has signed, which is being announced today. And of course, it kicks in over a period of next few months, because the respective parliaments would need to ratify the free trade agreement between India and the United Kingdom. But the nuts and bolts, whatever has been shared, the details that we have, it gives an idea of the kind of confident negotiation that happened or went into the signing of the trade agreement. So be it in terms of making sure that despite all the opening up of the markets that come with a free trade agreement, our agriculture and dairy sectors still remain protected. The fact that India made it a point to impress the British side that while trade on goods and services is fantastic and all the tariff barriers being knocked down as part of the agreement is great. The fact of the matter is that there has to be free flow of human capital also. So there are a lot of concessions, we are told, on the freedom of people front in terms of exchange of people, in terms of free movement of talent. And I think that's going to be a very important aspect of this trade deal. So if you look at the basics that we know already, Deepak, while in the case of India, the British are going to get about 90% plus goods in the tariff-free zero-duty category. In the case of India, it would be about 99%. And 26 areas, sectors, and it includes both goods and services. And this is one relationship with bilateral trade at around $55 billion, of which India has a trade surplus of $10 billion, which means it's a relationship where there is a lot of scope to give and take. It's a relationship where, like in the case of United States, and in fact, there is more services trade than goods trade. So while in the case of India, about 44%, and this is also about, India, a confident India negotiating with the rest of the world. So tremendous amount of signaling there in these pictures of Prime Minister traveling to London and for the signing of this deal. I think this is going to be a message to the European Union, to the Americans, to President Trump, that while you have your own positions on tariff, India is a confident India, the present day India is a very confident India, and that we are willing to, go halfway mark and, travel the half mile, if you are traveling the half mile, and meet you midway. And in a spirit of give and take, in a spirit of adjustment, we are going to sign, or we are ready to sign the deals. As I mentioned, Deepak, this is the 15th trade deal India is signing in the last 4 or 5 years, and most of them have turned beneficial. In fact, as a build-up to these trade deal signing spree, the Modi government really built up on its muscle in terms of strengthening India's manufacturing sector, strengthening our own industries so that they can tackle competition from the world. In fact, it is the belief of the government that Indian consumers also should get good quality products, and so these trade deals are a move in that direction. So I think good pictures coming in there. In a while, there will be an announcement by the two leaders, and then, of course, the delegation level talks.
Right, Abhishek. We also have Asmita joining us live from London. Asmita, it's the 15th. It's actually the manner that they have chosen. It's a retreat of Keir Starmer that they have chosen as the meeting point. Tell us about this particular location. Why not in Downing Street and here in this Chequers Fort? And also about what is expected as far as the bilateral talks are concerned. Well, Asmita, I guess your mic is muted. If you could unmute yourself and help us understand the bilateral talks that are set to take place.
Right, yes. So the bilateral talks, they have come out very successfully. As you can see that the people in UK, especially the Indians in UK, they are pretty much satisfied with these talks. When we talk about the FTA agreement, well, that has come out pretty successfully as well. So you see that there was educational and there were other there were many British Indians who were enthusiastically supporting this particular FTA, which includes other aspects as well, like business and education. So I will quickly let you know the key takeaways that we have. That is, there were warm receptions that were held for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and this is indeed a landmark India-UK free trade agreement. So 99% of the Indian exports to the UK now, they are tariff-free. So 90% of the UK exports to India, tariff reductions. So, like Scotch whiskey, the tariffs have dropped.
That's right, Asmita. Thank you for joining us with those details. It's the 16th century manner that Keir Starmer has chosen to meet Prime Minister and hold strategic talks. It's a big message being sent out from the United Kingdom. We'll get you all the latest from London after a short break. Stay tuned.
I'm looking forward to being part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We will be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, its growing impact across different sectors, and what the future holds for India. It's a powerful lead-up to the Mega AI Summit. I am delighted to be part of this important conversation. See you there.
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. Gear up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for India. Join us tomorrow, July 25th, for the flagship Republic AI Pre-Summit. From the Republic Media Network headquarters, we bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers, and tech giants as they decode India's AI leap, It's the perfect build-up to the Mega Republic AI Summit, and it all begins right here. Let's get started with the headlines. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done. After ED heat on Anil Ambani, Reliance infrastructure issues first statement says no impact on business operations, financial performance. Biggest political scoop since Dhankar's exit. Sources say Nitish Kumar has pushed his name for the next vice president. Supreme Court reserves order on actor Darshan in fan murder case. However, Darshan seen enjoying his vacation in Thailand from 2 days ago. Russian plane AN-24 carrying 49 passenger crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region, burning fuselage of the plane found. All eyes on India-UK landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails FTA deal with India, calls it major win for Britain. First up, viewers, India and the United Kingdom are all set to sign a free trade agreement today. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is hosting his Indian counterpart PM Modi in London, and the two will hold discussions on wide-ranging topics. The signing of the FTA is a key part of Prime Minister Modi's UK visit. New Delhi and London concluded talks in May to reach a bilateral free trade agreement, discussions for which began in January 2022. And these are the pictures that we have accessed, and it's coming live from Chequers, which is the official country residence of British Prime Minister. It is located about 50 kilometers northwest of London. It's a 16th century manor gifted to United Kingdom government in 1917 by Sir Arthur Lee. And this is the place that is used to host state guests, confidential discussions and high-level strategy meetings away from the usual Downing Street residence. And this particular meeting at Chequers signals personal warmth and priority. Hosting a leader at Chequers reflects personal rapport and also strategic intent. It's more than just protocol, viewers. It shows the United Kingdom's deep interest in nurturing the India-UK relationship. And it's also removed from London's glare. It's where leaders have deeper, uninterrupted conversations. Deals are struck, and these deals are struck in Chequers. In fact, Asmita is also joining us. Asmita, what can we expect in the FTA?
Well, right. So the key takeaways that we know from the free trade agreement that has been a landmark, right? It is a landmark India-UK free trade agreement that has taken on this journey, this trip of Narendra Modi. So you see that 99% of the Indian exports to the UK are now tariff-free. So 90% of UK exports to India are granted tariff reductions. And tariffs on alcohol like Scotch whisky has dropped down from 150% to 75% immediately, down to 40% over the 10 years. And Indian tariffs on UK cars have also reduced to 10% under a quota. Now, in other news, we know that the labor, education, professional mobility, it includes work visa concessions, recognition of qualifications and exemption from national insurance contributions, which are pretty stringent in the US, but now UK, but now they will be slightly less stringent for India as we mark this significant FTA. And deals on access to UK procurement markets, but agricultural services and carbon tax mechanisms, they remain excluded. So we also know that in strategic and diplomatic cooperation, so that has strengthened the partnership across defense, climate and security, and it has laid a ground network towards a deeper strategic partnership. And it has also catalyzed, discussions on crime and extradition of certain big personalities, and also it has provided a chance to address the ongoing concerns such as the detention of British Sikh activists. Now, we also know that the particular meeting has been taking place in Chequers and not 10 Downing Street, because you see that Chequers is the UK Prime Minister's official country retreat, and it has got a historical significance as well for important bilateral meetings and private diplomacy. So hosting a foreign leader like Prime Minister Narendra Modi is considered a sign of special respect and deepening further ties. So, we know that Chequers, it is located in Buckinghamshire, and, is a more private, it has a more private setting than central London's 10 Downing Street, allowing like more in-depth one-on-one talks for more extended hours, and there are no urban distractions. So, this was not a full ceremonial state visit, as we know, but Chequers has served as a semi-ceremonial diplomatic gesture, definitely. So this is definitely one of the key takeaways that we know, that PM Keir Starmer's, this is his personal engagement with Prime Minister Narendra Modi without invoking full royal protocol, which is done at the Buckingham Palace during state visits, however. But this comes with the FTA negotiation climaxes as well, which coincides with the signing of the historic India-UK Free Trade Agreement. And it is indeed a landmark moment which warrants for a grander backdrop than the usual 10 Downing conference room. Over to you.
Also, Asmita, help us understand the discussions on illegal migration as well. This is one of the key issues that will be discussed by Keir Starmer and PM Modi. Help us read between the lines.
Could you, I couldn't hear you, Deepak, if you could.
Asmita, I was talking about the illegal migration issue, which will also be discussed by both the leaders. Help us understand what the talks could probably revolve around and what we can expect at the end of it.
Well, yes, the illegal immigration definitely is one of the key issues that UK faces from many of these countries. But when it comes to India, so India, and in this particular meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, definitely we get to know that, as I told you already, that there have been easier, they are going easier on the stringent rules. So about the illegal immigrants, where we see that needs to be lessened, and India is going to play a major role in it. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while as we go around these talks, we get to know that illegal immigrants from India, they are going to be lessened, and laws are going to be more stricter and stringent on this. However, this will not affect on the upcoming visa policies, and it will also not affect on the non-stringent new laws on, the new rules that PM Modi is going to talk about to UK PM Keir Starmer about when it comes to work visas or educational visas. So they are going to be more easier on that when it comes to Indians. So this is again one of the key takeaways that we know from this meeting between PM Keir Starmer and PM Modi.
Right, Asmita, thank you for bringing us those details. In just a short while from now, India-UK will be signing the FTA. All eyes will be on the outcome of this particular bilateral engagement. Now let's move on to Bengaluru, viewers, where a parent of the victim of the stampede that killed 11 people near the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium on 4th of June has filed a complaint in the Commercial Street Police Station today regarding the theft of gold ornaments that were on the body of the victim when she was taken inside the post-mortem section for autopsy. The family of the 13-year-old Divyanshi, who tragically lost her life in the stampede at Chinnaswamy Stadium on June 4th, is now grappling with another heartbreak. Her grieving parents have alleged that the ornaments worn by the child were stolen during the post-mortem procedure. This is a big charge coming in from the parent of one of the victims of the stampede that claimed the lives of at least a dozen people, a dozen fans who are waiting eagerly to get a glimpse of their favorite team. But right now what we understand, it's just heartbreak and no justice in sight for the family members. But what's even more shocking is the fact that the parents have claimed that there has been theft of the ornaments that were there and that were worn by the victim. And she claims that the ornaments were stolen during autopsy. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking at the moment. The parents of Divyanshi, the 13-year-old child who lost her life outside the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium, has claimed that the ornaments, the jewelry worn by her child on that fateful day went missing during the autopsy. Well, the parents claim it was during the postmortem procedure that the jewels that were worn by her child were stolen, and this is a serious allegation made by the parents of the victim, and a complaint has been filed with respect to this in the Commercial Street Police Station, which is in the jurisdiction of the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium. And the Commercial Street Police Station is also very, very close to the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium, and that's why the complaint has been filed there. It falls under its jurisdiction. A case of theft has been filed against the hospital authorities, claiming that the jewelry went missing during autopsy. This is the latest flashpoint as far as the Stampede case is concerned, the Bengaluru Stampede case, where 11 people lost their lives on June 4th, a day after RCB's historic victory, and they were there in Bengaluru for the victory parade, the celebrations, and it was during the unannounced victory celebrations that 11 individuals lost their lives, and one of them was Divyanshi. In a major development in the Agra conversion case, Rahman Qureshi, recently arrested from Agra, has made several startling revelations. He ran a YouTube channel named Sana, where he uploaded videos of people who had allegedly been converted. He also confessed to receiving foreign funding and substantial monthly earnings running into lakhs of rupees through his channel, as well as payments in cryptocurrency. Authorities are now working to access his digital wallet as part of the ongoing investigations. A big revelation in the Agra conversion racket. And now they have revealed that the YouTube channel that was being operated by Rahman had been earning a lot of money, and now the lens is on the digital wallets of the accused. And this is a major development. Rahman Qureshi, who was recently arrested from Agra, has made some startling revelations. He has claimed that he shot videos of conversion, uploaded them on YouTube, and he earned money from these videos that were uploaded. And he has also revealed many secrets. Rahman Qureshi used to get money in cryptocurrency. And he also used to run a YouTube channel named Sana, which we just told you about. And Rahman has low educational qualifications. He has only studied till 12th. Rahman knows 12 computer languages. Rahman Qureshi used to upload videos of converted people on his YouTube channel. And he also has confessed before the investigating officials that he used to get funds from abroad, similar to the Changur Baba conversion model. The police is now trying to access his digital wallet because Rahman used to deal in cryptocurrency, and he used to get up to several lakhs of rupees per month from the YouTube channel on which he was uploading videos of conversion of converted individuals. And Rahman is now an important character in this conversion racket. He is said to be a very, very close aide of Abdul Rahman, the mastermind. Now moving on, viewers, to more updates coming in as far as Thailand-Cambodia border clash is concerned. At least 9 Thai civilians were killed and over 14 have suffered injuries in a series of Cambodian rocket attacks along the Thai-Cambodia border. Thailand launched airstrikes on Cambodian military targets as Cambodia fired rockets and artillery, killing a civilian in a dramatic escalation of a long-running border face-off between Thailand and Cambodia. And the two neighbors are now locked in a bitter spat over an area known as Emerald Triangle, where the borders of both countries and Laos meet, and it is also home to several ancient temples. And the fight is over this particular region. We have more breaking news coming in, viewers. It's a historic development that we're tracking. India and UK have finally signed the free trade agreement And in just a short while from now, both the leaders will be addressing to help us understand what is encapsulated in this particular free trade agreement. We have Abhishek Kapoor also joining us. Abhishek, India and UK have signed the historic trade deal, and this amidst negotiations with the United States as well. How important is this moment for India?
Significant moment in India's global trade positioning, Deepak, and the fact that we have, this is the 15th trade agreement signed in the recent few years, and this is a big one coming in from the United Kingdom. UK alone accounts for $55 billion worth of bilateral trade. It's a trade surplus relationship which is in India's favor. Very few of the bilateral trade relationships which are in India's favor, with a $10 billion per annum trade surplus and services trade more than the goods trade. This trade deal is going to open up our markets for the British goods and services, and of course open up British market for our goods and services, minus of course dairy and agriculture, which remains a protected area still. And that's to the credit of the government that they have negotiated a hard bargain on while opening up many of these sectors, but not getting into dairy and agriculture, which is a sensitive issue. Given the fact that 55% of our population still is dependent on agriculture, though of course agriculture constitutes now about 15% only of our GDP. This trade deal is going to add another $34 billion per annum to India-UK trade by about another decade. To begin with, about $6 billion. It is going to add 0.6% to the UK GDP, and that gives you an idea of the kind of relevance, salience, and importance India has gained in terms of its economic muscle. In fact, in the last 1 year alone, we have pushed United Kingdom and Germany to become the fourth largest global economy, and that really gets reflected in the number of countries that are queuing up to sign a trade deal. This is also a significant signaling, Deepak, to the rest of the world, and specifically the United States, that India is willing to go more than halfway house, meet you more than halfway house, and negotiate as equal partner in trade, and to agree for mutually beneficial tariff structures, and is open to the idea of having our markets be accessed, and it's a huge market, and everyone in the world wants a pie of Indian market, so why not? But it has to be a quid pro quo. It has to be an equal partners engagement, and that's what I think the messaging is, with Prime Minister traveling to London, and from right there from the West, and in many ways the global financial capital that London is, to be making a statement of sorts of India's confidence, essentially, in having these hard-boiled negotiations, and they go on for years together. We have had already 5 or 6 rounds with the United States. In the case of United Kingdom, 3+ years. Things began in January of 2022 when Boris Johnson was the Prime Minister, and then since then Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak, and now Keir Starmer, and the deal getting signed has been signed, and we are looking up to a joint statement by the two leaders any moment now. And so while the nitty-gritties of the deal are going to kick in only about a few months from now, maybe 8 or 10 months, because remember, we are two good, vibrant, strong democracies. So obviously, when the government sign these kind of agreements, they have to be ratified by respective parliaments. So in the case of India, our parliament; in the case of United Kingdom, their parliament, they would need to ratify this trade deal, and then of course it kicks in. So these aspects taken together, the fact that just a decade or so ago, nobody wanted to have a trade deal with India, and at least as equal partners, and we were part of the Fragile Five, to the time when now we are confidently signing one trade deal after another. Remember, as a build-up to this, we have had a trade deal with EFTA, which is a small grouping within Europe, not part of the European Union, which includes Switzerland and Norway and Liechtenstein and the Netherlands. And then we have signed a separate trade deal with Australia. We have signed a separate trade deal with the UAE. And all these trade deals are already giving momentum to India's goods and services trade worldwide, and it is expected that, like in the case of earlier trade deals, this is also going to bring in more resilience to Indian economy, bring in more openness to our markets, make consumers in India benefit from better products and more competition, and it's going to ultimately strengthen our own industrial muscle. Some people have raised concerns about Make in India, because if goods get cheaper and it's cheaper to import, then why would these corporations have incentives to really come set up shop in India? So, for example, in the case of automobile sector, we have made a big concession in this India-UK FTA from about 100% duties for import of cars to progressively reduce them to just 10%. So obviously, if cheaper imports are coming in of those fancy British cars, why would those British corporations want to set up manufacturing shop floor in India? That's a question that has been raised, and hopefully we would have some answers when the details of the trade deal come out. But essentially what we are seeing is that with the signing of this agreement, this is a lot of symbolism. There is a lot of messaging. There is a lot of signaling that is coming in from India's side, and for the United Kingdom to really acknowledge that despite having signed a trade deal with the United States just last month, and there was a photo of in Canada, I believe, on the sidelines of the G7 summit where President Trump and Keir Starmer of the UK showed up that a mini deal or part of the larger deal that the two sides are negotiating. For Keir Starmer to say that this is the biggest trade agreement that the United Kingdom has signed or is signing after coming out of the European Union, which was a few years ago, after Brexit. And so obviously, this gives you an idea of the kind of importance that's getting attached to Indian market, Indian economy, the size of the Indian market, and that's getting reflected in the kind of trade deal that has got signed. We are looking forward, as I said, Deepak, for the joint statement there, and to listen to the two leaders as to the vision that has guided the two sides to sign this agreement despite those protracted negotiations. The nitty-gritties, of course, we have put on air by way of graphics as to the areas where we are going to benefit, the areas where the British are going to benefit. And these are the times of tariff wars, and unleashed in good measure by President Trump of the United States. And while negotiating those choppy waters, for India to be signing these kind of agreements sends a message of stability, sends a message of bringing calm to the markets. And I think in that sense, the world would be watching those pictures coming in from London in a while from now when the two leaders make that joint address.
That's right, Abhishek. We also have Asmita and Aman joining us live from London. Let me go across to Asmita first. Asmita, the FTA has been signed by India and the United Kingdom. What are the sectors that are clear winners in this particular free trade agreement?
Right. So, you know that on July 24, 2025, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, they, in a high-level bilateral engagement, they have concluded the landmark free trade agreement. So let me take you through some of the key features again, as there have been tariff reductions and mostly the most important, the mobility and labor part, where there has been easier visa access for Indian professionals, students and IT workers, which we know UK provides a very stringent rule for, but now there have been easier visa access. So UK agreed to recognize Indian qualifications in sectors like law, architecture and accountancy, and exemptions from UK national insurance for Indian workers posted temporarily. So the political significance, let me take you through the political significance of this meeting that for the United Kingdom, this was Keir Starmer's first big international economic win post-election, where he represented it as a proof that Britain can strike meaningful deals post-Brexit. And for India, this agreement was showcased that Modi-led strategic and economic breakthrough, which positions India as a trusted global trade partner. Now, this was also a big geopolitical message, which sent a strong signal of UK-India alignment and particular global shifts in the Indo-Pacific and the WTO trade reform and multilateral digital governance. we can also see this, and this can also be seen as as a counter to the EU-India slow trade progress and
That's right.
Brexit,
That's right,
UK
Asmita. It's a
pivot
counter
to
on
Asia.
various fronts. Let me also go across to Aman. Aman, help us understand the key takeaways from the free trade agreement.
Sure. I mean, look, this is a good day for global Britain and New India. We have this historic landmark deal, which was kicked off by Prime Minister Boris Johnson under Roadmap 2030, when he was Prime Minister. This is a real significant development in the sense that, look, this is exactly what Britain voted for in the EU referendum with Brexit, to take back control of our economic policy, of our trade policy, and of our geopolitical policy. And it really showcases where Britain is heading in terms of the Indo-Pacific tilt. India is a natural partner of choice for the UK. I mean, let's break this down. The world's fourth biggest economy in India and the world's fifth biggest economy. This is a real win for free trade. Both these economies are powered by free enterprise. The British people are some of the most innovative and inventive people in the world, as the same is true for the Indian nation. And that's why this is a great win. We hope to double the free trade between UK and India every year to £120 billion worth over the course of the next decade. But of course, this is not the only thing that matters in this FTA. Of course, this is trade matters, but so does geopolitics. And this is a real indicator from the UK where British geopolitics is heading. And that is to...
That's right, Aman. It's a historic moment for India-UK ties as they have inked yet another free trade agreement. We'll get you all the details on the other side of the short break. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आप अभी ये डिलीवर करने के लिए तैयार है। इसके साथ दोनों ही देशों को बहुत ही ज़्यादा आशाएं और बेनिफिट होंगी और दो देशों के लोग आपस में काम करके एक दूसरे के सहयोग करेंगे।
It is a deal that will bring huge benefits to both of our countries, boosting wages, raising living standards, and putting more money in the pockets of working people. It is good for jobs, it is good for business, cutting tariffs and making trade cheaper, quicker and easier.
और दोनों ही देश साथ में काम करके वेजेस बढ़ेंगी और वहाँ पे लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड भी बढ़ेंगी और लोगों के हिस्से में बहुत पैसे आएंगे और ये काम और व्यापार के लिए अच्छी होगी। वो टैरिफ काटने से ट्रेड सस्ता होगा और सहज होगा और सही होगा और सही होगा।
It is good for British workers in cutting-edge manufacturing, whisky distillers across Scotland, and the service sector in London, in Manchester and in Leeds.
और ये ब्रिटिश कामदारों के लिए बहुत अच्छी होगी वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में आगे बढ़ के जैसे विस्की डिस्टिलरी है स्कॉटलैंड में और लंदन में मैनचेस्टर और लीड्स में सर्विस सेक्टर है और जो लोग इसका उपयोग करते हैं यहाँ यूके में इंडियन सामान अच्छे दामों में मिलती है।
It is good for consumers because it will bring down prices on Indian goods in the United Kingdom, like clothes and shoes and food, and it will deliver benefits for the long term. It will add about £4.8 billion to the UK economy every year and £2.2 billion to wages and hundreds of millions of pounds to regions and nations up and down the United Kingdom.
और ये sorry यहाँ के कंज्यूमर के लिए बहुत अच्छा रहेगा और ये दोनों देशों में जो बातचीत होगी, ट्रेड होगी, जो बढ़ेगा.
Don't bother, we can use English words in between. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, His Excellency, I've lost the speech. His Excellency, I've lost the speech.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Sorry, do you want me to repeat? Yes, okay. I think we understand each other well. I mean, look, and we both know this is the biggest and most economically significant trade deal that the UK has made since leaving the EU. And I think I can say that it's one of the most comprehensive deals that India has ever done. So thank you, Prime Minister, for your leadership and for your pragmatism. And I'd like to thank everybody who's worked so hard to get this deal over the line.
और आज ये जो बहुत बड़ी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव डील तैयार की है और कामयाब की है, उसके लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कहना चाहता हूं प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब. और ये दोनों टीम जहां काम करके ये जो काम पूरा किया है, इसके लिए मैं बहुत खुशी हूं.
And you know, as I've said before, and as we were just discussing in our tete-a-tete, we've entered a new global era, and that is one that requires us to step up, not to stand aside, to deliver for the British people by building deeper partnerships and alliances. And today is very much confirmation of that approach.
और अभी वहाँ पे बात सब कर रहे थे आपके साथ बैठ के, हमने बातें की कि नई ग्लोबल एरा पैदा करनी है और इसके लिए हमको सब कुछ करना है जो हम सक्षम है, जिसके बाद ब्रिटिश लोगों को यहाँ पे बहुत ही बड़ी पार्टनरशिप मिलेगी आपके देश से, और यहाँ पे जो हम करने वाले हैं उससे दोनों देशों को फायदा होगा.
And the UK has been negotiating a deal like this for many years, but it is this government that got it done. And with it, we're sending a very powerful message that Britain is open for business. And that is already generating huge confidence. Today we're announcing nearly £6 billion in investment and export wins between India and the United Kingdom, creating over 2,200 jobs for British workers.
और ये जो ऐसी नेगोशिएशन मैं पहले बहुत की है, पर ये जो अभी हमने किया है ये बहुत ही बड़ा होगा, क्योंकि ब्रिटिश लोगों को और संसार को ये जानेंगे कि ब्रिटेन इज ओपन फॉर बिजनेस, व्यापार के लिए खुला है. और ये ब्रिटिश लोगों के लिए भी बहुत अच्छा होगा, क्योंकि ये 6 बिलियन पाउंड्स के 6 बिलियन पाउंड्स यहाँ पे नहीं पैदा होगा. और यूके और इंडिया ने जो ये साथ काम करने का निर्णय किया है, इससे 2,200 जॉब्स भी पैदा होंगे यहाँ पे.
But of course, as we've discussed this morning, this is not the extent or the limit of our collaboration with India. We have unique bonds of history, of family, and of culture. And we want to strengthen our relationship further so that it is even more ambitious, modern, and focused on the long term, the step up in the relationship that we discussed in the autumn of last year. And that's why, alongside this trade deal, I am delighted that we're building on our partnership by launching our India-UK Vision 2035 strategy, pledging to work more closely on areas such as defence, migration, climate, education and health.
और इस सुबह जब हमने बात की थी कि एक आपस के साथ कोलैबोरेट करेंगे, इससे ये साबित होता है कि हम लोग अपनी इतिहास, फैमिली और संस्कृति को बहुत ही मजबूत बनाना चाहते हैं, और जो मजबूत रहा है. और इसीलिए भविष्य में हम ये दोस्ती, ये रिश्ता स्टेप अप करना चाहते हैं। वो ट्रेड डील बना के और इंडिया और यूके 2035 विजन के आधार में वो जो डिफेंस है, माइग्रेशन है, एजुकेशन है, उस पर ध्यान देके।
We will also build on the fantastic work we already do in technology and innovation, celebrating the one-year anniversary of the landmark Technology Security Initiative and making the most of the opportunities it represents for both of our countries.
और टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन के क्षेत्र में भी अभी पहली एनिवर्सरी मनाया है जो हमने, वो टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन, सिक्योरिटी के आधार पे है और ये आगे बढ़ेगा, इसका पूरा विश्वास है।
Work together as we strengthen security, growth and prosperity for working people in both of our nations. So let me now hand over to you to say a few words, and thank you again for your leadership on this.
प्रधानमंत्री स्टार्मर, फ्रेंड्स, नमस्कार।
Prime Minister Starmer, friends, namaskar, good morning.
सबसे पहले मैं प्रधानमंत्री स्टार्मर के गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत सत्कार के लिए हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज हमारे संबंधों में एक ऐतिहासिक दिवस है। मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि कई वर्षों की मेहनत के बाद आज दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न हुआ है।
First of all, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to Prime Minister Starmer for the warm welcome and gracious hospitality. Today marks a historic day in our bilateral relations. I am pleased to note that after many years of hard work, the comprehensive economic and trade agreement between our two countries has been concluded today.
यह समझौता मात्र आर्थिक साझेदारी नहीं, बल्कि साझा समृद्धि की योजना है। एक और भारतीय टेक्सटाइल, फुटवियर, जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी, सी फूड और इंजीनियरिंग गुड्स को यूके में बेहतर मार्केट एक्सेस मिलेगा। भारत के एग्रीकल्चर, प्रोड्यूस और प्रोसेस्ड फूड इंडस्ट्री के लिए यूके की मार्केट में नए अवसर बनेंगे। भारत के युवाओं, किसानों, मछुआरों और एमएसएमई सेक्टर के लिए यह समझौता विशेष रूप से लाभकारी सिद्ध होगा। वहीं दूसरी ओर भारत के लोगों और इंडस्ट्री के लिए यूके में बने प्रोडक्ट्स जैसे मेडिकल डिवाइसेस और एरोस्पेस पार्ट सुलभ और किफायती दरों पर उपलब्ध हो सकेंगे।
This agreement does not merely pave way for economic partnership, but is also a blueprint for our shared prosperity. On the one hand, Indian textiles, footwear, gems and jewelry, seafood, engineering goods will get better market access in the UK. Indian agricultural products, processed food industry will find new opportunities in UK's market. This agreement will prove especially beneficial for India's youth, farmers, fishermen and MSME sector. On the other hand, people and industries in India will be able to access products made in the UK, such as medical devices and aerospace parts at affordable and attractive prices.
इस समझौते के साथ ही डबल कंट्रीब्यूशन कन्वेंशन पर भी सहमति बनी है। इसे दोनों के सर्विस सेक्टर, विशेषकर टेक्नोलॉजी और फाइनेंस के उसको एक नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को गति मिलेगी, कॉस्ट ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस घटेगा और कॉन्फिडेंस ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस बढ़ेगा। साथ ही यूके की अर्थव्यवस्था को भारतीय स्किल्ड टैलेंट मिलेगा। इन समझौतों से दोनों देशों में निवेश बढ़ेगा और रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे। इतना ही नहीं, दो लोकतांत्रिक देशों और विश्व की दो बड़ी इकोनॉमीज के बीच हुए ये समझौते वैश्विक स्थिरता और समृद्धि को भी बल देंगे।
Along with this agreement, we also have reached a consensus on the Double Contribution Convention. This will inject new energy into the service sectors of both countries, especially in technology and finance. It will promote ease of doing business, reduce from India's skilled talent. These agreements will enhance investments and generate new employment opportunities in both countries. Moreover, as agreements reached between two democracies and two of the world's major economies, they will lend support to global stability and global prosperity.
फ्रेंड्स, अगले दशक में हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को नई गति और ऊर्जा देने के लिए विजन 2035 जारी किया जा रहा है। यह टेक्नोलॉजी, डिफेंस, क्लाइमेट, एजुकेशन और पीपल टू पीपल कनेक्ट के क्षेत्रों में एक मजबूत, भरोसेमंद और महत्वाकांक्षी साझेदारी का रोड मैप बनेगा।
Friends, to give new momentum and energy to our comprehensive strategic partnership in the coming decade, today we are launching our Vision 2035. Vision 2035 is a roadmap that will form the basis of a strong, trustworthy, and ambitious partnership in the fields of technology, defense, climate, education, and people-to-people connect.
डिफेंस और सिक्योरिटी में साझेदारी के लिए डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल रोड मैप बनाया गया है। हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी सिक्योरिटी इनिशिएटिव को और मजबूत करने पर काम किया जाएगा। It is our commitment that from AI to critical minerals, semiconductors to cyber security, we shall create the future together.
A defense industrial roadmap has also been drawn up for partnership in defense and security. Work will continue on strengthening our technology security initiative. It is our commitment that from AI to critical minerals, from semiconductors to cybersecurity, we shall create the future together.
Friends, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भी दोनों देश मिलकर एक नया चैप्टर लिख रहे हैं। यूके की 6 यूनिवर्सिटीज भारत में कैंपस खोल रही हैं। पिछले हफ्ते ही भारत के गुरुग्राम शहर में साउथ हैम्पटन यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपस का उद्घाटन हुआ है।
Friends, in the field of education too, we are writing a new chapter together. 6 universities of the UK are opening their campuses in India. Just last week, the University of Southampton inaugurated its campus in the city of Gurugram in India.
Friends, पहलगाम में हुए आतंकवादी हमले की कठोर निंदा के लिए हम प्रधानमंत्री स्टारमर और उनकी सरकार का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। हम एक मत हैं कि आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में दोहरे मापदंडों का कोई स्थान नहीं है। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधारा वाली शक्तियों को डेमोक्रेटिक फ्रीडम का दुरुपयोग नहीं करने दिया जा सकता। Those who misuse democratic freedoms to undermine democracy itself must be held account. इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंडर्स के प्रत्यार्पण के विषय पर भी हमारी एजेंसी सहयोग और समन्वय से काम करती रहेगी।
Friends, we thank the Prime Minister and his government for strong condemnation of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. We are united in the belief that there is no place for double standards in the fight against terrorism. We also agree that the forces which espouse extremist ideologies should not be allowed to misuse democratic freedoms. Those who misuse democratic freedoms to undermine democracy itself must be held to account. Our security agencies will continue to enhance cooperation and coordination on matters such as the extradition of economic offenders.
Friends, इंडो-पैसिफिक में शांति और स्थिरता, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष और पश्चिम एशिया की स्थिति पर हम विचार साझा करते रहे हैं। हम जल्द से जल्द शांति और स्थिरता की बहाली का समर्थन करते हैं। सभी देशों की संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान अनिवार्य है। आज के युग की मांग विस्तारवाद नहीं, विकासवाद ही है।
Friends, we have continued to exchange views on peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, and the situation in West Asia. We support early restoration of peace and stability. Respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries is essential. Today's era demands development, not expansionism.
Friends, पिछले महीने अहमदाबाद में हुई दुर्घटना में मारे गए लोगों में कई यूके के नागरिक भाई बहन भी थे। उनके परिवार वालों के प्रति हम संवेदनाएं प्रकट करते हैं। यूके में रहने वाले भारतीय मूल के लोग हमारे संबंधों में एक लिविंग ब्रिज का काम करते हैं। They did not just bring curry from India, but also creativity, commitment and character. इनका योगदान सिर्फ यूके की समृद्ध इकोनॉमी तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि यूके के कल्चर, स्पोर्ट्स और पब्लिक सर्विस में भी दिखता है।
Friends, last month in the unfortunate plane crash in Ahmedabad, our sisters and brothers of the UK were among those who lost their lives. I would like to express my deepest condolences to the families of the victims. The people of Indian origin in the UK form a living bridge that connects our two nations. They did not just bring curry from India, but also creativity, commitment, and character. Their immense contributions are not just limited to UK's prosperous economy, but are also visible in UK's culture, sports, and public service.
Friends, जब भारत और यूके मिले और वह भी टेस्ट सीरीज के दौरान, तो क्रिकेट का उल्लेख तो करना ही पड़ता है। फॉर बोथ ऑफ अस, cricket is not just a game, but a passion, and also a great metaphor for our partnership. There may be a swing and a miss at times, but we always play with a straight bat. We are committed to building high-scoring सॉलिड पार्टनरशिप। आज संपन्न हुए समझौते और विजन 2035 इसी स्पिरिट को आगे बढ़ाने वाले माइलस्टोन है।
Friends, I would be remiss not to mention cricket when India and the UK are coming together, especially during a test series. For both of us, cricket is not just a game, but a passion. And also a great metaphor for our partnership. There may be a swing and a miss at times, but we always play with a straight bat. We are committed to building a high-scoring, solid partnership. The agreements concluded today and Vision 2035 are milestones which advance this very spirit.
प्रधानमंत्री जी, मैं एक बार फिर आपके आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं आपको भारत यात्रा करने का निमंत्रण भी देता हूं और आशा करता हूं कि हमें शीघ्र ही भारत में आपका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिलेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister, I thank you once again for your warm hospitality. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend an equally warm invitation to you to visit India. I am eagerly looking forward to hosting you in India very, very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So there you just heard the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister of UK, Keir Starmer. They're issuing a statement after India and United Kingdom signed a free trade agreement today. In fact, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer called this a landmark deal between both the nations and a start of a new era between India and United Kingdom. Let me go across to Yogesh Gupta, former ambassador, and Aman, who's joining us live from London. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us here. Just a while back, coming to you, Mr. Yogesh, first, just a while back, Prime Minister and Keir Starmer, as both of them spoke, and both of them called this a landmark free trade agreement. Your first reaction to this?
I think it's a very important agreement, both for India as well as the United Kingdom, that has been reached today, because these are India and the United Kingdom are two major economies. This agreement reflects the spirit of the new trade agreements, which is being negotiated by the Modi government, which means that whatever agreements we work out must be mutually beneficial for both countries. As the previous discussion has indicated, this is going to lead to increased trade. This is going to improve trade in services. This is going to facilitate visits of IT professionals, business people, in getting them visas. It's going to help the people who are working in both countries to pay their social security contributions in their home countries. And in numerous ways, this is going to help both these countries in terms of signaling. I think this is going to be extremely important, because while some countries like the US, they are talking in terms of protectionism, high tariffs, and so on. China is talking in terms of weaponizing some of its trade items. Here is an example of these two economies, two big countries, trying to work out a trade deal which takes care of their mutual interest, which benefits both these countries, which is not exploitative and so on. So I think on the whole, this is a very important agreement, and the visit of the Prime Minister to UK is extremely important, because besides trade, there are so many other areas, the issue of Khalistanis in UK, the issue of, visas for the workers who are visas for the students who are studying in UK, all those issues, and a number of other issues like defense, collaboration in defense, high-tech collaboration in new emerging technologies. All those issues have also been spelled out by both Prime Minister Modi and the British Prime Minister. So on the whole, I would say it's a very important visit, and the results have been really spectacular.
Absolutely. So stay on with us. In fact, I'm also joined by Aman, my colleague, who's joining us live from London. In fact, coming to you, Aman, now this is a free trade agreement that has been signed between India and the United Kingdom that will boost the bilateral trade by $34 billion annually. Give us more details about this agreement.
This is a good day for global Britain and New India, the world's fourth and fifth largest economies. Look, we are two great civilizational nations that are tied together through the bonds of not just heritage and history, but also through shared values of democracy, of freedom and the rule of law, of pluralism. And free trade is a big part of it. Yes, you're right. This is going to boost trade by $34 billion a year. We hope to have $120 billion worth of bilateral trade over the next decade. And this is a real product. Today's free trade agreement this deal is a real product of Roadmap 2030, which was signed earlier by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Boris Johnson a few years ago. So it's a real hard work that has got us to this place. And today's announcement of Vision 2035, I think, is a key indicator of where we go next after this FTA. Because this FTA is not the end of the road. It's the beginning of a long journey of collaboration and cooperation between the world's greatest democracy, that is the billion ballot democracy of New India, and the world's oldest democracy here in the United Kingdom. We go from here to the Indo-Pacific. India is a unique partner for the UK, and vice versa, to keep the Indo-Pacific a free
Absolutely. Landmark deal that has been signed between India and the United Kingdom. Let me also bring in Saurabh Shukla, founder of News Mobile. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. How do you look at this free trade agreement that has been signed between India and United Kingdom? Keir Starmer has called this a landmark agreement. Your first reaction to this?
I think, I consider this as a new strategic dawn between India and the UK. They are great partners. United Kingdom is an important member, a permanent member of the UN Security Council. This deal, if you ask me, is a strategic deal. Not only does it strengthen trade ties between India and UK, make sure it's a win-win partnership for business linkages between India and the UK, and also the consumers. Imagine the impact that will give. The Indian consumers will get access to the UK products at a much more competitive prices, and vice versa. The UK customers also get access to Indian exports at a much cheaper price. So it also boosts India's economy. Also, our global standing. I can tell you, this sends a strong message to other countries in the world on India's standing at a global stage. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi's summit meeting today has already heralded a new era in India-UK partnership. And I will tell you, this will also spur countries like the US to fast-track the negotiations that are happening between India and the US on the trade deal there as well. So you will see a impact happening there as well, but I would call it a strategic deal, a new dawn in India-UK paradigm of relationship, and it was being negotiated for a long time, and it will benefit consumers and people at large. So I would call it a people-centric deal as well.
Absolutely. This key deal has been inked between India and United Kingdom. Thanks so much for speaking to Republic TV. We'll continue to get you these updates and the visuals that are coming in from the United Kingdom. The deal that has been signed between India and United Kingdom. There on the screen is Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal and his British counterpart. More on this on the other side. Stay with us.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Look, and we both know this is the biggest and most economically significant trade deal that the UK has made since leaving the EU. And I think I can say that it's one of the most comprehensive deals that India has ever done. So thank you, Prime Minister.
India-UK signed the landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails FTA with India, calls it major win for Britain. Prime Minister Modi hails FTA deal with UK, calls it historic day for both nations. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No arrests or re-arrests to be done. After ED heat on Anil Ambani, Reliance Infrastructure issues first statement, says no impact on business operations, financial performance. The biggest political scoop since Dhankar's exit. Sources say Nitish Kumar has pushed his name for the next vice president. Supreme Court reserves order on actor Darshan in farm murder case. However, Darshan seen enjoying in Thailand for 2 days. A Russian plane AN-24 carrying 49 passengers crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region, burning fuselage of the plane found. All right, welcome again, friends. India and the United Kingdom signed a free trade agreement just a while back. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who's hosting Prime Minister Modi in London, and the two came together to make that announcement. And in that press conference or address, joint address, they both hailed the occasion as a big one for India and the United Kingdom and the world economy. The signing of the FTA is key part of Prime Minister Modi's ongoing UK visit. New Delhi and London concluded the talks in May to reach a bilateral free trade agreement, discussions for which had begun in 2022. And just a while back, we had that announcement coming in. Both leaders absolutely confident that the trade deal would go miles in upping the India-UK trade relationship, not just trade relationship, but in fact the larger bilateral relationship. Prime Minister there, in fact, spoke about new opportunities in the UK market for Indian products and vice versa. And the signing ceremony there with the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal there with his British counterpart, and then of course the Indian delegation, which also includes External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. We have Aman Bogle joining us live from London, outside the Parliament there in London. And Aman, all right, Aman, why did the UK Prime Minister call this deal the biggest deal the UK has signed since its Brexit? I mean, what makes it so big or such a big deal for the United Kingdom?
Well, good morning here from Westminster, Abhishek. Look, this is a good day for global Britain and New India, and it matters because this is exactly what the United Kingdom voted for in the Brexit referendum, to take back control of our economic policy, of our foreign policy, of our trade policy. And this is a big Brexit win for the UK. And this is all made possible through the hard work that began under Prime Minister Boris Johnson, under the Roadmap 2030, a real strategic, comprehensive agreement. This free trade agreement is not the end of the road. This is the beginning of a long journey towards bringing our two great nations, our two great civilizational nations, far closer together. And of course, the Indo-Pacific plays a big part in it to keep it free and open. I look at India, New India, as the frontier of freedom, taking on the Chinese communists. And of course, if you look at it, between the border of the United Kingdom, other than Israel in between, India is the only democracy, the only free democracy. So between the world's biggest, greatest democracy, the billion ballot democracy, and the world's oldest democracy, this is a coming together of not just a shared heritage and shared history, but also a shared future that is rooted in shared values. You know, the whole idea of belief in democracy, in freedom, in the rule of law, in the whole idea of pluralism. So it's a natural match, and it's a real blueprint, I would argue. So it's a template for the EU to finally get its trade deal done with India, and dare I say, even for the US.
Oh, you make a very valid point, Aman, there, because remember, this comes in the midst of talks that are going on between India and the United States, and the tariff war that has been unleashed by President Trump. I believe this is going to be a template for the rest of the world, and that's why Prime Minister Modi traveling there and signing the agreement there for the world to see. Stay with us, Aman. In fact, Prime Minister Modi, while he was making that address, raised concerns over the Khalistani extremists and other offenders or fugitives of law who are there in the United Kingdom. He said, in the presence of Prime Minister of the UK, Keir Starmer, that both the nations are cooperating on the issue of economic offenders as well. Aman, coming back to this conversation we were having. All right, Aman, I'm just coming to you. Let's listen to what the Prime Minister exactly said, his words, and then we have this, we take this forward.
कि आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में दोहरे मापदंडों का कोई स्थान नहीं है। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधारा वाली शक्तियों को डेमोक्रेटिक फ्रीडम का दुरुपयोग नहीं करने दिया जा सकता. Those who misuse democratic freedoms to undermine democracy itself must be held account. इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंडर्स के प्रत्यार्पण के विषय पर भी हमारी एजेंसी सहयोग और समन्वय से काम करती रहेगी.
All right, geopolitical expert Saurabh Shukla has also joined us in this conversation. But before I go to Saurabh, Aman, a quick question. This comment of Prime Minister that we are going to discuss the economic offenders and that nobody should be misusing democratic arrangement, he was obviously alluding to the Khalistani ecosystem in the United Kingdom. The delegation level talks are happening now as we speak. Aman, you think that these two issues are going to be two important ones when the two sides talk?
Well, look, Abhishek, sectarian extremism in the UK domestically is a huge issue right now. Ever since the 7th October attacks in Israel, we've seen day in, day out, week in, week out, sectarian marches happening up and down the country, anti-Semitism rearing its ugly head again, Islamist extremism rearing its ugly head. And you know what? It's a real domestic issue and not just a geopolitical one. I've long argued that our sectarian domestic
We lost the line there with Aman. He's, of course, live from outside Westminster in London. And we'll connect in a bit. But let me go to Saurabh now, our contributing, in fact, consulting editor on geopolitics and geoeconomics. Saurabh, do you see messaging from London to Washington, D.C. in these pictures? So you think the Trump administration would be taking note of India's confidence in negotiating these kind of trade deals?
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. Not only Trump administration, I would say this is a message to the world. A message to the world that India has concluded a landmark trade deal, and that's the reason why I call it a strategic deal. Not only does this deal make sure that the trade benefits will accrue, it will also make sure there are strategic benefits. UK is a permanent member of the UN Security Council, plays a key role in global affairs, and India and the UK coming together sends a message to every country in the world on India's growing diplomatic prowess under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership. So that's clear messaging there. Second thing, certainly, it creates an impetus for some of the other trade deals that India is negotiating. Certainly, India and the US, I can tell you, are in the final stages of their trade deal. And certainly, it puts a bit of a pressure on the negotiators because there is a sense of internal competition, if you may say, because they want to conclude the trade deal as well. And India certainly has made it very clear that India will do these deals at its own terms. Prime Minister today clearly is talking about India's security concerns on certain groups, whether in the UK or on other parts of the world, posing threat to India's national security, is also a clear messaging that India will continue to defend its national interests. While it will continue to partner with these countries, the national interests of India will stay supreme. And there is a clear message, also the message on economic fugitives, so that no country is safe for these economic fugitives, and India will bring back every economic fugitive who's running from law. And if you've seen in the past, there are a lot of countries who've extradited these, criminals to India, and you will see more coming back to India, and they cannot take safe refuge in any country. Abhishek.
All right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for joining us. So we'll keep coming back to you. Also, thank you so much, Aman Bogle there joining us from London. We'll come back to this story, but for now, a breaking news development coming in from the Supreme Court, where hearing on the Udaipur files row has now been slotted for tomorrow. The SC bench said that the matter will be heard for about 15 minutes tomorrow. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal appeared for the Jamiat-e-Ulema-e-Hind, and senior advocate Menaka Goswami appeared for the accused Mohammad Javed. Senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia appeared for the producers of the film. Let's go to Shambhavi. She's going to join us live from outside the Supreme Court, as also Aditya. But essentially, a final hearing to take place before the Supreme Court gives its mind. Remember, in the last hearing, we had the government come back with a suggestion of 6 cuts or changes in the movie after which it could be released. But now we hear that the Jamiyat-e-Ulema-e-Hind is not ready to accept that also. So the Supreme Court is going to adjudicate on this fresh plea of the Jamiyat. Shambhavi is now live with us from outside the Supreme Court. Shambhavi, what remains of the hearing in the Supreme Court? We get an impression that we're given to believe rather that the Jamiyat has come back with a fresh petition that they are not going to accept the 6 changes or they are not going to accept the movie, including with the 6 changes that have been suggested by the government. So how things are stacked up in the court before the hearing?
Well, in the objections that was filed from the Jamiyat ends after the government committee's 6 cuts, it was very clearly mentioned they were not satisfied with the cuts made. They said that the cuts were they were cosmetic, and they did not actually consider the main problem, the main issues that were raised by the Jamiyat. And they pointed out various things with the constitution of the committee itself, which was a huge issue today, because they said that in the constitution of the government committee that was responsible for hearing both the parties, that was the screening committee, they said that the constitution of the committee was faulty in its own self. Why? Because there were members from CBFC, and CBFC have political nominees, they have political ties, they have political inclinations. So that did not help to have a non-biased hearing. Apart from this, they also said that in the committee, because the committee should be neutral for them to decide, for them to actually suggest cuts. That is why the cuts that they made were very cosmetic in nature. They did not actually consider. So tomorrow, what we can expect is the Supreme Court has definitely given the petitioner the liberty to move to the High Court if they want with a fresh petition. And what the Supreme Court is going to hear, they very clearly stated today that from tomorrow they are going to hear the case for 10 to 15 minutes. And in that 10 to 15 minutes, they're going to decide that whether the stay on the movie should continue till the petitioner goes to the High Court with a fresh petition, because they are not ready to accept the 6 cuts. Back to you.
All right, so the final hearing in the Udaipur files row to take place tomorrow in the Supreme Court. The Jamiyat has objected to the suggestions coming in from the government, and that's what the top court would look into before pronouncing its verdict. Thank you so much, Shambhavi, for joining us with those details from outside the Supreme Court. Moving on, we are getting a breaking news development, which is that the Asia Cup 2025 is to be held in Dubai and Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. The event would be played between September 5 and September 21. And according to reports, the BCCI would be sending their team for the event. However, the BCCI and the ICC and the ACC are yet to make an official statement on this. And that is awaited now. A total of 8 teams are all set to participate, which includes India and Pakistan, apart from, of course, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, Oman, UAE, and Hong Kong, which means that this move to shift the cup to UAE takes care of the India-Pakistan fixture, which is not cancelled, but is now going to take place at a neutral venue. And we'll try and connect with our reporter, sports correspondent on this. So these are 2 different sports. Okay, we'll come back to that in a bit once we get our reporter live. Moving on for now, and to big development coming in from the corporate sector after the Enforcement Directorate heat on the Anil Ambani Group. Reliance Infrastructure Limited and Reliance Power issued first statement, which says that there is no impact on Reliance Infra, its business operations, financial performance, shareholders, employees, or any other stakeholders. However, in the stock market, the share of Reliance Infrastructure dropped by almost 5%. The embattled Anil Dhirubhai Ambani Group which was seen to be coming out of the woods of late, facing another round of action from agencies. And in fact, if you look at what has happened over the last few hours, the Enforcement Directorate has carried out multiple raids in connection with some corporate actions of the group, and which includes about 50 places at 35 locations across the country, and people associated with the Reliance Anil Ambani group facing this action. Over 35 premises, in fact, 50 companies and over 25 persons covered in today's search operations that are carried out under Section 17 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act by the Enforcement Directorate. Meenakshi, in fact, joins us live from Mumbai for more on this. Okay, Meenakshi, there is a statement that has already come in from the Reliance Infra Group that they are not affected, but obviously some group companies are affected, and that's why the market's reacting on the Reliance Infra stock also. But this is about the larger group companies. Okay, I'll come to you, Meenakshi, in a bit. In fact, we go back to London, from where we are getting fresh pictures of the delegation-level talks that are to happen between the two sides. Before that, the two leaders in a private confabulation now, one-on-one. They have already had one earlier.
एक नए विश्व के निर्माण में बहुत बड़ा योगदान देंगे। 21वीं सदी की टेक्नोलॉजी नित्य नूतन इनोवेशन की अपेक्षा करती है। जब यूके और भारत के स्किल युवा, उनका दिमाग, उनका हुनर जुड़ जाता है, तो विश्व के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी विकास की गारंटी प्रोवाइड करता है। इससे रोजगार बढ़ेगा, एक प्रकार से स्किल मोबिलिटी को बल मिलेगा, और मैं समझता हूं कि विजन 2035 उसको हमारी जो कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप है, उसको नई गति मिलेगी, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। एक्सेलेंस, मैं फिर एक बार आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस शानदार शुरुआत में भारत और यूके की एक भागीदारी को मजबूती देने में आपकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। मैं आपका बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं।
All right, those are opening statements before the delegation-level talks. So we heard Prime Minister there commending the role played by the government of Keir Starmer in shepherding this deal from the British side, as the two have announced just a while back the India-UK Free Trade Agreement, the signing ceremony of which happened at the Chequers House an hour back. And after this, there would be delegation-level talks, following which Prime Minister meets King Charles III, and then, of course, emplanes for his return journey via Maldives, where he's the state guest tomorrow on the National Day celebration of the archipelago. All right, we are, in fact, let's cut back again to what the Prime Minister is saying.
बार मिलने का मौका मिला है, ये अपने आप में मैं इसे बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मानता हूं। और यूके और भारत, हम एक प्रकार से नेचुरल पार्टनर हैं। आज हमारे संबंधों का एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है। आज हम दोनों देश मिलकर के पारस्परिक लाभकारी एफटीए और डबल कंट्रीब्यूशन कन्वेंशन इसको संपन्न करने जा रहे हैं। ये अपने आप में भारत और यूके भावी पीढ़ी के लिए एक बहुत मजबूत रास्ता तैयार कर रहा है। व्यापार और उद्योग के क्षेत्र में एक नया अध्याय जुड़ रहा है। हमारे किसान, हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे युवा, मैं समझता हूं उनके लिए अनेक नए अवसर पैदा हुए। इतना ही नहीं, 21वीं सदी ये टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सदी है। ऐसे में भारत और यूके के युवा, उसमें भी स्किल्ड युवा, ये मिलकर के एक नए विश्व के निर्माण में बहुत बड़ा योगदान देंगे। 21वीं सदी की टेक्नोलॉजी नित्य नूतन इनोवेशन की अपेक्षा करती है। जब यूके और भारत के स्किल्ड युवा, उनका दिमाग, उनका हुनर जुड़ जाता है तो विश्व के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी विकास की गारंटी प्रोवाइड करता है। इससे रोजगार बढ़ेगा, एक प्रकार से स्किल मोबिलिटी को बल मिलेगा, और मैं समझता हूं कि विजन 2035 उसको हमारी जो कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप है उसको नई गति मिलेगी, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। एक्सेलेंस, मैं फिर एक बार आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस शानदार शुरुआत में भारत और यूके की एक भागीदारी को मजबूती देने में आपकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। मैं आपका बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं।
That was Prime Minister Modi sharing more details from the trade deal that has been signed between India and the United Kingdom. Prime Minister thanking Keir Starmer for shepherding from the British side the tough negotiations that went on for 3 years and more. Prime Minister specifically mentioned how the trade deal is going to benefit the youth of the country and the farming sector, given the kind of lowering of tariffs for Indian goods and services that has happened vis-a-vis the British economy. On that note, we slip into a short break, but come back on the other side with more on the India-UK Free Trade Agreement.
मैं तनु क्या सी कि अब हमें सेकंड इनकम बिल्ड कर लेनी चाहिए, और तुमने वापस म्यूचुअल फंड में पैसे डाल दिए।
ये फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स है।
मतलब
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स मतलब चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेयरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट विच इन्वेस्टमेंट, मतलब रेगुलर इनकम विच वी कैन विड्रॉ फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम।
मतलब म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Get up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for India. Join us tomorrow, July 25, for the flagship Republic AI Pre-Summit from the Republic Media Network headquarters. So we bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers, and tech giants as they decode India's AI leap. It's the perfect build-up to the mega Republic AI Summit later this year, and it all begins here.
And we both know this is the biggest and most economically significant trade deal that the UK has made since leaving the EU. And I think I can say that it's one of the most comprehensive deals that India has ever done. So thank you, Prime Minister.
India-UK signed the landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails the FTA, calls it major win for Britain.
मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि कई वर्षों की मेहनत के बाद आज दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न हुआ है.
Prime Minister underscores the hard work that went into the FTA, calls it a historic day for both the nations. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No re-arrest to be done. After ED heat on Anil Ambani, Reliance Infra issues first statement, says no impact on business operations, financial performance. Biggest political scoop since Dunker's exit. Sources say Nitish Kumar has pushed for his name for the next vice president. Supreme Court reserves order on actor Darshan in fan murder case. However, Darshan seen enjoying in Thailand for the last 2 days. A Russian plane AN-24 carrying 49 passengers crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region. Burning fuselage of the plane spotted. Welcome back, friends. The Enforcement Directorate today conducted raids at businessman Anil Ambani's residence in Mumbai. A preliminary investigation revealed illegal loan diversion of around rupees 3,000 crores from Yes Bank, according to ED sources. The agency also found that just before the loan was granted, the Yes Bank promoters received money in their concerns. After the ED heat, Reliance Infrastructure and Reliance Power issued statements which said no impact on their corporations, its business operations or financial performance, shareholders or employees. Notably, the statement also mentions that Anil Ambani is not on the board of the company. In the midst of this, shares of Reliance Infra hit the lower circuit in trade during the day, dropped by almost 5% at close. We have Meenakshi now joining us live from Mumbai for more on this. Meenakshi, are the raids or the search operations of the Enforcement Directorate still continuing? If they are over, do we have an update from the agency on how long this investigation would go on?
Well, Abhishek, it's almost 5 hours have passed, but ED is still conducting search operation in 35 locations, which one of the main location is in this South Mumbai's Reliance main office is Reliance Center. You know, it's situated in Ballard Estate, and I am outside in this Reliance Center. We know that 50 companies are involved in this investigation and all are under ED radar. We are now Reliance Center, which is the main office and big office of Reliance Communications, and 4 ED officials entered and started their search operation at 10 to 10:30 a.m. we got to know that, and it's a two-storied building. Now staffs are inside in the premises. All staffs are inside in the building, and security already locked the building. You can see the visuals from live visuals I'm showing you. Security has come and locked the whole building, the main gate of this Reliance Center, and it's a two-storied building where staffs are inside, and 4 ED officials and more are inside in this premises. And 5 hours they are conducting search operation. Nobody allowed to enter and exit from these premises, and it's a big office. You know, it's a South Mumbai's big office of Reliance Communications. It's a Reliance Center.
Right. Right. Thank you so much, Meenakshi, with those updates. So clearly the ED is still continuing with its search operations at Anil Ambani Group companies. Though, of course, in a statement, they have clarified that Anil Ambani himself is not on the board of these corporates or corporate bodies under his scanner. Moving on for now. And to the breaking news development on cricket. The BCCI is all set to host Asia Cup in the UAE in the month of September. Discussions about the tournament were held in today's Asian Cricket Council meeting. India and Pakistan are likely to be in the same group for the Asia Cup, and BCCI has agreed to host the T20 tournament at a neutral venue because obviously neither India is comfortable inviting Pakistan to play in India, and the Pakistanis also did not want. So that's why instead of India hosting Asia Cup in India, it's going to be hosted in the UAE. Not the first time that this is happening, but BCCI clearly coming to an understanding at the Asia Cricket Council meeting. So the India-Pakistan clash is all set to take place, but at a neutral venue, Dubai or Sharjah or Abu Dhabi, but not in India. We'll try and connect with our reporter, a sports team from the digital desk, or someone from the sports world to help us understand how this understanding was reached. Or is it that the BCCI gave in to the Pakistani pressure and agreed for a neutral venue, or is it that this was anyway part of the plan to make sure that the larger tournament is not disturbed and it goes on? We have earlier, India has always refused to play in Pakistan for a good decade and more, and the practice perhaps now making Pakistan move in the same direction. Moving on for now. All right, let's look at some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 1 minute. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami.
1 minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has ordered an SIT inquiry into this scam in the National Scholarship of Minority Students. Dhami said it has been found that the scholarship of the students has been withdrawn wrongly, and even institutions like Saraswati Vidya Mandir have been shown under minority. Delhi's Rouse Avenue court lists the Enforcement Directorate's complaint on the point of issuance of a notice to businessman Robert Vadra and other accused persons in a money laundering case. This case is linked to the land deal in Gurugram's Shikorpur village. The opposition has upped the ante against the EC's electoral roll revision exercise in Bihar. CPI General Secretary D. Raja slammed the EC's move, saying that the exercise of electoral rolls in Bihar has created immense problems and difficulties for the common people, including poor, Dalits, Adivasis and migrant labour. So this even as 99% of those eligible have already registered or re-registered with the Election Commission. All right, moving on. The Bombay High Court judgment on 7/11 serial bomb blast case that acquitted 12 accused. In the case, The accused, however, won't be rearrested. The Supreme Court essentially staying that verdict of the Bombay High Court. Today, in the hearing at the apex court of the country, Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, appearing for the state of Maharashtra, told the bench that he was not seeking an order to direct the accused persons to surrender, only requesting a stay of the judgment, given larger implications of some observations made by the High Court bench on the larger Makoka cases. Remember, the Bombay High Court had acquitted all the accused and delivered a scathing indictment of the Mumbai Police's anti-terrorism squad, remarking that it had created a false appearance of having solved a case. We in fact have a soundbite of Rajya Sabha MP and former prosecutor Ujjwal Nikam on this. Let's listen to him.
इसके बारे में मेरिट पे मैं आज कुछ बात नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन बड़ी ये चौंकाने वाली बात है कि जिस सेशन कोर्ट ने 5 अभियुक्तों को फांसी की सजा दी थी, 7 अभियुक्तों को आजीवन कारावास की सजा दी थी, वो सभी सबूत मुंबई हाई कोर्ट ने ठुकरा दिए हैं। इसका मतलब कुछ तो कमियां थी क्या नहीं, इसका संशोधन राज्य सरकार जरूर करेगी, लेकिन राज्य सरकार की अपील जो थी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, वो एडमिट होने के कारण इस फैसले को रोक लगाई गई है। इसलिए इसके मेरिट के बारे में बात करना गलत है, लेकिन जरूर मुझे उम्मीद है कि जो आज रेल ब्लास्ट में जिन लोगों की जान चली गई, उन्हें बहुत दुख होना बिल्कुल स्वाभाविक है, लेकिन आगे चल के देखते हैं कि क्या होता है।
देखिए, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने 2006 में जो बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट, ट्रेन ब्लास्ट हुए थे बॉम्बे में, उसमें जो 11 आरोपी थे उनकी निर्दोष मुक्तता की थी, उनको टोटली बाइज्जत बरी किया था। तो वो जजमेंट के खिलाफ इमीडिएटली महाराष्ट्र सरकार सुप्रीम कोर्ट आई, उन्होंने अर्जेंट लिस्टिंग की मांग की। परसों जस्टिस गवई ने इसकी अर्जेंट लिस्टिंग की मांग मान्य की और आज वो मैटर जस्टिस सुंदरेश इनके सामने था। इसमें राज्य सरकार, महाराष्ट्र सरकार को सफलता मिली है। इस आदेश को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्थगित किया है। ये क्यों स्थगित किया है? महाराष्ट्र सरकार का कहना था ये आदेश दूसरे मकोका आरोपी और कथित आतंकवादी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि जो 11 लोग अब बाहर है जेल से, वो बाहर ही रहेंगे, उनको नोटिस इश्यू की जाएगी, उनका रिप्लाई, रिजॉइंडर वगैरह सब होगा और बाद में सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसमें एक तो बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का जो डिसीजन है वो अपहोल्ड कर सकती है या फिर उसको पलटा सकती है। लेकिन अभी की इम्पोर्टेंट खबर यही है कि महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट को स्थगिति मिली है। लार्जर पिक्चर देखते हुए ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। हालांकि वो 11 लोग बाहर रहेंगे, वो मुद्दा इतना बड़ा नहीं है, लेकिन दूसरे आरोपी इसका इस्तेमाल ना करे इस जजमेंट का, इसलिए ये स्थगिति मिलना बहुत जरूरी था। और महाराष्ट्र सरकार को बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट ने जो ट्रेन ब्लास्ट में जो डिसीजन दिया था अभी कुछ दिन पहले, उसके ऊपर स्थगिति मिली है।
बीजेपी से और केंद्र सरकार से पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि कल अगर मालेगांव ब्लास्ट में और महाराष्ट्र सरकार से मालेगांव ब्लास्ट में अगर कल वो भी रिजर्व फॉर जजमेंट है, मिसाल के तौर पर मान लिया जाए, जो नहीं होना चाहिए, अगर कोर्ट डिसाइड करेगा कि वो एक्यूज एक्विट हो गए तो अपील करेंगे आप? दूसरी बात ये कि मक्का मस्जिद में ब्लास्ट हुआ था 2008 में, उसमें 8-10 लोगों की मौत हुई, अपील ही नहीं की उसमें। क्यों नहीं की अपील? आप ही की सरकार थी ना, बीजेपी से आपने अपील नहीं की। तीसरा, अजमेर ब्लास्ट का आप अपील नहीं करते। तो ये जो पॉलिसी है, टेररिज्म को रोकना चाहिए, टेररिज्म को खत्म करना चाहिए, मगर अगर सरकार अगर एक्यूज का रिलीजन देखकर अगर अपील करेगी तो फिर ये टेररिज्म से फाइट तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज है आपकी, ये हम बोलना चाह रहे हैं।
Some political reactions there. In fact, Republic caught up with Prabhakar Mishra, one of the victims of the 7/11 local train bomb blasts in Mumbai. Let's listen to what's going on in his mind.
ये तो अच्छी बात है, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट अगर फिर से जांच करके जो अपराधी हैं उनको पकड़ सके, क्योंकि जो अपराधी हैं तो घूम ही रहे थे, क्योंकि उनके अनुसार ये गलत लोगों को पकड़ा गया, ये निरपराध साबित हुए, तो जो अपराधी हैं वो भी घूम रहे हैं, ये भी छूट गए। वो भी उन्होंने किया था, करते ही रहे हैं, करेंगे भी। अगर वो जब तक पकड़े नहीं गए तब तक सही न्याय नहीं मिलेगा, और जैसा ये तंत्र चलता रहा है चलता रहेगा।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो स्टे दिया उससे खुश हैं?
हाँ, उससे खुश हूँ, बट एट द सेम टाइम उससे सही न्याय की उम्मीद करता हूँ।
बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने जब फैसला दिया था तो कहीं न कहीं बड़ा झटका लगा था आप लोग को, क्योंकि आप लोग विक्टिम हैं।
बिल्कुल झटका लगा था, इसलिए कि जो उतना ही झटका लगा था, उतना ही तकलीफ़ हुआ था जितना 11 जुलाई 2006 को बम ब्लास्ट से हुआ था। उससे तमाम समस्याएं आई, अर्निंग इफ़ेक्ट हुई, हमारी कमाई कम हो गई, घर का खर्चा चलाना मुश्किल हो गया था, और अभी उसका आज तक ही भुगतान है। मेरा राइट ईयर ही 80 to 90% ठीक हो पाया, लेफ़्ट ईयर से अभी भी समस्या है बोलने की। अभी भी चलता रहता हूँ, अगर पीछे से कोई आवाज़ आई, चाहे रिक्शा हो चाहे टैक्सी हो, मैं सुन नहीं पाता, बाद में उलाहना सुनना पड़ता है। बहरे हो क्या, सुनाई नहीं पड़ता क्या? किसको मैं बार बार एक्सप्लेन करूँगी ये सब बात? इसलिए इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए फिर से उचित जांच करें, उचित न्याय की उम्मीद करता हूँ।
एक उम्मीद फिर से जागी है?
बिल्कुल एक उम्मीद जागी है, इसीलिए हाई कोर्ट से फैसला उड़ गया, लेकिन ये भी कोर्ट थी, लोअर कोर्ट या मकोका कोर्ट, जिस किसी ने किया था, उम्मीद जगी थी अच्छे लोग, ये अपराधी लोग पकड़े गए, इनको सज़ा मिलेगी तो थोड़ा सा दिल को सुकून महसूस होगा, जिन्होंने जैसा किया पाया। लेकिन हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट से फिर से वही की वही हालात पैदा कर दी।
क्या मांग करेंगे आप?
बताया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से यही मांग करूंगा, उचित जांच, सही अपराधी को पकड़ो अगर नहीं पकड़े गए हैं तो। और क्या मांग करेंगे हम? तो मांग अब क्या कर सकते हैं? जो हमारा नुकसान हुआ वो तो कोर्ट से मांग नहीं कर सकते, वो कोई दे सकता है, कोई एजेंसी देवे तो अच्छी बात है।
दूसरा कि जब बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का फैसला आया तो ये सवाल मन में आया होगा कि आखिर ब्लास्ट किसने किया?
यही तो आया, यही तो बताया, अगर इसने नहीं किया तो किसी ने ज़रूर, इन्होंने नहीं किया तो किसने किया? वह क्यों नहीं पकड़ा गया? अगर ये गलत लोगों को पकड़ा गया किसी भी कारण से और फिर से उनको निरपराध साबित कर दिया गया।
All right, the Supreme Court there with stay on the Bombay High Court verdict acquitting 11 accused in the 7/11 Mumbai train blast case, giving a ray of hope to the victim families and the victims themselves that maybe they will still get justice and the court would find who were the actual culprits. Moving on, we slip into a short break and coming up on the other side of this quick one. Biggest political scoop since Dankar's exit, sources say Nitish Kumar has pushed for his candidature as vice president. And the top court reserves order in actor Darshan farm murder case. However, Darshan seen enjoying in Thailand.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ED begins biggest crackdown on Anil Ambani. 50 companies, 35 premises, 25 people raided by ED. ED lends on rupees 14,000 crore alleged loan fraud. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. And I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit happening on the 25th of July. We're going to talk all things AI, innovations, the breakthroughs, what's India going to be like in this story. So be there. It's a build-up to the mega event, the Mega AI Summit. And I look forward to seeing you there.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing the India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of AI in shaping a new India.
इस साल का जो प्रॉफिट है इंटरेस्ट पे डाल देंगे। हर महीने ब्याज का पैसा आता रहेगा।
अगर रेगुलर इनकम ही चाहिए तो आप वो पैसे फिक्स्ड इनकम फंड्स में डाल दो।
वो क्या होता है?
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए ब्याज देने वाली कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। सिस्टमैटिक विथड्रॉल प्लान से आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी आता रहेगा।
म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking at 5 p.m. with me, Shavan Sen. Our total focus tonight on business tycoon Anil Ambani, who's now under the lens of the Enforcement Directorate. In a short while from now, we're going to get you more details of the probe that is basically underway. All this and much more. Up first, these are the headlines we're tracking at this hour. India-UK sign the landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails FTA deal with India, calls it major win for Britain.
कि कई वर्षों की मेहनत के बाद आज दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न हुआ है.
Prime Minister hails free trade deal with UK, calls it historic day for both nations. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on the acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blasts. No re-arrest to be done. After ED heater on Anil Ambani, Reliance infrastructure issues first statement says no impact on business operations, financial performance. Biggest political scoop since Dankar's exit. Sources say Nitish Kumar has pushed his name for the next vice president. Supreme Court reserves order on actor Darshan in sofa murder case. However, Darshan seen enjoying in Thailand 2 days ago. Russian plane AN-24 carrying 49 passengers crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region, burning fuselage of the plane found. Gear up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact and what's next for India. Join us tomorrow on 25th of July for a flagship Republic AI pre-summit from the Republic Media Network headquarters. We bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers and tech giants as they decode India's AI leap. It's the perfect build-up to the mega Republic AI Summit, and to top it all, it begins all here. In fact, we're starting with the latest which is now coming in from London, where the free trade agreement was signed between both of the nations. Now, these are the latest pictures coming in of UK Prime Minister and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We're going to take you through the latest details with regards to the free trade agreement that has been signed. That's the highlight of the Prime Minister's visit right now. Both the leaders sharing a cup of chai. What you see right now on your screens, these are the latest images. We'll also try and go across to our reporters on the ground, getting us the latest details with regards to the developments that have taken place. In fact, as the Prime Minister's visit to UK comes in, this is the first visit of the Prime Minister after Keir Starmer became the Prime Minister of Britain. In fact, right now on your screens, these are the latest images now coming in from London, where a business meet is basically underway. Certain demonstrations essentially being made right now before the Prime Minister of both the nations. It appears that UK business houses have also been invited at 10 Downing Street, where the meeting has taken place between the Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Keir Starmer. On your screens right now, these are business conglomerates who have now been called in for the meeting with the leaders of both the nations. Also, the highlights essentially taking place right now on your screens of several companies, Indian as well as Britain companies, making a display of their products. Earlier today, the Enforcement Directorate carried out raids at multiple locations. 35 locations where these searches have been carried out. They are now linked to Anil Ambani's group of companies. We have got more details of the probe that is underway. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate is also looking at a loan diversion of 10,000 crore rupees. This is what top sources of Enforcement Directorate have now confirmed, that they are essentially looking at how Reliance Mutual Fund had invested 2,850 crore rupees in bonds of Yes Bank for suspected quid pro quo. Now, these bonds were eventually written down, money that was siphoned off. This was the money of public, the mutual fund investors. In fact, CBI is also investigating the issue. Can we just go back to the breaking plates now with regards to what we have essentially found so far? Of the big details, Reliance Mutual Fund invested 2,850 crore rupees in Yes Bank bonds. That's breaking number one. Breaking number two now coming in is suspected quid pro quo as bonds were written down. In fact, this is what we are given to understand that the Enforcement Directorate is also looking at. Now, there is also a curious case of another third-party company where 10,000 crore rupees, and this is a scam of 10,000 crore rupees that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at. This is with regards to Reliance Infrastructure, which the ED says that had diverted large sum of money that was disguised as ICDs to group companies of Reliance Anil Ambani group of companies through a C company, an undisclosed related party company, which essentially means this is an unregistered company to begin with. Reliance Infrastructure, in fact, did not disclose which this company is as its related party. Now, this was in order to avoid proper approval from the shareholder and audit committee. It has also hidden, presumably to circumvent checks and balances imposed on related party transaction as per the laws. The details that we have also got is that about 5,480 crore rupees loan, of which only 4 crore rupees was received in cash. Can we have those details on the screens right now of the 4 crore rupees that was settled as cash, and remaining 6,499 crore rupees has been settled in the form of assignment, transfer of assets, economic rights, mainly in certain discoms. These discoms essentially does not have any business which are operational. So we're looking at a 10,000 crore rupees scam. Fresh probe details coming in, ED probing another 10,000 crore rupees scam linked to Anil Ambani's company, Reliance Infrastructure. In fact, earlier today, Pranav, Reliance Infrastructure said that perhaps Anil Ambani has not been a part of the board, and the fact that it does not have any impact as far as the financials are concerned. My sources within the Enforcement Directorate are now indicating that this is not just limited to the Canara Bank loan or the Yes Bank loan. They're also looking at a 10,000 crore rupees scam that they believe was essentially written off.
Well, absolutely, Shravan. In fact, SBI, I mean, just few days ago, we had SBI, which labeled Anil Ambani as fraudsters. So we are necessarily looking at a number of banks. And as the ED rightly said, that this seems to have been a model of systematically siphoning off money. So these are the allegations that the Enforcement Directorate, and it's reflecting in the numbers on the D Street today. Shares of Reliance Infra as well as Reliance Power fell by 5%, and trading was in fact halted because they, touched the lower circuit. So yes, investors I think, are not hidden from any of the inside details. So company has denied that, the company has said that Anil Ambani is not on the board of Reliance Power and Reliance Infra, but then the fall in the shares indicates something else.
Pranav, with regards to Reliance now essentially maintaining that Anil Ambani was not part of the board, is that the case? Because the probe is also looking at a period between 2017 and 2019. Was Anil Ambani a part of the board at that point in time?
That time, in fact, the company has in its statement said that this case pertains to 10-year-old. It's a 10-year-old case which necessarily relates to Reliance Communication and Reliance Home Finance Limited, during which period he was on the boards.
Well, let me also quickly go across to my colleague Meenakshi. Pranav, stay with us as we're getting more details, fresh details, only channel with minute-to-minute update of the probe that is being carried out. And remember, 50 companies are now under the scanner. Meenakshi, you're outside Reliance in Mumbai. Are there any details that you're picking up in terms of how the company is basically responding to the searches that are being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate?
Well, Shravan, it almost 7 hours have passed, but ED officials still is conducting search operation in Reliance Center. All staffs are inside, and nobody allowed to go inside and exit from this office building. Let me show you the pictures, live picture we are showing here. All officials, ED officials, 4 officials, we got to know that inside in this building now, and all staffs of Reliance Industries, they are also inside in the building, and we are showing live visuals. ED officials are inside, and security in charge has locked the main gate of Reliance Industries, this office which is situated in Mumbai South Fort area and Balad Estate. This is the big office, 2-storied building. Officials are inside in the building, and we got to know that ED officials has entered this office with some boxes, and they have some documents, and they are checking it again and again, but no confirmation when they will come outside from this building. But they are inside, and still searching operation is going on. Live updates from outside Reliance Center now, Shravan.
Thank you very much, Meenakshi, for getting us the latest details. A quick recap of what we know so far. This morning, Anil Ambani's linked companies came under the lens of the Enforcement Directorate. This after 2 FIRs were first registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation with regards to loans allegedly received from Yes Bank. The Enforcement Directorate thereafter did actually take cognizance of the FIR and registered an ECIR, which is an equivalent of an FIR that has been registered, in which they've essentially stated that the preliminary investigation suggests that Yes Bank had given loan of roughly about 3,000 crore rupees in exchange of bribes that were allegedly received by their officials. In fact, it turns out that the loan money was also written off. A quick recap of what we know so far. Pranav, in terms of the details that we have had from the Enforcement Directorate through the day, can you help our viewers understand as to what exactly is the Enforcement Directorate really looking at?
Well, the Enforcement Directorate today issued a statement. I mean, we had some inputs coming in that one of the things they were looking at is the Reliance Communications alleged loan fraud of over rupees 14,000 crores. The ED has specifically mentioned that it was a well-planned and thought-after scheme to divert, siphon off public money by cheating banks, shareholders, investors, and public institutions. So what it is necessarily, in fact, another case that was mentioned was the Canara Bank, wherein 1,050 crore have been involved. So it's necessarily looking at a modus operandi. If you remember, in 2024, SEBI had also banned Anil Ambani from the capital markets. So there's a larger scheme of things that the investigators are looking at.
Well, thank you very much, Pranav, for getting us the latest details. Getting at some more breaking news right now. Sources within the Election Commission of India have now confirmed that the preparations over a special intensive revision in West Bengal is expected to begin soon. EC sources have told our reporters that the process is going to happen all across India, but will begin from the poll-bound states. Let me also go across to my colleague Gopi, who's joining us from outside the Election Commission office in the national capital, getting us the latest details. Gopi, you're getting in information about the SIR to take place in West Bengal. Why is it that all of this special intensive revision that is being done, they're only from poll-bound states? Is there any rationale that has been given by the Election Commission?
Well, in fact, see, as per the provision and as per the constitutional amendment and the Representation of People's Act of 1951, ECI always has got this provision to do this special intensive revision. Now, this has begun from Bihar. What we have understood from our sources at ECI is, as you've correctly mentioned, that it is going to happen all across India, but it is going to begin from poll-bound states, which includes Tamil Nadu as well as West Bengal. Now, to tell our viewers that on July 21st, it was Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, while she was addressing in one of the rallies in West Bengal, she had said that she won't be allowing ECI to enter West Bengal for SIR. And in fact, she had threatened the ECI that, rallies and protests will happen all across Bengal from July 27th if SIR if at all ECI takes decision to, perform and exercise SIR in the state of West Bengal. But what we are learning from our sources is this is merely to check the bogus and duplicate voters in particular states wherever the exercise is happening, and it is going to happen all across India. While previously as well, it has happened 9 times, and why were no questions raised back then, and why it is happening now? To tell our viewers that counter affidavit has been filed in the Supreme Court by the Election Commission of India, and Supreme Court is also going to hear this matter on July 28th. Specifically to Bihar SIR. Back to you.
In fact, you're essentially indicating that the process is going to begin in West Bengal, and this is part of the constitutional provisions. Remember, this has now become the biggest bone of contention, with opposition parties saying that this is going to impede the election process. In fact, a hint was given by Tejasvi Yadav in Bihar, saying that this is an attempt to throttle this entire system, and in fact there is a hint that came in that they might also boycott the elections. Having said that, sources now indicating that the SIR that has been conducted in the state of Bihar, the process has been completed and it's almost on the verge of completion, and they've been able to carry out the exercise to keep in mind that the genuine voters in the state of Bihar get the opportunity to exercise their rights. Sources now confirming that it's going to happen in West Bengal also. Meanwhile, on 16th of July, the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had warned the Election Commission of India over the voter roll revision, and this is what she had said: will oppose tooth and nail if the Election Commission calls for an electoral roll revision in Bengal. Listen in to what the Chief Minister had to say.
हम इलेक्शन कमीशन को चेयर को रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं, लेकिन जैसे बिहार में 40 लाखों का ज्यादा आदमी को नाम निकाल दिया और बंगाल में भी करने वाला है, अगर करेगा तो घेराव कर्मसूची करेंगे, पूरा घेराव होगा, पूरा आंदोलन होगा। हम नाम काटने नहीं देंगे, हम नाम डालने नहीं देंगे डिटेंशन कैंप में। हम इलेक्शन कमीशन को चेयर को रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं, लेकिन जैसे बिहार में 40 लाखों का ज्यादा आदमी को नाम निकाल दिया और बंगाल में भी करने वाला है, अगर करेगा तो घेराव कर्मसूची करेंगे, पूरा घेराव होगा, पूरा आंदोलन होगा। हम नाम काटने नहीं देंगे, हम नाम डालने नहीं देंगे डिटेंशन कैंप में।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has ordered an SIT inquiry into the scam in the National Scholarship of Minority Students. Chief Minister Dhami said it has been found that the scholarship of the students has been withdrawn wrongly, and even institutions like the Saraswati Vidya Mandir have been shown under minority category. Delhi's Rao's Ivory Court lists the Enforcement Directorate's complaint on the point of issuance of a notice to Robert Vadra and other accused persons in a money laundering case. The case is linked to land deal in Gurugram's Shikhopur village. The opposition ups the ante against EC's SIR exercise. CPI General Secretary D. Raja slammed Election Commission's move, saying that the special intensive revision of the electoral rules in Bihar has created immense problems and difficulties for the common people, including poor Dalits, Adivasis and migrant labourers. A major breakthrough for the security forces and government over its anti-Maoist strategy. 25 Maoists have surrendered before the police and administration in Bijapur district. The most prominent among them is Ramanna Ishwar, alias Japli, alias Vinod, a top Maoist terrorist carrying a 25 lakh reward and Orissa State Sub-Zonal Bureau Commander active since 2002. Total, these surrendered Maoists carried a combined bounty of about 1.15 crore rupees. Now, this is part of the anti-Maoist operations that have been carried out. We'll try and also go across to Republic reporter. Before we go across to our reporter on the ground, this is what the IG of Bastar had to say.
छत्तीसगढ़ शासन एवं भारत सरकार की स्पष्ट मंशा है प्रतिबंधित एवं गैरकानूनी सीपी महोदय संगठन का खात्मा को बहुत जल्दी सुनिश्चित करते हुए संभाग के अंतर्गत समस्त इलाका में विकास कार्य को गति देकर संपूर्ण बस्तर क्षेत्र का एक सकारात्मक पहचान दिलाने का उसी उद्देश्य से विगत समय में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा लगातार प्रभावी अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप विगत 1.5 वर्षों में 450 से अधिक माओवादी कैडर का डेड बॉडी अलग अलग मुठभेड़ के पश्चात रिकवर की गए थे। सीनियर लेवल माओवादी कैडर से लेकर डिविजनल लेवल कमेटी, एरिया कमेटी और स्थानीय लेवल माओवादी कैडर सब संगठन छोड़कर काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में आत्मसमर्पण कर शासन के पुनर्वास पॉलिसी के लाभ उठाने के लिए सामने आ रहा है। उसी सिलसिला में आज दिनांक 24 जुलाई को बस्तर संभाग के अंतर्गत जिला बीजापुर में 25 माओवादी कैडर, जिला दंतेवाड़ा में 15, जिला सुकमा में 5, जिला नारायणपुर में 8, जिला कांकर में 13, इस प्रकार कुल 66 माओवादी कैडर ने आज हिंसा त्याग कर समाज के मुख्यधारा में आने के उद्देश्य से आत्मसमर्पण किया।
Joining us on this broadcast is Republic reporter Bharat, who's joining us from Bijapur. Bharat, बहुत बड़ी कार्रवाई की गई है और पिछले कई दिनों से हम देख रहे हैं कि लगातार माओइस्ट जो है सरेंडर कर रहे हैं। इसके पीछे रणनीति क्या रहा है और सरकार का क्या कहना है इस पूरे मामले को लेकर?
देखिए, बिल्कुल समझ मैं आपको बता दूं, जिस तरीके से जो समर्पण कर रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं सुरक्षा बल की जो कार्रवाई है वो देखने को मिल रही है। देश के जो गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने जो डेडलाइन तय किया है 31 मार्च 2026 तक माओवाद का समाप्त जो है वो कर देंगे, जिसके तर्ज पे लगातार जो है एंटी नक्सल ऑपरेशन जो है नक्सलियों के आधारशिल वाले इलाकों पे चलाया जा रहा है। इसका एक नतीजा कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से जो बड़े पद पे काबिज है SZPM यानी सब जोनल कमेटी ऑफ मेंबर जगदीश, जो कि 25 लाख का इनामी नक्सली है, उससे जब रिपब्लिक भारत ने उससे बातचीत करने की कोशिश की तो उसने स्पष्ट कर दिया जिस तरीके से फोर्स का दबाव देख रहे हैं, फोर्स की जो मूवमेंट है उस पूरे इलाके पे देखा जा रहा है। नक्सलियों की आधारशिल वाले इलाके यानी नक्सलियों के गढ़ में भी फोर्स अब जा रही है, जिस इलाके पे एक समय जाना पॉसिबल नहीं हुआ करता था। उनका ट्रेनिंग सेंटर हुआ करता था, उनका जो कैंपिंग जो होती है माओवादियों की उनकी हुआ करती थी, उस इलाके पे भी अब फोर्स पहुंच रही है। लगातार जो मूवमेंट है वो देखा जा रहा है, इनकाउंटर्स हो रहे हैं, मुठभेड़ हो रहे हैं, माओवादी को मारा जा रहा है। कई जो माओवादी हैं उनको पुलिस जवानों ने अब तक ढेर किया है। कहीं ना कहीं ये भी एक वजह माना जा रहा है जिसकी वजह से जो माओवादी हैं, बड़े कैडर के जो माओवादी हैं वो समर्पण करने के लिए मजबूर हो रहे हैं। 25 नक्सलियों ने आज बस्तर आईजीपी सुंदरराज के समक्ष आत्मसमर्पण किया है, लेकिन उसमें से एक नक्सली ऐसे हैं जो बड़े पद पे काबिज है, जो कि बड़े नक्सली कहा जा रहे हैं, SZPM यानी सब जोनल कमेटी ऑफ मेंबर। तो बड़े पद पे काबिज है, 25 लाख का नक्सली है वो। ऐसे में उसका नाम जगदीश बताया जा रहा है, जो धर्मापुर का रहने वाला है, बीजापुर जिले के अंतर्गत उस ब्लॉक के अंतर्गत बासागुड़ा थाना क्षेत्र का के अंतर्गत वो रहने वाला निवासी है। ऐसे में वहां से निकल के इतने बड़े पद पर पहुंचना वाकई असंभव जैसे चीजें रहती है, लेकिन उतने बड़े पद पर रहकर कार्यरत करना कहीं ना कहीं सोचने वाली विषय है। इन सारे विषयों को लेकर पुलिस भी एक तरीके से बस्तर आईजीपी सुंदरराज ने कहा कि जिस तरीके से जो डेडलाइन तय किया गया है, जिसके तर्ज पे जो ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है, उसका एक नतीजा है सरकार की जो मंशा है विकास, जो विकास लगातार देखा जा रहा है, उसकी वजह से नए नए जो नवीन कैंप वो स्थापित की जा रही है। नक्सलियों के गढ़ में भी ऑपरेशन लगातार चल रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो नक्सली है वो अब उनकी जो रीढ़ है वो कमजोर होते हुए नजर आ रही है। यह भी एक वजह माना जा रहा है कि जो माओवादी है वो आत्मसमर्पण करने के लिए मजबूर हो रहे हैं। यही एक वजह है कि आज 25 माओवादियों ने बीजापुर एसपी डॉक्टर जितेंद्र यादव और बस्तर जो आईजी है पी सुंदरराज सहित सीआरपीएफ के उच्च अधिकारियों के समक्ष उन्होंने आत्मसमर्पण किया है। जी,
Thank you very much, Bharat, for getting us the latest details. Only channel getting you the details from Chhattisgarh. Shifting focus now to the other story that we're getting to you with regards to the online illegal betting apps that is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. It turns out that actor Vijay Deverakonda has also been summoned once again. This after he did not make an appearance before the Enforcement Directorate despite the first notice being sent out to the actor. Take a look at this report.
After Telugu actor Rana Daggupati, ED has now summoned actor Vijay Deverakonda in illegal betting app scam. Vijay Deverakonda has been summoned in connection with a money laundering probe linked to online betting apps. He has now been asked to appear before the agency on August 11th, following an earlier summon. The ED's action follows FIRs filed in 5 states against multiple celebrities for endorsing betting platforms accused of generating illicit funds worth crores. Names like Prakash Raj, Rana Daggupati were also in the list. Earlier, ED also summoned Rana Daggupati and he was asked to appear before the agency for questioning, although the actor has sought more time before appearing for questioning.
Startling revelations in Gujarat ATS probe on Al-Qaeda model, getting you the latest on the other side. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on the acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blasts. No rearrest to be done.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I'm excited to be part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India. Hope to see you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic TV AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll be discussing India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates.
I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic TV AI pre-summit on July 25th, where we'll be discussing India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
Excited to be part of Republic's AI pre-summit happening on 25th July, where we'll be discussing India's AI leap, the impact, innovation, and the leap that India is going to take in AI in the future.
I couldn't be more excited to be speaking at Republic's pre-AI summit on the 25th of July. At this summit, we won't just be discussing what India's AI future could be, but we'll be actually building it together. Join me, other AI leaders, thinkers, builders, as we define India's next AI leap. See you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll discuss India's AI leap, innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. And I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI pre-summit happening on the 25th of July. We're going to talk.
Look, and we both know this is the biggest and most economically significant trade deal that the UK has made since leaving the EU. And I think I can say that it's one of the most comprehensive deals that India has ever done. So thank you, Prime Minister.
India-UK signed the landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails free trade agreement deal with India, calls it a major win for Britain.
मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि कई वर्षों की मेहनत के बाद आज दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न हुआ है।
Prime Minister hails free trade agreement deal with UK, calls it a historic day for both nations. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on the acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done. After ED heat on Anil Ambani, Reliance infrastructure issues first statements has no impact on business operations financial performance. Biggest political scoop since Dhankar's exit. Sources say Nitish Kumar has pushed his name for next vice president. Supreme Court reserves order on actor Darshan in Renuka murder case. However, Darshan seen enjoying in Thailand just 2 days ago. Russian plane AN-24 carrying 49 passengers crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region, burning fuselage of the plane found. Well, as per sources, the Board of Control for Cricket in India is set to host the upcoming Asia Cup T20 tournament in UAE with a formal announcement expected in a few days. Now, the decision has followed an ACC meeting that was attended by all 25 member nations to discuss the event's venue. BCCI was represented virtually by its Vice President Rajiv Shukla. India and Pakistan are likely to be drawn into the same group for the Asia Cup 2025. In fact, BCCI has also been quoted by news agencies who have now basically indicated that BCCI has given the green signal. In fact, Vice President Rajiv Shukla had attended the ACC meeting and he has briefed the members and they are saying that in a few days from now an official statement will be put out. In fact, BCCI is likely to host the Asia Cup in UAE and India is likely to play all its matches in Dubai. However, the rider essentially coming in from sources within the ACC that there are still deliberations that are going on as far as the scheduling is concerned. The tournament, in fact, will be held for a little over a fortnight in September and it will be concluding in the final week of the month as India's test series against West Indies is also scheduled to start then. Now, this at a time when time and again there have been concerns over the fact that can India really afford to play with Pakistan at a time when Pakistan continues with its cross-border terrorism activities. In fact, infiltration attempts have still being made. Despite that, what we are essentially seeing is that cricket over our soldiers, and what we are essentially looking at right now is that there is mounting pressure on the BCCI to basically act on this. Whether at all they are going to give the go-ahead or not, that's something that one will have to wait and watch. In fact, Pakistan's cricket board has also indicated that they have been in talks with the BCCI and they are essentially saying that there was a possibility that the BCCI, Afghanistan Cricket Board and SLC boycotting the ACC meeting, but that has been averted. Now, without these three permanent test-playing nations, remember, there wouldn't have been much of a quorum that was required for the meeting. The BCCI had essentially requested that they shift the venue, putting its Bangladesh tour in August on hold. Indian board, in fact, is hesitant to travel to neighbouring countries due to the political unrest and lack of a stable government. Shekhar Vijayan is also joining us on this broadcast, senior sports journalist, as well as Himanshu from our digital newsroom. Himanshu, first to you with regards to the ACC meeting that has taken place. However, there is no official statement that has been put out. There are several indications really coming in that they have come to a common ground that if at all it is a neutral venue, India and Pakistan could actually play together. Himanshu, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Should I?
Himanshu, what I was asking you was with regards to the ACC meeting that has taken place. There is no official word really coming in from the BCCI with regards to what really transpired in the meeting, but multiple sources basically indicating that if at all there is a neutral venue, then India would go ahead and play with Pakistan.
Now, the Board of Control for Cricket in India has expressed its willingness to host the tournament at a neutral venue. Now, this is a new development, and as of now, after Mumbai attacks, we have not played Pakistan. And to host this at a neutral venue, but India and Pakistan, if they are placed in the same group, they will be playing along. We have played at neutral venues. So this isn't a surprise move by BCCI, but considering the sentiments in India post-Pahalgam attack, this is not going to be an easy thing for BCCI to actually get a nod from the government as well, Shravan.
Well, in fact, whether at all they need a nod or not is something that one will have to wait and watch, Himanshu, because the fact of the matter is that indications are now coming in that the BCCI perhaps is open to the idea that if at all it's a neutral venue, then India would not have a problem. Shekhar, does that really prevent the BCCI from actually giving the nod? Because it seems that they have been under some sort of a pressure.
See, Shravan, I think we've been having this discussion for quite a quite a long time. The whole idea is, at one point you have the government of India sending out ministers and telling everybody that Pakistan is a global terrorist because they're perpetrating terrorism across the globe. And here you want to go out and play cricket with it, which makes absolutely no sense. Now, you have, the soldiers, you have the citizens, everybody's galvanized. Everybody wants to think about India right now. And here you want to go out and play cricket because there is a commerce angle to it. There is a lot of money involved. There are the boards involved. I feel BCCI has to be very clear about this in terms of whether they want to, parlay with Pakistan or not. There has to be a blueprint in place about what is the status quo, how are they going to play cricket with them, if they're going to play. Yes, we understand Asia Cup is not just about India, Pakistan, it's about other teams also. But we're talking about a matter of national pride. We're talking about something which India has taken a stand for the first time, right? And India needs to stand with it. You can't have the government telling one thing and the BCCI doing something else. I think it looks like there are too many islands which are not thinking alike. There needs to be a blueprint in place. There needs to be a clear plan in place in terms of why we don't want to play with Pakistan. And I think the pressure is all coming from Pakistan. It's not coming from BCCI. Pakistan is making all the statements. Their chairman is making all the statements. BCCI is just waiting to see how people would react. It also is an outcome of the public reaction. We have also noticed in the past, whenever the public reaction has been, very, very open and very clear, the BCCI has taken a backward step. The same goes for cricket too. This is something which should not be taken lightly. This is something which should be very serious because why should we even play cricket with them? That's the point. Why should we even engage with them, in terms of sports or in terms of commerce? Because if they're going to be sending terrorists to India, and we're talking about the Pahalgam attacks, the attacks before that, this is the first time India has taken a stand. And on top of that, you have the Indian ministers going out and declaring, Pakistan as a global terrorist, which they have done. Then it's very ironic and it's very hypocritical, I would say. You want the country to stand with the army men, with the Navy and Air Force. What about the government? What about BCCI? Why can't they take a stand for once and tell very clearly that we don't want to play cricket with you? India is in the right place right now. India can call the shots in terms of the commerce, in terms of the fact that the BCCI or the Indian cricket team is the icon of the world. So why do they have to worry? It's not like the other nations is just going to avoid them. The fact is India can really call the shots here and decide whether they want to play or not. And be very clear about it. They cannot dilly-dally and wait for things to happen. And then until last minute, they come to a situation that, okay, if security is fine, we will still go and play. Then you're doing this at the cost of, then there's something else in play here. We're talking about commerce, then the money, and then the audience. I don't think it's the right way to go about doing it.
Well, in fact, we're getting some more breaking news now coming in. Himanshu, sources now indicating that BCCI in all likelihood would be issuing a statement very soon. That's the breaking news now coming in. Is there any possibility that BCCI may take a U-turn from what sources are now indicating that in the deliberation that they've had with regards to scheduling of the matches, it seems that all the 25 member nations have agreed on the venue, and in all likelihood UAE would be the venue for all the matches?
Shravan, the commercial rights involved in this case tune up to 170 million. That's with Sony Motion Pictures. And to make a U-turn at this stage will require lot of deliberations. Definitely there's two camps in BCCI. There's a camp that says no, cricket should go on at neutral venues, there shouldn't be a problem. There is another camp that says we must not play Pakistan, especially at this time when they are sending terrorists to India. So this is a decision between national interest and probably a lot of money.
Well, Himanshu, I'll request you to stay on with us. Shekhar, I'm also requesting you to stay on. Now, there is the other perspective here. Well, there may be camps or whatsoever within the BCCI, but there is a larger national interest here. Major Samarpal Tur is joining us on this broadcast. Major Samarpal Putur, we don't really learn our lessons. The BCCI would largely be interested in the profits that they are going to make by participating in the Cup, in the Asia Cup. In fact, it turns out that they put their foot down, saying that we are not going to travel to any neighboring nations, but it seems they are fine. BCCI seems to be absolutely fine. If at all, the venue is shifted, it is at a neutral location.
See, Shavan, there is so much going on presently, with even Pakistan chairing the UN Security Council and resolutions being passed in haste. And so many things are there. But you see, the Hockey Federation, it was sheer luck for Hockey Federation that Pakistan itself opted out from the hockey tournament, which is to be played in India. Now, as far as cricket is concerned, you see, I am calling out to the government again and again that either the government sets up the guidelines pertaining to the recent tensions with Pakistan. And if it is a fight against terrorism, it's a fight against the whole of Pakistan as a nation, because they've been the sponsors and backers of terrorism. So you cannot have khel and khoon. You cannot have pani and blood flowing together. So these things do not go together. Same is the thing for the artists of Pakistan. They are the ambassadors and representatives of Pakistan. So they are part of our enemy state, which has been causing harm to the Indian citizens.
Major Samarpal, just request you to stay on with us because we're getting more breaking news now coming in with regards to what really transpired in the meeting that took place. Official statement is likely to come out very soon, but it turns out that in the virtual meeting, which was attended by the Vice President here, Rajiv Shukla, who was part of the meeting, and thereafter there has been some indications coming in that they have basically come to some sort of a conclusion with regards to the fact that they are open to the idea of actually having the matches in UAE. More indication now coming in that there was a meeting between the BCCI as well as the Pakistan Cricket Board. There have been deliberations that are actually taking place. In fact, Pakistan is now basically indicating that they're waiting for a final go-ahead on this entire matter. But the reality is that the BCCI has actually agreed to host Asia Cup in neutral venue. India, Pakistan, in all likelihood, would be in the same group. And remember, the T20 tournament is going to take place at Abu Dhabi as well as in Dubai. And as far as India, Pakistan are concerned, they're likely to be drawn into the same group for the Asia 2025 Cup. And what BCCI has been indicating is that all hurdles have now been cleared. Whether at all they have got some sort of a clearance from the government, that is not known at this point in time. We are trying to get more details. In fact, we have reached out to multiple office bearers of BCCI who are now refusing to comment on this entire issue because it seems that this has now been made completely public. And the Asia Cup, which was basically discussed during the AGM of the ACC, it seems that something has actually transpired. Some leaks have taken place, but the BCCI has been completely caught off guard. It seems that profits really matter the most for the BCCI because when they were part of the annual general meeting of the ACC that was held in Dhaka, it turns out there was a meeting with the PCB too.
Out of these matches, and you see, end of the day, irrespective of any government guidelines coming in or not, irrespective of BCCI's decisions, if the Indian Army and the soldiers' sacrifices and those who lost their lives in the recent terror attacks, if it really matters to the public of India, I appeal that these tournaments should be boycotted. Even if they are taking place in Dubai, no Indian national should go and be a encourager of these tournaments, even if they are abroad. They can watch it even if they are at home, but it will not be tolerated that money is being given, there are profits being shared, and entertainment is happening. And at the same side, you see the flow of blood, you see the violence, and the threat to the Indian soil and sovereignty. Both things will not go hand in glove. I am sorry for it, and I strongly call for the boycott by the public of India. I am not asking the government for anything. I am not asking the BCCI to take any calls. They might have their own pressures, own agendas, own motives, but it is the public now which has to take a call, and it is entirely in the public's interest whether they are by, of, and for the nation or they are against the nation. It is surely their actions which are going to speak volumes now.
Well, in fact, more breaking news now coming in. Major Samarpal, I request you to stay on with us. Himanshu is joining us from the digital newsroom. Himanshu, we're given to understand that the BCCI as well as the ACC and the Pakistan Cricket Board in all likelihood are going to meet very soon. They're scheduled to meet, and this scheduled meeting is going to take place for deciding for deciding the venue as well as the tournament schedule.
Yeah. I just want to add something here, Shravan. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Remember, Jay Shah is the ICC president. BCCI is the host of the tournament. It's an 8-nation tournament where multiple countries are involved. Pulling out or boycotting at this moment would require a lot of decisions and huge monetary loss. Now, that is one. Also, second, international commitments. So, I think there are hectic parleys on between BCCI and Pakistan officials to actually sort this out, whether they can now, putting them in same group. What this actually means that if India and Pakistan both qualify for the quarter stages, they will not just meet once. There are chances of them meeting twice. And if that happens, that's definitely a gain for the organizers of this tournament, which definitely is BCCI. There is ICC's involvement as well. So that is something that you simply cannot discount at this point of time. I understand these are prior. And now this also, remember, Asia Cup is scheduled as per rotation. So it is India's turn. Now, opting out, they will have to compensate to a lot of countries. They will have to compensate to host, to broadcasters, Sony Pictures, and there are lot many things that goes into it. So I understand, and also if you decide to boycott this tournament now, till how long you are going to boycott playing the multinational tournaments. Also with the Olympics coming up in 2028, India boycotting at this stage might also mean that cricket going into Olympics in LA 2028, there will be different repercussions into it. What if they both go to Olympics? Will India boycott? Now, these are things that need to be thought out, that need to be deliberated, and that's why I think there are two camps in BCCI. There's a camp that wants to play, there's a camp that says boycott, and all these things will be taken into account definitely.
Well, in fact, there is also more breaking news now coming in. The Board of Control for Cricket in India, that's the BCCI, they have essentially identified Dubai and Abu Dhabi as the likely locations. And there is an agreement that has been signed with the Emirates Cricket Board for the use of 3 venues. Only 2 are basically expected to be utilized for the Asia Cup, Himanshu. So more details coming in. They've identified 2 locations.
True. I think UAE is going to be the likely host country in this case, and India will be technical host of this tournament, and there will be some solution where we probably play but at a neutral venue.
Well, Himanshu, I'll just request you to stay on with us as we are just going to take all our viewers through the breaking news now coming in. There's massive outrage over this decision of the BCCI, where they have identified 2 locations, Abu Dhabi and Dubai, as and their willingness to host the tournament, what they're calling the neutral venue. This is part of an agreement that they've signed with the Emirates Cricket Board for the use of 3 venues, of which they're willing to basically go ahead with 2 such venues. Earlier, remember the BCCI had already indicated that they are not going to participate in the ACC meeting in Dhaka because of the current situation or the bilateral chain that it has with Bangladesh. But despite that, BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla did actually attend the meeting, the ACC meeting, and now we are being told that there could be a possibility of a follow-up meeting taking place. Himanshu, just help us understand why this sudden change? Because all this while, India has been maintaining that they are not going to play. Is there some sort of a pressure really building in from the commercial side because BCCI has the hosting rights?
Correct.
Is that the reason?
There are 2 things. Rajiv Shukla is known to be the moderate face of BCCI, who is in good terms with, you can say, the PCB officials or like lot of international cricketing boards. So that is one. He has a personal camaraderie with different boards, including the PCB, and also the Sony Pictures, which is now probably who have paid $170 million US. Now that's not less an amount. And if India boycotts at this stage, they will not just have to compensate for that amount. They will also have to pay all the 7 other playing nations with more. They will have to compensate for the monetary losses the 7 cricketing boards will have to probably face if they boycott, if India boycotts and the tournament is cancelled. And the tournament without India at this stage, I don't think there is any chance at all. So the show, I think the decision in BCCI
Himanshu,
was
we
that...
have just got some breaking news because we did actually reach out to Devjit Saikia, who's the BCCI secretary. And this is what he had to say, that Vice President Rajiv Shukla attended the ACC meeting and he is likely to brief the members very soon. An official statement to be out in the next few days. Now that's the breaking news now coming in. Officially, this is what they are saying. They're not denying it. They are certainly not denying it. They're not saying that this information is incorrect, because this is all source-based reporting really coming in. So there is no denial really coming in from the BCCI secretary right now that they are not going to play with Pakistan. They are now confirming. They are now confirming that an official statement will be put out. No denial. BCCI makes no official denial right now. Well, in fact, Himanshu, the first response now coming in from the BCCI Secretary Devajit Saikia, who is not denied. They are now basically indicating that they're going to play with Pakistan. An indication really coming in that BCCI has given the green signal for playing with Pakistan.
Well, this was expected, and that's where the money, India-Pakistan, is the biggest of the spectacle probably on the international stage. And there is no way, if there is no India-Pakistan match, there won't be an Asia Cup, let me tell you, Shravan. So I think what the news coming in from BCCI is pretty on to that. It's indicating that if at all there's the Asia Cup happening, there will be an India-Pakistan match.
Well, thank you very much, Himanshu, for getting us the latest details. Next on 6 at 6 with my colleague Akanksha. In a historic step, the India-UK free trade agreement was signed in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. ED today conducted raids at the residence of Anil Ambani in Mumbai after Enforcement Directorate hit Reliance Infrastructure issues first statement, says no impact on business operations, financial performance.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Excited to be part of Republic's AI pre-summit happening on 25th July, where we'll be discussing India's AI leap, the impact, innovation, and the leap that India is going to take in AI in the future.
I couldn't be more excited to be speaking at Republic's pre-AI summit on the 25th of July. At this summit, we won't just be discussing what India's AI future could be, but we'll be actually building it together. Join me, other AI leaders, thinkers, builders, as we define India's next AI leap. See you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic.
विमल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I couldn't be more excited to be speaking at Republic's pre-AI summit on the 25th of July. At this summit, we won't just be discussing what India's AI future could be, but we'll be actually building it together. Join me, other AI leaders, thinkers, builders, as we define India's next AI leader. See you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll discuss India's AI lead, innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. And I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit happening on the 25th.
From Asia's largest
watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuria, and this evening a shocking twist in the 2006 Mumbai blast case. 12 convicts are running free even as the Supreme Court stays their acquittal in the case. Now victim families call this a total mockery of justice. Then on to the ED heat on Anil Ambani in a massive money laundering probe. His residence is being raided in Mumbai in Maharashtra, and then from a jail cell to a beach party, accused actor Darshan seen, in fact, living it up in Thailand amid the murder trial back in the country. And then the Prime Minister is in United Kingdom and signed a key trade deal there with the United Kingdom. We'll break down what it means for the country and the Parliament of India. Once again, there was a showdown which continued on the day 4 of the monsoon session of the Parliament. No business could be conducted once again. And finally, Thailand and Cambodia are engaged in an armed clash. We'll tell you what it is all about. These are the top 6 stories that we're tracking for you this evening. Let's get started. Well, the 2006 blast was among the most deadliest terror attacks in the history of the country, killing 189 people. 13 men were arrested in this case. They were jailed. And this week, in fact, all but one walked out free. They were acquitted by the Bombay High Court. And today, the Supreme Court, in fact, stayed that acquittal that was done by the Bombay High Court as far as this entire case is concerned. But here's the shocking part. They will not be going back to the jail, at least not yet. And families of the victims say that this is nothing less than the mockery of justice. Listen in.
ये तो अच्छी बात है, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट अगर फिर से जांच करके जो अपराधी हैं उनको पकड़ सके, क्योंकि जो अपराधी हैं तो घूम ही रहे थे, क्योंकि उनके अनुसार ये गलत लोगों को पकड़ा गया, ये निरपराध साबित हुए, तो जो अपराधी हैं वो भी घूम रहे हैं, ये भी छूट गए, वो भी उन्होंने किया था, करते ही रहे हैं, करेंगे भी। अगर वो जब तक पकड़े नहीं गए तब तक सही न्याय नहीं मिलेगा, और जैसा ये तंत्र चलता रहा है चलता रहेगा।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो स्टे दिया उससे खुश हैं?
हाँ, उससे खुश हूँ, बट एट द सेम टाइम उससे सही न्याय की उम्मीद करता हूँ।
बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने जब फैसला दिया था तो कहीं न कहीं बड़ा झटका लगा था आप लोग को, क्योंकि आप लोग विक्टिम हैं। बिल्कुल झटका लगा था, इसलिए कि जो हम उतना ही झटका लगा था, उतना ही तकलीफ़ हुआ था जितना 11 जुलाई 2006 को बम ब्लास्ट से हुआ था। उससे तमाम समस्याएं आई, अर्निंग इफ़ेक्ट हुई, हमारी कमाई कम हो गई, घर का खर्चा चलाना मुश्किल हो गया था, और अभी उसका आज तक ही भुगतान है। मेरा राइट ईयर ही 80 to 90% ठीक हो पाया, लेफ़्ट ईयर
से अभी भी समस्या है बोलने की।
It's been 19 years since the serial blast took place in Mumbai. There's been no closure for the family. Let's take you through what happened 19 years ago. In fact, 2006, there was a blast, a serial blast. In 11 minutes, there were 11 blasts in the local trains in Mumbai. Then in 2006 and 2007, 13 men were arrested in this case. As you know, 12 were acquitted, and now that acquittal has been stayed. In 2015, a trial court, which was pursuing this case under the MCOCA Act, it convicted all the accused in this case. 12 in total, 5 were given death penalty and the other 7 were given life imprisonment. In 2025, just earlier this week, High Court acquitted all of them, in fact making very scathing remark against the police. And today, Supreme Court has stated that acquittal, but no jail return will be done as far as all the 12 accused convicts in this case are concerned. Let's take you through what happened in 2015 when this judgment took place. In fact, what we're learning is that 12 convicts were there who were convicted for the serial blast. 5 were kept on death row. They were given the death penalty, and in fact, 7 others were given life imprisonment. And that was back in 2015, and the order was given by the trial court there in Mumbai. Now let's tell you what happened earlier this week as far as this trial is concerned, what the High Court said. The High Court said that prosecution, that is the police there, utterly failed to prove the case. Police failed to prove the meetings, the money flow, the terror angle, everything. They completely and utterly failed to prove as far as this case is concerned. Unreliable witnesses, inconsistent timelines were given by Mumbai ATS. This was on Monday, that is July 21st, and that order was challenged by the Maharashtra government. They moved the court challenging the Bombay High Court order, and that order now has been stayed. What that essentially means is that now there's a stay on the acquittal of all these 12 accused. But here's the shocking part, they will not come out of the jail. They will remain out, because earlier this week when they were acquitted, all of them were in fact released from the jail. 12 of them were asked to come out, but they will not in fact come out. And as far as this entire probe is concerned, we are learning that it was completely bossed up, and this is what was mentioned by the Delhi High Court when it acquitted all the 12 in this case. The first lapse is test identification parade, that is TIP, carried out by unauthorized officer, and that was one of the lapses that had come to the fore. Eyewitnesses' statement taken after 100 or more days, and this is as far as the trial is concerned. Failure to establish value of the evidence in this case. Failure to establish the type of bomb that was used to do the train blast. No relevant materials are given by the Maharashtra ATS. Identical parts in the confession statement. Such a shocking part that there were same statement given by different eyewitnesses. Mixed correspondence by the police, by the DCPs. Voluntary confession certificate was completely absent as far as the trial is concerned. Moving on. So these are the lapses that have come to the fore. Some sections, same sections in the confession, identical statement by different eyewitnesses. Accused established torture is the last lapse that has come to the fore, and this is what the High Court had mentioned when it gave the acquittal to 12 of these accused in this case. Let me go across to Ganesh Solanki, who joins us live on the broadcast, who is kin of the blast victim. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. 19 साल हो गए हैं ये सब हुए एक्विटल हो गया, एक्विटल अब स्टे भी हो गया है, पर जो लोग हैं जो कन्विक्ट्स हैं इस केस में, 5 को तो डेथ पेनल्टी भी मिली थी, वो आज भी बाहर हैं. आपका रिएक्शन इस पे?
बेटा हमारा रिएक्शन ऐसे है कि जो भी गुनहगार है उसे सजा मिलनी ही चाहिए. जो भी गुनहगार है इस केस के लिए. हेलो.
यस सब बोलिए, हम सुन पा रहे हैं आपको, आप बोलिए.
जो भी गुनहगार है इस केस में, आज मेरे पिताजी को गए हुए 19 साल हो चुके. हमको पता है हमारे पिताजी का दर्द क्या है.
जी, और इस केस में काफी सारे लैप्सेस भी बाहर निकल के आए, काफी पुलिस की तरफ से भी बोला गया कि पूरा केस खराब कर दिया गया। अभी हम अपने व्यूअर्स को बता रहे थे कि किस तरह से गलत इन्वेस्टिगेशन की गई थी, आई विटनेसेस के स्टेटमेंट गलत रिकॉर्ड किए थे और बहुत चीजें सामने आई हैं। और ये पिछले 19 साल से चल रहा है कि पुलिस गलत कर रही है, उसके बाद हाई कोर्ट एक्विटल दे रहा है और अभी सब के सब बाहर है।
ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। सबको सब जिस टाइम पे सेशन कोर्ट ने भी दिया था, इन्होंने जजमेंट दिया था कि सबको 5 को फांसी की सजा तो 7 लोग को उम्र कैद कर दी थी, तो हाई कोर्ट में आने के बाद फैसला पूरा पलट दिया। अभी हमको हुआ है कि सेशन कोर्ट से सुप्रीम कोर्ट से अच्छा कुछ फैसला मिलेगा, हमको थोड़ी राहत मिल रही है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट हमें अच्छे से अच्छा फैसला दे दी थी
जी।
हमें अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का उम्मीद से इस पे बैठे अभी
जी। एंड दिस इज व्हाट द फैमिलीज आर सेइंग दैट दिस इज अ मॉकरी ऑफ जस्टिस। हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद। इट्स बीन 19 years and no closure at all for the families there as far as the 2006 serial blast case is concerned. Now shifting our focus, businessman Anil Ambani is under the scanner once again in the money laundering case. ED today conducted raids at his residence in Mumbai in Maharashtra. An investigation has revealed an illegal loan diversion of around 3,000 crore from Yes Bank. And ED has also found that just before the loan was granted, the Yes Bank promoters, in fact, they also received money in their concern. And after ED heat, Reliance Infra and Reliance Power issued a statement today in which they said that no impact whatsoever will be there on Reliance Infrastructure, its business operations, financial performance, shareholder, employees. Notably, this is what the statement mentions. It also goes on to say that Anil Ambani is not on the board of the company anymore. In the midst of this, share of Reliance Infra hit the lower circuit in the trade, dropped by almost 5% today, even as the raids continue in Maharashtra. As far as the residence of Anil Ambani is concerned, the heat of Enforcement Directorate is mounting on Anil Ambani. Listen in to this ground report.
Almost 7 hours have passed, but ED officials still is conducting search operation in Reliance Center. All staffs are inside and nobody allowed to go inside and exit from this office building. Let me show you the pictures, live picture we are showing here. All officials, ED officials, 4 officials, we got to know that inside in this building now, and all staffs of Reliance Industries, they are also inside in the building. And we are showing live visuals. ED officials are inside and security in charge has locked the main gate of Reliance Industries, this office which is situated in Mumbai South Fort area and Balad Estate. This is the big office, 2-storied building. Officials are inside in the building and we got to know that ED officials has entered this office with some boxes and they have some documents and they are checking it again and again, but no confirmation when they will come outside from this building, but they are inside and still searching operation is going on.
From Mumbai, shifting our focus to Karnataka, actor Darshan, a key accused in the kidnap, torture and murder of a 33-year-old Goswami in June last year, is now under the lens once again. And this time of the photo which have emerged from Thailand, where he can be seen having a gala time while out on bail. And look at the visuals on your screen. Last year, he was seen smoking and having a coffee inside the jail, and now he's out there in Thailand, firstly enjoying the second visual that you can see on the ferry in Thailand, and the next one is that he's having a gala time there with his friends, partying, laughing around with his friends in Thailand. And this comes on the day when Supreme Court heard his plea against, in fact, a plea against grant of bail to him. The top court expressed serious reservation over the Karnataka High Court's decision to grant him bail, adding that it was not convinced by the reasoning provided by the High Court while it was granted bail. Let me go across to my colleague Smita, who's been tracking the story very closely. Smita, many are asking, is law not the same for everyone? Because he's been granted bail on the medical grounds, but there in Thailand, he can be seen enjoying, having a gala time with his friends. What are you learning about his return from Thailand, and as far as the Supreme Court hearing is also concerned?
Well, the High Court granted bail not only on the medical grounds, but yes, it was also a major part of the argument from the lawyer who, argued in favor of Darshan. But he got a regular bail from the High Court, and also he took the permission for going to a foreign country for his film shooting, that is Devil, which has been shot in Thailand. But as we can see in the visual, he's not only doing a shoot, but also enjoying a vacation with his family, enjoying fishing, boat riding and all, while Supreme Court today has expressed a serious concern about how can all accused in a heinous murder case can be given bail. Not even a single accused amongst the 17 is in the jail as of now. How can all of them be sent out on the bail is what Supreme Court is expressing its concern. Not only on this, Supreme Court judge has in a straight word said it doesn't seem that the High Court has used its mind judicially while granting the bail, because we have FSL reports, we have the statements from the eyewitness, and also we have many primary witnesses which show that there was a brutal murder of Renuka Swami, who claimed himself as a Darshan fan. While the court also expressed his concern, quoting the judge himself quoted that even though Darshan knew that Renuka Swami was his fan, how can one celebrity commit such brutal attack and then come out from the place and click a photo along with the co-accused? He was the lawyer who argued in favor of Darshan, while the Supreme Court judge has also clearly said that we will not commit the same mistake as High Court. But the Supreme Court has not, put out the judgment. It has reserved the judgment because yet 7 co-accused pro-lawyers have to submit their written arguments. 1 week time has been given for them, and within 10 days, probably Supreme Court will pronounce its verdict whether Darshan will continue the bail or will he be sent back to the Bellary Central Jail.
Absolutely. All eyes will be on that judgment by the Supreme Court. But very scathing remark coming from the top court as far as the bail granted to him is concerned. Thank you so much for all the details. Now, we are shifting our focus in a historic step. The India-UK Free Trade Agreement was signed in the presence of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. And in fact, UK Prime Minister was also part of this. The agreement has been finalized with an aim to enhance the bilateral trade to $120 billion by 2030. Effectively doubling the current trade volume between both the nations. And the agreement will help in reducing the tariff on exports of labor-intensive goods, including leather, footwear, clothing, and import duties on the whiskey and automobiles as well. Listen in to what Prime Minister said today in UK.
Look, and we both know this is the biggest and most economically significant trade deal that the UK has made since leaving the EU. And I think I can say that it's one of the most comprehensive deals that India has ever done. So thank you, Prime Minister, for your leadership and for your pragmatism. And I'd like to thank everybody who's worked so hard to get this deal over the line.
इस एक वर्ष में हमें तीसरी बार मिलने का मौका मिला है। ये अपने आप में मैं इसे बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मानता हूं। और यूके और भारत हम एक प्रकार से नेचुरल पार्टनर हैं। आज हमारे संबंधों का एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है। आज हम दोनों देश मिलकर के पारस्परिक लाभकारी FTA और डबल कंट्रीब्यूशन कन्वेंशन इसको संपन्न करने जा रहे हैं। ये अपने आप में भारत और यूके भावी पीढ़ी के लिए एक बहुत मजबूत रास्ता तैयार कर रहा है। व्यापार और उद्योग के क्षेत्र में एक नया अध्याय जुड़ रहा है। हमारे किसान, हमारे MSMEs, हमारे युवा, मैं समझता हूं उनके लिए अनेक नए अवसर पैदा हुए।
And now shifting our focus, today was day 4 of the monsoon session of the parliament, and once again no business could be conducted amid protests by the opposition parties over the Bihar survey that is currently underway, and session witnessed proceedings being brought to a standstill, in fact by the opposition uproar over the ongoing special intensive revision of electoral rolls in the state of Bihar. And among other issues, this was in fact the agenda that stood out. Now what we're learning so far, that prior to the start of the session, opposition members staged a massive protest at the Parliament's Makar Dwar, and the first 3 days, in fact, as we've been telling you, of the session were largely washed out due to similar protests, leading to repeated adjournments and no business whatsoever being conducted in the last 4 days. Watch this.
He said we could think of the possibility of boycotting election. If Election Commission of Bangladesh becomes a kind of paradigm for our election commission, I think that's the saddest news for Indian democracy.
But Mr. Jha, as reputal has also come from BJP by stating the RJD speaking like the Maoists by stating that they should boycott, the voters should boycott election. BJP leaders from Bihar.
Have they heard of Mao beyond the word Mao? Do they even read anything? I mean, we are actually pressing for what is happening is maximum exclusion. And who are these people being excluded? Dalits, backwards, minorities. Shouldn't we speak for them? We cannot allow our democracy to be converted into aristocracy.
I want to remind the government which is saying Election Commission of India is not part of the parliament. Are the 40 lakh voters who have been excluded from the voter list, are they not part of the nation? Should we not discuss their dilemma? This is an anti-people government. What more evidence do you need? We are moving a motion. If you have something to say, you say it on the floor of the house. This is the demand of the people who are facing this process. It's happening in Bihar today. ये बंगाल में होगा, असम में होगा, केरल में होगा, तमिलनाडु में होगा. आप देखते चलिए.
And now shifting our focus, Thailand and Cambodia are engaged in an armed clash amid the intensified dispute over a stretch of their shared border. The latest violence, in fact, erupted today morning is what we're learning. Cambodia has now asked for UN's intervention in this matter and called Thailand a war-hungry nation. And more than 10 people, we are learning, including several civilians, have reported being killed in these clashes between Thailand and Cambodian troops. Thailand's military said that Cambodian troops opened fire first with heavy weapons, while Cambodia's Ministry of National Defence said that its troop acted in self-defence after coming under the attack. And this marks the latest flare-up in a decade-long dispute over the Emerald Triangle. Now that is in contention. That's a geopolitically sensitive region where the borders of Thailand, Cambodia and Laos converge. And the area is home to several ancient temples, and this has in fact led to the clashes that took place today. 10 Thai people, we are learning, have lost their life in this clash that took place between the two nations today. And this is what we could pack for you in this bulletin of 6 stories at 6. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Till then, keep watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll discuss India's AI lead, innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. And I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit happening on the 25th of July. We're going to talk all things AI, innovations, the breakthroughs, what's India going to be like in this story. So be there. It's a build-up to the mega event, the Mega AI Summit. And I look forward to seeing you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing the India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of AI in shaping a new India.
I'm really excited to be a part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on 25th of July, where we discuss India's AI lead, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India.
I'm looking forward to being a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We'll be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence. I'm looking forward to being a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We'll be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, deep tech, and the 1000x economic value add and 100x job creation this will bring across industries in India over the next 20 years. This will be in terms of next generation, headless, automated, autonomic, agentic platforms. This AI tsunami is going to be highlighted at the Mega AI Summit, and I'm delighted to be part of this important conversation. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity for India. Let's collaborate and invent in India. See you there.
This is your space, play it your way. आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. and I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit happening on the 25th of July. We're going to talk all things AI, innovations, the breakthroughs, what's India going to be like in this story. So be there. It's a build-up to the mega event, the Mega AI Summit, and I look forward to seeing you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing the India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of AI in shaping a new India.
I'm really excited to be a part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on 25th of July, where we discuss India's AI lead, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India.
I'm looking forward to being a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We'll be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, deep tech, and the thousands.
Well, BCCI is all set to host the Asia Cup in UAE. India-Pakistan match likely. As per the sources, BCCI, ACC, PCB to hold meetings soon to finalize the venue and schedule for the matches. BCCI is in touch with the government, yet to get nod from the government to play with Pakistan. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done now. ED raids Anil Ambani linked properties in Mumbai. Case registered against Reliance Anil Ambani group of companies. Sources within the Election Commission have confirmed that the preparation over special intensive revision in West Bengal too is expected to begin soon.
मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि कई वर्षों की मेहनत के बाद आज दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न हुआ है.
Prime Minister hails FTA deal with the United Kingdom, call it historic day for both the nations. Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Let's start with the breaking news coming in. As far as Asia Cup is concerned, as per the sources, the Board of Control for Cricket (BCCI) is all set to host the upcoming Asia Cup T20 tournament in UAE, with a formal announcement expected in a few days, is what we're learning. And this decision follows an ACC meeting attended by 25 member nations to discuss the event venue. And in fact, BCCI was represented virtually by its Vice President Rajiv Shukla. India and Pakistan are also likely to be drawn into the same group for the Asia Cup 2025. Let me go across to my colleague Himanshu, who joins us live from the digital newsroom of Republic TV. Himanshu, tell us about the Asia Cup. In fact, what we're learning is that there could be a neutral venue, and that venue could be UAE. What are your sources telling you?
Akansha, the meeting has concluded in Dhaka. There were hectic parleys in the meeting. The ACC, the Asian Cricket Council, has decided to host the Asia Cup at a neutral venue, and that's where the things come into play. BCCI has not hosted Pakistan since Mumbai attack, and this was also not going to happen considering the tensions between the two nations after the Pahalgam attack. And what is now, the reports that we are getting right now from Dhaka is that this tournament will now be played at a neutral venue in UAE, and Dubai and Abu Dhabi are the likely host cities. Now, will India play Asia Cup? This is something that's a crucial question. BCCI has not made an official comment as of now, but considering BCCI's stake, and especially Jay Shah being the ICC president, pulling out from Asia Cup will not be easy for India and the BCCI as well. There's a lot of money involved, Akansha, here. There's $170 million sponsorship rights with Sony Pictures. So all that will have to be taken into account. And I think the two nations are drawn in same group, India, Pakistan. And if they go on to play, we might be seeing probably India and Pakistan clashing twice, not just once in the Asia Cup. And that means a hell lot of good news for the broadcasters and for the sponsors as well.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. In fact, I'm also joined by Major General Ashwini Swartz. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Many are asking, in the backdrop of the Pahalgam terror attack, should cricket be played with the terror nation? What do you have to say on this?
You know, I do agree that it should not be played with a terror nation, but these are the multilateral tournament, whether it is ACC or also World Cup, and they are held in a neutral place. If you stop playing like this, then all these events will have no meaning. I think it's a step in the right direction. We must not hesitate to play even with Pakistan, because it is basically on a neutral place and it is an international tournament. We have played a World Cup also with the Pakistan in basically in a neutral place. Even this last World Cup was played by India there. So therefore, I don't think there should be any problem. After all, you have to honor all this commitment of international multilateral event, because it will have adverse impact. It will have adverse impact on the players also. So I don't think it is a big issue. Whenever there is a point in the bilateral, we are not going to take part with Pakistan, but whenever it is multilateral event, and that too on a neutral place, I don't think we should put any restriction. We should honor it, because otherwise that event will not take place. That will basically, you can say, the event will be flop, and that is not good news, because after all, this has a lot of money, and whether it is ACC or ICC, and in case if you don't play, then there can be also penalized. And then if you don't play like this, then other country will also not play when there is a multilateral event, when it is being hosted by us. So I suppose this is a step in the right direction, and we should honor it.
Absolutely. Let me also once again bring in Himanshu. Tell us about the outcome of this meeting. You said that there's been no formal statement that has come in from BCCI, but we are getting to know that India and Pakistan are likely to be drawn into the same group for this crucial Asia Cup 2025. What more are you learning about this?
Akansha, I think that there will be huge resentment, not just in India, also within BCCI, about the question of playing on the question of playing Pakistan. Now, this is coming at a time when we have had a huge, almost a war. It was a war when India actually hammered Pakistan. Now, what will the armed forces morale will get affected by this? Should we play? Should we not? This is also a political question that I think our leaders will answer in coming days. But as of now, what I am getting from Dhaka and from BCCI is that BCCI is trying to convince everyone in the decision-making process that, look, this is an international commitment. This commitment will also probably reflected in India's participation at the next Olympics Games that's happening in 2028 in LA. And if India pulls out, it might have repercussions. So it's about honoring an international commitment. Obviously, there's the mood here in India is that we should not be playing cricket with Pakistan, especially at a time when there's a lot of blood boiling across, like for what happened in Pahalgam. We must not forget that. And this coming from our Major General, I think my question to him will be, sir, do you actually see Indian people, Indian armed forces welcoming this decision of BCCI if they at all play at a neutral venue?
You know, the point what you are saying is that, see, this is the political decision that has to be taken. But you have to see a realistic picture of that. These are the multilateral events. These are events which will keep on taking place. If you stop playing like this, then it will be no go. In the sense that very recently World Cup which was held, you also have a match between India and Pakistan at a neutral place. We honored that. Of course, after Operation Sindoor, the relationship between India and Pakistan have gone down south, and we refused to even play a veterans match even in UK now very recently. That fully agreed that Pakistan is a terrorist state and we must not have any relationship. But you have to see a larger picture. You have to see a larger picture, especially considering sports. Remember that in 2036, we are also trying to place ourselves that we can able to host an Olympic game. And so therefore, our case becomes weak. We must understand that in case you do not participate in a multilateral event, it will have a reverse impact on India playing in other multilateral event, or you trying to take a tournament which you can also host. Once you are hosting it, the other country will also not come. So therefore, now the point is the government of the day has to take a decision what is right. After all, the critical will follow whatever decision given by the government. But I certainly feel a multilateral event which is held in a neutral place, that should be honored. But the point which is coming, why the India-Pakistan match, or they are in the same pool? Because you see, the organizer which are there, they know that it is India-Pakistan match which takes a huge crowd, and it is a question of money. So when there is a India-Pakistan clash, you find that a lot of money is involved in that, and that's how they always make sure whether it is you can say a World Cup or a Asia Cup, you will always find India-Pakistan in the same pool, basically for you can say for the pecuniary gain, because once these two teams play, then you find sponsors coming, a lot of money coming. But all said and done, it will be a decision given by the government. Whatever decision will be given, I'm sure the cricketers have to follow. But you must see the larger picture. Remember that we are the ones which are trying to host even Olympics in 2036. Will our case become weak or strong? That point has to be seen.
But sir, for people of the country, cricket is not just a game. It's almost like a religion for people. And in the backdrop of Pahalgam terror attack and Operation Sindoor, do you not think that right now our country should refrain, and they should also refrain from playing with Pakistan?
Absolutely. See, that point is seen. I agree, because I also, man in uniform, feel that way. You know, people, in fact, a Jawan which is now guarding a border, what message are we sending him in case we are playing with Pakistan, a country which is a hub center of terrorism, and who sponsored Pahalgam terrorist action? It was the Pakistan Lashkar-e-Toba, the offshoot, you can say that, the TRF. But all said and done, my point is we have to see a larger picture. A larger picture has to be seen by the government of India. And government has to decide it, does it make any impact? We have to only see it from the other point of view. It is a multilateral event. Whether we have to honor multilateral event in a neutral place or not, that is a question which we have to now decide. Also, what we have to see is what implication it will have on hosting other international events in India itself in future, including Olympic Games. So any decision which is taken by the government of India, I'm sure it is going to be honored by our BCCI. But before taking any decision, I'm sure they will take all these issues and factor into consideration.
Absolutely, sir. That's your opinion, and many would beg to differ with that. But thank you so much, Major General Ashwini and Himanshu, for joining us with your perspective. Now, let's get you the top stories of the day in under 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has ordered SIT inquiry into the scam in the National Scholarship of Minority Students. Chief Minister said that it has been found that the scholarship of the student has been withdrawn wrongly, and even institutions like Saraswati Vidya Mandir have been shown under minority. Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court has listed the Enforcement Directorate's complaint on the point of issuance of notice to businessman Robert Vadra and other accused person in the money laundering case. And in fact, this case is linked to the land deal in the Gurugram's village. The opposition parties have upped their attack against Election Commission SIR exercise in the state of Bihar. CPI General Secretary D. Raja has slammed the Election Commission's move, saying that this survey in Bihar has created immense problem and difficulties for the common people, including poor Dalits, Adivasis and the migrant labourers. In fact, we have a breaking news coming in. As far as the 2006 Mumbai terror blast is concerned, the acquitted individuals in connection with the Mumbai train blast met with Maulana Halim Ullah Qasmi, president of Jamaat Ulama Hind in Maharashtra. The Supreme Court member had stayed the Bombay High Court judgment that acquitted the 12 accused persons in connection with this case, but clarified that the stay order will not affect the accused persons released from jail. There on your screens, you can see those are the visuals coming in from Maharashtra, where all the accused we are learning, and these are the people, few of them were also on death row. They met with Maulana Halim Ullah Qasmi, who's the president of Jamaat Ulama Hind in Maharashtra. Those are the in fact, terror convicts who were just acquitted last Monday on July 21st, and now after they were let out of the prison after the acquittal by the Bombay High Court, they are there in Maharashtra meeting with the Maulana there on your screen. But today the Supreme Court has, even though it has stayed the acquittal of these 12 accused that you can see on the screen, but it has said that they cannot be rearrested again. A notice has been issued to the Maharashtra government, but these people that you can see on the screen, all of them were arrested between 2006 to 2007, and five of them, five of these 12 were in fact given death penalty, and 7 were given life imprisonment. Just this week they were released out. Many are asking if the law is different for different people, but there on the screen you can see these acquitted accused can be seen meeting with the Maulana Halim, president of Jamaat Ulama Hind. Well, this is a case that dates back to 2006. There were 11 attacks in 11 minutes in Mumbai local train, and after that 189 people lost their life, 800 people received injuries. But there on the screen, these are the people, remember, who were arrested between 2006 and 2007, 13 of them. And in 2015, the trial court convicted them. Out of the 12, 5 were given death penalty and other 7 were given a life imprisonment. That order was challenged in the High Court, and in fact on July 21st, that is earlier this week, Bombay High Court acquitted all of them. They were allowed to come out of the jail. 2 days later, they all came out except for one, because he has some other, he's charged with some other case, but there on the screen you can see these are the people who came out of the jail after they were acquitted. And now today the Supreme Court heard this case, and it has even though put the stay on the acquittal, it has categorically mentioned that they cannot be rearrested. And there on the screen, 12 terrorists, they're walking free. 19 years of since this incident took place, and no closure for the families at all. In fact, just a while back, we spoke to the family members of the victims, and they said that this is a complete mockery of the justice system, and that they are really saddened by this news that all of them who were responsible for the death of 189 people, and that's a huge number, they are walking free. Let me go across to Ganesh Solanki, who's the kin of the victim. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. अभी हम विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं अपने व्यूअर्स को सर, जिसमें जो 12 एक्यूज बाहर आए हैं इस हफ्ते, वो मौलाना को मिल रहे हैं, बाहर आ गए हैं, फ्री है, 19 साल हो गया है, कोई जस्टिस नहीं मिला है फैमिली को, और अभी स्क्रीन पे हम देख रहे हैं कि वो खुश है, मिठाई खा रहे हैं मौलाना जी के साथ।
मैडम, वो तो गलत चीज है ना, गलत बात है ना। अभी उनको खुशी मिल रही है, यहाँ पे जो लोग मरे हैं, जो निर्दोष लोग थे, उनके लिए क्या फैसला सुनाया गया? कुछ भी फैसला नहीं है, गलत ही हो रहा है मैडम। तो हम लोग के साथ में तो
जी आप
हमें जो बताया गया है कि जो हमको मुआवजा दिया है वो भी हमको रिटर्न देने के लिए तैयार है। तो आज वो लोग पार्टी कर रहे हैं, सबसे मिल रहे, मिठाई बांट रहे, मिठाई खा रहे हैं। आज भी हम उस उम्मीद में थे कि नहीं, सरकार हमको अच्छा न्याय देगी, सरकार हमें अच्छा न्याय देगी, बट न्याय नहीं है मैडम।
जी, 19 साल हो गए इस चीज को, अभी तक कोई भी क्लोजर नहीं मिला है आपको और बाकी 189 लोग थे, उनकी फैमिलीज को अभी तक। क्या आप इस चीज को चैलेंज करेंगे, क्योंकि ये एक्विटल हो गया है, महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट मूव कर दिया है, पर ये केस अब फिर से रुक गया है 19 साल बाद। आप किस तरह इसको लीगली अब परस्यू करना चाहेंगे, अगर करना चाहेंगे तो?
मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट से एक ही वो बताना चाहता हूँ कि जल्द से जल्द इनको गिरफ्तार करे, जो भी आरोपी है। तो अभी उनको रिहा कर दे, तो इसके मुजरिम कौन है अभी तक? हमारा सवाल एक ही, तो जिस इन लोग ने नहीं किया है तो इसके मुजरिम कौन है, कहाँ पे है, अब तक क्यों छुपे हुए? वो जिस टाइम पे केस लोअर कोर्ट ने इनको सजा दे दी थी, तो हाईकोर्ट ने छोड़ा क्यों, किस ग्राउंड पे छोड़ा, वो भी हमें नहीं बताया था।
तो क्या आपको लगता है कि जो कोर्ट भी है वो इसको भी बहुत हल्के में ले रही है, क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं कि एक्विटल पे स्टे लग गया है, पर जब जहां तक बात आती है ये लोग जो रिलीज हो गए हैं इनको अभी रीअरेस्ट नहीं किया जाएगा, तो आपको लग रहा है हल्के में इस चीज को लिया जा रहा है? आप जैसे बाकी 189 लोगों ने अपने साथ वालों को लूज किया इस पूरे इंसिडेंट में।
मैडम 189 तो वो लोग थे और 800 लोग दूसरे भी जो इंजर्ड हुए थे, उन लोग को होगा क्या? जो इंजर्ड हुए थे, जिसका हाथ नहीं है, किसी का पैर नहीं है, किसी की आंखें गई है इस हादसे में, उन लोग के साथ में क्या हुआ है? कुछ भी नहीं, सिर्फ पैसा देके सबको चुप कराएगा। इसका मतलब ऐसा ही हो रहा है ना, पैसा दे दिया, इनकी फैमिली चुप हो जाएगी, कुछ बोलेगी नहीं, कुछ सवाल नहीं उठाएगी।
जी, तो अभी आपकी डिमांड क्या रहेगी महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट से? उन्होंने मूव तो कर दिया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट को, पर आपकी अब डिमांड क्या रहेगी? क्योंकि हम विजुअल्स में देख रहे हैं किस तरह से मिठाइयां खाई जा रही है। ये लोग हैं जो काफी साल प्रिजन में थे, अब मिठाई खा रहे हैं, बाहर आके ओपनली घूम रहे हैं। आपकी क्या दरखास्त रहेगी गवर्नमेंट से?
जल्द से जल्द उनको अरेस्ट किया जाए मैडम, हम तो वही चाहते हैं, जल्द से जल्द उनको अरेस्ट किया जाए।
So this is a demand that has come in from the family members. Thank you so much गणेश जी हमसे बात करने के लिए रिपब्लिक टीवी पे और अपनी पर्सपेक्टिव रखने के लिए इस चीज पे, because in the visuals there you can see those are the 12 convicts in fact that are running free. In fact we have breaking news coming in as far as this case is concerned. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has spoken to Republic TV and he has said that we welcome Supreme Court's decision. We have made an appeal and this is what he has told exclusively to Republic TV. He says that he welcomes Supreme Court's judgment. We are satisfied with the verdict. This is the right step taken by the Supreme Court. Well, remember, after the Bombay High Court judgment on July 21st, that is earlier this week, Maharashtra government had challenged the acquittal of the 12 accused in this case. And now, after the hearing today in the Supreme Court, where Supreme Court stayed the acquittal of the convicts that we just showed you, having a gala time, having meeting with a lot of people and having sweets. Now, Maharashtra Chief Minister Fadnavis has spoken to Republic TV and he has said that he welcomes the judgment, the order by the Supreme Court. They are satisfied with the verdict that is coming and this is a step in the right direction. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, in a historic step, India and UK free trade agreement has been signed in the presence of the Prime Minister in UK. And Supreme Court says Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused person in connection with 2006 Mumbai terror blast case. But unfortunately, no rearrest will be done now. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
I can't wait to be part of the Republic AI pre-summit on July 25. We'll be talking all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for India. It's an exciting build-up to the mega AI summit, and I'm glad to be in the mix. See you.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Play it your way.
This is your space, slay it your way.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI pre-summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing the India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of AI in shaping a new India.
I'm really excited to be a part of Republic AI pre-summit on 25th of July, where we discuss India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India.
I'm looking forward to being a part of the Republic AI pre-summit on July 25th. We'll be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, deep tech, and the 1000x economic value add and 100x job creation this will bring across industries in India over the next 20 years. This will be in terms of next generation headless, automated, autonomic, agentic platforms. This AI tsunami is going to be highlighted at the Mega AI Summit, and I'm delighted to be part of this important conversation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for India. Let's collaborate and invent in India. See you there.
Artificial intelligence has become one of the most important technology of the 21st century. The phenomenal growth of AI has been enabled by advancement in algorithms, availability of the.
Hi, I am Kapil. I'm happy to be part of AI Pre-Summit by Republic on 25th of July. We will be talking about the crossroads of AI and cybersecurity, how we can leverage both of them to brighten our future as a country. Happy to be there and hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Sarah, this is your space, slay it your way.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I'm really excited to be a part of Republic AI pre-summit on 25th of July, where we discuss India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India.
I'm looking forward to being a part of the Republic AI pre-summit on July 25th. We'll be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, deep tech, and the 1000x economic value add and 100x job creation this will bring across industries in India over the next 20 years. This will be in terms of next generation, headless, automated, autonomic, agentic platforms. This AI tsunami is going to be highlighted at the Mega AI Summit, and I'm delighted to be part of this important conversation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for India. Let's collaborate and invent in India. See you there.
Artificial intelligence has become one of the most important technology of the 21st century. The phenomenal growth of AI has been enabled by advancement in algorithms, availability of the large data sets, and development of semiconductors. I can't wait to be part of the Republic TV AI Pre-Summit on 25th July. Looking forward to seeing you all there. Thank you so much.
I can't wait to be part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25. We'll be talking all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for India.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching This is Exclusive with me, Shavinson. Tonight I come to you with two super exclusive stories. Multiple lapses found in a DGCA inspection done on Air India. Tonight we reveal what are the lapses that have been highlighted by the DGCA and how exactly is the airline really responding. The other big story that I'm coming to you tonight is with regards to a global crackdown on digital arrests. How exactly have governments really come together to combat this menace? All this and much more on this edition of This is Exclusive. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. It's the document that no other channel has. Republic exposes the details of the DGCA investigation on Air India. Over 50 lapses reported in the month of July. Biggest ever global digital arrest racket busted in Cambodia. Operation carried out based on Indian intelligence inputs. Four Al-Qaeda operatives in Gujarat ATS custody. Investigation reveals disturbing pattern of promoting jihad ideology online. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No re-arrest to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent months, Air India has faced intense scrutiny following a series of safety lapses and a catastrophic crash that has shaken public confidence. The tragic 12th of June crash of flight AI-171, a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner in Ahmedabad, has cast a harsh spotlight on the airline's operations, maintenance, practices and regulatory compliance. The airline's troubles extend beyond the Ahmedabad tragedy. India's aviation regulator, the DGCA, has issued multiple warnings to Air India for safety violations in the past 6 months, including show cause notices for issues ranging from overdue maintenance check to crew scheduling failures. Tonight, we bring to you a mega exclusive, a sensational document that I'm holding that puts the spotlights on not just one or two, but a staggering amount of oversights. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by taking you through each of the details, the lapses that have been highlighted by the DGCA following an inspection at the Air India office. Starting with the big breaking news now coming in, aviation watchdog DGCA has put Air India in the dock with a staggering 50 safety and compliance violations, warning that passenger safety is at serious risk. The aviation regulator has issued multiple show cause notices, demanding the airline provide documentary evidence of corrective measures within days, following a series of lapses that include crew scheduling failures, overdue maintenance checks, and inadequate training protocols. Sources revealed DGCA's patience is now wearing thin, with threats of severe penalties, including potential license suspension if Air India fails to address these systemic issues promptly. Now I'm going to take you through each of the details that have been flagged off in the DGCA audit report. I just want to quickly get our cameras on this report that I'm holding right now. I'm going to take you through each of the details, which basically looks into 3 parts. On your screens right now, I'm going to show you first this document that I'm holding. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the DGCA audit report. The DGCA team, led by Captain Adiraj Yadav, who was part of the meeting, as well as name of the auditors. This particular report that you see flags off multiple failures and non-compliance on the part of the airline. Let me just quickly take you through each of them. Number one, with regards to the training manuals itself, Air India has also issued a response that I'm going to put out in a short while from now, but let me just quickly show you through the help of each of the graphics that we have put out. Critical breaches that have been seen. The report basically reveals that ultra long haul flights were operated with inadequate cabin crew, while pilots flew despite invalid simulator checks. Shockingly, flight duty time limits were exceeded by over 2 hours on long-haul routes. Crucial simulator training was conducted on unqualified simulators, raising some serious questions about the regulatory compliance and passenger safety. We have shown you 4 lapses in terms of the critical breaches by Air India. On your screens right now, I'm going to just quickly take you through once again these 4 lapses under the critical breaches by Air India. Lapse number 1, ultra long flights were basically flown with inadequate crew members. Number 2, pilots were basically operating after invalid simulator checks, which essentially takes away some of the training that they would have got. Lapse number 3, flight duty time has been exceeded by 2 hours, especially in the ultra long hour flights. Unqualified simulators for training. Now, let's take a look at what are the other systemic gaps that this DGCA audit basically refers to. The report basically points to a complete lack of defined reporting lines, leading to accountability breakdowns across departments. Additionally, crew were rostered without mandatory rest or weekly offs, violating flight safety norms. The audit also found the use of outdated training manuals and incomplete or mismatched pilot documentation, exposing glaring gaps in oversight training and regulatory compliance. So a quick summary of what we know, the systemic gaps that have been highlighted in this. Can we go back to lapse number 1? That is no defined reporting lines in Air India, which basically says that there is a DGCA mandate which has not been followed. Lapse number 2, crew scheduled without improper rest or a weekly off. Now that's quite a cause of concern. Lapse number 3, outdated training manuals that have been used by the airline. Lapse number 4, incomplete and mismatched pilot documentation. These are the systemic gaps that have been highlighted. Let's now take you through the other. The training gaps, which is essentially important, ladies and gentlemen, within Air India. DGCA audit basically says that there have been shocking training deficiencies within Air India, posing serious safety concerns. The audit found incomplete recurrent training for B777 and B787 pilots, lack of low visibility operational approval for A350 aircraft. Alarmingly, many cabin crew were unaware of the essential safety regulations, while training centers and warning cards lacked proper regulatory approvals. Not just that, the airline was also found non-compliant with mandatory search and rescue documentation, highlighting deep-rooted lapses in training and preparedness. Let me try and summarize this for you. There are 5 lapses that have come in. First is the training with regards to B77 and B787 pilots. Incomplete recurrent training. Lapse number 2, they're saying there is low visibility approval for the 350 aircraft. Now that becomes extremely difficult, especially in some certain situations. Lapse number 3, cabin crew unaware of the key safety regulations. Now there has been a check that has been done by the DGCA, and it turns out not all cabin crew were aware of certain regulatory norms. Lapse number 4, warning cards and training centers lacking regulatory approvals. Now this is lapse number 4. Lapse number 5 is the non-compliance with search and rescue documentation mandates. So rescue and search and rescue operations that are basically carried out, there are certain documentation which mandates that there is no compliance with regards to these lapses. Now, on your screens is the DGCA document that Republic has exclusively accessed, and which highlights the extent to which Air India, as the DGCA claims, was compromising passenger safety. Now, let's take you through each of these. These are sensational exposure of lapses that you are seeing on your screens. B787 pilots grounded after due check, invalid as simulator was not conducted as per regulatory terms. Now, however, few pilots have flown after this lapse without seeking any approval. So that's another aspect that has been raised. Landing data has not been recorded as far as the computerized flight plans are concerned. Tech logs display fuel in both kilograms and liter to prevent confusion. Operator to provide fuel receipt in kilograms so that the cross-check by the pilot. Let's just take you through. No chief pilots assigned for A320 and A350 fleet. There are no designated chief pilots for the A320 and 350. This results in a lack of accountability and effective monitoring of the flight operations of these aircraft types. Now, it doesn't end there. DGCA basically goes on with more responses after this detailed study that has been done, analysis that has been done. On your screens, we're going to stay with this. Ambiguity in operational control responsibilities, responsibility for operational control. It turns out they've put out full details of why they believe that this too has not been followed or complied. Let's just take you through some more details now coming. I'm going to come back to the audit report that has been accessed, but it seems that finally Air India has also now responded. Air India has responded to the multiple questions that were sent out by Republic TV, and this is what the airline has to say. Air India responds by saying all airlines undergo regular audits to test and continuously strengthen processes. Air India's annual DGCA audit took place in July, during which it was fully transparent with auditors in the spirit of such continuous improvement. We acknowledge the receipt of the arising report and are in the process of reviewing the findings therein and will submit our response to the regulator within the stipulated time frame. Air India remains fully committed to ensuring the safety of its passengers and staff. Now, this is what Air India has to say, saying that it is not just us, all airlines are undergoing regular audits. Now, the question that we are essentially asking, and we had written to Air India CEO, Mr. Campbell Wilson, and our pointed questions essentially arise serious safety and compliance deficiencies within Air India's operations, training, as well as organizational structure. The reality is this, ladies and gentlemen, the DGCA in its audit that they have carried out, they are saying there are 50, not one, there are 50 lapses that have been identified. If we can go across to Harsha, who is getting us the latest details. If we have Harsha, We'll try and go across to Harsha, who's getting us the latest details. 1 month and 50 lapses that have been highlighted in this particular audit report. Group Captain GP Bajpai, aviation expert, someone who has been linked to Air India in the past. Group Captain Bajpai, this DGCA audit report that I'm holding clearly makes a mention of, on multiple counts, that the airline is guilty right now, starting with the fact that there are no training manuals. Training manuals are outdated. Then this particular report basically goes on to indicate not just one but multiple issues that they have raised with regards to training of the pilots of the B77 as well as B787. Fragmented safety data management is what they say. Recurrent training gaps for B777, B787 pilots. Missing A350. Low visibility operations approval. No route assessments for CATC airports. Use of non-qualified simulators for CAT-C airport training. And the list goes on.
Sarvan, you are absolutely right. If I am permitted to say, these 50 points which you have told, they are the part of the audit checks carried out by DGCA. I am apprehensive. These observations are not limited to only 50. These 50 points during the DGCA audit, which could be caught by DGCA official during their audits, which runs only for a day or 2 or 3 days. But what is happening inside Air India, it seems their safety cultures have gone to the dogs. There are so many other issues also. Above all, the morale of the people, the captain, the maintenance personnel, the various other personnel. As you have rightly pointed out, the organization structure. The Air India has been taken over by Tata Sons almost 3 years back. Till date, proper organization structure is not established. The various DGCA post holders which have been approved by DGCA, are they working freely, efficiently and independently? That is to be checked in detail. There is a lot of doubt. The pilots have not been permitted to exercise their discretion to take the fuel for maximization of the profit, because the total weight of the payload, that is passenger and the cargo loads, and the sum of the fuel uplifted, that remains constant in view of the maximum takeoff weight of the aircraft and maximum landing weight of the aircraft. So pilots on 8 to 9 metropolitan cities, when they are landing, that time they are asked not to take any extra drop of the fuel. I am apprehensive that aircraft which had gone out of the runway, I don't know the full details, there might be not a fuel reserve, might not be available for the pilot to go for alternate place landing. So for that, if he has come below the minimum decision altitude, he has to land over there irrespective of the runway conditions. In case there is a heavy downpour, the water is there, that time aircraft has to land, and that time also during monsoon season they have to ensure weather radars are perfectly all right, they are good quality tires are there which are having visual groups, not the bolted tire. And in case if these precautions are not observed, aircraft will face the aquaplaning and aircraft is bound to skid from the runway and it can go out of the runway. So all these are the minor and details and important details. Those things will not get position in this audit report, because this audit report will be limited to what has been caught by DGCA official during their audit period in 3 days. I assume and presume it's a very good initiative on the part of MOCA that they are directly contacting the airline operators, particularly Indigo and the Air India. They should further establish their own system like DGCA does the audit. MOCA should do and see it. There is no nexus between DGCA and airline operator. They should have their own system. If it is there, they should break down that thing.
Well, thank you very much, Group Captain Bajpai, for joining us on this broadcast as we get you this big exclusive tonight on Republic TV, as Air India has finally responded to the DGCA audit report, and they have admitted that they have received this report from the DGCA, and they are saying that they would certainly comply with the systemic gaps that have been identified by the regulator. Reviewing the report will issue a response in time is what they say, but these are very, very serious concerns that have been raised by the DGCA. In fact, they are talking about multiple issues that have been flagged off, systemic gaps within the operations of the airline itself that has been highlighted. They are saying that they are going to be fully transparent and they are going to comply with it very soon. Well, in fact, let me just take you through a quick recap of what we know so far. In fact, this is after a proper report that was done by the DGCA. Before I move on to the other big breaking news now coming in, this is what we know from the story. Number one, there have been multiple findings. There have been critical breaches that have been identified. Pilots that were operating with after invalid simulator checks, flight duty time that had exceeded by over 2 hours, ultra long range flights were flown with inadequate cabin crew, use of unqualified simulators for training. They've also identified major systemic gaps by saying that disjointed organization structure, improper rostering and inaccurate simulator training. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the biggest crackdown against cybercrime. In a far-reaching operation, Cambodian authorities acting on precise intelligence from India have struck a devastating blow to a sprawling digital arrest scam network. Over 3,000 suspects, including 105 Indian nationals, have been detained in a series of raids that uncovered a sophisticated web of fraud spanning more than 20 countries. From fake police uniforms to high-tech scam centers, this criminal enterprise preyed on victim fears, extorting millions through deception. Tonight, we take you inside this unprecedented crackdown, and then a Republic Live report coming in from Cambodia.
Phnom Penh, the capital city of Cambodia, is now at the center of a massive international effort to dismantle a sophisticated digital arrest scam network. Acting on alerts from India's Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, Cambodian police have raided 138 locations, detaining over 3,000 individuals, including 606 women, from over 20 countries. The arrests include nationals from China, Vietnam, Indonesia, India, Bangladesh, Thailand, and Nigeria. Computers and laptops, hundreds of mobile phones, weapons, bullets, and drugs. These are some of the items seized by authorities, pointing to the racket's deep ties to organized crime. Digital arrest scams involve fraudsters posing as law enforcement or government officials, often via video calls, to intimidate victims into paying large sums to avoid fake legal consequences. These scams have defrauded countless victims globally, exploiting fear and trust. The operation, triggered by India's intelligence, highlights the growing menace of cyber fraud in Southeast Asia, where the United Nations estimates such scams generate up to $40 billion annually. Many arrested individuals were reportedly coerced into these operations, lured by fake job offers, raising concerns about human trafficking. Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Manet's push to combat cybercrime has intensified these efforts, but reports suggest some scam operations may be shielded by influential figures. With investigations ongoing, authorities warn that more arrests could follow as they trace links to other countries. This crackdown marks a significant blow to global cybercrime, but the fight is far from over.
Well, in fact, Mias Molika is joining us live from Cambodia. Mias, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. This is one of the biggest ever crackdown that has been carried out, and it seems Cambodia happens to be the epicenter. I'm given to understand that authorities in Cambodia have actually briefed the media there. What's the modus operandi? How exactly was this being carried out? What are the links that are emerging?
Well, as you know, like during the past 15 days in July, the Cambodian authorities has been arrested over 3,000 individuals that involved in online scam in Cambodia. And among all of those individuals, there are 20 nationalities from different Asia Pacific, which is about 1,000 Chinese, 600 Vietnamese, and also 300 Indonesians. And those also has been found have 105 Indians and 100 Bangladesh. And all of those crackdowns has been found in the villas and also the in different provinces like Phoi Pai, Sihanoukville, and also in Phnom Penh as well. And during the operation, the authority has seized laptop computers, and they also found the fake Chinese police uniform and also fake Indian uniform in order to scam people online. And after that, the Indian government also tried to contact the Cambodian authority in order to deport 105 Indians that have been detained in Cambodia.
Mias, just one quick question before I let you go. It turns out that several Indians have also been arrested. Any details that you are picking up? What was the role of these Indians in this particular digital racket that was being carried out?
So, as you know, during the operation, the journalists really cannot go on site, but they post the information on their individual, like official Facebook page and also Telegram channels about those details information. But at the time, we also see that the Cambodian government try to strengthen more safety and regulations for different nationality that try to enter Cambodia, whether they are try to enter for the online fraud, is it legally entering or not?
Well, thank you. Right. Well, thank you very much, Mias, reporting live from Cambodia, the only Indian news network to get that live report coming in from Cambodia, the biggest ever crackdown that we are looking at on digital arrest. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague, Akanksha.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
मैं तेनू क्या सी कि अब हमें सेकंड इनकम बिल्ड कर लेनी चाहिए और तुमने वापस म्यूचुअल फंड में पैसे डाल दिए।
ये फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स है।
मतलब
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स मतलब चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेयरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट विच इन्वेस्टमेंट, मतलब रेगुलर इनकम विच वी कैन विड्रॉ फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम।
मतलब म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
इंडिया
गैस होना।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I'm really excited to be a part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on 25th of July, where we discuss India's AI lead, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India.
Looking forward to being a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We'll be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, deep tech, and the 1000x economic value add and 100x job creation this will bring across industries in India over the next 20 years. This will be in terms of next generation headless, automated, autonomic, agentic platforms. This AI tsunami is going to be highlighted at the Mega AI Summit, and I'm delighted to be part of this important conversation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for India. Let's collaborate and invent in India. See you there.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
इस साल का जो प्रॉफिट है इंटरेस्ट पे डाल देंगे, हर महीने ब्याज का पैसा आता रहेगा।
अगर रेगुलर इनकम ही चाहिए तो आप वो पैसे फिक्स्ड इनकम फंड्स में डाल दो।
वो क्या होता है?
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए ब्याज देने वाली कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। सिस्टमैटिक विथड्रॉल प्लान से आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी आता रहेगा।
म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I'm looking forward to being a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We'll be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, deep tech, and the 1000x economic value add and 100x job creation this will bring across.
Action on Al-Qaeda in Gujarat, but 7/11 Mumbai train blast accused walk free. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court order, but no rearrest of 12 accused. Why special treatment in 2006 Mumbai train blast case? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Welcome to your smart television. Trending stories are breaking the internet, and tonight we are keeping our focus on 2022 stabbing death of 4 University of Idaho students and a shocking confession that has now come to the fore. And then on to French president suing American right-wing commentator for calling his wife and the First Lady a man. And we will then show you visuals of the Prime Minister Modi and his UK counterpart Keir Starmer doing Chai Pe Charcha in London. And Donald Trump is not too happy with the name AI and he wants to change it. Let's see what he keeps the name. And cricketer Sarfaraz Khan has bowled fans over once again, this time not with a bat but with his body transformation. We'll show you those visuals. And lastly, Swami Narayan Temple in Australia was vandalized with hateful and racist message. We'll show you the details coming in from Australia. This is trending. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started. Well, it was a courtroom filled with grief, fury and loss, a place where families of 4 murdered University of Idaho students poured their hearts out, demanding answers and accountability. But when Byron Koberger, the man convicted of the brutal stabbing, was finally given a chance to speak, he uttered just 3 words: "I respectfully decline." No apologies, no explanation whatsoever, just a cold wall of silence. On Wednesday, the judge handed down 4 life sentences without parole, but for the loved ones, justice felt hollow and the motives remains unknown.
You make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well, Mr. Koberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well.
And from the Elysee Palace to a US courtroom, French President and the First Lady are now suing the American right-wing commentator Candace Owens for defamation over false, deeply personal and offensive claims. The lawsuit accuses Owens of spreading the baseless rumors that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man, a conspiracy theory that has swirled since 2021 French election run-up. And despite being served retraction demands, he doubled down, turning online fiction into a monetized content. The Macrons now say enough is enough and are now seeking accountability not just from the trolls but also from the ones who gave trolls a megaphone. And Chai diplomacy just brewed a fresh batch, and this time at the British countryside, Prime Minister Modi and his UK counterpart Keir Starmer stirred up more than just a tea at Chequers. The 2 leaders were spotted sipping chai, sparking a social media storm. From policy to parley over chai, netizens are calling this the return of Chai Pe Charcha, this time with a UK twist. Well, there on the screen, you can see Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with his counterpart in United Kingdom. They're having Chai Pe Charcha, smiling and laughing while having a tea there at Chequers in United Kingdom, where Prime Minister has gone, in fact, his 4th visit since he has become the Prime Minister. And Trump likes renaming people, places and things. And just when you thought artificial intelligence was the hottest buzzword of the decade, Donald Trump steps in and he says, "Hold up, folks, I don't like that name." Yes, in fact, in a move that only Donald Trump could pull off, the US president is now calling for a rebrand of AI itself because apparently artificial sounds too fake, too phony, too un-American, according to him. At a high-stakes summit in America, in fact, America Tech Future, he did not just sign executive orders, he launched a full-blown identity crisis for the machines. So now while Silicon Valley decides and debates bias and regulation, Donald Trump wants to give AI a full glow-up with a name that's, in his word, is more real, more genius, more Trump-approved. Listen in.
Around the globe, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence. I find that too artificial. I can't stand it. I don't even like the name. You know, I don't like anything that's artificial. So could we straighten that out, please? We should change the name.
So there you have it. While the rest of the world races to regulate artificial intelligence, Trump is racing to rename it. Will it be American intelligence or just Trump GDP? Only Trump can answer that. Well, hot off the plate and straight to your television screens, these are the top trending stories of the day. Watch this. The Indian Cricket Board has agreed to host the T20 tournament at a neutral venue. After a series of setbacks, Asia Cup will be played from the 5th to 21st of September. A candid video is going viral that highlights a gathering of Japanese people completely swept away by the electrifying energy. There on the screen, you can see the visuals of Punjabi music. In fact, that is what they are dancing to. As the catchy Punjabi track fills the air, the crowd responds with cheers and foot taps, but in a more civilized way. And Amazon MGM Studios have planned a film artificial on OpenAI, and an actor may play Elon Musk as well. And the film will focus on 2023 OpenAI leadership changes. This movie is expected to release in 2026, and it might cringe the tech titans. Jaipur, the pink city of India, has proudly secured the 5th spot in Travel Plus Leisure prestigious World's Best City 2025 list, ranking above the iconic global destination like Florence, Kyoto and Bali as well. And another historical win for the country as Telangana's Deepthi Jivanji clocked 56.70 seconds to win the world's women's 400 T20 gold at the National Paralympics Championship. She's a stunning display of grit and speed. And India is on the limelight as Shreyas Joshi clinches gold at the age of just 21, scoring a stellar 83.33 points in the Classic Slalom. She's the very first Indian ever to win an Asian Championship title in the freestyle slalom. In fact, UP Police, as far as this exam is concerned, father and son duo have cleared this exam together. In 2024, the father and son appeared for the exam together and they have now come out with flying colors. Those are the visuals of the father-son duo on your screen. And it's a new day and Donald Trump is ready with a new plan. And this time he vows to end the US tech firm overseas deal, saying no more China factory, India workers.
Many of our largest tech companies have reaped the blessings of American freedom while building their factories in China, hiring workers in India, and slashing profits in Ireland. You know that? All the while dismissing and even censoring their fellow citizens right here at home. Under President Trump, those days are over. We need U.S. technology companies to be all in for America. We want you to put America first. You have to do that. That's all we ask. That's all we ask.
And there on the visuals, you can see artists and journalists, in fact, staged a Squid Game style protest to highlight Bengaluru's footpaths. The protest was performed near St. John's Hospital to bring awareness among the people. And when the love is real, not even a typhoon can wash it away. In the rain-soaked heart of Philippines, a couple did not just take vows, they took a plunge, quite literally, as you can see on the screen. As flood waters filled the church, Jade Rick and Jamaica, in fact, did not cancel their wedding ceremony. Instead, they embraced the storm, wading through water to say, I do. From a decade-long relationship to a wedding that literally made waves online, this isn't just a love story, it's a video that's trending faster than wildfire.
Hindi minsan kayo nag-ibang sitwasyon, pero pinagpatuloy. May kanisalan na pagpalaan ng Diyos ang
And from heavy hitter to lean machine, cricketer Sarfaraz Khan has bowled fans once more, and this time not with a bat, but with his body transformation. Now look at the visuals of the cricketer on your screen. The young talent has shed a whopping 17 kilos, and the secret is not just a fancy diet or a designer gym, just some clean eating, old school discipline, and a dash of desi determination. But he also mentions how Virat Kohli's advice from his RCB days pushed him beyond the limit to reach where he has right now. There on the screen you can see those are the visuals of the transformation of this cricketer Sarfaraz Khan. But before this, he had the shots, the swagger and the stats. But there was always that one conversation that followed Sarfaraz Khan, the weight talk. The world questioned his fitness while fans defended his firepower. But behind the bulk was better, in fact, fighting more than just fast ball. He was fighting the perception. And then he flipped the script, and now you can see on your screen a completely different Sarfaraz Khan. Fast forward to today, and the transformation is jaw-dropping. 17 kilos down, and Sarfaraz Khan looks like he's ready to sprint, swing and silence the skeptics. No crash diet, no shortcuts, just clean eating, intense workout and a whole lot of commitment that he's shown. This is not just a body change, it's a complete mindset shift. And of course, the internet never stays silent when it comes to transformation. Fans have flooded the comments with shock support and a little bit of gym guilt. Well, there on the screen, you can read the comments of the people who have taken to social media. Some of them are appreciating Sarfaraz Khan. There you can see, like your brother, look, discipline, back him in cricket. Now it's time for Prithvi Shaw. These are the comments that have come to the fore. Many of them appreciating the transformation that Sarfaraz Khan has gone through. Whopping 17 kilos shed by him. Yet again, hate rears its ugly head, and this time in Melbourne, the sacred walls of Swaminarayan Temple defaced with disturbing graffiti that have come to the shore. We'll show you those visuals, a spiritual space that has been violated. The graffiti which angered people read, "Go home brown." The curse words, as you can see in the visuals, we have blurred them as they are highly inappropriate. The Premier of Victoria has now extended her support in a letter to the temple management and has added that the community has full support of the government. Makran Bhagwat, who is the president of Hindu Council of Australia Victoria chapter, has expressed his shock over the incident. He has said that the sacred site is a sanctuary of peace and unity, and it was heartbreaking for him to see it being defaced with racist slurs. In fact, Premier of Victoria has yet not issued a public statement on the incident. However, her office has sent a message from her people, her to the temple management. And just blocks away, the buyers did not stop at faith. Several Asian restaurants across Melbourne's eastern suburbs tagged, vandalized and scarred with racial slurs, as you can see on the screen. From places of worship to places of work, this rising wave of hate is sparing no space back in Australia. Well, there on the screen, you can see that in 2 days, there have been two hate attacks that have come to the fore as far as Australia is concerned. One at the Swami Narayan temple, and you can see the racist slur there on your screen. It mentions "Go Home Brown," and rest we cannot show you as it is completely inappropriate. And several statements have come to the fore from people living there of how these are the cases which are only growing in Australia. And I'll also show you the fast-moving stories and the trending stories of the day. Have a look. Prime Minister Modi, during signing of India-UK FTA with UK Prime Minister, used the cricket metaphor to make diplomacy a game of passion. He remarked that there may be a swing and a miss at times, but one should play with a straight bat.
Both of us, cricket is not just a game, but a passion. And also a great metaphor for our partnership. There may be a swing and a miss at times, but we always play with a straight bat. We are committed to building high-scoring, solid partnership.
And a short video of a miniature horse. Black Pearl is healing the internet literally. The horse was seen vigorously playing at a keyboard to wake up a girl from anesthesia at the Children's Medical Center in California. Have a look at the visuals. Indian Army for the Indian people. Indian Army soldiers rescued a boy stranded mid-river in a flash flood. A perfect blend of bravery and swift coordination. A video is going viral on social media showing police forces disguised themselves as the Mexican superhero character during a drug raid in the nation's capital of Lima. Group captain shared his photography story. In fact, there are the visuals that you can see on the screens of the drug raid in the country. Well, Russian president has arrived in Istanbul for Ukraine's talk in all styles. A close aide to president arrived in Putin team a polo shirt. Well, there on the screen, group captain has shared his astro photography. As you can see, the story on Instagram. He's in fact started into astrophotography upon returning to India after the first leg of training at GCTC, Russia. Here's the visual. And now look at the visuals coming in from, in fact, these are the visuals of Russian president arriving in Istanbul and a close aide wearing Putin-themed polo shirt. And that's all we could pack in the show of Trending at 7:30. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Till then, keep watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
Artificial intelligence has become
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जलजीरा मसाला।
ग्रेजुटी का चेक है, बस इन पैसों को हम कहीं इन्वेस्ट कर दें और रेगुलर इनकम भी आती रहे।
तो फिर फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स में डाल दीजिए। फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड और मनी मार्केट में पैसा डालते हैं और सिस्टमैटिक विड्रॉल प्लान के जरिए आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी मिलती रहेगी।
म्यूचुअल फंड्स में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है। म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान,
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
I can't wait to be part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25. We'll be talking all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for India. It's an exciting build-up to the mega AI Summit, and I'm glad to be in the mix. See you.
I'm looking forward to being part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We will be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, its growing impact across different sectors, and what the future holds for India. It's a powerful lead-up to the Mega AI Summit. I am delighted to be part of this important conversation. See you there.
I'm happy to be part of AIP Summit by Republic on 25th of July. We will be talking about the crossroads of AI and cybersecurity, how we can leverage both of them to brighten our future as a country. Happy to be there and hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Well, BCCI is all set to host the Asia Cup in UAE. India-Pakistan match likely. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done now. ED raids Anil Ambani linked properties in Mumbai. Case registered against Reliance Anil Ambani group of companies. Sources within the Election Commission have confirmed that the preparation over special intensive revision in West Bengal too is expected to begin soon.
मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि कई वर्षों की मेहनत के बाद आज दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न हुआ है.
Prime Minister hails FTA deal with the United Kingdom, call it historic day for both the nations.
I'm excited to be part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India. Hope to see you there.
I couldn't be more excited to be speaking at Republic's Pre-AI Summit on the 25th of July. At this summit, we won't just be discussing what India's AI future could be, but we'll be actually building it together. Join me, other AI leaders, thinkers, builders, as we define India's next AI leap. See you there.
Excited to be part of Republic's AI Pre-Summit happening on 25th July, where we'll be discussing India's AI leap, the impact, innovation, and the leap that India is going to take in AI in the future.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll discuss India's AI leap, innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. And I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit happening on the 25th of July. We're going to talk all things AI, innovations, the breakthroughs, what's India going to be like in this story. So be there. It's a build-up to the mega event, the Mega AI Summit. And I look forward to seeing you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing the India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of AI in shaping a new India.
Begins biggest crackdown on Anil Ambani. 50 companies, 35 premises, 25 people raided by ED. ED lends on rupees 14,000 crore alleged loan fraud. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
I'm excited to be part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India. Hope to see you there.
भारत के इतने लेजेंडरी एक्टर फिर से एक तरह से रिस्क क्यों ले रहे हैं?
ओशो की एक बड़ी अच्छी लाइन है
जी,
इफ यू ट्राई यू रिस्क फेलियर, इफ यू डोंट यू एंश्योर इट। मैं हमेशा मानता हूँ वो जीवन ही क्या जो संघर्षमय ना, संघर्षमय होने से ही तो अपने जिंदा होने का एहसास होता है।
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic TV AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll be discussing India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll discuss India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, why India is sending a message to Trump by signing the free trade agreement with the United Kingdom. Anil Ambani in big trouble, always seeking to be high profile, now being called someone who heads fraudulent operations. At 9 p.m. tonight, why it's impossible to believe that in India the convicts of the Mumbai train blasts are going to be openly celebrating on the streets and there'll be no justice for the victims of terrorism. And at 9:30 p.m. tonight, why Republic is totally against any form of cricket with Pakistan, and why the government of India should stop the cricket board from allowing it. And ladies and gentlemen, at the start, it's great news. We have a free trade agreement. We always knew there was one, but now it's been signed by the United Kingdom and India. And I'll tell you 6 reasons why this UK FTA, which the Prime Minister signed today, I think this was at Chequers, the official informal country home residence of the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Now this is great. It gives us a huge trade boost. UK-India trade should catch up to over 120 billion US dollars by 2030. 99% of all Indian goods will get zero tariffs. So you want to have namkeen, you want to have steel, Indian namkeen, Indian products of all types, you can get it on zero tariffs in the British supermarkets. We're going to flood United Kingdom. This is reverse colonization. I love it. And major duties are going to be removed. This is going to help textiles, leather, marine products, electric vehicles, garments, everything. And this includes a social security pact that exempts Indian professionals from contributions for up to 3 years and gives duty-free access to 95% of farm products. So you can get Indian haldi, Indian prawns, Indian pepper, Indian agri products, and this is going to double the gems and jewelry business. So, United Kingdom, thank you and watch out. We're going to flood you. Now, the other important part about today's agreement is this, that we have made it very clear to Donald Trump indirectly that don't push us, we know how to do business. Indians have always been great at trade. And now we have got trade deals with so many countries. Do you know that? So many countries across the world. We have great bilateral trade agreements with Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Thailand, Singapore, name it, Malaysia, Korea, Japan, Australia, UAE, Mauritius, ASEAN, that's 10-nation bloc, European nations bloc, EFTA, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland. So this is going great, and I think a big shout out for Piyush Goyal, the very dynamic Commerce Minister of India, who's done a great job signing deal after deal after deal after deal after deal. He's done a great job. And so remember, viewers, that these deals are also relationship building exercises. You see Ajit Doval, National Security Advisor, at the checkers. You see the Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar there. So these are all very detailed arrangements that go beyond trade. We have negotiation underway with China, European Union, Peru, and of course with Israel. We have multiple partners across the world. And the message to Donald Trump is that we do business on our own terms. For Britain, it took 4 British prime ministers, 15 rounds of talks, UK's Brexit, global pandemic, 2 general elections in India to finally settle the deal. So the British have been very, very keen to close the deal. But when has the deal been closed? When we are ready for it to be closed. So the FTA with the United Kingdom also sends another message to Trump that India will cooperate, but India won't capitulate. You want to trade with India, make it fair, make it mutual. We do not do one-sided deals. And the message to the United States of America is that there is no junior partner, senior partner business going on. You see, every deal like this that we sign, America's leverage on India goes down because America needs to learn. America needs to understand that to do business with India, don't try and force our hand. You can't bully India. You have to deal with India. You want to deal with India, you want to do trade with India, then you first want to come to the table with respect, a sense of respect, not an attitude any longer of arm twisting. And that's why I believe we really must respect the efforts of Narendra Modi and the government of India in the way that they have done business across the world. And one of the reasons why Narendra Modi is traveling around the world, he went to South America, he spent a lot of time in Africa, he's building the base of a developed nation. In terms of trade, India's access to minerals, India's access to technology, and India's access to markets. It's all connected. So big congratulations to the Honorable Prime Minister of India. This is excellent, excellent deal. And remember, after this, the Prime Minister is also going to the Maldives, where he's going to be a state guest. Maldives was tilting towards China. The Modi government has got it back. So these are big agreements. And all of this goes on to build India's clout globally. We've done a great thing. Ladies and gentlemen, a short report of what happened at the checkers, and then we debate.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi met UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer for the 3rd time this year. This time in the United Kingdom to sign the free trade agreement finalized after over 3 years of intense negotiations.
यूके और भारत हम एक प्रकार से नेचुरल पार्टनर हैं। आज हमारे संबंधों का एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है। आज हम दोनों देश मिलकर के पारस्परिक लाभकारी एफटीए और डबल कंट्रीब्यूशन कन्वेंशन इसको संपन्न करने जा रहे हैं। ये अपने आप में भारत और यूके भावी पीढ़ी के लिए एक बहुत मजबूत रास्ता तैयार कर रहा है।
Look, and we both know this is the biggest and most economically significant trade deal that the UK has made since leaving the EU. And I think I can say that it's one of the most comprehensive deals that India has ever done. So thank you, Prime Minister, for your leadership and for your pragmatism.
UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer hailed the deal as a big boost to the middle-class people of both nations.
It is a deal that will bring huge benefits to both of our countries, boosting wages, raising living standards, and putting more money in the pockets of working people.
Not just that, Prime Minister Modi also raised pertinent issues of extradition of fugitive economic offenders.
इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंडर्स के प्रत्यार्पण के विषय पर भी हमारी एजेंसी सहयोग और समन्वय से काम करती रहेगी.
However, this did not stop the opposition from taking a dig at the Prime Minister. The Congress has mocked the deal, saying that Indians needed an FTA that stood for a fugitive transfer agreement, further questioning the return of economic offenders like Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi and Lalit Modi.
We have to understand one point, that all these economies about which we are talking, whether it is USA or UK, under huge debt. For example, 32 lakh crores of rupees is the debt formally announced by the US administration. Such a huge debt. Almost same is the case of UK. So these governments are trying to promote their economy through bilateral agreements and general trade agreements, etc., etc. So we should not be part of that. And Parliament was not informed properly also. The Parliament is in session.
The big question remains, are there any compulsions that Congress can't celebrate India's triumphs? Or is perennially mocking India's achievements part of its strategy?
The best part about this agreement is that it opens the British market to India. I think that's the best part about it, Saurabh. You know, maybe we should have a Republic UK also. You know, why not? Yeah, we will broadcast to the UK. Why not? Why not? Yeah. Let's free them of the BBC. Yeah.
Education connection, and I know that we in some ways have contributed to the India-UK partnership, but I'm so glad it's a strategic deal.
Yes.
And I think India has shown the world that it does deals on its own terms. It's a deal which has been concluded after 3 long years to make sure India's national interest is not compromised at all. And it sends a big message. I say that this is a message from London to the world, that India is a global power and it does deals at its own terms. And the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has sent out a clear message to others, and it will be an impetus for other deals, including the deal that is in the final stages with the US. Arnab, I can tell you, this deal will be a major push there as well, because I know that the negotiators are getting restless because UK has edged some of the others out.
Yep, absolutely. Akhil, Swami. Say something.
One, when Mr. Modi took over as Prime Minister of India, the rupee to dollar was around 62 rupees. Today it is 86.50. That means the falling of rupee in last 11 has been the steepest, number one. So your exports are not going up, your imports are going down. Your imports are going up. Number two, your imports in China has doubled in last 11 years and your exports have only gone up by 15%. That is number two. Number three, I was under the impression and most of the countrymen were under the impression that America is our great friend. Mr. Donald Trump is our great friend. And the Bhaks and the BJP supporters even went for the Havans for making Mr. Donald Trump as president. In your opening remark, now I understand that you are fighting against America. But you are making friendship with China You are increasing imports, and you are trying to have FTA with China.
No, sir.
Shazia, I'll just respond to him 1 minute and then hand it over to you. Louder, please. Akhil.
America has a contribution of 30% in the world's economy. And you are fighting with America. You are making friends with China.
Yeah. Okay, Akhil, I'll keep it serious today with you. See, trade is not about making friends. Trade is about trade. Okay? Trade is about access to the market. Right? Now, if you presently are paying between 4 to 20%, right, in terms of access duty, right, into any market, anything, textiles, leather, footwear, toys, marine products, gems, jewelry, engineering goods, dairy products, electric vehicles, now that becomes zero. What this means, Akhil, I'm explaining it slowly so you understand. What this means is that everybody, including Indian farmers, will get access. So if you want to sell mango pulp, if you're in Maharashtra, you are making mango pulp. If you are a fisherman producing or catching tuna or shrimp, or if you are exporting haldi, which is very popular, you can get zero access. Okay? This means we get access to a market. Isko aap zara don't get light on issues that are this serious. Okay? Thank you. Now let me get Shazia. In on this. नहीं और दूसरी बात जो आपने कही कि रुपये की क्या वैल्यू थी, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मैं आपको बता देता हूँ. मेरी बात सुनिए, 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 मेरी बात मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मैं आपको बताता हूँ. ये जो देखिए आप प्रॉब्लम ये है ना,
86 रुपए 50 पैसे
मैं जब मैं जब कॉलेज पढ़ने गया था, मैं जब कॉलेज में था,
इंपोर्ट बढ़ेगा तो रुपये वीक होगा. रुपये 30% वीक क्यों हो गया, ये बताइए.
I'll tell you what. मैं ट्रेड, अगर मैं ये कहूँ कि रुपी पाउंड मैं जब 1995 में है ना कॉलेज के लिए पढ़ाई करने गया था ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी में, तब 11.5 रुपए की एक पाउंड होती थी. अब क्या मैं आपको बोलूं कि आपने 2014 तक कितने पाउंड का कितना रुपया हुआ था? लॉजिक ही नहीं है आपके बात में, कुछ भी बोलते हैं आप. क्या बात कर रहे हैं आपको? Okay, anyway, let me get Shazia's response. Shazia, he says that you heard what he said.
Sir, with all, I don't mean to sound, rude to you.
Yes.
But you're way off.
Because
look at this deal for what it is, FTA, and what this means. If you look at our MSMEs, if you look at our professionals, it's all about make in India going global. And I think it's great news. It's big news. And I think Modi ji has, secured India's seat at this top table of global trade. Now you just look at the situation. Let's go one thing at a time. Textiles. Now look at Indian textile exports. We've always worried about the Bangladeshi and Vietnamese competitors, right? We've always been saying that for the last so many years, 20 years. Now, right now, the tariff is 10 to 12%. Imagine if it's reduced to 0% and how much more valuable, cheaper, desirable Indian goods and Indian products will be in eyes of the UK buyers. And it's a very wealthy market we're looking at. So there was just a calculation, Tirupur-based knitwear exporters, already there's a calculation. They'll actually, because of the duty waivers, they'll actually save every unit up till 2 crores annually. So this is individually, look at individual units. Now gems and jewelry. Just think of how it benefits India. Let's look at purely from the point of view of Indian market, Indian exporters, Indian businessmen, Indian students, Indian professionals. Okay.
Right.
Now, exports to UK were worth $1.3 billion in 2023. FTA removes a 5 to 8% import duty. And now you just look at the orders that are gem, and jewelry exporters will have. The anticipation is of 15 to 20% jump in UK orders from India. And that indeed is great news. This is going to have a great effect. Now, let's go one thing at a time again. Now look at pharma. Again, UK is a major market for Indian generics and APIs, and our own industry, so many Dr. Reddy's, Aurobindo, they'll benefit. Now you just look at exports of something like basmati, bango, steel, Arnab just mentioned, shrimp and prawn and what have you. To the UK, there's a tariff of 10 to 12%.
What are you importing from UK?
10 to 12%.
What
No,
are you
listen to this.
importing
I'm
from
just a
UK?
small
You don't,
answer.
by the way, you don't export from UK. You export to UK. आप कहाँ पे पढ़ाते हैं भाई साहब?
अरे import कहाँ से करते हैं UK से? क्या-क्या चीज import करते
So
हैं?
imagine India exports 3,200 crore rupees worth of basmati rice. Post FTA, can you imagine Punjab and Haryana rice exporters?
Louder on the other side. What happened to the lady?
You are opening your markets to
10 to 20% tariff to zero tariff.
Next debate.
So that is very big, sir. That is very big.
Next
Now
debate.
again
Line
look at
up.
the services.
चाइना के लिए खोल दिया, यूके के लिए खोल दिया, पूरे विश्व के लिए अपना मार्केट खोले चले जा रहे हैं. हमारे यहाँ के प्रोड्यूसर मर जाएंगे.
अरे वो मार्केट हमारे लिए खुल गया, उल्टा बोल रहे हैं आप.
अरे तो फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट आपने नहीं खोला उनके लिए
और बहुत ही कम
आपने नहीं खोला उनके लिए
जीरो के बराबर है ज्यादातर.
अरे तो आपने उनके लिए मार्केट खोला या नहीं खोला?
ज्यादा बिकेंगी हमारे बिजनेसमैन का फायदा होगा. हमारे एक्सपोर्टर्स का, मैंने तो बेसिक इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ी है कॉलेज तक.
200 साल हमारे देश को लूटा.
Shots, yeah. Today, signing shots and all that. Bosses.
अरे
elements.
200 साल यूके ने लूटा है हमें.
Don't pause this.
लूटने के फिर तैयार हो रहे हैं.
About the speaker, Congress point of view of obstructionist.
अरे अंग्रेजों ने 200 साल लूटा है.
Politics.
इंडिया कंपनी को आने दे रहे हैं.
This is good for India and Indian economy.
अरे
and
it is
Indian
not good for
businessmen
India.
and Indian professional
It
and
is
Indian
not good
services
for
sector.
India.
So it's good for India, sir.
मार्केट को
It might not be good for Congress because Congress wishes ill for India.
अरे कांग्रेस को छोड़िए भाई, हम लोग देश भक्त लोग हैं.
Distress and stress at this point of time. But overall for Indian business
आप
is
यूके
great.
के लिए अपना मार्केट खोल रहे हैं. आप ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी को अपने देश में ला रहे हैं.
भैया वो मार्केट भी हमारे लिए खुल रहा है भाई साहब.
अरे वो मार्केट खुल रहा है, हमारे देश के गरीब लोग मर जाएंगे.
प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए
अरे वो लोग तो अंग्रेज लोग हैं, गोरे लोग हैं. हमारा देश बर्बाद हो जाएगा.
आप देखिए तो पढ़िए तो इसको आप.
ये तो अमेरिका चाह रहा है.
Have an informed discussion.
उनका माल वो ठोक देंगे यहाँ पे.
Please let's have an informed discussion on this, sir.
अरे एप्पल वहाँ का अगर सेब आएगा हिंदुस्तान के अंदर,
I think Saurabh said this before I did. You know, right now
I want to just I want to.
USA in August 1st.
No.
What is happening with the USA?
I'm amazed at the ignorance of my fellow panelists who's trying to paint this. You know, you don't realize this is a people-centric deal as well, sir. Please read the fine print. Before you come to a debate, please read the fine print. Indian young people get access to be in the US. In the UK, I beg your pardon. They get access to be in the United Kingdom. They get access to work there. This is a great deal for India's young professionals. What India has achieved, very few.
Let me get a more informed voice, and her name is. Let me get a more informed voice than. Let me get a more informed voice here, Akhilji, because Akhilji, you have not disclosed your. You have not disclosed your institution.
So this is about people. This is about young people. Getting opportunities to be in
Saurabh, I think that Saurabh, let me get a more informed voice here. I must say that Akhil Swami is a very enthusiastic participant, but there are certain variables about him. We don't know where he has been educated. We don't know where he is teaching.
IIT BHU, engineering IIT BHU.
And where are you teaching presently, sir?
यार 73 साल की उम्र में अब मुझे अपने प्रोग्राम में बुलाओगे या टीचिंग करवाओगे?
73 साल के तो शशि थरूर भी हो गए, वो तो जॉब ढूंढ रहे हैं.
अरे उनकी तो 50 करोड़ की गर्लफ्रेंड है, मेरी बीबी है, मेरे पास कोई.
Anyway, my serious question here is, I want to get in Dr. Akriti Bhatia. She's a political economist, she's a postdoc fellow, and she's done her PhD from Delhi School of Economics. Okay, Dr. Bhatia, are you cynical in any way about this deal? Are there any riders about the deal that you would like to forewarn us about? I was told that you're slightly cynical about it. Is that true, and if so, why? Can you unmute yourself, Akriti?
I'm actually unmuted. Am I audible?
Yeah, perfect now. Yeah, go on.
Right. I'm saying that it's actually a very path-breaking thing that's happening after years, and international trade has been, with the UK, has been something that goes the pre-colonial times. and I mean, obviously significantly during the colonial time. But now I think what we need to keep in mind is on the top is national interest, right? So at this point, their economy is stagnating, and it's very timely for the Britain. What we are also going to gain with this kind of an FTA where tariffs will be revised and relaxed. But if you look at the nuance, if you go through the agreement, you will find that still public procurement, financial assets, and clauses on labor and climate, they are tilted towards the UK. Some of the things are non-enforceable. And if you again look at it with the kind of competition that will come in, it can harm Indian MSMEs that rely on procurement preferences. And if you look at, again, there are many other kind of issues also that must be resolved with the UK. So I'm not dismissive about the FTA, but there are many things that we need to ensure that we are at a level playing field. Look at the visa kind of aspects, which are still favoring
Akriti, can you tell me, just to expand on that point, because the government narrative on this the government narrative here is that Indian MSMEs will seize the British market with duty-free access. Is that not true?
No. So Indian market will get access to British, we get access to the British market. And if you look at what will happen in the domestic markets also, we will have certain more increased competition that will come in for the MSMEs. And some of the aspects which I'm saying are still tilted. We don't want, obviously, it's not a similar situation when Manchester goods were being dumped in India. It's much better that way. However, with the MSMEs, they will find it more difficult to compete with the kind of opening up that this will lead to. So those are some concerns which need to be actually...
But isn't that both ways, Akriti? Like if you want to dismantle the duty disadvantage, if you want to enhance bilateral support from the UK to India, you're also going to have to give a little, right? I mean, it doesn't work only one way, you right? Surely you don't expect an agreement where you block access, but you expect access.
That's true. So I'm not saying, but there are still certain kind of aspects which need to be protected. I'm not saying it's definitely beyond protectionism that I'm talking about, but
there
some of the more sensitive
there are safeguards, Akriti. I think you should go and read the fine print. I have a slightly different take. I think there are safeguards built in this deal that protects India's interests as well. I would say the reason why it took 3 years for this deal to be negotiated is because India didn't want to give away India's national interest. That's the reason why it took much longer. And I can tell you the diplomatic backstory as well. It wasn't that the government frittered away any benefits. On the contrary, you will see that the Indian young people, professionals, they will be the gainers.
The financial,
that is something. It's a deal which is
who would be involved. There's more
based on some give and
that you
take.
find that are tilted towards the UK. So there are a couple of things, and it's actually a very you need to go through the agreement and then vouch for and kind of navigate for certain amendments in that. So then it will be much better.
Shazia.
But there are other political issues like the increasing extremist ideologies and the visa kind of disadvantages that also need to be done.
Shazia.
Keeping in mind the national interest and not differences on the destination of terrorism.
Shazia, on a slightly different note, Shazia, on a slightly different note, I don't know if I have the pictures here.
3 years
Shazia.
of discussions.
I know, but Shazia, if you're giving them so much as well, I get very upset when I see pictures of Vijay Mallya and, Lalit Modi partying away their ill-gotten money in London's fancy restaurants. So I'm wondering why we couldn't get a commitment from them. If they want to, they can make it impossible and they can hand over Vijay Mallya. But have we given that up? Because have we given up on that?
This was part of the discussion and it is underway. We have made huge
It's not
progress.
underway. It's going on in the courts.
Yeah, it's going on in the courts, exactly. And the courts have been also been very favorable to India's position and Indian stance, and it will happen. But I think for itself, what FTA means is huge. What it means for Indian business, for Indian exports, for Indian economy.
Okay.
And the kind of access we have, that's one. The other thing, we can't conflate everything and speak about it all at once. Yes, and of course, British cars will also be cheaper. They're talking about some whiskey and gin. I mean, how many people consume that as opposed to Indians?
Akhil.
So there's a big difference.
अरे विजय माल्या ललित मोदी को भगाया है तो लाएंगे कैसे?
Agriculture is concerned is kept under a sensitive list. It's been protected, so it's not free from complete protectionism.
लेकिन एक चीज मैं कह सकता हूँ as a professor of economics,
very seriously and sensitive.
आज आपको इकोनॉमिस्ट बुलाने चाहिए थे. आकृति को इकोनॉमिस्ट आती है. She is a good student of economics. As a professor of economics, I can vouch on that.
No, but where are you a professor from? Where are you presently a professor?
But who will vouch for you?
You have declared yourself a professor. Can you name your university?
मैं 73 साल का हूँ. 7 साल पहले रिटायरमेंट ले लिया.
कहाँ से?
और उस यूनिवर्सिटी से लिया जो आपका स्पॉन्सरर है इस प्रोग्राम का. पिछली बार ही बताया था. इस प्रोग्राम का स्पॉन्सरर है.
अभी कहाँ पे आप पढ़ा रहे हैं?
अरे यार 73 साल की उम्र में प्रोग्राम में बुलाओगे या टीचिंग करवाओ?
अच्छा नहीं मैं नहीं कराऊंगा. I am happy you're not teaching now because you got all the wrong fundas. Okay. Akhil, Akriti, Saurabh, and Shazia. Give a little, take a little. Give a little, take a little. But that doesn't work for Anil Ambani. Thank you very much. Anil Ambani is under huge investigation for thousands of crores in fraud. The ED has raided him. They say loans from Yes Bank were given without checks, then diverted to shell companies linked to the Ambani group. So Anil Ambani, who was seen to be just trying his best to get out of the mess, is back in absolute corporate and financial quicksand. Let's debate.
50 locations, dozens of shadowy shell firms, and a 3,000 crore trail of money missing. And at the center of it all is one of the leading business magnates of India, Anil Ambani. ED teams from Delhi and Mumbai have raided premises linked to Anil Ambani's group firms, probing alleged money laundering by Reliance Anil Ambani group companies.
Now all ED officials and the company's workers are inside this Reliance Center, which is, as I told, situated in South Mumbai, and it's in Balad Street, as we know, is 4th area, and is the main office of Reliance Communications. Back to studio. You can see that this is the Reliance Center, and it's a big office of Reliance, and the ED officials are inside in this.
ED has alleged that between 2017 and 2019, loans worth thousands of crores flowed from Yes Bank straight into shell firms. Investigators say that this was a well thought out plan designed to cheat banks, bypass rules, and siphon public money in broad daylight. It has also been alleged that Yes Bank officials were paid off in order to approve the loans without the due process. But that's not where it ends. Investigators have also unearthed another trail that suggests Reliance Mutual Fund reportedly invested rupees 2,850 crore in bonds of Yes Bank, bonds that were later written down. And now a shadowy firm C company is at the heart of a suspected rupees 10,000 crore fraud. Reliance Infra allegedly routed funds through it, with rupees 5,480 crore written off, only rupees 4 crore recovered, and the rest settled via defunct firms with no recovery. Reliance Power and Infrastructure have responded. Anil Ambani has distanced himself, calling the cases old and denying any board role. The ED raids have sent shockwaves across the market. Reliance Power and Reliance Infra stocks both logged in a 5% crash. And we have seen the script before. Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi, Mehul Choksi, powerful promoters, willing bankers, and a disappearing trail. It's a playbook India knows all too well. The raids are done. The markets have reacted. But the story isn't over. Rupees 3,000 crore have been siphoned. And someone will have to answer.
It's the biggest corporate scandal of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Anil Ambani being described as fraudulent. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important that the government has said in Parliament that Reliance Communications and its promoter, Anil Ambani, are fraudulent in line with RBI guidelines. To describe Anil Ambani as a fraud, to describe the company as a fraudulent company. Sriram Subramaniam, business analyst and founder of MD InGovern Research Services. I want your first take on this. This is big. It's a big story today, because he's been projecting himself as being a bit of a comeback trail. How is this being received, Sriram, in the financial world?
Good evening. Definitely, it's a setback for the ADAG group. And as you said, two companies, which is Reliance Infra and Reliance Power, were on a comeback trail. They had raised fresh funds, and the stock prices have galloped in the stock markets. But definitely after this news of the ED raid, both the stocks were the lower circuit. The markets also tanked, not necessarily because of this ED raid, but there were other rumors also. Net, this is a long pending case. Of course, SEBI last year banned Mr. Anil Ambani from accessing the securities market for the same reason. SBI, which is the State Bank of India, and Canara Bank have marked the group as fraud accounts, and hence banking loans can no longer be given to the group as per RBI guidelines. So this is just a continuation of the investigative. Of course, ED has a different perspective, which is the PMLA case, and it is investigating from that perspective.
What are the larger issues which emerged, Professor Mehrotra? What are the larger issues which emerge after this scandal and scam about Anil Ambani?
The larger issue, first of all, is of course about corporate governance within a company like Reliance Infra. It's about banking company, the Yes Bank corporate governance. Yes Bank, we know, has gone under. It raises larger issues about the corporates in our country and how they behave generally. And finally, it raises big issues about banking governance structures and how frauds should be and can be prevented. Clearly, this seems like something of a case where the government's decided to send the ED after a company with which it has good dealings, because after all, a few years ago, Dassault was prevailed upon, the French Rafale manufacturer, was prevailed upon to provide a contract to Anil Ambani.
So what do you mean prevailed upon? What do you mean prevailed upon, sir?
In a sector.
What do you mean prevailed upon, sir? That's a corporate agreement, isn't it, between Dassault and Anil Ambani?
May I answer your question? You put your question 3 times over. May I answer?
Only once. Thank you. With 3 times the effect.
Yeah. Well, may I answer? Firstly, prevailed upon because Mr. Ambani, Anil Ambani, in this case, had zero experience in producing parts or components for aircrafts of this kind. Secondly, we all know that Anil Ambani's company has gone under for all practical purposes. And now, thirdly, clearly there were issues even then, because this case was going on then, the Yes Bank Anil Ambani case. So if it was not prevailed upon, then clearly what else was it? Perhaps you might have a description of it. The fact remains,
but if this is, you are indicating, you're trying to say something, you're trying to say that Anil Ambani has good relations with the government, he took advantage of that, and it is because of that that he entered into an agreement with Dassault. But it doesn't answer the question that if this man had such good relations with this government, why is he being raided today? Why is he in trouble today? Why is the government calling him a fraudulent
I'd like to know.
company? Yeah, so I don't
I'd like to know because
okay,
in other
so
words,
we'd like to get
I have an
Kishore
answer.
and then of course Ajay Dua to comment to what you said there. Ajay Dua, please stay on, sir. Ajay Dua, I would like to get you in. Can you hear me? Kishore, before I go to you. Ajay Dua.
Yes, I can.
You heard
I can.
You heard the highly inflammable Santosh Mehrotra say that he's close to the government and he's surprised about what went wrong. Is that the right way to look at it, in your view?
I'm not sure, Arnab, if that's the way to describe what's happening now. As of now, Mr. Anil Ambani has been, or the loans given to him by two banks, State Bank of India and Canara Bank, have been treated as malfeasance and described as fraudulent loans to him. Similarly, the move today of ED to explore whether there has been any violation of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act also doesn't indicate that the government is supporting him. So I would think that it's probably a conjecture, no more than a conjecture, to say that the Dassault, the manufacturers of Rafale, were prevailed upon to give him the contract, because if you will recall at that point of time, it was soon after the split between the two brothers, and Anil Ambani continued to have a controlling stake in Reliance Telecom, which was at that point of time doing rather well. So if somebody has business experience, telecom certainly is not a manufacturing business, but it was a long experience in running the industrial house, earlier under father's guidance, then later with the other brother.
But Ajay Dua, can you explain one thing to me?
Yes.
How is he managing to get away by bribing, as has been alleged, the officials, including promoter of Yes Bank? And all this money was being given to him, 3,000 crores, between 2017 and 2019.
Yeah.
Right? And he took this money and then he took out the money, and the borrowers had common addresses, common directors. The money taken from the bank was diverted, Kishore, to promoter group entities, which means within his family.
Right.
So he was circulating money and giving bribes to people who were giving him the money.
Yeah. Good evening to all my panelists. First, I would like to address one point which Mr. Santosh Mehrotra said.
I'd just like to say one thing.
This is something I hate. Actually, if you are talking about finance and financial implications of what's happened, let's not start targeting the government. Because as famously the Congress and people like Mr. Santosh Mehrotra, with due respects to him, who have been claiming, the government supports Ambani, Adani. Here is a classic case where the Ambanis have been raided. So let's not talk about the government. That's not the topic of the day.
You can't call this Ambani's, as you know that there is hardly any link there, business-wise, between the two brothers. So
correct. Yeah, I duly agree.
So you're trying to generalize something, which is not right.
No, I'm not generalizing. I'm being very specific that the government favors. These words are not.
No, my point is, Kishore, with no disrespect for Anil Ambani, see, he's been under scrutiny earlier.
Correct.
Now, how has he done something so bad again?
Okay. Arnab, let me explain this part. Now, these are
what gave him the courage to do so?
Okay. Hear me out.
This
Arnab.
kind of stuff should have stopped, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then how is this kind of stuff happening again?
Yeah, I am not here the spokesperson of ADAG, and I am
No, you are not. But I'm saying this sounds like a Vijay Mallya kind of operation, right? Broadly.
Absolutely. But let's be
or worse, because Vijay, or worse.
Okay, Arnab, hear me out. Let me explain. First of all, the Banking Regulations Act which is the RBI Act, have certain provisions. For example, if you or me take a loan on 90 days, if you don't pay on the 91st day, there is an automatic reporting called NPA. So these are rules and frameworks under which RBI operates. Today, the ED has searched over 50 locations, 35 premises have been searched. And what is important to understand, these are acquisition at this level. Currently, the tag of fraudulent account, which has been given by SBI and Canara Bank. And by the way, let's not forget that what Canara Bank had accused the ADAC group was withdrawn later. So what is the final outcome is something we have to wait. I am not defending, but let me say, answering your pointed question, how is he able to get away? This cannot be done by an individual. Let's understand. So there is a bank involved.
I am saying, why should the public pay for anyone else's fraud?
Absolutely.
It's the taxpayer who suffers. We keep saying corporate governance, corporate governance, corporate governance. These people buy land and yachts and gold. The retail investor suffers. There are chaos at bank outlets. We all remember what happened during the NBFC crisis of 2020. The public suffered. By March 2020, deposits plunged to approximately 54%. We remember what happened in that company. I'm talking about Yes Bank. We know what happened there.
Yeah, yes Bank has gone down under the hammer. Today, a Japanese bank is taking over. So the condition is bad, agreed. But you have to understand that there are multiple stakeholders involved. It's not one corporate. There is a credit department. A Canara Bank is a PSU. How did a PSU, without the approval of RBI, sanction large ticket loans?
I don't know. I mean, let Santosh respond to you. I am concerned about siphoning off of public funds, or public funds now at the end of the day, right? That was PSU Bank's public funds, but this is also public funds in a way.
Yeah, it is public funds.
Then what happens to the public, Shriram? What happens to the public? You see, I'm only...
Coming back, Yes Bank in particular, if you see the previous dispensation where the promoter Rana Kapoor was cohorts with and signed off on many loans, including this 3,000 crore loan to the ADAG group. But Yes Bank itself in 2020 was recapitalized by private investors, other banks, SBI, etc. The people who lost out were the depositors did not lose out. The people who lost out were stock market investors of Yes Bank because the stock price tanked and it is still well nigh.
But Shriram, why did it take so long? This Yes Bank scam was 2020. This is 2025. Bit long, no?
So that
for
definitely,
people to realize or
if
come to a
anything,
conclusion.
Investigating agencies need to act pronto because even the SEBI investigation order came out only in April 2024, which is last year. SBI and Canara Bank have marked these accounts as fraud only earlier this year. Today, ED has raided. So it's been almost 5 years since even S Bank had
5 years
new
to raid
management.
is too long, right?
Yeah.
5 years to raid is too long, right?
Is very long. And
why has it taken so long is the precise question which I go back to Santosh Mehrotra with. Why is the system taken 5 years to wake up? Why no answers on that? 5 years? Ajay Dua to wake up on this? To say we got to raid Anil Ambani companies?
Yes, indeed, Arnab. It is rather long and it should not have taken that much of time to come to the conclusion that there has been, I use the word malfeasance, till it is established that it is anything more than that. But malfeasance itself is enough cause for investigation.
Ajay ji, a 55-year-old farmer from Tamil Nadu died by suicide because the loan agents told him that you took a 5 lakh rupee loan, you missed one installment. He said, I have given my land as collateral. The agent says, I will not give you an extension. Then he consumed pesticide and he died. This is the reality in our country. And on the other hand, the great Anil Ambani takes thousands of crores of rupees, pays a bribe here and there, all allegedly, and passes off the money to promoter companies, and now will hire some expensive lawyers. And we've been fiddling our thumbs for 5 years. Something's not meeting, something's not looking right about this.
See, Arnab, I'm in no difference with you on that subject. It should have been done much earlier. All the investigating agencies, as before, including what has been done today by ED to find out whether there is any money laundering also involved in it, could have been done earlier.
That could, would, but why not?
In the inquiry.
Why not? Why not?
Unfortunately, it was.
No, why not, Shira?
Yes.
Why not? My question is, why not so far?
I think one, as some other panelists said, there is political connections. There is a sense of, I would think, somebody has a stature and the like, and is connected politically. So from that perspective, the investigating agencies drag their feet. Two is, unless there is a specific complaint, investigating agencies act very slowly. Three is, the nature of these crimes are also complex crimes. It's not a single loan, as you said, a farmer taking a loan.
Correct.
These are channelized through multiple firms. Tracing these fund transaction itself takes ages, and if it's done offshore, that is out of India.
Then what happens now? I mean, why has he never been investigated? Why has he never been questioned? Why has he never faced that level of interrogation? Will he now be interrogated for hours? Will he be put in custody? These are questions. Is it too dangerous to ask these questions of important corporate, quote-unquote, corporate figures? See, I ask you here, Rana Kapoor, by the way, was in Taloja jail. And I can tell you one thing. You know, when the Congress government put me in jail, Santosh, right? Why did they put me in jail? On a charge which Chandrachud said that there was no case, but they wanted to put me in jail. So they put me in Taloja jail. I tell you a story, Professor Mehrotra. When I went to jail, right, I saw that there were two sets of people. One set of people in Taloja jail who were very uncomfortable and wanted to get out. The second set of people, Kishore, I think I've told you this, are people who were very comfortable inside jail because they were crooks. And there were crooks who were comfortable among crooks. And among those crooks were people who were involved in the DHFL and all these financial scams. They were walking around like they're having a party, playing football in the middle of the jail. They never wanted to come out. They were absolutely comfortable with all the convicts out there.
Yeah, Arnab.
My point is, the DHFL guys, right, went to jail. The Yes Bank promoter went to jail. Is this only a raid we are talking about here, Santosh Mehrotra? Is this only a raid we are talking about here? Because Naresh Goyal, if I'm not mistaken, of Jet Airways, went to jail. Is it a right or a wrong question? Sir?
No, it's a right question. It's a right question, Arnab. I think it's the job of investigative journalists to find out how it has taken 3 to 4 years for this fraud matter, and the fraud amounting to 14,000 crores apparently should come to light and it should be investigated. Now, of course, people in the ED could claim that, oh, we were putting together all the paperwork. There were multiple lenders to ADAG, and because it took us time to put all the papers together. But the fact of the matter is that the investigation should have been done much, much faster. So if it was not done fast enough, was it merely because they were putting papers together, or it leaves open the question, and no one has the answer, is it because of the political connections of the gentleman?
Kishore, he brings back the question twice, you need to answer.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Mehrotra, you have every right to question it. There is nothing wrong. But until and unless some charge is proved, you cannot join the dots backward because it has to be proved. I am not defending. Just hear me out. The way I gave patience and heard you out, please hear me out. Mr. Mehrotra, my point is very simple. These are charges now. I am not defending the company, but I will answer one very important question which Arnab raised, which is that why does it take 5 years? Today, Arnab, in this country, ease of doing business for you and me to get a 1 crore loan, we'll have to submit 100 documents. But if you want to get a 1,000 crore loan, you just need a phone call. That's the sad and the real truth of this country. And the most important thing is that one of my friends, auditor, told me one thing. If you do a 1 crore fraud, you are behind the bars. If you do a 100 crore fraud, there are 100 people to save you. This is the unfortunate truth. I hope this ever changes. But having said that, I would not like to give a judgment. I am not privy.
Come on, Kishore, don't walk the fine line.
No,
don't do this. Unlike you, man, you're walking the fine line. Kishore Subramaniam is being a fence sitter tonight. And Kishore, you don't sit well on the fence. You're going to fall like Humpty Dumpty when you sit off the fence.
No.
You're going to have a great Humpty Dumpty fall. You're not a fence sitter by nature.
Yeah.
Why are you fence sitter for Anil Ambani?
No, Arnab, I am not a spokesperson.
Be like Republic. Don't give a damn about people. Just say, speak the truth. Speak the truth. Speak the truth always. Be uninhibited like me.
Okay, if I was a fence sitter, Arnab, I would not be in your show.
No, look at Santosh Mehrotra. He's looking up, heaving, getting irritated listening to you.
He's a very good friend of mine. He's a nice friend. I can call him after this show and tell him.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Anil Ambani mystery continues on the other side tonight. Why I feel India should not play cricket with Pakistan even in the Asia Cup. But more importantly, why I'm terribly angry that the convicts of the Mumbai train blast, even though their acquittal has been reversed, are still not going to go back to jail. And why I disagree with the Honorable Supreme Court of India on that when I'm back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
I'm looking forward to being part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We will be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, its growing impact.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, time for the nation's sharpest opinion. And I would like to begin by saying tonight that once again, extremely politely and with the greatest of humility, I would, with all my conviction, question what the Supreme Court of India has done today once again. I would like to question why the Supreme Court, while staying a Bombay High Court judgment, acquitting all the 12 convicts in the 7/11 Mumbai train blast case of 2006, also said that the released men, seen there so happy, celebrating, need not go back to jail. I do not understand this. These men have not been acquitted. Their acquittal has been stayed, which means that as of today, they continue to be convicts in the Mumbai train blast case. 189 people died. These are the men who are certainly more than in the arrow of suspicion. They have been convicted by a lower court, which means as of today, they have not been acquitted in a case in which 189 citizens of India died. They are therefore convicted in a case of terrorism. And today they are celebrating, happy, oh so happy to be with their families. But they know, all of these people celebrating, they know that 189 families were torn apart because of their actions. And I will continue to say this till they are acquitted. Because of their actions, 189 people allegedly lost their lives in 2006, and they are back. And the Supreme Court said today that while they are staying the acquittal, which means they remain convicts, for some strange reason, for some reason I don't understand, for some reason I disagree with the Supreme Court with, the Supreme Court says they will remain free. What kind of a country are we, ladies and gentlemen, where people who have not been acquitted and who therefore continue to be convicted in one of the biggest terrorist cases in our country are going to be sitting at home, watching TV, going to the mall, going to fancy restaurants, eating well, sleeping well, being with their families? If this is not special treatment, then what is? If this is not special treatment, then what is special treatment? I ask you viewers today, just let's add simple rational thought to this. If in America you had people convicted in 9/11 who'd been acquitted by one of the appellate courts, but whose acquittal was to be stayed by the Supreme Court of America, which means they remain convicted. They remain under investigation. They remain under trial, but they remain convicted. Would all the convicts not acquitted roam around shopping in Manhattan and celebrating their freedom? This country's constitution gives me absolute right to disagree. Not with the decision to stay the acquittal by the Supreme Court, but to disagree with the decision of the Supreme Court that the released men need not return to jail. This is a country where a common man gets stuck in jail for 50 years and is released when he turns 104. When it is said that the case never existed, his wife has died, his children have died, his life is over. And that's the man out there, ladies and gentlemen. He got stuck in jail for 50 years. When he came out, his life was almost over. Then the court says to him, You're so old, you're 104 years old, go away. But doesn't give him justice. And on the other, ladies and gentlemen, 189 people died in the 7/11 Mumbai train blast case. And while the acquittal of these people has been stayed, they're out there celebrating with their families, and they will not go back to jail. And then we say, we must be tough on terrorism. When the courts debate technicalities and evidence, terrorists don't. We must remember always, yesterday in Gujarat, the Gujarat Anti-Terror Squad, just yesterday, arrested 4 men who linked to the Al-Qaeda. There they are. So are we saying that terrorism is over in this country? And we are told that no, the people who are convicted in the 7/11 Mumbai train blast case will not go back to jail. If they won't go back to jail, who should? A petty thief? Or someone who's been wrongly accused in a minor case? But they should not go back to jail. Why? Why should they get special treatment? The nation wants to know. In Kashmir, 250 overground terror workers have been picked up in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. Al-Qaeda operatives in our country are still recruiting online in Delhi, Ahmedabad, Noida. Can we, as a country, afford to send a message that botched probes are forgiven and forgotten? You see, these things make us extremely angry. And while these people celebrate, I ask you tonight, as a citizen of India to another, who speaks for the 189 people who died in the Mumbai train blast case? I respect the courts greatly, but with the greatest of respect, justice should not be seen to be done in a vacuum. And justice should be seen to be done. But if justice is seen to be done in a vacuum, it raises even more serious questions. And if nobody else, then Republic will question it. Let's debate.
Three days after the Bombay High Court acquitted 12 accused in the 2006 Mumbai train blast case, the Supreme Court heard the matter and decided to give a stay order. But with a catch. The 12 acquitted accused who have also been released will not be re-arrested.
Appearing for the Maharashtra government, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta argued in the Supreme Court that the state is not seeking to get the 12 acquitted men back to the jail. Instead, he raised concerns about certain legal findings in the Bombay High Court's acquittal order that could affect the future MCOCA trials. And he also argued that the Bombay High Court's order should not be treated as a precedent. Now, given that the argument was based on a question of law, taking note, the Supreme Court then decided to stay that particular part of the High Court's order and issued a notice on the main appeal.
The Maharashtra government, welcoming the ruling, said that it is significant that this judgment won't be treated as a precedent.
देखिए, इस बात का सेटिस्फैक्शन है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्टे दिया है, क्योंकि लोअर कोर्ट का जो जजमेंट था उसमें सभी अपराधियों को सजा दी गई थी। हाई कोर्ट ने उनको बरी कर दिया, इसलिए महाराष्ट्र सरकार सुप्रीम कोर्ट आई थी और आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसके ऊपर स्टे लगाया है। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि ये बहुत सही कदम है।
However, questions are now being asked. If the ruling cannot be treated as a precedent, was there special approach taken in this case that led to the release of the 12 accused? In a nation torn by terror, where just yesterday Gujarat ATS busted a terror module of Al-Qaeda, was there a soft approach in the 2006 Mumbai train blast case that led to the overturn of the judgment?
जो रेल ब्लास्ट में जिन लोगों की जान चली गई उन्हें बहुत दुख होना बिल्कुल स्वाभाविक है, लेकिन बड़ी ये चौंकाने वाली बात है कि जिस सेशन कोर्ट ने 5 अभियुक्तों को फांसी की सजा दी थी, 7 अभियुक्तों को आजीवन कारावास की सजा दी थी, वो सभी सबूत मुंबई हाईकोर्ट ने ठुकरा दिए। इसका मतलब कुछ तो कमियां थी क्या नहीं, इसका संशोधन राज्य सरकार जरूर करेगी।
Questions are being raised on the probe itself under the then Congress governments. However, Congress MP Abhishek Manu Singhvi said we'll look at the quality of justice instead.
The pride we must feel in our country, in the most disgusting, horrible, terrible, condemnable event of such terrible deaths, ghastly deaths. Look at the trial and the quality of justice these people have got. Full trial at the first level and longer trial in the second level, and now no doubt the Supreme Court will go into it in detail. So it's not the right idea to talk about sub judice merits. The right idea is to think of how great our system is, that it gives you a fair crack of the whip.
Meanwhile, the AIMIM is questioning the Maharashtra government's appeal to begin with.
बीजेपी से और केंद्र सरकार से पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि कल अगर मालेगांव ब्लास्ट में और महाराष्ट्र सरकार से मालेगांव ब्लास्ट में अगर कल वो भी रिजर्व फॉर जजमेंट हुई, मिसाल के तौर पर मान लिया जाए जो नहीं होना चाहिए, अगर कोर्ट डिसाइड करेगा कि वो एक्यूज एक्विट हो गए, तो अपील करेंगे आप?
19 years since the blast, the fight for justice continues. The only question that remains is, when will the victims get justice?
Okay. Atikur Rahman and Abdul Razak, you must be very happy with this verdict, because the convicts in the Mumbai train blast case will be staying at home watching serials and going to movie halls and going to malls. All life is normal. They'll celebrate their freedom.
What are you feeling? What are you feeling?
Arnab ji, this is not the first time, right?
They'll be celebrating their freedom.
You know that this is not the first time, right?
You are questioning the Supreme Court. You want
Arnab ji, this
justice
is
or
not the first time,
victimization?
right?
Both of you don't speak
do you
together.
think?
I have a right to disagree with the Supreme Court. Yeah. What are you saying, Atik? Stop. Tell me.
You need justice or you need victimization.
I need
You are
justice.
questioning the
I need
Supreme
justice
Court
or I
saying
need
that
what?
they should
What did
be
you say?
evicted.
I want justice or I want what?
Victimization. Victimization.
Victimization. Okay, let me tell you one thing.
Victimization.
Let me say one thing to you. Suppose you carry out a murder and the court says that you're a murderer. Okay? Then you go to the High Court and the High Court says you're not a murderer. Then there's an appeal against you to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court says, no, you are a murderer. But you will enjoy your time, despite being a murderer, despite your acquittal being stayed. You must go to the mall, watch TV, enjoy, have sweets, go to the airport, chill out, have a good time.
What for the rapists of Bilkis Bano doing? To him, Sinha's party was spreading sweets when they were on bail, not acquitted. Not acquitted, mind you. Bilkis Bano's rapists were...
But Bilkis Bano's rapists are back in jail. But Bilkis Bano's rapists are back in jail. They're not going to be having bread pakoras in a shop next to you.
They were garlanded.
Bilkis Bano's rapists are where they should be, in jail. Not walking in a mall, sipping black coffee. I can't believe it, viewers. I cannot believe it. I want to ask Chirag Chauhan, who is a survivor of the Mumbai train blast. He's an activist. I want to ask you today, Chirag, good evening, that these pictures that you're seeing here of the people who are convicted and then acquitted, and then their acquittal stopped, right? You're taking the wrong pictures on the left. Thank you. when you see these pictures, Chirag, what comes to your mind? And now you know that they are not, their acquittal has been reversed, which means court is saying they are still convicts in the eyes of the law, but they should have a normal life. What do you think?
A bit disappointed with the judgment of the High Court, and also the stay was, it seems like, the Supreme Court has given some hopes, but I don't know how it will go. Even after 19 years, if we are not able to prove that, who are the real culprits, then the entire system needs to be questioned, right from the investigation till the judiciary. So I guess there should be a common accountability, and someone should be held responsible. If after 19 years we say this 12 people have not done the bomb blast, then who did the bomb blast? And if this 12 people have done the bomb blast, then why they are not behind the bars yet? And why they have been released by the Supreme Court?
The point is the release. The point is the release. But
exactly.
my question is also to Tuhin Sinha. Tuhin, the government has proposed, and I found this quite surprising, that the government told the bench that if your lordships feel that the judgment is stayed, it's good, but you can say that they don't need to come back to prison. Now you tell me, why is the BJP government of all governments, Tuhin, the BJP government is saying that, the BJP government is saying the convicts can be sitting at home watching Netflix. Why?
Well, Arnab, first of all,
why are you taking? I thought your government, I thought BJP was strong against terrorism. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The BJP came to power on a fundamental premise.
We are.
1 minute, please. Let me complete, please, Tuhin. The BJP came to power on a fundamental premise that terrorism must not be compromised with. Now the BJP is in power, Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister for the third time, and your government has gone to the Supreme Court and said that we have no problem if these convicts can sit at home and enjoy life. They don't need to go to jail. What kind of logic? Why is the BJP becoming soft?
Reiterate, with all responsibility, we continue to have a zero tolerance approach towards terrorism.
That is a stated position. You tell me why in this case, why did the government say that the convicts need not come back to prison?
The first, let me remind you over here that the first conviction through a Mocha court happened only on 30th September 2015 after a BJP government had come in Maharashtra. So these people were dragging their feet from 2006 to 2014. Now coming to, what happened in Supreme Court, I am sure, the legal advisors of the government have taken a stand on which I cannot comment. But yes, we were extremely disappointed with the ruling of the
one minute. Let me ask you this, Tuhin, 1 minute. Tuhin, allow me please, and let me ask this. Tuhin, let me remind you about, how historically strong my views on terrorism have been. And I believe that I have every right to say that I am extremely disappointed. And I am perhaps the only person who can tell you this straight on your face today, that I am extremely, unbelievably disappointed that the government of India, the central government, is saying in the Supreme Court that we have... Sir, please allow me that you are going...
Don't you have faith in the judiciary?
What are you saying?
Don't you have faith in the judiciary?
1 minute.
Why are you disappointed?
Because I am disappointed. You will decide whether I am disappointed. If I open the lines, people will know whether they are... Okay, people, open the lines. Viewers, open the lines. Mr. Razak... Mr. Razak, I am an unconventional kind of guy. Let me tell you, I am an unconventional person. I know my democratic limits, and I have every right as a citizen of India and as a prominent television anchor and editor in this country to completely disagree both with the government and the Supreme Court. And there will be very few people in this country who will come on a 9 o'clock program and say, I am disappointed by the Supreme Court, but I am also disappointed by the central government. You should be happy that there are some people in this country like me who can say clearly that the Supreme Court, in my view, is wrong and the central government is wrong. Name one more person who will say that.
Sir, give me just 1 minute, can you? Will you please, just 1 minute, I
just
will
put
read
your,
out.
you talk for 2 minutes, but put your finger down. Don't speak to me with your finger up.
West Bakery case, Delhi blast case, Simi activists of Madhya Pradesh case, Malegaon blast case, Mecca Masjid blast case, Ajmer Dargah blast case, 2002 Hyderabad Task Force Office blast case, Delhi serial blast case, Parliament attack case, 2008 Ahmedabad serial blast case, Jaipur blast case, Ghatkopar
Can I
blast
make
case,
a point over here,
Hyderabad,
Arnab, please?
Saidabad blast case, Coimbatore blast case. In all these cases, people were acquitted for lack of evidence. It is only because the agencies wanted to prove
Arnab,
that they
can I
have
make a
brought
point
justice.
over here, please?
When they failed to actually give some kind
Arnab,
of evidence in front of court.
in
This is not the
2006
first time.
by November,
Start
which is
shouting.
which
Start
by
shouting. I'm
November
not saying
2006.
Stop shouting.
Arnab, can I make an important point, please? By November 2006, all of these convicts had been arrested, but the UPA failed to build a watertight
I
case.
don't want to
and like
talk
I've
about
just reminded you,
UPA. I don't
for
want to
8
talk about
years,
UPA.
The case did not move.
Tuhin, there is only one
did
point.
not move. No, so
Tuhin, there
even
is
in
only one
Mocha,
point.
even the Mocha conviction happened only after we expedited the case. Even the Mocha conviction had happened only after we had expedited the case. Yes, we are disappointed by the High Court ruling, but we will take it up and we are taking it up in the Supreme Court. Our stand should not be questioned. There were many.
I am unequivocal in my view on certain issues. Razak, can you just 1 minute? I want to tell something to Tuhin. This is important. Tuhin, let me say to you today that I feel terrible about what the government is allowing. I'll tell you two things, both debate 1 and debate 2 at 9 to 10 today. I cannot believe that the government of India will allow the BCCI to play cricket with Pakistan in the Asia Cup. And I think people's blood will boil. I am saying this tonight. If you allow this, and you cannot get away saying BCCI is a private body, you must stop. The government of India, the central government, the Modi government must stop the Indian cricket team from being forced to play with Pakistan in Dubai or wherever for the Asia Cup. Second reason I'm very angry today is that the government of India says it has no problems if the convicts of the Mumbai train blast case remain at home and not go to jail. The Supreme Court, even the Supreme Court says that in principle the acquittal of the 12 accused in the Bombay High Court judgment under the Mokoka and terrorism charges cannot be treated as precedent, which means the Supreme Court thinks that this case cannot be treated as a model case for argument, which means this is unfortunately a special or soft interpretation in this case. That means it cannot become precedent prima facie. And I'm saying to you tonight, Tuhin, why is this government going soft? You go soft a wee bit. You ask Chirag how he feels. You ask me how I feel. I feel strongly about it. I feel strongly against what the Supreme Court has done today, and I feel strongly against the position of the central government on the matter.
Particular point.
Real culprits were not arrested.
My question was to Tuhin.
On the particular point of allowing the release, I have said, the legal advisors of the government would be able to answer
why
this.
it is
But
your
on
government?
all other points, there is not a single occasion where the government has let up.
Open the
there
lines,
has been
gentlemen.
absolutely no let up.
Live. Take the calls live.
There has been absolutely
Viewers,
no
you must speak up on
zero
this.
tolerance attitude towards
No, zero
terrorism, and
tolerance
that is
I
the way
want to see in
continue.
effect. I do not want to see zero tolerance in promise. Let me tell you one thing, Tuhin, my viewers know me. I have fought so hard. I have fought hard from 2006. I was in Mumbai when this happened. 19 years, Tuhin, longer than you have been in politics. I have fought hard against terrorism and its sponsors in this country. And I feel terrible today. I feel terrible today. I feel terrible. I feel terrible that you are saying that these people can be at home. Why are they going to be at home? If the Supreme Court acquits them, let them be at home. But if the Supreme Court has not acquitted them, they should be in jail.
I absolutely share your sentiments, Arnab. Can you hear me out, please? I absolutely share your sentiments.
And you're also going to allow the BCCI to play cricket with the Pakistanis. You're going to, after a few days after the martyrs of Pahalgam, their blood has not died, and you're going to allow the Indian cricket team to play with Pakistan, where we are going to be put in one round so that Pakistan and India matches can get higher advertising, and on the basis of that money can be made. You must stop this Asia Cup from being a situation where we play cricket with Pakistan. We are not going to play cricket with Pakistan. We must not be allowed to play cricket with Pakistan.
That is not something I'm talking about.
I'm talking about it.
No, that is a different issue. You can take it.
I'm talking about it. I am talking about it. I am screaming about it. I'm angry about it, Tuhin.
You are talking about it. My point to
I'm angry. Why are these convicts going to be sitting at home?
Attacks. My limited point, if you allow me to complete, my limited point on the terror attacks which were taking place in 2006, 2008, you would also admit that in
I don't want to talk about 2006. You are in power. This is 2025.
So the conviction, there is a process being followed. Please
the process does not mandate for them to be sitting at home. The process mandates for them to be in jail if they were to be treated as ordinary citizens. Why are they not being treated as ordinary citizens?
Arnab, come on, you know how
investigations carry out. You went to the court. You went to the court, Tuhin. You went to the court and you said, I have no problem if they stay at home.
Investigation in the early stages. If there is a botch-up in investigation in the early stages, it
you said in court.
We have tried everything to correct that.
Did you say in court that I have no problem if they stay at home? I have a problem if they stay at home. Republic viewers have a problem if they stay at home. Members of the Nationalist Collective have a problem if they stay at home. Why should they stay at home? Call me an ultra right-winger if you want to.
Why are you questioning me on this?
Because you're from the BJP. It's the central government which took this position in court. Who should I ask?
No, I have asked you to speak to the legal minds. I'm on the issue. You know, you need to jog your memory back to 2006.
My memory is jogged, exercised, and is on a marathon 24/7.
Had it not been due to the efforts of our government, even the Mocha conviction of 2015 would have been difficult. That was the kind of investigation which UP had carried on. We had ensured that
lines are open. I'm taking Shruti from Mumbai on the line, please. Shruti, what do you think?
First 8 years were wasted.
I'll take a couple of reactions. I'm so angry about this tonight. Shruti from Mumbai.
Good evening, sir.
What do you think?
This is a case which should have been solved here.
So my very close relative and immediate family member was a victim in this blast. He was in the first class compartment and he lost 80% of his hearing ability. This democracy is this Viksit Bharat. A normal life for those terrorists who have shaken the normal life of 189 families.
Yeah.
Our trust has eroded, not in the judiciary alone, but in the government. BJP has been in power for over 10 years now, and yet I don't see a single change in the judiciary. Don't just say zero tolerance for terrorism in your political rallies. Show it in your damn actions. We have had enough.
Thank you, Shruti. I feel very strongly too, as you know. Harish Prabhu from Mumbai, a lot of callers from Mumbai tonight. Thank you for watching tonight. Harish ji.
Yeah, today I feel like hanging my head in shame, because of the fact that as an Indian, there's is really, a matter of shame. The reason I'm telling you is that, not my relative, but my colleague who is a senior banker who actually from Churchgate to Goregaon, when he went, there were shrapnels and he died, and we have been scurrying for 2 days to find him in a hospital, and he died in my hands. And believe me, all the people who are on the panel, including Mr. Atik and all, should be, ashamed of the fact that a fellow Mumbaiite has gone and a fellow Indian has gone. These are premeditated.
No, but the government is saying it's okay if they stay at home, Harish. I can't believe.
No, so the government is completely wrong.
Harish, please accept my sincere sympathies.
He doesn't need your sympathies. He doesn't need your sympathies. He's telling you that this is not justice.
The CDRs were destroyed not by these people. The CDRs were destroyed by the investigating agency.
Okay, we have Kuldeep Singh from Mumbai. Kuldeep Singh, quickly, please. Kuldeep, what do you think?
Hi, Arnab.
Hi, Kuldeep.
Like you said, you are unconventional. I am also very, very unconventional. I was just narrating the whole incident to my 18-year-old daughter. What I went through, reaching from Juhu all the way down to VT. That said, and everybody knows what happened. But I want to tell Mr. Tuhin Sinha, and through Mr. Tuhin Sinha, I want to tell our beloved PM, Mr. Modi, that this is unacceptable, unpardonable. The judiciary, the way they have taken this decision, is pathetic.
But also on the recommendation of the government, Kuldeep.
Yes,
this is the government's recommendation that they need not go to jail.
Sinha, you and the government, you have let me down. You have let all those supporters who have stood with you, who have voted you. Okay, you have let us down. And let me tell you, you will lose voters like us in the near future if you don't change your stand. You are going too soft on the terror.
And now we are told there will be cricket with Pakistan in Asia Cup, and government will allow that. It's terrible. Sushil Singhania from Jamshedpur in Jharkhand. Sushil.
Hello.
Hi, Sushil.
Yes, sir. मैं सुशील सिंघानिया बोल रहा हूँ सर, जमशेदपुर से।
बोलिए सिंघानिया साहब।
ऐसा है सर, मैं बहुत पुराना फैन हूँ आप लोगों का
जी।
और ये सर जो कुछ भी हो रहा है ना
जी,
ये भाजपा, ये हमारे देश की सरकार का फेल्यूर है और हमारे ही भाइयों को
कुछ तो बोलिए। ये झारखंड से बोल रहे हैं, तुहिन जी आप भी झारखंड से हैं।
परिवार के हमारे लोग जो है ना मारे गए हैं, सब हमारे भाई, सब हमारे लोग थे। और आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो है 100 वर्षों के मुकदमे वहां पेंडिंग है।
बोलिए, कुछ तो बोलिए तुहिन जी। प्रफुल्ल गाला मुंबई से कॉल पे है। प्रफुल्ल जी
देखिए अर्नब, मैंने
अच्छा बोलिए एक मिनट प्रफुल्ल जी रुकिए एक मिनट।
बताया 2006 के बाद से 2006 के बाद का उस समय का पूरा इतिहास बताया।
मैं इतिहास नहीं, मैं आज की बात
अगर पहले 100 दिन में आप
वो अलग बात है ना। आप पे क्या व्यवस्था है कि आप सरकार कोर्ट में जाके कहती है कि हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है अगर वो घर में रहे? ये बताइए मुझे, मैं उसी पॉइंट पे आ रहा हूं।
सरकार इस केस को परस्यू करेगी। इस पर
परस्यू क्या, घर में बैठ रहे ये लोग
है और आगे
प्रफुल्ल गाला
इसको अंजाम तक पहुंचाएगी।
प्रफुल्ल गाला मुंबई। प्रफुल्ल गाला जी बोलिए।
Ridiculous the way the government is taking a stand in the Supreme Court. Where the convicts can stay home, then every Tom, Dick and Harry who does this and acquitted, he goes home and
that's what I'm saying.
We are at risk. And
that's what I'm saying, Praful. I'm not going to feel happy about this. This is very bad. Manish Sinha from Ghaziabad. So many callers are you seeing everywhere in the country they are watching. Manish Sinha from Ghaziabad.
Yeah. Hi, Arnab. I just want to convey that this is really quite alarming to just see the way the government is acted onto this issue. And surprisingly, I just want to put question to that BJP spokesman person that why he is repeatedly saying, I have done it from 2015, I have done it from 2015. Even if you have done it from 2015, why these people are just scot-free right now? And what you are taking the stand is...
Tuhin, you tell Manish. Tuhin, you tell Manish. You tell Manish. Everybody is asking you, why did you go to court and say that ठीक है, वो जेल न जाए तो ठीक है. आपने क्यों कहा?
Arnab, within a day, we have appealed to the Supreme Court. You know, we could have postponed it like the Congress government keep postponed it. So our urgency is there on the records.
Why is Congress your benchmark?
On this particular issue, you know, on this particular, no, it is not the benchmark. Please don't, I think, we are having an informed debate and somebody like you should not be questioning the government because you followed both the governments. So our intent is very much there on this particular issue.
Even the Supreme Court has said we agree with the government's suggestion that they need not go to jail. They have said something like that. Why this whole angle? Arey, jaye na jail.
All other issues, my stand is very clear.
I'm very angry about this. I'm very angry. Tuhin, not good.
No, what makes you think that I'm not angry? What makes you think that I'm not angry? Please try to understand that the government works within a
Good if you're angry.
What makes you think that I'm not angry?
Good if you're angry. I'm happy you're angry. Be angry against what has happened.
I have witnessed those bomb blasts. I have witnessed those bomb blasts firsthand. Thankfully, in the last 11 years, those bomb blasts used to happen every 35 days.
But I don't know what's going on these days. You should not have said in court that it's okay if they don't go to prison. You should have said, the BJP government should have said, these people should remain in prison for the rest of their life. Your argument lacked conviction.
I have told you that, you can speak to a particular legal advisor of the government. On all other issues, I have reiterated that our stand on terrorism continues to be one of zero tolerance.
Anyway, I just feel so strongly against it.
Why were the investigations so Masjid verdict?
Hey, you guys keep quiet. You're worse.
Why were the CDR blocked? We did not get justice in Babri Masjid case. Who buried the CDR? We did not get justice in Babri Masjid case.
When you guys go soft, then the other side also gets encouragement.
We did not get justice in Babri Masjid case. We kept quiet.
What Babri Masjid case? What Babri Masjid case? The temple has been built. Deal with it. And ladies and gentlemen, 2 days ago was the 3-month anniversary of the Pahalgam attack of 22nd of April. And after 3 months, our great BCCI, which says it's a private body, Indian Cricket Board, has forgotten what happened. What kind of BCCI is this? In the finals of first they didn't stop the matches after Pahalgam. Then they offered, or rather invited the 3 service chiefs. They had the temerity to invite them for the finals. Thank God the service chiefs didn't go, because that was a marketing gimmick. And now we are hearing, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a possibility of India and Pakistan being in the same group for the Asia Cup, which apparently we are going to be hosting in Dubai. Which means that the blood of the Pahalgam victims has not dried, and our great BCCI and our great cricket team will be helping some groups make a lot of money by playing cricket with Pakistan. I stand lock, stock and barrel against this decision, if it is true, to play cricket with Pakistan. And I request the government of India to put the richest cricket board of the world in its place on this subject. Money and cricket, and the money of cricket and the cricket of money, is not more important than national interest. We have with us on that Madan Lal. I'd like to start with him, with General Bakshi, Chandrasekhar Luthra, former senior sports journalist, and Pula Rao. Madan Lalji, now what do we do here? This BCCI wants to play cricket matches, and they say it's okay. We've got Debashish Datta with us also tonight. Debashish Datta, I want to start with you, your take on this. They want to say, he's a famous cricket journalist from Kolkata. They want to say that it's okay, we'll play cricket. It's not a bilateral series, so don't complain too much. What's your take, sir? Should we play cricket with Pakistan now?
Not at all. Not
Thanks
the
for
right
saying
time.
that.
This is not the right time, and we have to clearly say that we are not going to play with any of the Pakistan team. A senior bunch of boys were planning to have a match in London. It has been cancelled. Thankfully, Shekhar Dhawan, Irfan Pathan and his brother Yusuf Pathan refused to play. I'm so glad to know this news that the cricketers, for which they have got their fame and everything, the cricket is their livelihood. We know this, but as far as Pakistan is
middleman, come on,
not anywhere, be it in England, be it in, and I don't know how India and Pakistan can be placed in the same group. Why?
So it is deliberately placed, I'll tell you, because ज़्यादा पैसा मिलता है. It is simple. India-Pakistan match, more viewership, more money. There is no other logic. Is there? Chandrasekhar Luthra, is there?
Well, I go with your sentiments, Arnab. But the problem is, You can only create this hate mongering by questioning BCCI. You don't understand BCCI is being controlled by your Papa Shah, and Papa Shah's other son controls the International Cricket Council. So they don't have guts to say to all the cricketing nation that we are going to boycott Pakistan by playing. We will only play the Khelo Bharat in India with the domestic players. Your problem is that you will not question the China Open. He's also the top enemy of India. They were the one who were supporting Pakistan in Operation Sindoor. You will never question them because Indian shuttlers are playing in China Open right now. Your weak point or your sentiments, because you are obviously that famous saying that the last resort of any scoundrel is nationalism. You will create this hate mongering because you are not a sportsman. You will only want people to say that boycott everything from Pakistan, but you will not question China. I'm all with you. Boycott China, boycott Pakistan, everything. But you have no guts to question the Shah family, the Shah empire, who are controlling cricket, who are controlling BCCI, who is controlling ICC. That's my problem.
Okay, now Chandrasekhar,
yes.
Listen to me. I will not call you a scoundrel. One minute, listen to me. I will not call you names. I will not call you a scoundrel. I will not even tell the people watching the program what kind of a scoundrel you are. Everyone on. I will not tell the people watching the program. Now it's my turn. I'm going to give it back. I'm going to give it back. So listen, I'm going to be giving it back. Take it with a smile, yeah? Take it with a smile. People will tell you that even if you got a thrashing from Arnab, it's a privilege. Everyone on. It's a privilege to be thrashed by me. Now listen to me. Listen to me, Chandrasekhar Luthra. The point is very simply this. That as far as I'm concerned, we were 85 days back at war with a scoundrel country called Pakistan. And Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, 1 minute, listen to me now, 1 minute. Just be quiet. You're going to get it back nice and hard. You're going to get it back, so just be ready. This is the famous Arnab treatment you're getting. Now what happens is, Shubham Dwivedi's wife was here in my studios. You see, unlike you, I don't do the farcical stuff like you. I had the whole family of Shubham Dwivedi here. It was my life's privilege to meet them. And I told his family, and I told his father, and I told his wife.
You're telling the same.
I told his wife, just be quiet for a minute. Just be quiet for a minute. Listen to me. I'm not calling you a scoundrel. So listen to me, be happy. But he was gunned down in front of his wife. And his wife said that I feel so proud that when he was asked, are you Hindu or Muslim? He said, I'm a Hindu. Please understand, Yatish Bhai Parmar and his 17-year-old son Sumit were mercilessly killed in Pahalgam. Shailesh Himmat Bhai Shah, Prashant Kumar Satpathy, Atul Mone, Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, and thank your stars that in this country there is one Arnab Goswami who can question in one program the BCCI, the Supreme Court and the central government. 1 minute, be quiet. 1 minute, Chandrasekhar Luthra. Now, my whole life I've taken on every system. Be quiet, don't get provoked. I say tonight, ladies and gentlemen, let there be a movement in this country against any form of cricket with Pakistan. I will lead it from the front. But I will not watch. I will not watch silently while we play at the slips and play at the gully with a country called Pakistan. And I call upon all sponsors of cricket to boycott such matches if they care one bit for their country. Jal Bakshi is on the debate. Lines are open tonight. Jal Bakshi.
Arnab, I just wish to state that I hope people remember that Operation Sindoor is still on. It has just been paused. It's not a comma, it's not a full stop. And we could have some more hostilities breaking out, I don't know when, anytime, possibly in the winter, possibly next year, but it could re-erupt any time. Not only were 26 innocent Indian lives, so brutally murdered in Pahalgam during Op Sindoor, Arnab, I hope we remember that 14 of our people in Rajouri and Punch were killed. They hit a Gurudwara, they killed the Granthi, they killed 12 other human beings. And if I remember correctly, Arnab, I think in the DGMO's briefing, he had mentioned 5 fatalities to our Jawans in the firing on the line of control. Unfortunately, we saw no funerals, nothing, but which is normally shown with a great this thing. I don't know if we can check out this fact, but the very fact that we have had more casualties in Op Sindoor reinforces the point that what cricket are you talking of, man? For which you are prepared to call every nationalist, every patriotic Indian citizen a scoundrel. I'm afraid the boot is on the other leg, sir. It is not the people who are loyal to their country who are scoundrels, but it is people who are after money bags. It is people who want loads and loads and cartloads of money. To hell with principles, to hell with the country, to hell with the people who died. Who cares? Who cares, Arnab? You care and I care. And the people of this country care.
Oh yeah, they do.
Right? And they are not prepared to be called scoundrels because they are patriotic or nationalistic. I'm sorry.
No, you stop this.
Definition in the country came from.
Program. Ask him why he has given green signal to all the matches with Pakistan who are at international level. He has already said there in the to all the
1 minute. Jal Bakshi.
You have called us all scoundrels.
Call him.
Jal Bakshi.
Call him.
You've called every nationalist patriot a scoundrel.
No, I've called people.
Oh yeah, you did.
Not people.
And I differ violently.
Don't give this justification. Now.
Okay, we have Manoj calling from ODP.
What justification?
On the call, ladies and gentlemen, your turn tonight to raise your voice and raise it as loud as you can tonight to stop cricket with Pakistan.
Scoundrel!
Manoj is calling from ODP live tonight. My lines are hot and live this evening. Manoj from ODP. Manoj.
Good evening,
Good evening, Manoj.
Good evening, Arnab, sir.
Good evening, Manoj. Yeah.
Sir, it is very shocking that within 2-3 months, people are forgetting. But I have full faith in my cricketers that they will not play with Pakistan.
I also appeal to the cricketers to not play with Pakistan. I appeal to the BCCI to change its decision. I appeal to the senior players. I appeal to Sachin Tendulkar and Rahul Dravid and Saurav Ganguly, right? Anil Kumble to come and say there must be no cricket with Pakistan. Manjunath's calling from Kerala. Manjunath.
हेलो फर्स्ट तुम क्या बोल रहे मालूम नहीं हुआ
Call cut gaya. Vardarajan from Pune. Vardarajan, are you there?
Yeah, I am there.
What would you say on this, Varda?
Why should I say something? See, no, we should not play any cricket with enemy country. That is my clear-cut view. Let it be any country. We should not play with any country for that matter. Leave alone Pakistan. We don't want to play with them.
Thank you, Vardarajan from Pune. Ladies and gentlemen, Pula Rao, you're on the call. What do you think should happen now? People have felt that this is all backstabbing them. Money does not outweigh national interests at all.
Yeah. General, it's very difficult to be on the opposite side of you. But I think what Mr. Luthra said is right. Who is responsible for this confusion? It is not the players or the groundsmen or the people who have an opinion. It is the government. May I remember you what happened in 2009? When the IPL wanted to stage their games in the middle of elections and distract the whole country, the government kicked them out and they went to South Africa. Do you remember that? It's the government's job to put it, you are with me, against me, is not right. The government I just saw the last show, Arnab, you had. Government is on a holiday. Government is on a holiday or sitting on its laurels, I don't know. These are questions which should not come up. These are debates which we have to understand that there's some powerful forces. There's no point in blaming any other player or anyone. The players have no role. They will play if they are ordered to play. And it cannot be a question of patriotism
the players have
individually.
A choice. The players have a choice.
To take a stance.
The players, India participating in an India-Pakistan cricket match which means we are going to be putting money for the Pakistan Cricket Board. The money from Indian sponsorship, Indian viewership will go into the hands of the Pakistan Cricket Board, which is a way of giving money to Pakistan. So every time you watch cricket with Pakistan or you sponsor cricket with Pakistan, you are indirectly supporting the terrorist groups in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, Trilochan from Bengaluru. We must not play cricket with Pakistan. Trilochan from Bengaluru. Trilochan.
Good evening, Arnab ji.
Good evening, sir.
Nice listening you, and you are the only son of the soil who raises the issue of all Indian. I want to ask question to you, Arnab ji. It is a shame on the people who are taking decision to play with Pakistan. When our innocent people are killed in Pahalgam, 26 innocent people life gone, and our policy maker taking decision to play with Pakistan, it is shame on every Indian. Please tell the people every Indian hate Pakistani, including Pakistan. We are really sorry listening that our Indian team going to play with Pakistan. It is not.
I hope Chandrasekhar Luthra is listening to you, sir. I mean, Chandrasekhar.
I'm with him.
Yeah.
I'm with him.
Yeah, yeah.
Ask your sports minister, ask your home minister, who are giving permission to them. Ask your political, that middleman, Rajiv Shukla. Why was he attending meeting with all these people? Whether it was virtually or other. Ask them why they want to play to Pakistan. Ask the sports minister also why you have sent
who
the
do you think I'm asking?
to China to
one minute.
Open.
Don't you understand
You
simple
have not
English?
taken the name of
Chandrasekhar
China
Luthra,
even
either you
once
don't understand
in this
English or
entire
I'll have to
debate.
teach you on the
That's the
program.
problem with you.
One minute. One minute,
That's why
Chandrasekhar
I
Luthra.
say
Chandrasekhar
you
Luthra.
have no spine.
Arey yaar, Mr. Luthra,
Take
listen to
name
me.
of China.
Listen to me,
They
Mr.
withdraw
Luthra.
all
Mr.
your-
Luthra, who do you
all
think
your
I'm asking when I'm
sporting
saying
events with
central government should stop it? Who do you think I'm asking when I'm saying BCCI should stop it? Am I asking Chandrasekhar Luthra?
No.
Jaideep
That's
Prabhu
what
is calling from
I'm
Mumbai.
telling you.
I'm
That's
asking
what
the
I'm
central
telling you.
government and the BCCI, no. I'm not asking the
I'm giving
Pondicherry
you
Cricket
names.
Board.
I am
Jaideep Prabhu
giving you
from
names.
Mumbai. Jaideep Prabhu. Jaideep Prabhu, what do you think, sir? We have time.
Arnab, hi.
Hi, Jaideep.
I absolutely, I mean, there's absolutely no two ways about it that, we shouldn't be playing with them. And they're talking about a neutral venue. This is all absolute nonsense. No cricket with Pakistan, absolutely, and no form of any sport. In fact, just apart from cricket also, nothing.
Nothing, absolutely. I agree, Jaideep. I agree. I'll have to take one last call. Colonel Hingorani is calling from Pune.
Good evening, Pranav. This is Colonel Hingorani.
Sir.
I'm just seeing your channel, and it's a matter of shame that 3 months after this tragic incident in Pahalgam, we are ready to offer another friendship hand with Pakistan and play with them. Can we do without this cricket with Pakistan? Yes or no? Can I ask the BCCI? What is so great about playing with Pakistan?
So there's
Please,
more money, more
get rid
sponsorship.
of
That's the
them.
only thing. More viewers. The expectation is Indians will watch a lot. We're going to be paying money. Isn't that the thing, Debashish Datta? Isn't that the whole thing, money? Can you unmute yourself? Yeah.
Is dictating BCCI officials, or BCCI wants to bring in some more money. I don't know what are they doing. It's a double standard. Government is saying something else and BCCI is trying to do just the opposite. So we have to say that Pakistan se hum log ko khelna nahi hai.
Bas, that's it.
देवुदा ये कौन कहेगा?
देवाशीष दा हम कहेंगे ना, हम कहेंगे, हम कहेंगे, हम कह रहे हैं ना, और आवाज उठाएंगे, भारत के लोग आवाज उठाएंगे. I am telling you, a lot of people, we can start a campaign, no cricket with Pak. Ladies and gentlemen, please never undermine the kind of support that you can create. Please never undermine the kind of pressure that you can put. This is a public issue. Both the issues I raised between 9 and 10. Why should those who are convicted in the 2006 Mumbai train blast be allowed to stay at home? And why 3 months after Pahalgam should we consider playing cricket in Dubai with Pakistan? Are public issues. If you put enough pressure, we can make a difference. Trust me, we can. I'll see you tomorrow evening. Good night and goodbye.
Time for a quick breather.
Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way. आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
I'm excited to be part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India. Hope to see you.
For a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic TV AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll be discussing India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
Excited to be पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
Well, BCCI is all set to host the Asia Cup in UAE. India-Pakistan match likely. Supreme Court says Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused person in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done now. ED raids Anil Ambani linked properties in Mumbai. Case registered against Reliance Anil Ambani group of companies. Sources within the Election Commission have confirmed that the preparation over special intensive revision in West Bengal too is expected to begin soon.
मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि कई वर्षों की मेहनत के बाद आज दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न हुआ है.
Prime Minister hails FTA deal with the United Kingdom, call it historic day for both the nations.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, why India is sending a message to Trump by signing the free trade agreement with the United Kingdom. Anil Ambani in big trouble, always seeking to be high profile, now being called someone who heads fraudulent operations. At 9 p.m. tonight, why it's impossible to believe that in India the convicts of the Mumbai train blasts are going to be openly celebrating on the streets and there'll be no justice for the victims of terrorism. And at 9:30 p.m. tonight, why Republic is totally against any form of cricket with Pakistan and why the government of India should stop the cricket board from allowing it. And ladies and gentlemen, at the start, it's great news. We have a free trade agreement. We always knew there was one, but now it's been signed by the United Kingdom and India. And I'll tell you 6 reasons why this UK FTA, which the Prime Minister signed today, I think this was at Chequers, the official informal country home residence of the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Now this is great. It gives us a huge trade boost. UK-India trade should catch up to over 120 billion US dollars by 2030. 99% of all Indian goods will get zero tariffs. So you want to have namkeen, you want to have steel, Indian namkeen, Indian products of all types, you can get it on zero tariffs in the British supermarkets. We're going to flood United Kingdom. This is reverse colonization. I love it. And major duties are going to be removed. This is going to help textiles, leather, marine products, electric vehicles, garments, everything. And this includes a social security pact that exempts Indian professionals from contributions for up to 3 years and gives duty-free access to 95% of farm products. So you can get Indian haldi, Indian prawns, Indian pepper, Indian agri products. And this is going to double the gems and jewelry business. So United Kingdom, thank you and watch out. We're going to flood you. Now, the other important part about today's agreement is this, that we have made it very clear to Donald Trump indirectly that don't push us, we know how to do business. Indians have always been great at trade. And now we have got trade deals with so many countries. Do you know that? So many countries across the world. We have great bilateral trade agreements with Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Thailand, Singapore, name it, Malaysia, Korea, Japan, Australia, UAE, Mauritius, ASEAN, that's 10-nation bloc. European nations bloc, EFTA, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland. So this is going great, and I think a big shout out for Piyush Goyal, the very dynamic Commerce Minister of India, who's done a great job signing deal after deal after deal after deal after deal. He's done a great job. And so remember, viewers, that these deals are also relationship building exercises. You see Ajit Doval, National Security Advisor, at the checkers. You see the Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar there. So these are all very detailed arrangements that go beyond trade. We have negotiation underway with China, European Union, Peru, and of course with Israel. We're multiple partners across the world. And the message to Donald Trump is that we do business on our own terms. For Britain, it took 4 British prime ministers, 15 rounds of talks, UK's Brexit, global pandemic, 2 general elections in India to finally settle the deal. So the British have been very, very keen to close the deal. But when has the deal been closed? When we are ready for it to be closed. So the FTA with the United Kingdom also sends another message to Trump that India will cooperate, but India won't capitulate. You want to trade with India, make it fair, make it mutual. We do not do one-sided deals. And the message to the United States of America is that there is no junior partner, senior partner business going on. You see, every deal like this that we sign, America's leverage on India goes down because America needs to learn. America needs to understand that to do business with India, don't try and force our hand. You can't bully India. You have to deal with India. You want to deal with India, you want to do trade with India, then you first want to come to the table with respect, a sense of respect, not an attitude any longer of arm twisting. And that's why I believe we really must respect the efforts of Narendra Modi and the government of India in the way that they have done business across the world. And one of the reasons why Narendra Modi is traveling around the world, he went to South America, he spent a lot of time in Africa, he's building the base of a developed nation. In terms of trade, India's access to minerals, India's access to technology, and India's access to markets. It's all connected. So big congratulations to the Honorable Prime Minister of India. This is excellent, excellent deal. And remember, after this, the Prime Minister is also going to the Maldives, where he's going to be a state guest. Maldives was tilting towards China. The Modi government has got it back. So these are big agreements. And all of this goes on to build India's clout globally. We've done a great thing. Ladies and gentlemen, a short report of what happened at the checkers. And then we debate.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi met UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer for the 3rd time this year. This time in the United Kingdom to sign the free trade agreement finalized after over 3 years of intense negotiations.
यूके और भारत हम एक प्रकार से नेचुरल पार्टनर हैं। आज हमारे संबंधों का एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है। आज हम दोनों देश मिलकर के पारस्परिक लाभकारी एफटीए और डबल कंट्रीब्यूशन कन्वेंशन इसको संपन्न करने जा रहे हैं। ये अपने आप में भारत और यूके भावी पीढ़ी के लिए एक बहुत मजबूत रास्ता तैयार कर रहा है।
Look, and we both know this is the biggest and most economically significant trade deal that the UK has made since leaving the EU. And I think I can say that it's one of the most comprehensive deals that India has ever done. So thank you, Prime Minister, for your leadership and for your pragmatism.
UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer hailed the deal as a big boost to the middle-class people of both nations.
It is a deal that will bring huge benefits to both of our countries, boosting wages, raising living standards, and putting more money in the pockets of working people.
Not just that, Prime Minister Modi also raised pertinent issues of extradition of fugitive economic offenders.
इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंडर्स के प्रत्यार्पण के विषय पर भी हमारी एजेंसी सहयोग और समन्वय से काम करती रहेगी.
However, this did not stop the opposition from taking a dig at the Prime Minister. The Congress has mocked the deal, saying that Indians needed an FTA that stood for a fugitive transfer agreement, further questioning the return of economic offenders like Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi and Lalit Modi.
We have to understand one point, that all these economies about which we are talking, whether it is USA or UK, under huge debt. For example, 32 lakh crores of rupees is the debt formally announced by the US administration. Such a huge debt. Almost same is the case of UK. So these governments are trying to promote their economy through bilateral agreements and general trade agreements, etc., etc. So we should not be part of that. And Parliament was not informed properly also. The Parliament is in session.
The big question remains, are there any compulsions that Congress can't celebrate India's triumphs? Or is perennially mocking India's achievements part of its strategy?
The best part about this agreement is that it opens the British market to India. I think that's the best part about it, Saurabh. Maybe we should have a Republic UK also. Why not?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we will broadcast to the UK. Why not? Why not? Yeah. Let's free them of the BBC. Yeah.
Education connection, and I know that we in some ways have contributed to the India-UK partnership, but I'm so glad it's a strategic deal.
Yes.
And I think India has shown the world that it does deals on its own terms. It's a deal which has been concluded after 3 long years to make sure India's national interest is not compromised at all, and it sends a big message. I say that this is a message from London to the world, that India is a global power and it does deals at its own terms, and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has sent out a clear message to others, and it will be an impetus for other deals, including the deal that is in the final stages with the US. Arnab, I can tell you, this deal will be a major push there as well, because I know that the negotiators are getting restless because UK has edged some of the others out.
Yep, absolutely. Akhil, Swami.
Say something. When Mr. Modi took over as Prime Minister of India, the rupee to dollar was around 62 rupees. Today it is 86.50. That means the falling of rupee in last 11 has been the steepest, number one. So your exports are not going up, your imports are going down. Your imports are going up. Number two, your imports in China has doubled in last 11 years and your exports have only gone up by 15%. That is number two. Number three, I was under the impression and most of the countrymen were under the impression that America is our great friend. Mr. Donald Trump is our great friend. And the Bhaks and the BJP supporters even went for the Havans for making Mr. Donald Trump as president. In your opening remark, now I understand that you are fighting against America. But you are making friendship with China. You are increasing imports and you are trying to have FTA with China.
Shazia, I'll just respond to him 1 minute and then hand it over to you. Louder, please. Akhil.
America has a contribution of 30% in the world's economy. Akhil. And you are fighting with America. You are making friends with China.
Yeah. Okay, Akhil, I'll keep it serious today with you. See, trade is not about making friends. Trade is about trade. Okay? Trade is about access to the market, right? Now, if you presently are paying between 4 to 20%, right, in terms of access duty, right, into any market, anything, textiles, leather, footwear, toys, marine products, gems, jewelry, engineering goods, dairy products, electric vehicles, now that becomes zero. What this means, Akhil, I'm explaining it slowly so you understand. What this means is that everybody, including Indian farmers, will get access. So if you want to sell mango pulp, if you're in Maharashtra, you are making mango pulp. If you are a fisherman producing or catching tuna or shrimp, or if you are exporting haldi, which is very popular, you can get zero access. Okay? This means we get access to a market. Isko aap zara don't get light on issues that are this serious. Okay? Thank you. Now let me get Shazia in on this. नहीं और दूसरी बात जो आपने कही कि रुपये की क्या वैल्यू थी, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मैं आपको बता देता हूँ. मेरी बात सुनिए, 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 मेरी बात मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मैं आपको बताता हूँ. ये जो देखिए आप प्रॉब्लम ये है ना,
86 रुपए 50 पैसे
मैं जब एक मिनट मैं जब कॉलेज पढ़ने गया
जब
था,
एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा,
मैं जब कॉलेज में था,
एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा तो रुपये वीक होगा. रुपये 30% वीक क्यों हो गया ये बताइए.
I'll tell you what. मैं ट्रेड पे, अगर मैं ये कहूँ कि रुपी पाउंड मैं जब 1995 में है ना कॉलेज के लिए पढ़ाई करने गया था ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी में, तब 11.5 रुपए की एक पाउंड होती थी. अब क्या मैं आपको बोलूं कि आपने 2014 तक कितने पाउंड का कितना रुपया हुआ था?
अरे 11
लॉजिक ही नहीं है आपके बात में, कुछ भी बोलते हैं आप. क्या बात कर रहे हैं
आपको?
Okay, anyway, let me get Shazia's response. Shazia, he says that you heard what he said.
Sir, with all, I don't mean to sound, rude to you.
Yes.
But you're way off.
Yeah, way
because
off.
Look at this deal for what it is, FTA, and what this means. If you look at our MSMEs, if you look at our professionals, it's all about make in India going global. And I think it's great news. It's big news. And I think Modi ji has, secured India's seat at the top table of global trade. Now you just look at the situation. Let's go one thing at a time. Textiles. Now look at Indian textile exports. We've always worried about the Bangladeshi and Vietnamese competitors, right? We've always been saying that for the last so many years, 20 years. Right now the tariff is 10 to 12%. Imagine if it's reduced to 0% and how much more valuable, cheaper, desirable Indian goods and Indian products will be in eyes of the UK buyers. And it's a very wealthy market we're looking at. So there was just a calculation, Tirupur-based knitwear exporters, already there's a calculation. They'll actually, because of the duty waivers, they'll actually save every unit up till 2 crores annually. So this is individually, look at individual units. Now gems and jewelry, just think of how it benefits India. Let's look at purely from the point of view of Indian market, Indian exporters, Indian businessmen, Indian students, Indian professionals. Okay.
Right.
Now, exports to UK were worth $1.3 billion in 2023. FTA removes a 5 to 8% import duty. And now you just look at the orders that our gem, and jewelry exporters will have. The anticipation is of 15 to 20% jump in UK orders from India. And that indeed is great news. This is going to have a great effect. Now, let's go one thing at a time again. Now look at pharma. Again, UK is a major market for Indian generics and APIs, and our own industry, so many, Dr. Reddy's, Aurobindo, they'll benefit. Now we just look at exports of something like basmati, bango, steel.
Yeah.
Arnab just mentioned shrimp and prawn and what have you. To the UK, there's a tariff of 10 to 12%.
From UK?
10 to 12%.
What
No,
are you
listen to this.
importing
I
from
was just
UK?
You don't, by the way, you don't export from UK. You export to UK. आप कहाँ पे पढ़ाते हैं भाई साहब?
अरे इंपोर्ट कहाँ से करते हैं यूके से? क्या-क्या चीज इंपोर्ट करते
So
हैं?
imagine India exports 3,200 crore rupees worth of basmati rice. Post FTA, can you imagine Punjab and Haryana rice exporters? The growth.
Louder on the other side. What happened to the lady?
You are opening your markets to
10 to 20% tariff to zero tariff.
Next debate.
So that is very big, sir. That is very big.
Next
So
debate.
again,
Line
look at
up.
the services.
चाइना के लिए यूके के लिए खोल दिया, पूरे विश्व के लिए अपना मार्केट खोले चले जा रहा है. हमारे यहाँ के प्रोड्यूसर मर जाएंगे।
अरे वो मार्केट हमारे लिए खुल गया, उल्टा बोल रहे हैं आप।
अरे तो फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट आपने नहीं खोला उनके लिए,
और बहुत ही कम
आपने नहीं खोला उनके लिए,
जीरो के बराबर है ज्यादातर।
अरे तो आपने उनके लिए मार्केट खोला या नहीं खोला?
ज्यादा बिकेंगी, हमारे बिजनेसमैन को फायदा होगा, हमारे एक्सपोर्टर्स। मैंने तो बेसिक इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ी है कॉलेज तक।
200 साल हमारे देश को लूटा।
Shots, yeah. Today, signing shots and all that. Bosses.
अरे
elements.
200 साल यूके ने लूटा है हमें।
Don't pause this.
लूटने के फिर तैयार हो रहे हैं और
this जबरदस्ती का कांग्रेस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन।
अरे अंग्रेजों ने 200 साल लूटा है, ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी को आने दे रहे हैं।
दिस इज गुड फॉर इंडिया एंड इंडियन इकोनॉमी।
अरे इट इज नॉट गुड फॉर इंडिया, इट इज नॉट गुड फॉर इंडिया।
So it's good for India, sir.
मार्केट को
it might not be good for Congress because Congress wishes ill for India.
अरे कांग्रेस को छोड़िए भाई, हम लोग देशभक्त लोग
deep distress and stress at this point of time. But overall for Indian business is
यूके
great.
के लिए अपना मार्केट खोल रहे हैं, आप ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी को अपने देश में ला रहे हैं।
भैया वो मार्केट भी हमारे लिए खुल रहा है भाई साहब।
अरे वो मार्केट खुल रहा है, हमारे देश के गरीब लोग मर जाएंगे
प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए।
हमारे, अरे वो लोग तो अंग्रेज लोग हैं, गोरे लोग हैं, हमारा देश बर्बाद हो जाएगा।
आप देखिए तो पढ़िए तो इसको आप।
ये तो अमेरिका चाह रहा है, अमेरिका यही चाह रहा है, उनका माल वो ठोक देंगे यहाँ पे।
Please let's have an informed discussion on this, sir.
अरे एप्रिल वहाँ का अगर सेब आएगा हिंदुस्तान के अंदर,
I think Saurabh said this before I did. You know, right now,
I want to just, I want to.
The US in August 1st.
No.
What is happening in the USA?
I'm amazed at the ignorance of my fellow panelists who's trying to paint this. You know, you don't realize this is a people-centric deal as well, sir. Please read the fine print. Before you come to a debate, please read the fine print. Indian young people get access to be in the US. In the UK, I beg your pardon. They get access to be in the United Kingdom. They get access to work there. This is a great deal for India's young professionals. What India has achieved, very few.
Let me get a more informed voice, and her name is. Let me get a more informed voice than. Let me get a more informed voice here, Akhilji, because Akhilji, you have not disclosed your. You have not disclosed your institution. So
this is about people. This is about young people.
Saurabh,
getting opportunities to be.
Saurabh, I think that. Saurabh, let me get a more informed voice here. I must say that Akhil Swami is a very enthusiastic participant, but there are certain variables about him. We don't know where he has been educated. We don't know where he is teaching.
IIT BHU, engineering IIT BHU.
And where are you teaching presently, sir?
यार 73 साल की उम्र में अब मुझे अपने प्रोग्राम में बुलाओगे या टीचिंग करवाओगे?
73 साल के तो शशि थरूर भी हो गए, वो तो जॉब ढूंढ रहे हैं।
अरे उनकी तो 50 करोड़ की गर्लफ्रेंड है, मेरी बीबी है, मेरे पास कोई।
Anyway, my serious question here is, I want to get in Dr. Akriti Bhatia. She's a political economist, she's a postdoc fellow, and she's done her PhD from Delhi School of Economics. Okay, Dr. Bhatia, are you cynical in any way about this deal? Are there any riders about the deal that you would like to forewarn us about? I was told that you're slightly cynical about it. Is that true, and if so, why? Can you unmute yourself, Akriti?
I'm actually unmuted. Am I audible?
Yeah, perfect now. Yeah, go on.
Right. I'm saying that it's actually a very path-breaking thing that's happening after years, and international trade has been, with the UK, has been something that goes the pre-colonial times, and I mean, obviously, significantly during the colonial times. But now I think what we need to keep in mind is, on the top is national interest, right? So at this point, their economy is stagnating, and it's very timely for the Britain. What we going to gain with this kind of an FTA where tariffs will be revised and relaxed. But if you look at the nuance, if you go through the agreement, you will find that still public procurement, financial assets, and clauses on labor and climate, they are tilted towards the UK. Some of the things are non-enforceable, and if you again look at it with the kind of competition that will come in, it can harm Indian MSMEs that rely on procurement preferences. And if you look at, again, there are many other kind of issues also that must be resolved with the UK. So I'm not dismissive about the FTA, but there are many things that we need to ensure that we are at a level playing field. Look at the visa kind of aspects, which are still favoring
Akriti,
the
can you tell me, just to expand on that point, because the government narrative on this is, the government narrative here is that Indian MSMEs will seize the British market with duty-free access. Is that not true?
No. So Indian market will get access to we get access to the British market. And if you look at what will happen in the domestic markets also, we will have certain more increased competition that will come in for the MSMEs. And some of the aspects which I'm saying are still tilted. We don't want, obviously, it's not a similar situation when Manchester goods were being dumped in India. It's much better that way. However, with the MSMEs, they will find it more difficult to compete with the kind of opening up that this will lead to. So those are some concerns which need to be actually...
But isn't that both ways, Akriti? Like if you want to dismantle the duty disadvantage, if you want to enhance bilateral support from the UK to India, you're also going to have to give a little, right? I mean, it doesn't work only one way, you right? Surely you don't expect an agreement where you block access, but you expect
access. That's true. So I'm not saying, but there are still certain kind of aspects which need to be protected. I'm not saying it's definitely beyond protectionism that I'm talking about, but
there
some of the more sensitive
but there are safeguards, Akriti. I think you should go and read the fine print. I have a slightly different take. I think there are safeguards built in this deal that protects India's interests as well. I would say the reason why it took 3 years for this deal to be negotiated is because India didn't want to give away India's national interest. That's the reason why it took much longer. And I can tell you the diplomatic backstory as well. It wasn't that the government frittered away any benefits. On the contrary, you will see that the Indian young people, professionals, they will be the gainers.
The financial,
that is something. It's a deal which is
who would be involved. There's more
based on some give and
that you
take.
find that are tilted towards the UK. So there are a couple of things, and it's actually a very you need to go through the agreement and then vouch for and kind of navigate for certain amendments in that. So then it will be much better.
Shazia.
But there are other political issues like the increasing extremist ideologies and the visa kind of disadvantages that also need to be done.
Shazia.
Keeping in mind the national interest and not differences on the destination of terrorism.
Shazia, on a slightly different note, Shazia, on a slightly different note, I don't know if I have the pictures here.
3 years
Shazia.
of discussions.
I know, but Shazia, if you're giving them so much as well, I get very upset when I see pictures of Vijay Mallya and, Lalit Modi partying away their ill-gotten money in London's fancy restaurants. So I'm wondering why we couldn't get a commitment from them. If they want to, they can make it impossible and they can hand over Vijay Mallya. But have we given that up? Because have we given up on that?
This was part of the discussion and it is underway. We have made huge
It's not
progress.
underway. It's going on in the courts.
Yeah, it's going on in the courts. Exactly. And the courts have been also been very favorable to India's position and Indian stance, and it will happen. But I think for itself, what FTA means is huge. What it means for Indian business, for Indian exports, for Indian economy.
Okay.
And the kind of access we have, that's one. The other thing, we can't conflate everything and speak about it all at once. Yes, and of course, British cars will also be cheaper. They're talking about some whiskey and gin. I mean, how many people consume that as opposed to Indians?
Akhil.
So there's a big difference.
Vijay Mallya, Lalit Modi ko bhagaya hai, to लाएंगे कैसे?
Agriculture is concerned is kept under a sensitive list. It's been protected, so it's not free from complete protectionism. We have looked at our own interests very seriously. Very seriously and sensitive.
आज आपको इकोनॉमिस्ट बुलाने चाहिए थे. आकृति को इकोनॉमिस्ट आती है. She is a good student of economics. As a professor of economics, I can vouch on that.
No, but where are you a professor from? Where are you presently a professor?
But who will vouch for you?
You have declared yourself a professor. Can you name your university?
मैं 73 साल का हूँ. 7 साल पहले रिटायरमेंट ले लिया.
कहाँ से?
और उस यूनिवर्सिटी से लिया जो आपका स्पॉन्सरर है इस प्रोग्राम का. पिछली बार ही बताया था. इस प्रोग्राम का स्पॉन्सरर है.
अभी कहाँ पे आप पढ़ा रहे हैं?
अरे यार 73 साल की उम्र में प्रोग्राम में बुलाओगे या टीचिंग करवाओ?
अच्छा. नहीं, मैं नहीं कराऊंगा. I am happy you're not teaching now because you got all the wrong fundas. Okay. Akhil, Akriti, Saurabh, and Shazia. Give a little, take a little. Give a little, take a little. But that doesn't work for Anil Ambani. Thank you very much, Anil Ambani is under huge investigation for thousands of crores in fraud. The ED has raided him. They say loans from Yes Bank were given without checks, then diverted to shell companies linked to the Ambani group. So Anil Ambani, who was seen to be just trying his best to get out of the mess, is back in absolute corporate and financial quicksand. Let's debate.
50 locations, dozens of shadowy shell firms, and a 3,000 crore trail of money missing. And at the center of it all is one of the leading business magnates of India, Anil Ambani. ED teams from Delhi and Mumbai have raided premises linked to Anil Ambani's group firms, probing alleged money laundering by Reliance Anil Ambani group companies.
Now all ED officials and the company's workers are inside this Reliance Center, which is, as I told, situated in South Mumbai, and it's in Ballard Street, as we know, is 4th area, and is the main office of Reliance Communications. Back to studio. You can see that this is the Reliance Center, and it's a big office of Reliance, and the ED officials are inside in this.
ED has alleged that between 2017 and 2019, loans worth thousands of crores flowed from Yes Bank straight into shell firms. Investigators say that this was a well thought out plan designed to cheat banks, bypass rules, and siphon public money in broad daylight. It has also been alleged that Yes Bank officials were paid off in order to approve the loans without the due process. But that's not where it ends. Investigators have also unearthed another trail that suggests Reliance Mutual Fund reportedly invested rupees 2,850 crore in bonds of Yes Bank, bonds that were later written down. And now, a shadowy firm C company is at the heart of a suspected rupees 10,000 crore fraud. Reliance Infra allegedly routed funds through it, with rupees 5,480 crore written off, only rupees 4 crore recovered, and the rest settled via defunct firms with no recovery. Reliance Power and Infrastructure have responded. Anil Ambani has distanced himself, calling the cases old and denying any board role. The ED raids have sent shockwaves across the market. Reliance Power and Reliance Infra stocks both logged in a 5% crash. And we have seen the script before. Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi, Mehul Choksi, powerful promoters, willing bankers, and a disappearing trail. It's a playbook India knows all too well. The raids are done. The markets have reacted. But the story isn't over. Rupees 3,000 crore have been siphoned. And someone will have to answer.
It's the biggest corporate scandal of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Anil Ambani being described as fraudulent. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important that the government has said in Parliament that Reliance Communications and its promoter Anil Ambani are fraudulent in line with RBI guidelines to describe Anil Ambani as a fraud, to describe the company as a fraudulent company. Sriram Subramaniam, business analyst and founder of MD InGovern Research Services. I want your first take on this. This is big. It's a big story today, because he's been projecting himself as being a bit of a comeback trail. How is this being received, Sriram, in the financial world?
Good evening. Definitely it's a setback for the ADAG group, and as you said, two companies, which is Reliance Infra and Reliance Power, were on a comeback trail. They had raised fresh funds, and the stock prices have galloped in the stock markets. But definitely after this news of the ED raid, both the stocks were the lower circuit. The markets also tanked, not necessarily because of this ED raid, but there were other rumors also. Net, this is a long pending case. Of course, SEBI last year banned Mr. Anil Ambani from accessing the securities market for the same reason. SBI, which is the State Bank of India, and Canara Bank have marked the group as fraud accounts, and hence banking loans can no longer be given to the group as per RBI guidelines. So this is just a continuation of the investigative. Of course, ED has a different perspective, which is the PMLA case, and it is investigating from that perspective.
What are the larger issues which emerged, Professor Mehrotra? What are the larger issues which emerge after this scandal and scam about Anil Ambani?
The larger issue, first of all, is of course about corporate governance within a company like Reliance Infra. It's about banking company, the Yes Bank corporate governance. Yes Bank, we know, has gone under. It raises larger issues about the corporates in our country and how they behave generally. And finally, it raises big issues about banking governance structures and how frauds should be and can be prevented. Clearly, this seems like something of a case where the government's decided to send the ED after a company with which it has good dealings, because after all, a few years ago, Dassault was prevailed upon, the French Rafale manufacturer, was prevailed upon to provide a contract to Anil Ambani.
What do you mean prevailed upon? What do you mean prevailed upon, sir?
In a sector.
What do you mean prevailed upon, sir? That's a corporate agreement, isn't it, between Dassault and Anil Ambani?
May I answer your question? You put your question 3 times over. May I answer?
Only once. Thank you. With 3 times the effect.
Yeah. Well, may I answer? Firstly, prevailed upon because Mr. Ambani, Anil Ambani, in this case, had zero experience in producing parts or components for aircrafts of this kind. Secondly, we all know that Anil Ambani's company has gone under for all practical purposes. And now, thirdly, clearly there were issues even then, because this case was going on then, the Yes Bank Anil Ambani case. So if it was not prevailed upon, then clearly what else was it? Perhaps you might have a description of it. The fact
no, but if this is, you are indicating, you're trying to say something, you're trying to say that Anil Ambani has good relations with the government, he took advantage of that, and it is because of that that he entered into an agreement with Dassault. But it doesn't answer the question that if this man had such good relations with this government, why is he being raided today? Why is he in trouble today? Why is the government calling him a fraudulent company? Yeah, so I don't know.
Because
okay, so we'd like to get Kishore and then of course Ajay Dua to come into what you said there. Ajay Dua, please stay on, sir. Ajay Dua, I would like to get you in. Can you hear me? Kishore, before I go to you. Ajay Dua.
Yes, I can.
I can. You heard the highly inflammable Santosh Mehrotra say that, he's close to the government and he's surprised what went wrong. Is that the right way to look at it, in your view?
I'm not sure. Arnab, if that's the way to describe what's happening now. As of now, Mr. Anil Ambani has been, or the loans given to him by two banks, State Bank of India and Canara Bank, have been treated as malfeasance and described as fraudulent loans to him. Similarly, the move today of ED to explore whether there has been any violation of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act also doesn't indicate that the government is supporting him. So I would think that it's probably a conjecture, no more than a conjecture, to say that the Dassault, the manufacturers of Rafale, were prevailed upon to give him the contract, because if you will recall at that point of time, it was soon after the split between the two brothers, and Anil Ambani continued to have a controlling stake in Reliance Telecom, which was at that point of time doing rather well. So if somebody has business experience, telecom certainly is not a manufacturing business, but it was a long experience in running the industrial house, earlier under father's guidance, then later with the other brother.
But Ajay Dua, can you explain one thing to me?
Yes.
How is he managing to get away by bribing, as has been alleged, the officials, including promoter of Yes Bank? And all this money was being given to him, 3,000 crores, between 2017 and 2019.
Yeah.
Right? And he took this money, and then he took out the money, and the borrowers had common addresses, common directors. The money taken from the bank was diverted, Kishore, to promoter group entities, which means within his family.
Right.
So he was circulating money and giving bribes to people who were giving him the money.
Yeah. Good evening to all my panelists. First, I would like to address one point which Mr. Santosh Mehrotra said.
I'd just like to say one thing.
This is something I hate. You know, actually, if you are talking about finance and financial implications of what's happened, let's not start targeting the government. Because as famously the Congress and people like Mr. Santosh Mehrotra, with due respects to him, who have been claiming, the government supports Ambani, Adani. Here is a classic case where the Ambanis have been raided. So let's not talk about the government. That's not the topic of the day.
You can't call this Ambanis, as you know that there is hardly any link there, business-wise, between the two brothers. So
correct. Yeah, I duly agree.
You're trying to generalize something, which is not right.
No, I'm not generalizing. I'm being very specific that the government favors. These words are not.
No, my point is, Kishore, with no disrespect for Anil Ambani, see, he's been under scrutiny earlier.
Correct.
Now, how has he done something so bad again?
Okay. Arnab, let me explain this part. Now, these are.
What gave him the courage to do so?
Okay. Hear me out.
This kind of stuff should have stopped, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But how is this kind of stuff happening again?
Yeah, I am not here the spokesperson of ADAG, and I am
No, you are not. But I'm saying this sounds like a Vijay Mallya kind of operation, right? Broadly.
Absolutely. But let's be
or worse, because Vijay, or worse.
Okay, Arnab, hear me out. Let me explain. First of all, the Banking Regulations Act, which is the RBI Act, have certain provisions. For example, if you or me take a loan on 90 days, if you don't pay on the 91st day, there is an automatic reporting called NPA. So these are rules and frameworks under which RBI operates. Today, the ED has searched over 50 locations, 35 premises have been searched. And what is important to understand, these are acquisition at this level. Currently, the tag of fraudulent account, which has been given by SBI and Canara Bank. And by the way, let's not forget that what Canara Bank had accused the ADAG group was withdrawn later. So what is the final outcome is something we have to wait. I am not defending, but let me say, answering your pointed question, how is he able to get away? This cannot be done by an individual. Let's understand. So there is a bank involved.
I am saying, why should the public pay for anyone else's fraud?
Absolutely.
It's the taxpayer who suffers. We keep saying corporate governance, corporate governance, corporate governance. These people buy land and yachts and gold. The retail investor suffers. There are chaos at bank outlets. We all remember what happened during the NBFC crisis of 2020. The public suffered. By March 2020, deposits plunged to approximately 54%. We remember what happened in that company. I'm talking about Yes Bank. We know what happened there.
Yeah, yes Bank has gone down under the hammer. Today a Japanese bank is taking over. So the condition is bad, agreed. But you have to understand that there are multiple stakeholders involved. It's not one corporate. There is a credit department. A Canara Bank is a PSU. How did a PSU, without the approval of RBI, sanction large ticket loans?
I don't know. I mean, let Santosh respond to you. I am concerned about siphoning off of public funds, or public funds now at the end of the day, right? That was PSU Bank's public funds, but this is also public funds in a way.
Yeah, it is public funds.
Then what happens to the public, Shriram? What happens to the public? You see, I'm only...
Coming back, Yes Bank in particular, if you see the previous dispensation where the promoter Rana Kapoor was cohorts with and signed off on many loans, including this 3,000 crore loan to the ADAG group. But Yes Bank itself in 2020 was recapitalized by private investors, other banks, SBI, etc. The people who lost out were, the depositors did not lose out. The people who lost out were stock market investors of Yes Bank, because the stock price tanked and it is still well nigh.
But Shriram, why did it take so long? This Yes Bank scam was 2020. This is 2025. Bit long, no?
So that
for people to realize or come to a conclusion.
Investigating agencies need to act pronto, because even the SEBI investigation came out only in April 2024, which is last year. SBI and Canara Bank have marked these accounts as fraud only earlier this year. Today ED has raided. So it's been almost 5 years since even S Bank had
5 years to raid is too long, right?
Yeah.
5 years to raid is too long, right?
Is very long. And
why has it taken so long is the precise question, which I go back to Santosh Mehrotra with. Why is the system taken 5 years to wake up? Why no answers on that? 5 years? Ajay Dua to wake up on this? To say we got to raid Anil Ambani companies?
Yes, indeed, Arnab. It is rather long, and it should not have taken that much of time to come to the conclusion that there has been, I use the word malfeasance, till it is established that it is anything more than that. But malfeasance by itself
I'm only
is
asking
enough cause for investigation.
Ajay ji, a 55-year-old farmer from Tamil Nadu died by suicide because the loan agents told him that you took a 5 lakh rupee loan, you missed one installment. He said, I have given my land as collateral. The agent says, I will not give you an extension. Then he consumed pesticide and he died. This is the reality in our country. And on the other hand, the great Anil Ambani takes thousands of crores of rupees, thousands, pays a bribe here and there, all allegedly, and passes off the money to promoter companies, and now will hire some expensive lawyers. And we've been fiddling our thumbs for 5 years. Something's not meeting, something's not looking right about this.
See, Arnab, I'm in no difference with you on that subject. It should have been done much earlier. All the investigating agencies, as before, including what has been done today by ED to find out whether there is any money laundering also involved in it, could have been done earlier.
That's good, but why not?
In the inquiry.
Why not? Why not?
Unfortunately, it was...
Why not, Shira?
Yes.
Why not? My question is, why not so far?
I think one, as some other panelists said, there is political connections. There is a sense of, I would think, somebody has a stature and the like, and is connected politically. So from that perspective, the investigating agencies drag their feet. Two is, unless there is a specific complaint, investigating agencies act very slowly. Three is, the nature of these crimes are also complex crimes. It's not a single loan, as you said, a farmer taking a loan.
Correct.
These are money which are channelized through multiple firms. Tracing these fund transaction itself takes ages, and if it's done offshore, that is out of
Then
India.
what happens now? I mean, why has he never been investigated? Why has he never been questioned? Why has he never faced that level of interrogation? Will he now be interrogated for hours? Will he be put in custody? These are questions. Is it too dangerous to ask these questions of important corporate, quote-unquote, corporate figures? See, I ask you here, Rana Kapoor, by the way, was in Taloja jail. And I can tell you one thing. You know, when the Congress government put me in jail, Santosh, right? Why did they put me in jail? On a charge which Chandrajur said that there was no case, but they wanted to put me in jail. So they put me in Taloja jail. I'll tell you a story, Professor Mehrotra. When I went to jail, right, I saw that there were two sets of people. One set of people in Taloja jail who were very uncomfortable and wanted to get out. The second set of people, Kishore, I think I've told you this, are people who were very comfortable inside jail because they were crooks. And there were crooks who were comfortable among crooks. And among those crooks were people who were involved in the DHFL and all these financial scams. They were walking around like they're having a party, playing football in the middle of the jail. They never wanted to come out. They were absolutely comfortable with all the convicts out there.
Yeah, Arnab.
My point is, the DHFL guys, right, went to jail. The Yes Bank promoter went to jail. Is this only a raid we are talking about here, Santosh Mehrotra? Is this only a raid we are talking about here? Because Naresh Goyal, if I'm not mistaken, of Jet Airways, went to jail. Is it a right or a wrong question? Sir?
No, it's a right question. It's a right question, Arnab. I think it's the job of investigative journalists to find out how it has taken 3 to 4 years for this fraud matter, and the fraud amounting to 14,000 crores apparently should come to light and it should be investigated. Now, of course, people in the ED could claim that, oh, we were putting together all the paperwork. There were multiple lenders to ADAG, and because it took us time to put all our papers together. But the fact of the matter is that the investigation should have been done much, much faster. So, if it was not done fast enough, was it merely because they were putting papers together, or it leaves open the question, and no one has the answer, is it because of the political connections of the gentleman?
Kishore, he brings back the question twice, you need to answer.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Mehrotra, you have every right to question it. There is nothing wrong. But until and unless some charge is proved, you cannot join the dots backward because it has to be proved. I am not defending. Just hear me out. The way I gave patience and heard you out, please hear me out. Mr. Mehrotra, my point is very simple. These are charges now. I am not defending the company, but I will answer one very important question which Arnab raised, which is that why does it take 5 years? Today, Arnab, in this country, ease of doing business for you and me to get a 1 crore loan, we'll have to submit 100 documents. But if you want to get a 1,000 crore loan, you just need a phone call. That's the sad and the real truth of this country. Man. And the most important thing is that one of my friends, auditor, told me one thing. If you do a 1 crore fraud, you are behind the bars. If you do a 100 crore fraud, there are 100 people to save you. This is the unfortunate truth. I hope this ever changes. But having said that, I would not like to give a judgment. I am not privileged.
Come on, Kishore. Don't walk the fine line.
No,
don't do this. Unlike you, man, you're walking the fine line. Kishore Subramaniam is being a fence sitter tonight, And Kishore, you don't sit well on the fence. You're going to fall like Humpty Dumpty when you sit off the fence.
No.
You're going to have a great Humpty Dumpty fall. You're not a fence sitter by nature.
Yeah.
Why are you fence sitter for Anil Ambani?
No, Arnab, I am not a spokesperson.
Be like Republic. Don't give a damn about people. Just say, speak the truth. Speak the truth. Speak the truth always. Be uninhibited like me.
Okay, if I was a fence sitter, Arnab, I would not be in your show.
No, look at Santosh Mehrotra. He's looking up, heaving, getting irritated listening to you.
He's a very good friend of mine. He's a nice friend. I can call him after this show and tell him.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Anil Ambani mystery continues on the other side tonight. Why I feel India should not play cricket with Pakistan even in the Asia Cup. But more importantly, why I'm terribly angry that the convicts of the Mumbai train blast, even though their acquittal has been reversed, are still not going to go back to jail. And why I disagree with the Honorable Supreme Court of India on that when I'm back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Where the software engineer with a big idea meets the smart market analyst, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
I couldn't be more excited to be speaking at Republic's Pre-AI Summit on the 25th of July. At this summit, we won't just be discussing what India's AI future could be, but we'll be actually building it together. Join me, other AI leaders, thinkers, builders, as we define India's next AI leader. See you there.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Where the software engineer with a big idea meets the smart market analyst, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll discuss India's AI lead, innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. And I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI pre-summit happening on the 25th of July. We're going to talk all things AI, innovations, the breakthroughs, what's India going to be like in this story. So be there. It's a build-up to the mega event, the Mega AI Summit. And I look forward to seeing you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI pre-summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing the India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of AI in shaping a new India.
I'm really excited to be a part of Republic AI pre-summit on 25th of July, where we discuss India's AI.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, time for the nation's sharpest opinion. And I would like to begin by saying tonight that once again, extremely politely and with the greatest of humility, I would, with all my conviction, question what the Supreme Court of India has done today once again. I would like to question why the Supreme Court, while staying a Bombay High Court judgment, acquitting all the 12 convicts in the 7/11 Mumbai train blast case of 2006, also said that the released men, seen there so happy, celebrating, need not go back to jail. I do not understand this. These men have not been acquitted. Their acquittal has been stayed, which means that as of today, they continue to be convicts in the Mumbai train blast case. 189 people died. These are the men who are certainly more than in the arrow of suspicion. They have been convicted by a lower court, which means as of today, they have not been acquitted in a case in which 189 citizens of India died. They are therefore convicted in a case of terrorism. And today they are celebrating, happy, oh so happy to be with their families. But they know, all of these people celebrating, they know that 189 families were torn apart because of their actions. And I will continue to say this till they are acquitted. Because of their actions, 189 people allegedly lost their lives in 2006, and they are back. And the Supreme Court said today that while they are staying the acquittal, which means they remain convicts, for some strange reason, for some reason I don't understand, for some reason I disagree with the Supreme Court with, the Supreme Court says they will remain free. What kind of a country are we, ladies and gentlemen, where people who have not been acquitted and who therefore continue to be convicted in one of the biggest terrorist cases in our country are going to be sitting at home, watching TV, going to the mall, going to fancy restaurants, eating well, sleeping well, being with their families?